Immersed in a world reminiscent of classic Hong Kong films, he begins his journey rising within Lianqing Caoxia, yet remains regarded by outsiders as a mere simpleton. Eschewing the path of bloody vendettas, his sole pursuit is that of wealth, earning him the dubious title of the gang's lackluster money god. His envious uncle reaches out with greedy intent, while murky currents swirl in both the criminal underworld and legitimate circles. Yet his only aim is to rise as the richest, provided he cuts off every grasping dark hand before him. On Hong Kong Island, at the Lianqing headquarters, in the center of the grand hall, a middle-aged man donned in a striking scarlet Han robe stands like an iron tower gripping a hefty Guitu Dao. It is none other than Lianqing's current head and West Kowloon's influential fixer, Blackheart Snake. At his feet, three bare-chested youths kneel, their shoulders taut and beads of sweat glistening under the lights. Brotherhood or gold? They answer in unison, Brotherhood. Yet while the first two bellow with explosive passion, the third replies in a languid tone, barely lifting his eyelids in indifference. Blackheart Snake casts a sidelong glance restraining his words, and then slowly recites the Hongmen 36 oaths aloud before reaching out to seize a proud strutting rooster. In a flash of blade and cold gleam, the rooster's head is severed, its blood spattering like rain and splashing into a rugged porcelain bowl brimming with strong liquor, which is then passed to Big D at the forefront. As the newly made red stick, Big D tilts his head back to gulp a large mouthful. His throat momentarily churns, yet his expression remains unchanged. After finishing, he steadily hands the bowl over to Alu, known as White Paper Fan. Alu wears a gentle, warm smile as he downs his drink in one go and passes it to Chao Xie Chen Junhui. Chen Junhui fixes his gaze on the dark red liquor swirling within the bowl, his brows furrowing with an unspoken thought. Damn it, why drink something palatable when it must be this repulsive concoction? I've traversed great hardships through time, and I certainly don't intend to catch avian flu. He turns his face, casting a sidelong glance toward Chuanbao, standing by the viewing seats. Chuanbao's face turns ashen, his eyes burning with a desire to devour him whole. That scoundrel, usually slack and carefree, now finds himself at the center of the grand appointment meeting. In this gritty world, which insignificant runt wouldn't long for a day like this. With one step, he enters the inner circle of the gang's elite, where luxury cars, beautiful women, and sharply dressed figures abound. Big D and Alu ascended purely through honest, hard-fought battles. Had it not been for Chuanbao risking his own dignity kneeling to plead for Deng Bo's approval, how else could young Chen Junhui have secured even a lowly position in Lianqing Caoxia? He's as hopeless as mud that won't stick to a wall. Chuanbao immediately turns his head, choosing to ignore Chen Junhui. Resigned, Chen Junhui lifts the bowl to his lips, only to set it down with a wry smile as soon as he tastes a hint of blood. Fine wine. This subtle switch does not escape the watchful eyes of the seasoned veterans in the hall. Yet everyone knows he is Chuanbao's prized protege. They choose to turn a blind eye except for Deng Bo, who squints and nods ever so slightly. This young man's nerve is undeniably bold, but is his backbone truly strong? After the ceremony disperses, unlike Big D and Alu, who energetically rally the elders for a feast, Chen Junhui silently follows Chuanbao out the door. Inside the car, Chuanbao finally erupts, pointing at Chen Junhui and snarling, "You worthless wretch. Can't you spare a shred of dignity?" He adds, "Everyone here is an old veteran of Lianqing, each having rolled in the oil pot 3 times over. And you even shrivel at the sight of blood-soaked liquor. If it weren't for my prestige, Deng Fei would have had you pinned to the ground, slashed into 3 cuts and 6 wounds, your guts all tangled." Blackheart Snake. What right does that snake have to hold this position? Just because his skin is tougher than the iron cladding at Causeway Bay's docks. Meanwhile, Chen Junhui leisurely retrieves his cigarette box, lights one, and offers a languid smile amidst swirling smoke. "Boss, it's not as if you just discovered my shortcomings today. Had you not kicked me into the gang these past couple of years, I would never have dropped out to join you in this life of misrule. I could have long ago graduated to become a lawyer or a doctor. But no matter how glamorous a gangster appears, in the end, they end up rotting on the streets, swept away like refuse." Upon hearing this, Chuanbao slams his thigh in anger, exclaiming, "You idiot. You know nothing." And he continues, "Ever since old Lien was established, all those once illustrious old-school bosses have disappeared, while opportunities in the underworld now abound like herbal tea stalls on Mongkok streets. Look at Big D and Alu. Only 2 years in, and they've been installed with Big D as the red stick and Alu as White Fan. In the old days, without enduring 6 or 7 grueling years, one wouldn't even get close to the incense ash. And you, spending your days chatting with underlings, playing cards, and eating pineapple buns, dreaming of becoming a lawyer. Go ask which top barrister on Hong Kong Island isn't backed by a gang. And what about Dr. Son living next door? Quite a character indeed. Last time when his son was targeted by the cops, wasn't it he who called me in the dead of night to settle things? This is indisputable. Nowadays, Hong Kong Island teems with gangsters. Without a solid gang backing, not even a dock laborer would be willing to shoulder your burdens." Chen Junhui rolls his eyes, cigarette in his mouth, refusing further comment. Tapping on the car window, he casually shifts the topic. "Boss, your Toyota is practically smoking. When will you upgrade to something more impressive?" Hearing this, Chuanbao's anger flares even further. Change cars. Do you really think the cash in my pocket is printed by a mint? Fishhead Biao has spent half his life running a tiny patch of territory at Liu Gate, pocketing 100 a month. Basically his retirement stash. If you really had ambition and made a name for yourself sooner, earning a bit extra to honor me, I'd immediately bring back a tiger headbands. Liu Gate lies on the outskirts of Kuntong, remote and desolate. Though Fishhead Biao runs a flower business in downturns, he can rake in as much as 500 a month. A veritable blessing in tough times. This money must also feed the underlings, be used to stockpile goods and pay gang dues. After covering personal expenses, there remains barely enough. Only a meager sum akin to chicken broth to slip over to Chuanbao. The monthly wage of an ordinary worker these days barely exceeds 1,000. Chen Junhui lazily waves his hand as if swatting away flies. By the way, what about that 200? Earlier, he had mentioned to Chuanbao his need to borrow 200 for liquidity. Chuanbao's expression darkens as he leisurely produces 2 stacks of crisp new banknotes, all in denominations of $1,000 bills known as golden lions. Here, take them, but remember you must repay me. This is the retirement fund I've painstakingly saved over my life. Oh, don't squander it on frivolous pursuits with women. Chen Junhui snatches the banknotes. As spittle flutters out, his fingers quickly flick through the first note. Boss is 200, really, just for sweet-talking a girl. Do you take me for a pushover? That amount could secure the entire contract with Summer Dream. Summer Dream, at present the most sought-after actress in Hong Kong, has her posters plastered all over Mong Kok subway stations. With a swift turn, he shouts to the driver in the front seat, "Brother Sean, take me to Jiuan Cha Chan Tung on Jifu Street in Taiwan." The driver casts a sidelong glance at Chuanbao, and after a slight nod steers onto the road toward Sha Tin. When the car stops, Chen Junhui bursts out the door, "Boss, I'm off to work." Chuanbao casually retorts, "You worthless. Go wild if you must, but be sure to take proper safety measures." He never truly meant going to work. It is only after watching Chen Junhui disappear into the glass doors of the Cha Chan Tung that Chuanbao signals the driver to set off. Brother Sean can't help but click his tongue, remarking, "Uncle Bao, you really pour your heart out for Huizai." Everyone in Lianxing knows well how much Chuanbao dotes on Chen Junhui. Raised together since childhood, with even personal dignity sacrificed to pave the way for him. His nickname alone speaks volumes. Chun Juanhui, known as Taizi Hui, Prince Hui. Chuanbao exhales a long sigh as cigarette ash drifts down onto his pant legs. His old man was once the most loyal of my underlings, leading his brothers to wrest a whole swath of Kuntong from Xing. Later, during Huizai's full-month celebratory banquet, hundreds from Xing stormed in for vengeance, dismembering his parents into dozens of pieces. Only Huizai survived, having been hidden beneath the Ba Xian table by his father, a measure that saved his life. If his old man were still alive, my territory in Kuntong would extend far beyond mere Liu Gate. Fishhead Biao was merely a subordinate lurking at his old man's side, passing cigarettes in a corner, never even allowed inside the full-month banquet. If not for that bloody incident, he would never have risen to power. If I don't care for Huizai, then who would I care for? Brother Sean nods silently, his envy subdued. Chuanbao remains unperturbed because in his mind the phrase, going to work, has always meant gang warfare and turf grabs. Seizing territory boils down to 2 steps: planting the flag and rallying the crew. No gang, however enormous, can afford hundreds of men armed daily. Even the so-called largest gang on Hong Kong Island, boasting 100,000 members alongside Lianxing, operates with strict thrift. In today's underworld, if you truly want to make a mark, you must be willing to shell out cash to hire manpower. The fees are set transparently: 100 for showing up, 500 for brandishing a blade, and 100 for spilling blood. Thus, every time a street clash erupts, a striking scene unfolds. At the front, underlings are beaten with blood streaming, while at the rear, men with white paper fans stand ready with cash to buy reinforcements. 200. It barely fills the gaps between your teeth, let alone secure an entire territory in Taiwan and Sha Tin. What Chuanbao fails to realize is that the going to work Chen Junhui speaks of has never meant swinging a blade to kill, but rather making money. Stepping into Jiuan Cha Chan Tung, Chen Junhui immediately spots Fat Chicken and Skinny Dog lounging by a booth, bragging. These two are his only subordinates. Compared to Big D commanding hundreds, or Alu wielding nearly 100 thugs, his tiny crew is as shabby as a fledgling night market stall. The two immediately spring to their feet, offering red envelopes with both hands. "Boss." Chen Junhui does not reach out, instead fixing them with a stern, unwavering glare. "Listen carefully. My entry into the gang was forced by Uncle Bao. Had I not dropped out, I'd have long been donning a white coat in a clinic or signing checks at a law firm. If you want to make money with me, you're welcome. But if you seek to rise through brawls, you'd better find another mountain to climb. You've been with me for 2 years. If you truly wish to rise, I'll immediately help transfer you over to Big D or Alui. After all, they are currently the most prominent in Lianxing." Fat Chicken and Skinny Dog exchange a look, their throats twitching. "Boss, when we started, our hearts were blazing with passion. But after these 2 years, what fate awaits gangsters in the end?" They all knew deep down rather than being one day butchered into minced meat, it's better to stick with the boss and earn money steadily. Only then did Chun Junhui nod and accept the red envelope. Turning around, he tosses the envelopes onto the counter and grins at Boss Lin. Boss Lin, these 2 red envelopes will count as my tea money later. Boss Lin, who once hailed from Lianqing and never made it big, started this Jiuan Cha Chan Tung to eke out a living. Taizi Hui. No wonder he was late this morning. It seems he was caught up with appointments. From now on his title might change. Not Taizi Hui, but De Lao Hui, Big Boss Hui. Though he hasn't ascended, the old hands know the rules. Subordinates bestow red envelopes upon the boss. Aside from weddings and funerals, this ritual is reserved only for the day of an appointment. After officially joining, Chun Junhui finally established his foothold alongside He Lianqing, earning the right to recruit his own forces. Fei Ji and Shou Go exchanged red packets and instantly became unofficial affiliates of He Lianqing, known in the underworld as the Blue Lanterns. Henceforth, whenever trouble arose, invoking He Lianqing's name would be tantamount to a direct challenge. If the opposition dared act, it would serve as a blatant provocation. Such an act might not immediately trigger the guild's retaliation, but it would undoubtedly provide them with a pretext. Without looking back, Chun Junhui raised his hand dismissively. Lin Bo, you know I never fall for that trick. Then he turned to Fei Ji and casually inquired, has your cousin not yet sent back the magazines from Yingjiang? He had repeated this query 7 or 8 times over the past 2 days. Fei Ji's cousin and his family had relocated to Yingjiang years ago. It was rumored that they had set up a flourishing Cantonese restaurant in New York's Chinatown. Had Chun Junhui not mentioned it, Fei Ji would have completely forgotten about this distant relative. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he discreetly fished 2 magazines out of his canvas bag. This morning when I went to the post office, I happened to receive the package my cousin sent. It had just arrived. He even called to say that every new issue would be airlifted back to Hong Kong immediately. On the cover, 2 blonde, blue-eyed white women were laughing broadly, their smiles both ostentatious and unrestrained. Chun Junhui's eyes lit up as he reached out to snatch the magazines, his fingertips trembling slightly. Fei Ji, I knew I could count on you. In truth, his cousin had sent the magazines because Chun Junhui had entrusted Fei Ji with HK0, his last bit of money. While Chun Junhui flipped through the pages in front of a crowded dining hall, Fei Ji's ears grew hot. Leaning in and lowering his voice, he said, Huigu, if you want to ogle women, why not do it at home under your covers? This is a cha-chan tongue with uncles and aunts watching. How embarrassing. Besides, if you really want some fun, why not ask old Ding for a malon? Inside, the girls are yours to choose. In Fei Ji's slang, old Ding refers to a particular establishment, while malon is local code for a private brothel. Nearby, Shogo eagerly nodded, his face creased in disapproval. In broad daylight, rifling through such magazines was tantamount to a social death that could unearth even the depths of Victoria Harbor. Chun Junhui rolled his eyes and snorted, Tisk, you don't know a damn thing. Do you really think I'm some pervy street punk from Tuen Mun? This is serious business. Business, you say? Fei Ji and Shogo simultaneously fixed their gaze on the magazines, and then on Chun Junhui, their eyes filled with disbelief. Boss, if you're lecherous, just say so. Why use business as a cover? Chun Junhui suddenly slapped the table, causing the glass to jump. Fei Ji, when it comes to lechery, you're number 1. Tell me, have you ever seen a more electrifying magazine? Fei Ji first cleared his throat. Huigu, I assure you I've never dealt with such things. Then turning his head, he couldn't help but click his tongue. But these 2 are indeed potent. Truly genuine American imports. Western girls with slender waists and long legs show it all. Far more daring than those bikini-clad models on Hong Kong Island. Of course, Hong Kong Island also has Westerners, but they are either bank managers or lawyers' wives. Ordinary people wouldn't even qualify to speak to them, let alone witness them, without makeup or pretense. Local adult magazines usually feature cover girls who are relatively restrained. At most, they reveal a hint of collarbone or a subtle curve, never exposing too much. Chun Junhui nodded slightly. These 2 would later shake the world, one called Playboy, and the other The Attic. If we photocopy and sell them, how much would you pay? After a moment of calculation, Fei Ji replied leisurely, $10. $10, and I'll pay immediately. At present, blue-collar workers on Hong Kong Island earn around $1,000 a day. $10 is equivalent to an ordinary person's 8th-hour wage. Meanwhile, similar magazines on the market are priced at $5 each. Chun Junhui smirked. The deal was a guaranteed profit. He had already figured it out. It cost merely $1 to print each magazine. A tenfold profit, far more straightforward than the shady schemes of reselling flour. While smuggling flour required bribing the police, appeasing the gang, and even risking a hasty escape, printing magazines only demanded a photocopier, a darkroom, and a few sheets of paper. No knives ever needed to be drawn. Yet Fei Ji still had his misgivings. Huigu, my cousin specifically instructed over the phone that you should only look, not photocopy. 1 photocopy, and we risk a copyright lawsuit. Chun Junhui snorted coldly and slapped the table's edge once more. Copyright. I'm in the underworld, not a courtroom. Even if Hugh Hefner were formidable, do you really think he would fly to Causeway Bay to catch me? Should he dare set foot on Hong Kong Island, he'll hire men to chop him to pieces and feed him to the sea dogs with his bones sinking into Victoria Harbor without a trace. Discussing copyright with gangsters? Utter nonsense. Hugh Hefner, the dreamweaver in countless men's fantasies, founded Playboy and built an empire of bunny girls. In the club, all the waiters wore velvet bunyard dresses designed by him, perfectly accentuating their curves. Rumor had it that he had slept with over 7,000 women and at the age of 86, married a 26-year-old model bride. Within the 2 years of his arrival, Chen Junhui had already mapped out his path. He would never stoop to killing. In this life, he adhered to one principle: earn money honestly and ascend to the pinnacle of wealth in order to live with dignity and longevity. Bootlegging copies of Playboy and The Attic was his first strike at gold. He weighed the 2 magazines in his hand and turned to Shogo, saying, "Shogo, have you secured the printing press?" Shogo nodded and replied, "I scoped out the scene last night. There are plenty of factories in Shatton, but only one associated with Lianqing. The Tai Wyoming printing factory. Its boss Amin once worked under Deng Bo before starting his own venture." Chen Junhui nodded and extended his hand. Immediately, Shogo handed over a small slip of paper bearing the factory's name and telephone number. Such were the rules on Hong Kong Island. If you wished to do business, you had to first pay homage at the docks. For someone like Chen Junhui, who wasn't officially part of the guild, choosing a printing press meant selecting one backed by the organization. Otherwise, before the goods were printed, you'd already be summoned for a tea session. He got up and walked over to the communal telephone in a corner of the cha-chan, tongue dialing the number from the slip. "Hello, Amin Printing Factory. This is Amin speaking." Chen Junhui gripped the receiver firmly, his voice steady. "Minggu, this is Chen Junhui from Baoshu's side." In an instant, Amin's tone turned noticeably cold. "Oh, Taizahui, I've heard of you. If you have business, speak quickly. I don't have time for idlers." Typically, when someone from the guild calls a boss, it's either to force someone into duty or to ask for money, rarely with pure intentions. Thus, as soon as Amin heard Chen Junhui identify himself, his expression softened immediately and his tone grew amicable. Chen Junhui lightly tapped his fingertips on the table in a steady, measured rhythm. "Minggu, there's been a misunderstanding. I have a batch of magazines that I want you to help print. 100,000 copies, $1 each, to be paid on the spot. No delays." Amin's voice brightened instantly, as warm as greeting an old relative. "So it's serious business. That's most welcome. Where are you now? I'll drive over to pick you up at once so we can discuss the details face to face." "Minggu, are you familiar with that Ji Yuan Cha-Chan tongue in Tai Wai?" "Of course, it's Lin Bo's turf." After hanging up, Chen Junhui casually pulled out a HK1 Golden Lion note and slipped it into Lin Bo's hand. "Lin Bo, consider this a small token, just a phone fee." He added, "In future business, I'll inevitably need to use your prime spot for a call." Lin Bo quickly waved him off, saying, "A phone call doesn't cost that much." Earlier, whenever Fei Ji called his cousin Megwa for international long distance, he always used the Ji Yuan line. Though Lin Bo never mentioned it, he had silently grumbled several times. But as the crisp new Hong Kong currency pressed into his palm, all his grumblings vanished. Chen Junhui smiled as he firmly pressed the money into Lin Bo's hand. "Lin Bo, don't be so polite. I'm at odds with money. I'll print 2 copies for me for good luck." Lin Bo glanced at the note, grinned broadly, and gave Chen Junhui a thumbs up. "Taizahui, you've got the guts." After about half an hour, an old van, with its paint flaking and rust exposed, screeched to a halt at the entrance of Ji Yuan. Amin jumped out of the van and headed straight into the cha-chan tongue, his eyes scanning toward the counter. Lin Bo motioned toward a corner. There Chen Junhui was chatting and drinking with 2 young men looking utterly relaxed. Amin briskly walked over with a beaming smile. "I'm Amin, who is Taizahui." Chen Junhui looked him over. He appeared to be in his 50s with ink stains stubbornly clinging between his fingers. "Surely it's Taizahui. The aura is unmistakable." Once seated, Amin tentatively asked, "Earlier you mentioned printing 100,000 copies. Are you really planning to go through with it?" Chen Junhui nodded, pulling out 5 thick stacks of Hong Kong currency from his pocket and slapping them onto the table with a crisp sound, his chin slightly raised. 50,000 as deposit, with the balance paid upon success. Amin, instead of reaching for it, furrowed his brow. "Ahui, I must remind you, 100,000 bucks is not made of paper. Although I'm not entirely sure what you plan to print on Hong Kong Island, magazines that sell over 50,000 copies per issue can be counted on one hand. Magazines are all about timeliness. Once the craze dies, they end up as nothing but waste in the warehouse. If you mess up even one issue, Bao Shu will be the first to come after me." Others might not even lift an eyelid, but Chen Junhui was different, tied to Lianqing like family. Chen Junhui nodded. "Minggu, rest assured I have it all figured out." Placing the copies of Playboy and The Attic on the table with unwavering resolve, he declared, "What I intend to create is the hybrid of these 2. Exposed Western girls, an exclusive interview with Ford the President, and breathtaking photos of Jane Fonda fresh from her Oscar triumph. Combine these 3 and 100,000 copies will fly off the shelves, won't they, eh?" After perusing the 2 sample issues, Amin's eyes lit up, and he raised his thumb once again. "Huizai, where did you procure such treasures? Not to mention 100,000. I'm sure even 500,000 copies would scarcely satisfy the demand. Western gals combined with sensational scoops. Who hasn't seen them? Who wouldn't want to see that? With such a sensational hook alone, it would drive every man in Hong Kong into a buying frenzy. Chen Junhui laughed heartily. Then let's count on your good fortune, Ming Ge. But Chen Junhui was different. He Lianqing's grass hoe one of their own. Chen nodded. Don't worry, brother Ming. I know exactly what I'm doing. He pushed Playboy and Penthouse across the table, his gaze unwavering. What I want to make is a mixed blood child of these two. Foreign girls bearing all 3 points, an exclusive interview with President Ford, and Jane Fonda fresh off her Oscar win. Those breathtakingly bold photographs. Put those 3 things together. Can 100,000 copies fail to sell out? After flipping through both sample issues, Ming's eyes gleamed, his thumb shooting up once more. Wee boy, where did you dig up this treasure of an idea? He exclaimed. Forget 100,000. 500,000 might not be enough to go around. Foreign girls plus explosive scoops. Who hadn't heard of such things? Who didn't want to see them? On the strength of that hook alone, men all over Hong Kong would be clawing each other for a copy. Chen Junhui laughed loudly. Then I'll borrow your auspicious words, brother Ming. Tonight, I will finish translating the manuscript and bring a sample to you in person tomorrow morning. Although he never attended university in this life, he had solidly honed his English skills, not to mention that before his reincarnation, he was a master's degree holder. Flipping through 2 magazines was as natural as eating and drinking. Ming couldn't help but look at him a bit longer. Huizai, you understand English. In the entire port, those who can comprehend foreign texts are few and far between. Those who understood English already entered foreign firms to work in offices, who would still wear black suits and squat at the docks hauling goods. They set a time to meet at the tea restaurant tomorrow morning, and Ming turned to leave with a deposit of 50,000 in his pocket. Chen Junhui also carried magazines and walked back to his rented apartment. He stayed up all night comparing, selecting, and cutting pages, only picking the most eye-catching and heart-stirring content. After completing the sample, he stared at the Playboy-like face on the cover, pondered for a moment, and elegantly penned 4 characters on the title page, Island Men's Magazine. Hugh Hefner and Gusney could never have imagined the adult magazine empire they created would be shattered and reformed by a young man in Hong Kong piecing together a fierce and cunning Frankenstein. The next morning, Chen Junhui appeared on time at the tea restaurant with fat chicken and thin dog. As soon as the morning tea settled in his stomach, Ming's old van swayed and parked outside. His printing factory was located at the foot of Ma On Shan, surrounded by waist-high wild grass, and even a streetlight was too lazy to install. When they arrived, Ming scratched his head awkwardly. The land in Hong Kong is ridiculously expensive. With my savings, I can barely afford this plot of land. Chen Junhui waved his hand. Brother Ming, you are much better off than I am. At least you have a place to stand. We are still cramped in a public housing unit. The public housing was a cheap dormitory built by the Hong Kong government, narrow, damp, and overcrowded, where even turning around required sideways movement. Even so, the waiting list extended to 3 years. If it weren't for some connections during the initial phase, Chen Junhui would have likely not even secured a pigeon coop. Moreover, for me, the more remote the factory, the better. Ming understood immediately. They were engaged in a borderline business. The Hong Kong government turned a blind eye, but that didn't mean they were truly indifferent. The more concealed, the more secure. Pushing open the iron factory door, Chen Junhui finally met the group of workers inside. These people were mostly nearing 40, many missing limbs, walking with a limp. Ming stood by, lighting a cigarette as he began to explain. Most of the masters in the factory are veterans who have retired from Lianqing. The work here is not heavy and the pay is not high, but it provides enough food and housing, so Uncle Deng entrusted them to me. In gang conflicts, there is no such thing as a bloodless battle. When someone falls, the medical expenses are covered, and a way to make a living must be ensured. After injuries, they still need to support their families instead of begging on the street corner. Lianqing's ability to maintain a top 3 position in Hong Kong was not due to having more guns or quicker blades, but because of a heavy human debt ledger. Without this rule, how could they withstand Xinji? What could they use to arm wrestle with the number gang? More importantly, this web of connections kept the printing factory tightly sealed. Ming clapped his hands, and more than a dozen workers immediately gathered around. You guys must be familiar with that guy from Kuntong, right? This is the designated Prince Hui from him. As soon as he finished speaking, an old worker with graying hair couldn't help but interject. Prince Hui. Who doesn't know him? Wasn't he the fish head vendor from Lei Yuman? Besides, Prince Hui is already retired. He hasn't been seen in the underworld for ages, so how did he suddenly reappear to take on little brothers? According to Lianqing's old rules, when an elder retires, the territory, venues, and business must be handed over cleanly. After the new leader takes over, a monthly tribute must be given to support the elder's comfortable retirement. For a figure like Prince Hui, who retired with dignity, reaching out for new recruits would be like tarnishing his own reputation. Ming shook his head, understanding that the old man was worried that Chen Junhui and the others would take away their jobs. There were only so many jobs in the factory, and if 3 new people came in, 3 had to leave. Brother Jun, Prince Hui is different. His parents were killed by the new record at the Mong Kok night market, and when the bodies were brought out, the blood hadn't even dried. This matter was personally approved by Uncle Deng. He even said a harsh word: if even someone as legitimate as Prince Hui, who carries a blood debt, is not worth lending a hand to who would dare to risk their life for the gang in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. When the scene quieted down, a Ming continued, "Moreover, Prince Hui is not here to make a living, he is here to do business. He wants us to print 100,000 magazines within a day. Can you all manage that?" Upon hearing that business was coming in, the workers' hearts immediately settled. As long as they didn't touch their own positions, it would be fine. 100,000 copies. Easy peasy. Brother Ming, you can rest assured, when have we ever let you down? Chen Junhui raised his hand to signal everyone to pause for a moment. All you seniors are veterans in Lianxing, but I must be upfront. What I want to print is an adult magazine, and it's an adult magazine that has not undergone any scrutiny. As for the content, I trust you all. Oh, I also ask you to keep your mouths tight. The workers immediately patted their chests. Prince Hui can rest assured. The first rule of being in the gang is to keep your mouth shut. Even if my wife asks, or if my own mother hits me with a stick, I will not spill a word. After everyone took turns to express their positions, a Ming waved his hand. Aren't you all going to get to work? If your hands and feet are slow, I'll personally chop off your fingers. As soon as the sample was in hand, even the seasoned old printing workers were stunned. The cover, featuring a Western girl displayed boldly, who had ever seen such a sight. While working, they lowered their voices and murmured to each other. Prince Hui really knows how to make connections. He even managed to get his hands on Western girls' materials. Chen Junhui turned to a Ming and lit him a cigarette, softly asking, "Brother Ming, how familiar are you with the newsstands around here? Once this batch of goods is printed, where will it be sold?" A Ming took a deep puff, letting the smoke slowly disperse. "To sell adult magazines, of course, you need to find Salty Year. He is a man under Guan Zaisun. Guan Zaisun's subordinates may not be numerous, but those who specialize in this line of work are plentiful. They'll call him later and have him send someone to pick up the goods. If sales are strong, we might even get in touch with Newsstand King. Over 70% of the newsstands in Hong Kong listen to him." Newsstand King. Chen Junhui silently noted this name, planning to ask Chuan Bao for contact information as soon as he returned. He kept an eye on the factory until noon, and the first batch of magazines finally rolled off the press. His fingertips brushed over the still warm cover, and Chen Junhui flipped through the pages one by one. The small factory in Hong Kong could not compare to the meticulous craftsmanship of America. The paper was ordinary, and the entire magazine exuded a sense of cheapness. Fortunately, the ink was evenly distributed and the colors were precise. There were no smudges or misalignments, and not a single defective copy. He took a deep breath and made a decision. He pulled out his last 150,000 in cash and stuffed it all into a Ming's hands. "Brother Ming, print an additional 300,000 copies." A Ming stared at the stack of money, his eyes nearly popping out. "Ah, we 400,000 copies. Are you planning to sell it until the next lunar year?" Chen Junhui laughed heartily. "Brother Ming, sometimes in life you just have to take a big gamble." He waved to Thin Dog. "Thin Dog, you are steadier than Fat Chicken. For now, the printing factory will be under your supervision. If something comes up, consult Brother Ming. If you're really uncertain, just call me. I'm at Ji Yuan, ready at any time." Thin Dog stood upright and nodded vigorously. This was the first serious task Chen Junhui entrusted to him, allowing for no mistakes. Chen Junhui turned to a Ming. "Brother Ming, please take me back to Ji Yuan." Just after receiving 200,000 from Chen Junhui, a Ming had already regarded him as a god of wealth, so naturally, he readily agreed to this small favor. Before leaving, he looked back at the bustling workshop. Machines roared, the scent of ink wafted, and figures moved back and forth. Chen Junhui felt a surge of heat rushing to his head. This was Chen Junhui's first bucket of gold. It was also the first step for Chen Junhui to truly establish himself in Hong Kong. This shot must be loud, it must be deafening. Sham Shuepa just entered. Lianxing Jimmy was shouting on the street to attract customers. "Sir, would you like a pretty girl?" "Sir, I guarantee you will be satisfied with the beauties here." "Sir, sir." He shouted earnestly, but passers-by walked hurriedly, rarely stopping. It was only 2 in the afternoon, and there was still plenty of time until the end of work. In the tea restaurant across the street, Guan Zaisun lounged with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping iced lemon tea with a freshly printed horse racing magazine spread out in front of him. As Jimmy's immediate superior, he didn't need to expose himself to the street to attract customers. While Guan Zaisun was absorbed in the magazine, contemplating which horse might win, A Ming's call came into the tea restaurant. "Hello, A Ming. What's up?" "Magazine. When did you switch to publishing?" "Prince Hui. He's doing a magazine. If he can really produce a decent magazine, I will swallow this horse racing magazine on the spot. Selling 1 copy, and I get $1. That's quite a pleasant deal. I'll send someone to pick up the goods right away and pass them to Salty Year for a trial run." At that time, there were no handheld phones. Gangsters communicated either through beeping pagers or by frantically dialing public payphones on street corners. The old-fashioned phone in the tea restaurant happened to be the most convenient relay station for various bosses. After hanging up, Guan Zaisun summoned Jimmy. "Jimmy, do you know a Ming's printing factory in Taiwan?" Jimmy nodded. "The one in Ma On Shan. Last time we ordered red paper, it was from there." "Red paper? refers to the recruitment flyers used in the sex trade, printed with rows of photos of girls and their prices completely crimson coarse and eye-catching. Guanzai's son didn't even lift his eyelids, his fingers still resting on the magazine. Take two brothers and drive over there, pick up 10,000 copies of the magazine, and bring them back to Salty Year. Prince Hui printed several tens of thousands of Salty magazines, selling each for $1. This Prince Hui is truly out of his mind. Starting a magazine. Does he think it's like setting up a stall selling iced tea? Jimmy nodded in response and turned to leave. Along the way, he couldn't help but ponder about Prince Hui. Having been in Lianxing for 2 years, he barely managed to knock on Prince Hui's door. Yet Prince Hui had already secured a position while he remained stuck at the bottom, unable to move. No wonder he was called Prince Hui. Backed by the uncle-level boss Chuan Bao, his stature was 3 points sturdier. Jimmy and Quan Zison shared the same verdict on this magazine. It was doomed to fail. Running a magazine was far more demanding than it appeared on the surface. Dozens of publishing houses dotted Hong Kong Island, yet fewer than 5 could boast profits so abundant they could barely count their cash. Consider the costs alone: printing fees, distribution to newsstand, salaries for reporters and editors, all hemorrhaging money. Jimmy had never heard that Prince Fai had recently recruited even half a competent writer. When the car pulled up outside the printing factory, Ming and Lean Dog were already waiting by the iron gate, cigarettes dangling from their lips. So Jimmy himself has come to collect the shipment. Let me introduce you. This is Lean Dog, who works directly under Prince Fai. Lean Dog, this is Jimmy, the top enforcer for Quan Zison and Sham Shuepa. After a few perfunctory pleasantries, Jimmy hoisted box after box of magazines and strode away without looking back. Ham Sap, Neen was another trusted lieutenant under Quan Zison. His turf anchored along Tung Choi Street. Though narrow, the street teemed with over a dozen brothels, earning it the notorious moniker, the lecherous mile of Sham Shuepa. Upon seeing the magazine's cover, a Caucasian woman in a bunny girl outfit grinning broadly, her chest tantalizingly revealed. Ham Sap, Nin's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this is explosive. I've lived long enough to call myself Ham Sap, Nin, yet I've never seen a foreign woman dressed so scantily. Bloody hell, she's showing all 3 points. Truly salacious beyond measure. A new Rolex model. Why haven't I heard about it? The Ferrari 296. Absolutely stylish. Before Qin Junhui had transmigrated into this world, he'd already mastered the male psyche. Women were undoubtedly the main course, but luxury watches and high-end automobiles were the true hooks that snagged attention. Otherwise, why would premium brands pour hundreds of millions annually into magazine advertising? After hastily flipping through the sample issue, Ham Sap, Neen seized Jimmy's wrist. Who produced this? I swear on my chest. The moment Hong Kong gentleman hits the streets, it'll sell out before dawn. After 2 decades in the lecherous trade, I've never lacked discernment. Upon hearing Prince Fai was behind it, Ham Sap, Nin's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Does Prince Fai truly possess such talent? Chen Bok's eye for talent is razor sharp. Even in retirement, he still attracts prodigies like moths to flame. If he isn't Chen Bok's protege, I'll poach him for my own crew. Immediately. Having lavished praise upon Chun Juanhui, he immediately summoned over a dozen newsstand proprietors from Tung Choi Street. This magazine is our own. Ho Sing Shung's official publication. Please help us promote it. Ordinary magazines yield 5 cents per copy. This one yields $1. Profit sharing remains unchanged, 2 cents for you, 4 for me, 4 for the Triad. An extra cent per copy sold. The newsstand owner's eyes gleamed, and their heads bobbed faster than feeding chickens. This price point had been painstakingly agreed upon by Chun Junhui and Ming. To demand loyalty, you must first offer tangible rewards. Convinced the magazine held promise, Ham Sap, Neen personally detained Jimmy at the scene to oversee operations. Jimmy's task was simple: stand guard beside the stall, preventing substitution or underfeedable profiteering. He stationed himself beside one vendor, watching as the owner raised his voice to hawk the wares. Young man, have you ever laid eyes on a foreign woman? All 3 points fully exposed. You've never seen anything like it. $10 a copy. Sir, you look refined and courteous. Did you know Rolex just unveiled its latest model? Hong Kong gentleman, $10. Hey you scoundrel. If you're not buying, close your eyes. Jimmy watched firsthand. At first the vendors shouted, entreaties drew no response. But within half an hour, customers began approaching, eagerly asking, do you have Hong Kong gentleman? The first 200 copies vanished within 2 hours. The second batch of 200 sold out in just 30 minutes. Jimmy silently calculated in his head. At $10 per copy minus $2 for printing and distribution, Prince Fai secured a firm $8 per unit. 10,000 copies. $80,000. In a single night, Tung Choi Street had earned Prince Fai 80,000 Hong Kong dollars. Yet even a bustling brothel in Sham Shui had generated no more than $10,000 in nightly revenue. 80,000. That equaled 8 brothels operating simultaneously, cash flowing in all night long. And this was merely during peak business. Its profit-generating momentum surpassed even milk powder smuggling. For steady, substantial earnings, one ultimately had to follow Prince Fai. That very night, Jimmy made 2 frantic trips to the printing factory, hauling back a total of 30,000 copies. Government House Hong Kong. Nestled between Upper Albert Road and Lower Albert Road on the mid-levels of Central. It occupied a sprawling 24,000 square meter garden with a main building exceeding 7,000 square meters, facing Victoria Peak to the south and backed by Verdant Hills. Here served both as the governor's office and his private residence. At 10 o'clock that evening, Governor MacLehose remained bent over official documents in his study. Among all governors, he enjoyed the strongest reputation and most unshakable authority. During his tenure, he founded the Independent Commission Against Corruption, wielding an iron fist against graft. He launched 9 years of free compulsory education and spearheaded construction of the mass transit railway, each initiative striking directly at the core of public welfare. Even the famously exacting elder statesman nodded approvingly when speaking of him. What truly furrowed the governor's brow now, however, were two matters: healthcare and education. Healthcare required no elaboration, for million residents relied on only 3 major hospitals. Even middle-class families faced financial ruin after a single hospital visit. Ordinary citizens simply dared not step through those doors. Education was equally strained. Only 2 universities served the entire territory. Far too few places for far too many students. With insufficient classrooms and overcrowded campuses, young people found no outlet for their energy, so they drifted into triads instead. Put plainly, build more schools, expand enrollment quotas, and the murky, lawless gangs would wither at their roots and dissolve into thin air. Yet each of these tasks was labyrinthine in complexity, not to mention the endless stream of administrative minutiae sapping his mental reserves. Just as he turned a page, the telephone on his desk rang sharply. MacLehose picked up. From the receiver came the low, solemn voice of his chief secretary. Manu, Your Excellency, the governor. I request your immediate attention to a certain magazine. His tone carried gravity. MacLehose's pulse quickened. Something was amiss. Moments later, Manu entered, presenting a slender volume with both hands. On its cover, a bunny girl smiled provocatively. To MacLehose's relief, a faint smile touched his lips. Manu, if you truly fancy women, you need only stroll down Tung Choi Street. With thousands of brothels across Hong Kong, paying for services is simple. Choose whichever pleases you. His voice carried 3 parts weariness, 7 parts disappointment. Burdened with affairs of state, he'd expected urgent intelligence, not a risque periodical. Had he indulged Manu too much, causing him to forget propriety and misjudge priorities? Yet Manu stood solemn, shaking his head gently. Your Excellency, please read it thoroughly before drawing conclusions. MacLehose glanced at him, sighed, and opened the magazine. This appears modeled after Hefner's Playboy bunny aesthetic. Jane Fonda's photo shoot is daring indeed. Her new film must be nearing release, otherwise she wouldn't commit so fully to this appearance. The new Mercedes-Benz S-Class debuts remarkably early. Evidently last year's financial reports hold true. They've likely earned several billion US dollars. A pity automobile manufacturing demands such heavy labor. Otherwise, I'd seriously consider establishing full-scale production here in Hong Kong. The new Rolex Submariner. Luxury goods truly command staggering margins. Securing the Asia-wide general agency rights for European luxury brands would guarantee immense prosperity for Hong Kong enterprises. Alas, Tokyo has already carved up that pie. As he flipped pages, his commentary revealed a perspicacity far surpassing the ordinary. While others saw only a prestigious wristwatch, MacLehose saw how to leverage it to revitalize Hong Kong's high-end consumer supply chain. After 15 minutes, he reached the final page, a profile interview. Upon finishing it, his brows knotted tightly, his expression darkening abruptly. He quietly lit a cigarette, reading the interview 3 times over. When he finally looked up, his gaze cut like a blade locking onto Manu. Where did this magazine originate? And how credible is its content? Manu gave a slight nod. It was originally purchased by a clerk from the secretariat at a street-side stall, drawn naturally by the Caucasian woman on the cover seeking novelty. But upon reading the interview with President Ford, he brought it directly to me. I immediately contacted our embassy in Washington. My Oxford classmate now serves as counselor there. We verified the content 3 times against the original American edition of Playboy. While the interview matches precisely, the concluding analysis differs starkly. The American edition declares Ford's re-election inevitable. His Republican Party faces no serious challenge. Yet this pirated Hong Kong gentleman, though mimicking the format, asserts with absolute certainty James Earl Carter, governor of Georgia and Democratic nominee, will prevail. It offers 3 compelling arguments. First, Ford's ascension lacks legitimacy and moral authority. He never won election. He assumed office solely by constitutional succession following Kennedy's assassination. At his inauguration, he even invited the recently widowed Jacqueline Kennedy as witness, ostensibly to lend gravitas, but television cameras captured only her tear-streaked face juxtaposed against Ford's self-satisfied grin. The nation watched clearly, and in that moment Ford lost the hearts of the people forever. Second, the lingering trauma of the Vietnam War. Though the fighting ended, the wounds continued to bleed. With Kennedy dead, anti-war sentiment inevitably shifted blame onto his successor Ford, yet hawkish supporters criticized him for ending the war too softly and too humiliatingly. He was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Third, Carter's proven record of governance. During his governorship of Georgia, he abolished racial segregation, slashed bureaucratic bloat, and stabilized state finances, lifting GDP growth above 3% for 5 consecutive years. In cultivating public image, Carter deliberately projected an approachable, pragmatic grassroots persona, jokingly referring to himself as the Georgia country boy or rancher's son. This earthy authenticity radiated from his every gesture. For American voters just emerging from the quagmire of Vietnam, this grounded human quality struck directly at the heart, transforming him into an irresistible asset. More intriguingly, Hong Kong gentleman further extrapolates the global geopolitical shifts likely to follow Carter's White House accession. Foremost among them, the Panama Canal. For decades, negotiations between the U.S. and Panama have stalled in deadlock. Multiple administrations have tried and failed. Should Carter assume office, breakthrough negotiations become highly probable. Even if terms still favor the United States, Panama would regard this as a monumental stride forward. Any loosening of control over the canal will inevitably reverberate across the two great maritime arteries, the Western Pacific and the Atlantic. Additionally, Carter is highly likely to champion a Middle East ceasefire, particularly on the globally scrutinized Gaza issue, potentially securing a rare window of respite. This was the true reason Manu placed an ostensibly adult magazine into MacLehose' hands. MacLehose cared nothing for bunny girls or bikinis. What truly captivated him were the implications for the Panama Canal and the shifting sands of the Gaza conflict, matters where a single tremor could trigger continent-wide aftershocks. As Asia's gateway, Hong Kong might register only ripples, but ripples once set in motion unfurl into waves. As a time traveler, Chen Junhui was well aware of Carter's overturning of Ford. Previously, while translating magazines, he had seamlessly embedded key predictions. His actions were not impulsive, rather he had a scale in his heart relying on skin alone, could not sustain for decades. Looking at the future retreat of Playboy and the solid presence of the Wall Street Journal, content depth is the foundation of survival. For a publication like Island Men's, which started from piracy, this was even more true. If the legitimate version was wavering, how could the pirated version survive solely on appearances? In the future, if soft pornography flooded the streets, who would still care? Therefore, from the very beginning, it was necessary to incorporate hardcore content to pave the way for future transitions. However, Chen Junhui did not expect that these casually inserted judgments would actually catch the attention of the governor. That night after the magazine was delivered to the government house, MacLehose summoned several key officials and deliberated through the night in his study. The main force of island shipping is concentrated in the Asia-Pacific region. The changes in the ownership of the Panama Canal have limited impact on us. However, for the overall shipping industry of John Bull, it is indeed a significant shock. With the revenue from the foreign exchange of the polar bear shrinking, there is an opportunity for Island to smuggle industrial goods from countries like Ingmu to sneak them in. The Secretary for Works, rolling a cigarette, spoke in a steady voice. The governor's office was brightly lit and busy until 3 a.m. over Carter's matter. When the staff dispersed, MacLehose recalled the source, the magazine. He called back Manu, who was about to leave, with a tone of inquiry. Who was behind this magazine? To handle the entire English manuscript and accurately predict Carter's victory, I guess it's likely a young lawyer from Oxford or Cambridge coming to Hong Kong to publish purely for novelty. You tell him, for me, as long as he is willing, he can always come to the government to be my personal secretary, who I plan to groom him as my successor. In MacLehose's eyes, anyone capable of such analysis must be a standout in the British elite circle. He had even quietly included the person in his succession plan. However, Manu gently shook his head, slightly regretful. I had the investigation department check it out. The results are clear. The editor is a local youth named Chen Junhui, and he is also a formal member of the Island and Lianxing gang. The investigation department in full is the counter-espionage office of MI5 stationed in Hong Kong. MacLehose was taken aback, exclaiming, impossible. If he truly understood English and had such vision, he would have entered a foreign company as a senior executive. How could he be involved in gang activities? To him, the so-called gang was merely disposable gloves worn by the wealthy, used once and discarded, dirty and thrown away. And the wealthy themselves were, after all, a more advanced glove in the hands of the governor. Gloves are destined to be devoid of bones. If Chen Junhui truly had a brain, he would never choose this dead-end path. Manu sighed. I would rather the writer be a John Bull person. But the fact is that the entire magazine, from translation to analysis to layout, was all handled by Chen Junhui himself. He also has a well-known nickname in Liansheng, Prince Hui. MacLehose sighed as well. Chen Junhui. What a pity. Being in a gang is like tying your life to a powder keg. In the next gang fight, one might just disappear. After a sigh, he paused for a moment before speaking slowly. I really appreciate this magazine, Island Men. From now on, each new issue should be delivered directly to my desk. Manu nodded in agreement. This was the most substantial thanks to Chen Junhui. When this report reaches London, Whitehall will likely reassess MacLehose's weight. The next morning, Li Chaoran, Bao Yugong, and other tycoons of the island were all invited to the government for a meeting. As soon as they stepped into the office, their gazes fell on the opened Island Men magazine on Maclehosi's desk. Upon exiting the government house, they immediately sent people out to search everywhere. Overnight, Island Men became the focal point of discussion across Hong Kong. A magazine that even the governor kept on his desk instantly ignited the curiosity of countless men in Hong Kong. Even the vendor who initially refused to sell it, Jia, proactively called Chuan Juanhui, asking for exclusive distribution. With his support, Island Men was almost simultaneously launched in all major newsstands across Hong Kong. This magazine just happened to match the innate rhythm of the people of the island, both tantalizing and invigorating, yet substantial. Ordinary people were infatuated with the blonde and blue-eyed women in the magazine, having never even brushed against a foreigner's shadow in their entire lives, let alone seeing their full revealed forms. The middle class focused on the exquisite lifestyles depicted in the magazine, trying to exude an air of, "I'm different from the neighbors," in every gesture. True bigwigs only flipped through the political and economic columns. When the world was about to change, or which country was about to overturn the table, it all affected the numbers on their ledgers. In no time, there was a buying frenzy on the streets of the island. The magazine was as precious as gold leaf. If any newsstand didn't display Island Men, regulars wouldn't even bother to lift their eyelids. A Ming small printing factory tucked away in Sham Shui simply pushed all orders aside just to focus on this one magazine. Even so, he had to recruit 3 or 4 old technicians from other factories overnight to barely keep up with the printing volume. In just 7 days, Island Men sold 87,000 copies. 87,000 copies equated to Chun Junhui pocketing over 8 million in hard cash within a week. That afternoon, he walked into the Chi Garden Tea restaurant with 2 bulging black plastic bags. As soon as he stepped in, he tossed 10 golden lion banknotes onto the counter. "Lin Bo, I'm covering the whole shop today." Lin Bo pinched the notes to gauge their thickness. It was undoubtedly a hefty sum. He grinned and gave Chun Junhui a thumbs up. "No wonder you're Prince Hui. Your spending is bold. Who in Hong Kong doesn't know how Prince Hui made a comeback in one night? What luck it was to recruit you, little brother." Chun Junhui took a big sip of iced lemon water as droplets rolled down the edge of the glass. "Lin Bo, please don't put me on a pedestal. No matter how much money I have, I'm still just a lackey under Lian Shang." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the sound of engines grew louder outside. A Ming pulled up in a brand new Toyota van, with Fat Chicken and Thin Dog jumping out on either side, quickly walking inside. Upon seeing Chun Juanhui, a Ming immediately beamed. "Prince Hui, truly impressive. Now both Lian Sheng and the others are saying you've become Big Brother Hui." Chun Junhui scoffed. "A few million. It's just a drizzle." Fat Chicken and Thin Dog both bent slightly, respectfully calling him boss. Earlier they had doubts in their hearts. Chun Junhui had only risen to prominence thanks to his connections. But after a week of seeing the figures laid out, over 8 million shining silver, could it compare to the D and Sun Wan? Even the most profitable local snake couldn't match his speed or ruthlessness. Once the 3 were seated, Chun Junhui took out a well-worn ledger. "This issue sold 87,000 copies, Island Men. At $1 per copy, Ming Gu should receive 87,000. Previously 2,000 was prepaid, so now it's an additional 67,000. He opened his handbag and poured out a stack of brand new banknotes in front of a Ming. A Ming stared at the stack of money for 2 seconds. "Hui Gu. Is this a million?" Previously called Hui Zai, now it slipped out as Hui Gu, the tone full of respect. Chun Junhui nodded. "Exactly a million." The over 8,000 copies were printed in just a week, and the workers worked their eyes red. As a junior who has earned money, I must ensure the red envelopes are thick enough for the senior members of Lian Shang. 2,000 will be distributed to the workers, and 1,000 will be used to upgrade the equipment. Old machines are too slow and can't delay the next issue. He was well aware if he wanted people to work hard, he must first ensure they are well fed. A Ming looked at Chun Junhui for a moment, seeing his open demeanor before accepting the money and patting his thigh heavily. "Hui Gu, that's impressive. From now on, if there's anything with Deng Bo, just let me know. I still have some say in front of him." He had been managing workers for Deng Bo for over a decade. This favor was not insignificant. Chun Junhui smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Ming Gu. 30,000 for a solid backing. This deal was worth it." Turning, he looked at Thin Dog and Fat Chicken. The newsstand side can't be neglected either. The newsstand GS sold 6,300 copies, that's 6,300. The other side, Guanzai Sun, sold 5,700 copies, that's 5,700. 70,000 Thin Dog, you deliver it personally. 10,000 Fat Chicken, you take it over. Additionally, miscellaneous items worth 2,000 will also be your task. Both stood up straight and replied in unison, "Boss, rest assured it will be delivered intact hand to hand." Finally, Chun Junhui pushed over a sample issue with a gilded cover along with a stack of cash. "Ming Gu, this is the sample issue for the next edition of Island Men, and here's a deposit of 3,000. This issue is to print 6,000 copies and must be all in stock by Monday morning. I want all newsstands in Hong Kong to display the new issue by Monday morning." A Ming accepted the sample issue and the money, gripping it so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Huiga, don't worry, this won't go wrong. He had cancelled all other jobs in the factory and was currently only attending to this one magazine. Whoever dared to drop the ball would be out. Over 2 million had been spent and his bag was completely flattened. Once everyone had left, Chen Junhui waved down a taxi, heading straight to Saikang. He went to Saikang for one purpose: to buy a car. Who had the say in Saikang? Of course, it was the current decision-maker of Lianxing, known in the Underworld as Blackheart Snake. Opening the wooden door to a second-floor mahjong parlor, he indeed found Blackheart Snake smoking and playing tiles with several uncles. Hey, look who's here, the hottest Prince Hui of the island. He smiled and nodded towards the people next to him. This is Prince Hui, the mastermind behind the currently sensational Island Men. Several familiar old faces next to him nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with approval. All veterans of Liansheng knew how to read people well. This young man had a tenacity to remain steady amidst turmoil. After the atmosphere warmed up, Blackheart Snake leisurely leaned back in his rattan chair and asked slowly, "Young man, you've come today. I'm sure you have something in mind. If there's a money-making opportunity, don't forget to give brother a hand." Chen Junhui shook his head with a relaxed smile. "I've heard that Snake Brother not only engages in smuggling, but also dabbles in trafficking. Uncle Chuan Bao's Toyota has been running for nearly 10 years and the chassis is already shaking loose. I want to get him a new one." The reason why Snake Brother is called Blackheart Snake is not just because he holds the toughest smuggling routes in Hong Kong Island. As the boss of the smugglers, he naturally gets called Snake Brother. How many smugglers don't also engage in some smuggling trade? Blackheart Snake slammed his palm on the mahjong table, causing the stack of tiles to tremble. Uncle Chuan Bao is truly blessed by his ancestors. Originally there was the fish head pillar, and now there's you Huizi as a fierce warrior. Huizi, don't worry, the car price won't increase at all. They'll give it to you at the original price. The brand new Mercedes S-Class, just air freight back from Ingmu country, was originally intended as a gift for Uncle Deng now. If you say the word, he'll gladly let it go. A few people beside nodded with smiles, their eyes full of approval. After stepping down from the leadership position, they could still count on Liansheng to keep his word, relying on the former top horse to support their presence. Whether the top horse treats them well or not directly determines how much weight they still hold in the organization. Chen Junhui had just made some money, and the first thing he did was to get a car for Chuan Bao. This gesture earned him genuine respect from everyone. Who wouldn't want a little brother like Huizi, who is both hardworking and knows the rules? After praising Chen Junhui, Blackheart Snake quickly quoted a price of 1.2 million. Chen Junhui had already figured out the market. This price was not far off from buying a new car through regular channels. But this was a gray market car with no license, no warranty, and no after-sales service. If something went wrong, he wouldn't even find a repair shop. As expected of Blackheart Snake, the term Blackheart was truly not used lightly. However, Chen Junhui still smiled and pulled out a bundle of cash, settling the payment on the spot. As he followed Blackheart Snake's men to pick up the car, the mahjong table suddenly became lively. Did you see that? Huizi's bag is stuffed with 2 million. If he weren't one of us, I would have already brought people to rob him. Rob? That's Huizi's tip for Chuan Bao. If you dare touch it, Chuan Bao can chase you down the street with a machete. Not to mention Chuan Bao, if a brother made a move, Deng Fei would be the first to slap you in the face. To be honest, Chuan Bao is truly lucky. He relied on Huizi's father to hold down Kun Tong and created a vast territory. Now he has also taken in a capable apprentice who can earn money. I believe Deng Fei will have to think twice before trying to suppress him in the future. Once Snake Brother steps down, the position of the decision-maker is likely to fall to Huizi. Not necessarily. Huizi is Chuan Bao's man, and Chuan Bao hasn't been on good terms with Deng Fei for a long time. How could Deng Fei allow him to grow too powerful? That's a matter for the future. For now, let's focus on playing mahjong. 30,000 pong. Damn, are you hiding tiles? If we talk about the ironclad rule of making a living in the Hong Kong gang, driving is definitely at the top. Take Chen Junhui as an example. He hasn't even gotten his license yet, but once he grips the steering wheel, he drives steadier than an old driver. It's not just him in the entire gang who doesn't know how to press the gas back up or drift. A gang member may not carry a knife, but they absolutely must know how to drive. Why? Because more than half of the gang's income comes from parking on the streets. Parking in Hong Kong boils down to two options. One is the ridiculously expensive underground parking lots in shopping malls. The other is the roadside metered spots where there's a metal box next to each post, and you have to drop a coin every half hour. If you overstay, the police will slap a fine on you immediately. Which driver can stay glued to the meter? Thus the profession of coin thrower emerged, commonly known as parking attendants. Chen Junhui managed to stay afloat back then, all thanks to the parking spot located on Ji Fu Street, where the Ji Yuan Cha Chan Tung is. With this job, he was able to support the two lively little brothers, Fat Chicken and Thin Dog. Getting into that shiny new Mercedes, Chen Junhui timed it perfectly, arriving at Chuan Bao's villa in Ngao Tao Kok, Kun Tong, just before lunch. Ngao Tao Kok, backed by green hills and facing Victoria Harbor, has excellent feng shui and has long become the most densely populated wealthy area in Kun Tong. Not only gang leaders like Chuan Bao, but also local middle-class entrepreneurs love to gather here. As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Junhui ran into Chuan Bao's driver brother Shan leaning against the iron gate smoking. After exchanging nods, Chen Junhui carried his bag and entered through the big gate. "Boss, is lunch ready? I've been busy all morning and my stomach is sticking to my back." The voice came before the person arrived loud and clear. Chuan Bao was sprawled out reading the financial section of the newspaper. Upon hearing this, he looked up and smiled. "Are you reincarnated from a starving ghost? Can't you do something decent when you come to my place?" Complaining with his mouth, his hand had already gestured towards the kitchen. Sister Hui immediately brought out steaming hot dishes. While she set the table, Chen Junhui picked up Chuan Bao's teacup and downed it in one go. "Boss, something good happened today." Saying this, he thumped his bag down in front of Chuan Bao with a thud, lifting his chin with a proud face. "Count it yourself. I borrowed 200,000 from you before, but now I'm returning 800,000. The extra 600,000 is for all the meals I've had at your place since I was a kid. Generous, right?" Chuan Bao narrowed his eyes, his gaze locked onto the stacks of red bills in the bag. "Did you rob a bank?" Chen Junhui spread his arms, acting dramatically. "How did you guess it, boss?" "I took that 200,000, went to the new G, and swept away a dozen Black Stars, 2 AKs, and a pocket full of grenades. I charged from Causeway Bay to Tsim Sha Sui, and anyone in my way was taken down. Even the British riot police couldn't stop me." Chuan Bao let out a scoff, shaking the newspaper. Puffed. He had watched Chen Junhui grow up. He knew better than anyone how bold this kid was. If he really did such a thing, the headlines would have exploded, and he wouldn't be here leisurely sipping pure tea. "If you really dare to go all out for this score, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Speak plainly. Where did the money come from?" Chen Junhui slumped into the chair's side. "Business, of course. Have you heard of Hong Kong men? I'm the one in charge." Seeing that Chuan Bao still looked puzzled, Chen Junhui slapped his forehead. No wonder Chuan Bao wasn't Long Jin. He had nothing to do with adult magazines. The most popular adult publication in Hong Kong right now, even the governor has a copy in his study. Chuan Bao's mouth opened slightly, and he was stunned for a long time. A mere magazine can really make 800,000. Chen Junhui rolled his eyes. Not just 800,000. This week's Hong Kong men sold a whopping 820,000 copies, netting an incredible 8 million. The vendors from the Number Gang and Ming under Uncle Deng. Who doesn't know? Now everyone relies on me for their meals. Chen Junhui lifted his coat and stood up, pulling Chuan Bao towards the villa's entrance. He pointed to the shiny new Mercedes, his tone filled with uncontainable pride. "See that? It's a gift for you." Chuan Bao stared at the sleek black car, then glanced at Chen Junhui, who stood tall beside him. His eyes suddenly felt warm, and his vision became a bit blurry. Chen Junhui immediately raised both hands, grinning. "Boss, take it easy. I don't cry on the spot. I've got my piece tucked away in my pants. If you want to cry, go cry to Sister Hui." As soon as he finished speaking, the wave of emotion that had just surged in Chuan Bao's throat was instantly popped, like a balloon, dissipating completely. He jabbed his finger at Chen Junhui's chest, gritting his teeth. "You little brat. Can't you let your boss have a moment of glory? Let's go get in the car." He snatched the keys and pulled Chen Junhui toward the driver's seat. Without calling for Ashan, he gripped the steering wheel himself, flooring it out of the villa area. In the passenger seat, Chen Junhui gazed at the passing street scenes outside, feeling a stirring in his heart. He had already guessed where they were headed. In just over 10 minutes, the black Mercedes came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the Blue Sky Cemetery in Kwun Tong. The two remained silent as they walked along the bluestone path, stopping in front of 2 simple tombstones. Chen Junhui recognized them at a glance. They were his parents, whom he had never met. He crouched down, carefully wiping the dust off the tombstone with a tissue. Chuan Bao, with his head lowered, spoke softly, as if afraid to disturb the souls below. "Ajun, your son has made it. Not only making money, but it's money earned through skill and brains. When the day comes that I kick the bucket, at least I can go see you too and explain myself. I know you hated the gang life the most when you were alive, but if I don't step into this murky water, how can Huizi get revenge for you?" The more he spoke, the more his words became hoarse, until only his lips moved, barely audible, even to Chen Junhui, who was close by. He stared at the unfamiliar yet solemn faces in the photo, gently shaking his head in his heart. He couldn't say he missed these parents he had never met, nor did he feel much hatred towards the new G who had slaughtered them. In the gang world, it's always today you bury me, and tomorrow I bury you. But they felt too early that they didn't even get to see their son one last time. But now the one occupying this body is him, so he accepted this debt. New G. Behind it is the Ni family, right? Sooner or later there will come a day when he will uproot the Ni family. After finishing the grave visit, the two returned in silence. Lunch consisted of authentic char siu rice rich in sauce and firm in rice, satisfying Chen Junhui's stomach. After the meal, he headed back to Ji Yuan, Sham Shui Pa. At the tea restaurant, Fat Chicken had just handed the money to Guanzai-san when he turned around and was stopped by a slow, leisurely greeting. "Fat Chicken." He froze, looking towards the sound. An old man sat in a rattan chair, a pipe clamped at the corner of his mouth, sparks flickering. If Chen Junhui were there, he would certainly recognize this was Long Jin, a veteran of Liansheng, who stood on equal footing with Chuan Bao. Guanzai-san was counting the money while introducing, This is our boss Uncle Long Jin, a peer of your top brother. Fat Chicken knew he couldn't avoid it, so he quickly bowed. Hello, Uncle Long Jin. Wheezy just earned a bit of pocket money, barely enough to make ends meet. Uncle Long Jin merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and let him go. Once Fat Chicken's footsteps faded, the old man slammed his palm on the mahogany table, causing the ash to jump. Who doesn't know that Prince Hui has struck it rich this time, with Lian Sheng? I've heard that the $1 million Mercedes driven by Chuan Bao was purchased with his money. Looks like it's time to give Deng Fei a call. This account needs to be recalibrated. Fat Chicken walked into Ji Yuan Cha Chan Tong and spilled everything to Chen Junhui. After listening, Chen Junhui's brows furrowed. This is bad. This business is too eye-catching and has already been picked apart. But he would never hand it over without a fight. The phone rang twice before the other end exploded in a roar. Bloody hell. I'm counting money. What kind of timing is this? Chen Junhui offered a wry smile. Boss, someone's jealous of my modest earnings and wants a cut. The voice on the line erupted anew. Who dares lay a finger on my man? I'll send you 2 biao with knives tonight. Chop him to pieces and feed him to the fish. Though he publicly scorned adult magazines as vulgar, he knew full well this business was his iron rice bowl for retirement. To threaten Chen Junhui was to strike at his very spine. No need for violence. The one asking questions is Uncle Long Jin, also a sitting master of the Wo Shing Wo triad. This matter demands your personal intervention. Chuan Bao's fury flared hotter, his voice cracked like thunder. That old fox Long Jin. I knew he'd been sharpening his blade in the shadows. Don't worry, Hui. Your business is above board, utterly unrelated to the triad. If he dares collect a single cent, I'll split him open with my own hands. After hanging up, Chen Junhui immediately dialed on Ming. Brother Ming, I need a favor. Could you please make a quick trip? Fat Chicken delivered the cash earlier, but Uncle Long Jin intercepted him and asked a few pointed questions. From the sound of it, he intends to siphon profits from the magazine. Not a single dollar will I yield. But I fear he'll strike first, slander me before Uncle Deng. So I ask you, Brother Ming, to quietly apprise Uncle Deng so he knows what's brewing. My deepest thanks, Brother Ming. I won't forget this kindness. The call ended. Chen Junhui leaned back in his chair, fingertips drumming softly on the desk. He had hoped to slip away quietly, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the triad. Reality slapped him hard. No sooner had he grasped a golden brick than hands reached for it from every direction. Without Chuan Bao's protection, Long Jin would have drawn his knife long ago. And on this island of Hong Kong, how many others were eyeing him as prime meat? He finally understood to run a peaceful business, he first had to make one thing unmistakably clear. His fist, Chen Junhui's fist, was harder than steel, hotter than flame. Just as he pondered this, Chuan Bao's own phone buzzed insistently on the desk. He snatched up the receiver. Instantly, Uncle Deng's deep, steady voice flowed through. Chuan Bao, Long Jin tells me your young protege has quite a knack for business. Chuan Bao's brow furrowed sharply, his jaw tightened instinctively. He hadn't expected Long Jin to summon Uncle Deng himself. Within the Wo Shing Wo, he feared no one, except men like Longan, who kept the taut, unrelenting thread of wariness coiled in his gut. Uncle Deng, don't believe Longan's wild boasts. It's just a magazine. How much could it possibly earn? Barely enough to keep the wolf from the door. Besides, Hui runs his business cleanly. No triad hand has lifted to help him, nor a single cent invested. Who gave him the right to demand payment? Uncle Deng spoke calmly, his tone unruffled, without a ripple of emotion. I understand your reasoning, but others may not agree. As it happens, I've invited several old brothers for morning tea. Join us. Could Chuan Bao refuse? Of course not. The moment he hung up, he barked for Brother Shan to prepare the car. Just as Shan reached for the door of the gleaming new Mercedes, Chuan Bao's sharp eyes caught the motion, and he raised a hand. Don't touch the Mercedes we gifted. Take the old Toyota instead. Shan hesitated for a breath, glanced swiftly at his boss, asked nothing, and silently closed the Mercedes door before slipping into the battered, paint-flecked Toyota. He acted with deliberate precision. The entire triad was watching Chen Junhui, now eager to carve a piece from his flesh. If Uncle Deng learned the Mercedes was a gift from Hui, fresh accusations of ingratitude and betrayal would surely follow. Uncle Deng's residence sat precisely between Yao Ma Ti and Kowloon, a position of perfect strategic duality, advance or retreat, both equally viable. Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok were solid Wo Shing Wo territory, yet Sim Sha Sui belonged to the Number Gang's dinosaurs. A bitter decades-long turf war had left countless street skirmishes in its wake. And the Kowloon walled city still stood, Hong Kong's most lawless, untamable stronghold. Should matters truly turn hostile, Uncle Deng could vanish into its labyrinthine alleys like a dragon glimpsed only in passing. Upon arriving at Uncle Deng's home, Chuan Bao saw several familiar Wo Shing Wo elders seated around the tea table. Long Jin sat with legs crossed, spitting enthusiasm about Chen Junhui. Crown Prince Hui is truly extraordinary. I flipped through that magazine. The cover model is scorching. Even Governor MacLehos reportedly took a copy home for careful study. This week alone, he's pocketed 7 or 8 million, faster than selling flour. This morning, he personally drove to Sai Kung and presented Chuan Bao a $1 million Mercedes, right there as a token of respect. Without Triad backing, how could he grow so fat? At the very least, he should hand over half. That's the bare minimum owed to the Wo Shing Wo name. Chuan Bao's temper flared instantly. Bullshit. Long Jin, you watch your filthy mouth. What backing? Did the Triad ever swing a blade for him? Or smooth things over with the police? It was I who lent him our printing press, placed his magazines in our newsstands, and brought brothers in to share the profit. If you can't speak sense, shut your mouth. No one mistakes you for mute. Next time I hear such nonsense from you, I'll lead men myself to raise your operation to the ground. Long Jin recoiled, his face flushing crimson, then paling to ash. His operations, brothels, lewd dens, were soft knife trades reliant on slick talk, but Chuan Bao's top enforcer Yu Tu Biao was cut from different cloth, his origins in narcotics trafficking, forged fists of iron, and a willingness to die. In real combat, no one dared underestimate him. Yet before so many senior elders, Long Jin refused to bow. Scare me. I don't play that game. Yu Tu Biao clings to a postage stamp patch in Lei Yuman, while I command half of Sham Shuipa. Name your date. We'll bring our men out face to face, and see whose fist carries more weight. As the two men's hostility thickened like gunpowder, several elders merely lifted their teacups, blew gently across the surface, and watched with quiet, knowing smiles. Though the Wo Shing Wo boasted many elders, true power rested in a tripartite balance: Uncle Deng, Chuan Bao, and Long Jin. The rest held no real authority, and stirred no real waves. Should Chuan Bao and Long Jin truly rupture, those elders would only rejoice, poised to reap the spoils. At that moment, Uncle Deng, seated at the head, cleared his throat softly and raised a hand to silence them all. Drink your tea. With that single command, even the fiercest rage had to subside. Only after the warm tea slid down his throat did Chuan Bao finally break the silence. Uncle Deng, we grew up under my watch. His father and mother died years ago, laying down their lives for the Triad. If the Triad truly demands payment from him, I'll raise no objection. But I will not be the one to ask. The meaning was clear: money could be taken, but he would not become the villain. Yet would anyone else's demand carry weight with Qin Junhui? After the final round of tea, Uncle Deng set down his purple clay cup with deliberate calm. Chuan Bao, I know, Crown Prince, we grew up beneath your wing. This magazine is legitimate white-collar commerce. In principle, the Triad has no claim upon it. If every brother had to pay tribute for every venture tomorrow, the Wo Shing Wo's 10,000 members would scatter. 8 out of 10 would walk away. Take Brother Ming's printing plant, or Uncle Lin's Gunt restaurant. Neither pays dues. These businesses thrive independently, yet the Triad uses them to place loyalists and sustain its ranks. Only men like Yu Tu Biao and Guan Zai-san, who run brothels or traffic narcotics, must pay monthly fees, since they constantly require Triad muscle to fight, bribe officials, and clear obstacles. At these words, the stone in Chuan Bao's chest finally settled. But before he could exhale, Uncle Deng shifted tone still. Crown Prince Hui is a Wo Shing Wo grass shoe, formally initiated, sworn in the Great Base. Look at the D and Alak, initiated alongside him. They may not earn as much, but they've expanded our territory by force. The D seized 2 more streets in Tsinwan. Now the entire district flies the Wo Shing Wo banner alone. Alak dismantled several number gang and new record bars along Jordan Road. That's how we uphold our honor and extend our domain. But Crown Prince Hui, not an inch of land claimed, not even 2 loyal lieutenants at his side. How can that stand? Chuan Bao listened, and found himself nodding inwardly, each word resonating as truth. To a veteran like him, publishing a magazine was mere sleight of hand. Real power came only from seizing streets, recruiting fighters, and spilling blood for the Triad's name. Yet in this moment, Chuan Bao had no choice but to shield Qin Junhui. His brow nodded as he interceded. Hui's always been timid, soft-boned, fearful of confrontation. Back in school, I once dragged Yu Tu Biao with me, twice, to storm the campus and scare off bullies. His parents were hacked to death by the new record gang. He witnessed it at age 7. Who can fault him for refusing to wield a blade? Silence fell over the room, heads bowed low, sighs heavy with memory. That very blood debt had been invoked when Qin Junhui was formally initiated into the Triad. Precisely because of that pallid, tragic foundation, Qin Junhui enjoyed near immunity within the Wo Shing Wo. Uncle Deng sighed deeply. I know forcing Hui to shed blood is cruel beyond measure. Yet he now bears the title of grass shoe and shoulders its duty. Turning sharply to Huanyo, his voice turned incisive. I hear you operate a brothel on Jitsuan Street in Sha Tin's Tai Y district. You currently hold sway in Tai Kok Sui, but Jitsuan Street lies adjacent to Jifu Street, perilously close to Crown Prince Hui's own turf. That brothel, transfer it to Hui. In return, pick any nightclub or lounge in Tai Kok Sui. The Triad will clear all barriers, ensuring you take firm control. There was no room for negotiation. Huanyo froze under that unblinking gaze, then nodded vigorously. To defy Uncle Deng was unthinkable, and trading distant influence for immediate dominance. Any fool could see he'd gained immeasurably. Huanyo's haste left Chuan Bao stiff and silent beside him. He saw clearly Uncle Deng had baited a trap. Where gambling entered, bloodshed followed. Where deceit took root, murder bloomed. A brothel seemed trivial, thin on profit, fragile as rice paper. Yet it was the most volatile powder keg imaginable. Once Chen Junhui assumed control, rival gangs would inevitably test him. Without calling upon Wo Shing Wo manpower, or invoking its name, how could he possibly prevail? And once he drew on Triad resources, every favor, every bond, every debt would be logged in the Wo Shing Wo's ledger. Escape? Impossible. Chuan Bao swallowed hard, tasting bitterness. Uncle Deng, truly a fox who had lived half a century, his cunning honed to lethal perfection. Recognizing Chen Junhui's sharp intellect and deft maneuvering, he seized the moment, binding him irrevocably to Lianqing, two men now tethered as tightly as insects on the same thread. Before he could fully digest those words, Uncle Deng's gaze swept coldly across the room. Call Brother Tai Zihui. Tell him to come immediately. The call rang through to GUNT restaurant, answered by Uncle Lin. Upon hearing it was Chuan Bao on the line, Uncle Lin instantly covered the mouthpiece and shouted toward the kitchen. Tai Zihui, Chuan Bao Shu is calling for you. Chen Junhui wiped his greasy hands and stepped out. Uncle Lin lowered his voice with a final whisper, it's from Uncle Deng's side. Chen Junhui nodded, understanding instantly that Uncle Lin was warning him to choose his words with care, leaving room for discretion. He took the receiver, his tone lazily unruffled. Uncle Chuan Bao, what's up? No idle chatter. Come to Uncle Deng's, now. The line went dead without ceremony. Chen Junhui hailed a taxi and sped straight to Uncle Deng's residence. As he climbed the narrow staircase, a faint right twist tugged at his lips. If memory served, it was precisely on this cramped flight of steps that Uncle Deng in his youth had once whirled iron chains like flaming wheels. Should Uncle Deng truly intend to turn hostile, Chen Junhui would not hesitate to let the elder taste years ahead of schedule the very fire he himself had once kindled. Pushing open the door, he entered a room alive with shifting silhouettes. Uncle Deng, Big Boss, Uncle Longan, Uncle Huanyo, Uncle Laogui. After greeting each in turn, Uncle Deng finally spoke, slow, deliberate, unhurried. Tai Zihui. Chen Junhui responded instantly. Uncle Deng, please, never address me so formally. These uncles watched me grow, their red envelopes still warm in my hands from Lunar New Year. If it pleases you all, just call me Huizai. At those words, quiet approval flickered across every face, especially Chuan Bao's, who slanted a mocking glance toward Long Jin across the room. You treat Chen Junhui as a junior worthy of respect, yet you without hesitation seek to seize the very livelihood he has built. Such audacity shames even ancestral tablets. Uncle Deng nodded. Very well. I shall call you Huizai henceforth. Then, with measured gravity, your magazine thrives. But have you considered whether others might follow your path and launch their own? His words carried grit, grating against the eardrums. If Chen Junhui could print, so too could anyone in Lianqing. Chen Junhui smiled, serene, untroubled. Uncle Deng, perhaps you haven't yet grasped the true nature of this trade. Before Hong Kong, gentlemen, why did every adult magazine on the market obscure its models? 3 key points. Was it because no one possessed genuine material? Hardly. Naked photographs taken during loan shark collections filled entire warehouses. Then why did no one simply publish them outright? Every uncle in the room fixed their eyes upon him, intense burning. Lianqing had spent decades in the loan sharking trade, amassing an incalculable trove of explicit imagery. Yet none had ever considered converting that raw inventory into profit. Shan Junhui's gaze swept across their faces, his voice calm, resonant. Because mere flesh piled high finds no buyers. It is too stark, too exposed, too dangerous to touch. Hong Kong people carry an innate contradiction. They crave such indulgence, yet dread being caught indulging. A photo book stripped bare is tantamount to branding oneself. I read pornography. Who dares pay for that? The assembled elders instinctively turned toward Long Jin. Not everyone possesses skin thick enough to stop bullets. Chen Junhui continued, voice steady. Even if someone dared buy it, they'd likely be street thugs or dock laborers, pockets light, wallets thin, incapable of sustaining real value. To unlock the middle class's purse strings, there is only one way. To veil the 3 points, cloaking the flesh in the elegant garb of fashion, so buyers may spend with pride and justification. But Hong Kong, gentlemen, is different. Yes, it contains nudity, but far more abundant are Rolls-Royce's Patek Philippe's and Hermes crocodile-skin handbags. Does Hong Kong, gentlemen, truly sell model pictorials? No, it sells the middle class's smoldering, restless yearning for a life just beyond reach. That is the root that strikes deepest into its readers' hearts. Wish to imitate it? By all means. But you must first surmount 3 formidable barriers. First, you must secure authentic Western content, original Playboy photo books, uncut penthouse covers, not facsimiles but first-hand freshly imported stock. My backdoor leads straight to New York. I hear the editors sneeze before the dust settles. Others, they can't even break the customs seal. Second, your English must transcend hello and thank you. You must dissect the razor edge of political essays, render erotic literature's poetic cadence, and translate with the unmistakable rhythm and breath of Hong Kong Cantonese. Wan Chai Doc's team with Triad youths. But how many can cigarette-dangling transmute Time magazine editorials in a sharp colloquial Cantonese verse? Third, you must possess clarity of mind. Facing political interviews, flattery alone won't suffice. You must detect the landmines buried in speech, the daggers concealed behind smiles. Your commentary must strike, with surgical precision, wield unflinching restraint, and leave readers nodding yes. That is exactly how it should be said. With a firm rap of his knuckles on the table, he declared, I swear, across all 9 districts of Hong Kong, no one else understands better how to perform bone-scraping therapy on the powerful. No sooner had Chen Junhui finished speaking than Chuan Bao nearly burst into applause. The message was unmistakable. This magazine was no copyable assignment. It was a singular creation authored solely by Chen Junhui, unmatched across Hong Kong. Uncle Deng slowly nodded, tapping his teacup lid gently against its rim, a silent acknowledgement. Huizai, your talent has long been clear to me. Yet, you've held rank within the society for some years now. What concrete deeds have you done for He Lianqing? Chen Junhui's Adam's apple bobbed. No reply came. To declare the magazine itself was society business would mean surrendering 20% of its revenue. Unthinkable. Seeing his silence, Uncle Deng lifted his purple clay teacup and blew lightly across its surface. Huizai, you're one of the boys we raised beneath our very eyes. Coincidentally, there's a horse stable on Jitsuan Street in Tai Wai, formerly under Uncle Huanyo's stewardship. Out of affection for you, he has voluntarily offered to place it under your command. Could Chen Junhui refuse? Of course not. He broke into a wide grin, turning toward Uncle Huanyo, voice ringing. Thank you, Uncle Huanyo. Uncle Huanyo laughed, relaxed and easy. Though he yielded the premises, Uncle Deng had already granted him something greater. The neon-lit bar in Tai Kok Sui, its sign gleaming quietly, transferred to his name. Once Chen Junhui accepted, Uncle Deng raised a hand to dismiss the gathering. As Chen Junhui rose to leave with Chuan Bao, Uncle Deng's voice halted him. Huizai, stay a moment. When the door clicked shut, leaving only the two of them, Uncle Deng himself lifted the teapot and poured a full cup. Huizai, do you resent me for anchoring you so firmly to He Lianqing's ship? Chen Junhui didn't glance at the tea. He pulled out a cigarette pack, snapped one free with a sharp click, and lit it with a crisp snap of his lighter. Never dare, Uncle Deng. Uncle Deng laughed aloud. The falsehood, so transparent, not even smoke could conceal it. He sipped his tea, his gaze darkening. Huizai, I ask you plainly, how did He Lianqing rise from a handful of dockside brawlers' fists to today's banner borne aloft by 100,000 shoulders? Back then, when I sat atop the dragon's throne, the 4 chief inspectors themselves paid homage. Firecrackers thundered through the streets. Chen Junhui replied casually, wasn't it your iron will and far-reaching connections, Uncle Deng? Uncle Deng shook his head, the amusement fading. Don't flatter me. Luck accounted for 70%. What remained I spent half a lifetime discerning. When the grassroots hollow out, power inevitably sinks downward. The Hong Kong government watches only the numbers in its ledgers. Who cares whether a grandmother in Sham Shui Per receives her rice coupons? Who asks whether a boy in Yao Ma Ti sleeps tonight beneath a bridge or on a police station floor? Where no one governs, governance must arise. Those who walk closest to the ground hold the true reins. Even chief inspectors offer cigarettes before addressing society leaders. Chen Junhui's expression tightened. He leaned forward slightly. Uncle Deng, if you see so clearly, then you must know the government is now pouring resources, personnel, housing estates, and community officers into the grassroots, determined to reclaim what was once ours. Once their boots hit the ground, the society faces only 2 paths: surrender authority or step aside. There is no third option. That too was why he refused to bind the magazine irrevocably to He Lianqing. He Lianqing's vessel may be massive, but its keel is riddled with termites. When the waves rise, it will sink faster than any other. Decline is inevitable, but I refuse to watch He Lianqing founder alongside it. These past years, my eyes have tracked every new recruit. Didi is ruthless, a loose steady, but the one who gives me true peace of mind is Yu Tai Zi Hui. Especially after you brought the magazine to life, I grew certain He Lianqing's fate rests in your hands. Huizai, have you ever seen a drowning man? Chen Junhui nodded. Hong Kong's waters ran deep. He'd often crouched on seawalls as a child, watching men flail, even spotting corpses drifting ashore. Uncle Deng's voice dropped low, like nails driven deep into floorboards. Now He Lianqing is that drowning man, thrashing wildly, desperate to grasp any vine that lets him breathe. And you, that vine. Whether you take hold is not yours to choose, or whether you bear its weight depends entirely on the strength in your shoulders. Chen Junhui drew deeply on his cigarette, the tip glowing, dimming, glowing again. He had never imagined in Uncle Deng's eyes he was no longer a junior, but the last mooring rope holding the entire vessel afloat. Suddenly he relaxed, his shoulders slouched sideways, and propped both feet squarely onto Uncle Deng's ebony tea table, snatching up the cup and draining it in one long defiant swallow. Boss, you serve tea so weak it tastes like dishwater. When will you switch to something with bite? Uncle Deng didn't flinch. He threw back his head and laughed heartily, then let Tai Zi Hui brew it. I hear you gifted Chuan Bao a Mercedes-Benz. What about tea? When will you honor Uncle Dang with a tin of premium mountain-grown leaves? Chen Junhui snorted a laugh and strode out, hands swinging loosely at his side. Uncle Dang watched his retreating back, laughter lingering, then gave a gentle, thoughtful shake of his head. For the first time in years, he felt profoundly unburdened. That very nonchalance, the slouch, the feet on the table, was the loudest, clearest assent imaginable. Chen Junhui had with his own hands tied, He Lianxing's reins around his own wrist. Turning away, Uncle Dang's gaze settled upon a yellowed map mounted on the wall, his fingertip resting on Tai Waisha Tin District. The stable would soon be secured, the flagpole planted firm. Within days, Chen Junhui would summon his men, deploy them, and establish his authority. Once he solidified his position as Tai Wai's dragon head, He Lianxing would cease to be his burden, and become instead his scabbard, his standard, his foundation. In time, he would lead these men ashore, founding corporations, investing in real estate, establishing schools. After hanging up, she offered a professional smile. Mr. Chen, the manager will see you now. Following her down the corridor, Chen Junhui met the fair-haired, blue-eyed foreign manager. Mr. Chen, may I ask which aspect of business you'd like to discuss today? Chen Junhui lifted his coffee cup calmly and replied, I understand your company currently offers only one tariff plan, 1 yuan per minute, whether making or receiving calls. I'd like to inquire. Could you install a dedicated line with a new billing structure, free incoming calls, but charged outgoing ones? Say 5 yuan per minute. The manager's brow twitched. Technically feasible, but inconvenient. Then why on earth should we change? To a monopolist, change has always been the most glaring red light. Chen Junhui took a slow sip of coffee, his smile serene, yet inscrutable. Indeed, there was no need to change before. After all, you've been feasting alone. Yet I recall with perfect clarity last year the Hong Kong government quietly relaxed regulations permitting private enterprises to enter the telecommunications sector. Li Ka-shing, Hong Kong's wealthiest tycoon, declared boldly at a press conference, telecommunications is the golden track of the next decade. Li Qianji of Sun Hung Kai Properties and Cheng Yutong of New World Development likewise signaled intent, through investment preparation or confidential negotiations, each moving faster, each burning hotter with ambition. Should your telephone company refuse this deal, I won't rush. I'll simply wait until the opportunity cools, and then approach those newly launched telecom startups directly. By then they'll be desperate for someone to walk through their door and fire their opening salvo. This deal may not yield staggering profits, but for a fledgling telecom firm, it's nothing short of life-saving, building credibility while stabilizing cash flow. The moment Chen Junhui finished speaking, the manager's composure froze solid. Outsiders saw calm waters, he knew better. The company's internal channels were already ablaze, scrambling to withstand the encirclement by these fresh, aggressive rivals. If he personally pushed a client into the arms of competitors, especially those eager newcomers hungry for their first breakthrough, not even 3 days would pass before his transfer order arrived from mainland China, demoting him to a junior clerk. His life in Hong Kong had grown too comfortable, suits, chauffeured cars, the respectful title of Manager X, and he had long since abandoned any desire to return to crowded subways, scolding supervisors, and that meager, soulless salary. He drew a deep breath, lowering his voice slightly. Mr. Chen, are you truly certain? 5 yuan per minute. Who would dare call? A faint smile curved Chen Junhui's lips, yet failed to reach his eyes. That concern falls outside your purview. My proposal is straightforward. I'll cover the cost of your lines and dedicated infrastructure, and revenue will be shared as agreed. But I have one non-negotiable condition, an exclusive agreement. Across all of Hong Kong, I alone shall operate every paid call service. Revenue sharing is flexible, 30% to the company plus an additional 0.5% deposited directly into your personal account. The manager unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. 30% is acceptable, but that 0.5%, might we reframe it? If your sincerity is genuine, 100,000 Hong Kong dollars will land in your account tonight. Chen Junhui rose and extended his hand decisively. Agreed. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. At my office, you bring your engineers to install the equipment. As for the 100,000, by closing time you'll find an envelope tucked inside your car. He gestured lightly toward the Mazda key resting on the table, its silver surface catching the light. The manager smiled as he shook hands, his palm damp with sweat. Inwardly, he was certain this young man wouldn't last 3 months. Otherwise, why would he so readily trade real money for a flimsy check? He never imagined that this single misjudgment would haunt him across countless sleepless nights. How with wealth measured in millions within easy reach, he clutched only a wad of $10,000 notes, letting the handle of an entire gold mine slip from his grasp. No sooner had the contract been signed than Chen Junhui turned and walked out. Stepping beyond the main entrance, he strode, without pause, toward the parking lot. Spotting the deep blue Mazda, he turned slightly and addressed Fat Chicken, who trailed closely behind. See that? Later you'll place 100,000 in cash into the glove compartment of the driver's seat. Fat Chicken nodded instantly. Within Triad Circle's car, theft wasn't skill. It was instinct, smoother than lighting a cigarette. They handled valet parking across all of Hong Kong, every street, every building, every club. License plates, models, insurance policies, even owners' temperaments were etched indelibly into memory. which cars carried full coverage, ensuring insurers would pay out regardless, which hadn't renewed even mandatory liability insurance, leaving owners furious for weeks after theft, which had just rolled off the Shenzhen docks still unregistered and ripe for the taking. No one knew better. 9 out of 10 smuggled vehicles flooding black markets across mainland China and Southeast Asia still bore the warm residue of Hong Kong's asphalt, stolen by local youths in flip-flops and chewing gum squatting roadside pretending to repair cars. Even third-rate gang members could pick locks blindfolded. So what a fat chicken personally selected by Chen Junhui. Stabbing. His hand might tremble. Hot wiring. He wouldn't even bother lifting the trunk lid. He inserted engine humming softly gone. Once the task was complete, Chen Junhui hailed a taxi and headed straight for Brother Ming's printing factory. The moment he stepped inside, workers swarmed around him, thumbs raised high. Prince Hui, you're solid. Brother Ming just handed each of us a red envelope. $1,000. That's half a year's wages. He said the money came from you. He called you the most generous boss alive. Next time you need muscle, count me in. My hand's broken, but my knife skills haven't rusted. Chen Junhui laughed, patted shoulders, bowed slightly, and cracked jokes. Then slipped past the noisy workshop to find Slim Dog, exchanged pleasantries, and finally pushed open the frosted glass door at the far end. Brother Ming was mid-negotiation, his voice booming even through the door. Mr. Zhou, I've had our senior technician inspect your equipment. It's genuinely in excellent condition. But 200,000. That price is simply impossible. 15,000 is my absolute ceiling. Mr. Zhou frowned deeply. Brother Ming, this price is truly reasonable. German-made, imported, brand new, only 1 year old, 90% new. Just shipping costs burned 40,000. 15,000. You could buy a second-hand BMW for that. As they argued, a soft knock sounded at the door. Chen Junhui entered. Seeing him, Brother Ming leapt up, speaking rapidly. Mr. Zhou, we'll continue tomorrow. Family emergency. Mr. Zhou sighed, gathered his bag, and left. Once the door clicked shut, Brother Ming rubbed his hands together and grinned. Huaj, did you come today to collect debts? Chen Junhui gave a wry smile and shook his head. Brother Ming, spare me. You're pushing 45, I'm only 19. Calling you brother makes my bones ache. Brother Ming blinked, then burst into laughter. Fine, fine, Prince Hui. Prince Hui. Now that title carries weight. He poured Chen Junhui a fresh cup of hot tea, steam curling upward richly before asking slowly, so, what brings you here? Chen Junhui furrowed his brow. Brother Ming, do you know Deng Bo summoned me this morning? Brother Ming nodded. Slim Dog had already briefed him. Deng Bo assigned me the horse stable on Jitsuan Street, the one formerly run by Huan Yo. This morning I reviewed the books, about 10 women pulling in no more than 2,000 a day. A sly smile tugged at Brother Ming's lips. He couldn't help it. 2,000 a day is already prime grazing ground. I checked out the stalls in Ma on Shan. Most pull in barely over 1,000 daily. Still, you're the man who cleared 8 million in 7 days. Such petty earnings surely don't catch your eye. Chen Junhui exhaled deeply. He knew well enough that 2,000 used to feed an entire crew. But after being drenched in 8 million, that figure tasted like plain rice. Bland, hollow, utterly uninspiring. I've spent all morning thinking this stable can't stay in the flesh trade. It must pivot into a nighttime hotline service. Brother Ming's brows knotted tightly. A hotline. Will that work? Chen Junhui shook his head gently. Uncertain. I'm the first to dive into these dark waters in Hong Kong. Even if it fails, the women keep working, and the Triads' tribute flows uninterrupted down to the last cent. Brother Ming nodded. As long as money arrived reliably, the Triad never interfered with how subordinates ran their affairs. Before he finished speaking, Chen Junhui pulled out a red flyer and handed it over. Brother Ming, a favor going forward, insert 1 copy of Hong Kong Nightline into every issue of Hong Kong Magazine. Brother Ming scanned it, an illustration of a woman in a crimson dress, her gaze laced with allure. Beneath 2 lines of text, Hong Kong Nightline. Cures midnight restlessness. 5 yuan per minute. Charged instantly. He pressed his tongue against his molars and clicked softly. Far more refined, and far more memorable, than the old red flyers plastered with busty women. Still, the price felt steep. 5 yuan per minute, nearly the cost of a hand-brewed coffee. Once matters were settled, Brother Ming personally escorted him back to Gunt restaurant. En route, he brought up buying a car again. With several million in assets, Chen Junhui could afford a pair of Ferraris. Brother Ming, don't think I don't want to. I remember exactly how my parents died. I can recite it blindfolded. They were tracked to a restaurant, hundreds from XING descended with cleavers and hacked them apart on the spot. Buy a car. That's like welding Prince Hui is here onto the rear bumper for everyone to tail. He recalled a blunt remark from a retired mercenary during a live stream. Tracking people is hard. Tracking cars is easy. A parked car means the person will eventually appear. A moving car guarantees they're inside. Brother Ming fell silent, swallowed hard, and lit a cigarette without another word. Hardly had they returned to Gun when Fat Chicken entered with 2 young men. Boss, the job's done. 100,000. Slipped into the dashboard compartment of that silver Toyota. This is Ah Xiang, this is Ah Quan. Both grew up in public housing estates. Each commands 4 or 5 reliable runners. Asyang Aquan, call him top boss. The two glanced up at Chen Junhui, tall, slender, scholarly looking hardly the image of a brawler. Yet they immediately bowed low and shouted in unison, top boss. Chen Junhui smiled and handed each a thick stack of golden lion banknotes. Asyang Aquan, is that right? From now on follow Fat Chicken closely and work diligently. This 10,000 is for drinks, to soothe your throats. Delighted they accepted it, eagerly bowing repeatedly, thank you top boss. After they left to park cars, Chen Junhui waved to Fat Chicken. From now on the printing factory answers to Slim Dog, the stable falls under your command. You'll oversee it with them. Fat Chicken waved dismissively, boss. The stable's switching to the hotline. Trouble won't be frequent. I suggest we station them both on Jifu Street. Should anything happen to you, Uncle Chuanbao would skin me and Shogo alive and hang our hides to cure like sausages. Chen Junhui paused thoughtfully, then nodded in agreement. After dismissing Feiji, he raised his voice toward the doorway, Asyang Aquan. The two men, who had just been guiding a junior brother through parallel parking, leapt inside at once. Boss, you called for us. Chen Junhui pointed to the stack of red paper piled waist-high beside the table. 1,000 copies of Hong Kong Night Tales. Deliver them all tonight. Don't shove them into pedestrians' hands. Target only sedans. Slip each flyer into the driver's door handle crevice. Anyone willing to spend $5 for 1 minute on the phone either owns a car or doesn't fret over fuel costs. Asyang and Aquan exchanged a glance, their faces flickering with hesitation, but they still hoisted 2 towering stacks of flyers and stepped out the door. Just past the street corner, they delegated the task to their respective juniors. While waiting for the traffic light to turn green, Asyang pulled out a cigarette and lit it casually, striking up conversation. My name is Wei Jixiang. I grew up in the Tai public housing estate. Im Fei Quan, from Ma Liaoshui. Before the words had fully left their mouths, Feiji had already stepped into the brothel. He moved with practiced ease, heading straight for Sister Lian. After a brief exchange, both frowned. Feiji complained that 5 minutes for $5 was exorbitant. Sister Lian shook her head firmly. Over a telephone line. You can't touch, kiss, or even smell. Why would anyone pay such foolish money? Yet Chen Junhui had already given the final order. They could only grit their teeth and give it a try. The next morning, technicians from the telephone company arrived punctually and installed 20 dedicated lines with sharp, efficient clicks. That evening, the brothel blazed with light. The women crowded around the telephones, eyes darting nervously, palms slick with sweat. Not a single one believed the devices would truly ring. Then precisely at 9 o'clock, ding, the first call arrived. Sister Lian snatched up the receiver, cleared her throat, and spoke in a voice so honeyed it seemed steeped in nectar. Sir, welcome to Hong Kong Night Tales. Whose voice would you like to hear tonight? As long as it pleases you, sister, can be anyone you wish. Of course, sister works too. Oh my, naughty little brother, don't press those buttons recklessly. Hey, why are you hanging up? 5 minutes later, Sister Lian slapped the handset down, laughing so hard her eyes crinkled upward at the corners. 5 minutes, $25 earned. Far better than rolling in bed with men whose sweat reeks like a storm-racked harbor. Beside her, Feiji exaggeratedly thrust his thumb skyward until his knuckles nearly brushed the ceiling. Sister Lian, the fire in your voice just now scorched straight into a man's very marrow. Not just pampered young masters. This old sea dog who's weathered every kind of gale felt his own chest grow warm. A few of the girls' eyes gleamed like lit lanterns, their jaws practically dropped to the floor. One call every 5 minutes. No undressing, no scrubbing, no all-night endurance. If this business held steady, it would outshine the brothel trade by a full tenfold. Sister Lian scoffed, flipping her eyes upward with crisp, unapologetic disdain. When you're hustling clients, how many of you haven't been forced to adopt new names, new identities? Hey, sister cousin, even pretending to be a long-lost auntie. And isn't it the same now? Heaven and earth may be vast, but the customer reigns supreme. Let him cast you as whoever he wishes. You slip into that person's skin. Thicken your face, soften your bones, and the deed is done. It's merely a phone call. Not stripping off blankets, not removing makeup, not showering 10 times over. Effortless as sipping cool herbal tea, soothing as basking in sunlight. The girls nodded in unison, their spines straightening instinctively. Indeed, their hands didn't ache, their legs didn't tremble, barely 3 drops of sweat broke upon their brows. Yet money poured in like monsoon rain. After finishing her lecture, Sister Lian tilted her gaze toward Feiji, lips curving slyly. Brother G, didn't you just say you couldn't resist? Why not step in with me right now and give it a try, eh? Every girl here is my apprentice. When it comes to reading hearts and mastering timing, no one in this entire brothel understands the art better than I do. The women of the brothel chased cash, not chastity plaques. Flirting with the bouncers or slinging an arm over a shoulder came as naturally as picking up a cigarette. Which of the Triads gatekeepers wasn't immersed daily in perfume and powder, treating nightly revelry as routine? Feiji immediately waved both hands like fanning flames, beads of sweat breaking across his forehead. Sister Lian, that was just loose talk, empty boasting. If I actually laid a hand on you, my boss would arrive at midnight with a blade to audit our accounts. convinced we'd conspired to dip into his pockets. So he claimed, but what truly held him back was another layer of taboo. Most of the brothel's women carried diseases. He feared catching ill fortune himself, and afterward not even daring to hug his own mother. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the telephone rang again. Sister Lien lifted her chin toward the most seasoned girl. "You're up." "Hello, sir, good evening. This is Hong Kong Night Tales, where we listen only to what lies deepest in your heart." The girl suddenly widened, her eyes swallowed hard, but her voice never faltered. "Oh, so it's a lady calling, is it? Right away. We'll connect you with a gentleman instead." She shot Feiji a desperate look. Trapped on the spot, he grabbed the receiver without hesitation. "Good evening, madam. I'm Aji. Yes, I'm not really Aji. You damn." 10 minutes later, Feiji slumped in his chair, hollow-eyed and vacant, as if 3 souls and 7 spirits had been ripped from his body. "Damn it. Crazy bitch. How does the world still breed such creatures?" The girls burst into peals of laughter. Sister Lien merely smiled serenely and extended her palm fingers splayed wide. "Brother G, $50 earned and delivered." Feiji sighed bitterly and shook his head resignedly, opening the ledger to inscribe AG neatly under the name column, then drawing a bold X beneath it. This was the work log, recording precisely who took which calls for how long and how many per shift down to the minute. At months in salaries were calculated solely from this book. That night the brothel's telephones rang ceaselessly, but totaled barely 30 calls. At $5 per 5-minute call, 30 calls yielded only $750. Sister Lien furrowed her brow, leaning close to Feiji. 30 calls in one night. Still less than what we used to earn from just 3 or 4 clients. If things stay this quiet, brother, we might rip out the telephone wires and lay down fresh red carpet instead. Yet strangely, by the next dawn, Sister Lien had already quietly fallen in love with this new trade. Holding a receiver and murmuring soft words, money landed directly in her pocket. Always more dignified, always less exhausting than lying supine, with legs spread wide. In the end, it was all performance. Now lighter, smoother, without needing to inhale strangers' sweat. Feiji, however, remained utterly unruffled, idly twirling an unlit cigarette between his fingers. Sister Lien. This is only day 1. Today's fresh issue of Hong Kong Gentleman hit newsstands this morning. That's our true key to the door. 20 phones aren't nearly enough. I've already arranged for the telephone company to install 30 more first thing tomorrow morning. All expenses covered by the brothel. I've also selected 10 sharp-witted juniors, trained just like yours, to answer calls and charm clients. He'd already calculated among last night's 30-odd calls, over a dozen had come from women. He could manage alone, for now. But when the phones flooded, he wouldn't even have time to catch his breath. Feiji worked until dawn, personally installing all 30 new telephones and recruiting 10 young men. Just past 5 p.m., the telephones began ringing incessantly. By 8 p.m., the girls were drinking water mid-call, their tongues rattling like machine guns. Sister Lien herself was drenched in sweat, her voice cracked and hoarse. "Ah shue. If you won't scramble for money, do you dare sit there gnawing on a steamed bun? Answer the phone. This caller has dialed 4 times, demanding your voice specifically. Ling. Need to relieve yourself. Grab a glass bottle and make do. Will you die? What nonsense is this? Tomorrow I'll order paper diapers for each of you. Save you the trouble of faking stomachaches to slack off. Where's Feiji? Borrowed him hours ago, and still no sign." This was unquestionably Alien's most exhausting, loudest, most foot-not-oching think-the-ground day since entering the trade. At 8 a.m., the brothel finally fell silent. The girls gathered in a circle, massaging numb wrists while chatting of Feiji, and Sister Lien bent over ledgers, tallying figures stroke by stroke. Several girls stared longingly at Ashue, who was rinsing her mouth with ice water. "Ashue, you had it easiest last night. 1 call lasting a full 2 hours. At $5 a minute, 120 minutes equals 600. Take just 20% and you've earned $120. More than a whole night's work before. Teach us. What did you say to lock him onto you like glue?" Ashue spat out a mouthful of icy water, her brows knotting tightly. "Don't ask. I've used up 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. His mother died in a car crash last year, and he says my voice sounds exactly like hers. Last night I listened to him cry for an hour, then sang lullabies with him for another hour." Money flowed easily, but Ashue felt a chill crawl up her nape as though a cold hand traced her spine. Hearing this, the others instantly shrank back, eyes wide, jealousy vanishing in an instant. None wished to be mistaken for the dead over the phone. Coddled, worshipped, sobbed to as Mama. At that moment, Feiji and Sister Lien closed their ledgers. Sister Lien strode to the center of the circle, ledger clutched tight. The moment she lifted her foot, every woman fell silent and turned toward her. "We now operate 50 telephones. Last night, each averaged 11 hours of use. Total earnings last night, $165,000. Though they'd anticipated strong returns, the girls collectively drew a sharp, stunned breath upon hearing the figure. Consider this: elite brothels in Central and Tsim Sha Tsui rarely cleared $30,000 or $40,000 after a full night's grueling labor, and that counted as extraordinary windfall. Yet last night, armed only with telephones and voices, they shattered records. earning over 16 times more than a traditional brothel's peak earnings. Instantly the air in the room crackled with energy, eyes gleamed, hearts surged with heat. Higher profits meant fuller pockets for everyone. Ashwa, you took the most calls last night working nonstop for 14 hours. At $5 per minute, that totals $4,200. 4,200. Equivalent to 2 full nights' earnings in the old brothel trade. Of this, some 30% goes to the telephone company, 30% to Prince Hui, 20% to the Triads Central Fund, and the remaining 20% is yours, which leaves $840. Sister Lien immediately flipped open the metal cash box, counted out $840, and handed them to Ashwa with brisk efficiency. Onlookers' eyes nearly glued themselves to that thick wad of bills. Before, Ashwa would fight tooth and nail all night, only to pocket $80 or $90. Now seated comfortably in a chair, speaking smiling, over $800 flowed into her hands. Ashwa gripped the money, her lips lifting uncontrollably upward. Thank you, Sister Lien. Before her words faded, she raised her wrist, shaking the money in the air, and grinned at her sisters. They'll treat you all later. At the nearby Dawei tea restaurant, dim sum and chit-chat all on me. This time she was truly generous. Before the money even warmed in her hands, she was already thinking of celebrating. Then Sister Lien began to distribute the wages. Although others weren't as eye-catching as Ashwa, they at least received over 700. Finally her gaze swept over the few girls borrowed from elsewhere. You are different from them. They are our own from Malin, paid according to the division of profits. You are external hires, so you can only be paid according to the agreed terms. 200 each, not a penny more, not a penny less. The girls accepted the 2 thin bills in silence, their faces filled with reluctance. The work was the same, their mouths ran just as much, yet others took home over 800, while they only got 200. More importantly, out of that 200, 100 had to be given to the original Malin, leaving them only 100. One girl finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward to ask, Sister Lien, I want to switch to your place, are you hiring? Sister Lien glanced at her and replied without hesitation. If you're willing to come, we welcome you with open arms. She paused, her voice taking on a more serious tone, but you need to think carefully. This is the territory of Lien Shang. She understood that if these girls turned, the original Malin would lose face. But so what? Who is afraid of Lien Shang? A few second-rate gangs wouldn't dare to act wildly under Lien Shang's nose. In the past, Sister Lien might not have dared to be so tough. But last night's 65,000 was like a fire igniting her confidence. Lien Shang would never let this fat piece of meat rot in their hands. With last night's auspicious start, tonight was bound to be another busy night, with the phone ringing off the hook. Sister Lien and Fei Ji had just finished distributing the money and headed straight to Gunt restaurant to find Chen Junhui. As soon as Fei Ji entered, he reached out and grabbed a piece of char siu from Chen Junhui's plate, shoving it into his mouth. Boss, I'm starving. If it weren't for listening by the phone all night yesterday, I wouldn't have believed that there are so many perverts among the girls in Hong Kong Island. Chen Junhui shook his head with a smile and turned to shout towards the kitchen. Lin Bo, add 2 more servings of char siu and 2 bowls of vegetable porridge. Before the hot porridge was served, Sister Lien sincerely asked, Brother Hui, can you guess how much we made yesterday? Before he could answer, she excitedly announced the number, 65,000. A full 65,000. That's even fiercer than Malin's earnings in a month. Fei Ji scoffed. Sister Lien, this little money wouldn't even make the boss raise an eyebrow. Have you forgotten? The Hong Kong Men's Weekly magazine makes several million a week. There's no way they can let paid calls snatch their meals. Sister Lien slapped her forehead, looking awkwardly at Chen Junhui. But he leisurely took a sip of porridge and waved his hand. Fei Ji, you're missing the point. If paid calls are done thoroughly, they can be just as lucrative as magazines. Checking the weather, looking up numbers, simple legal consultations. Even chatting for fun can become a business. Focusing only on those people at night is too narrow. How to expand it and make it bigger is what you both need to ponder next. I originally took 30%. From now on, I'll reduce it by 10%, leaving 20%, which you and Sister Lien will split evenly. They exchanged glances, their eyes shining with excitement. Half a share sounds small, but when divided daily, it starts at 8,000. Moreover, Chen Junhui's words hinted at an even bigger picture. If it truly expands, earning $1 million a month wouldn't be a dream. Sister Lien immediately raised her teacup and solemnly clinked it against Chen Junhui's bowl. Brother Hui, I'm sticking with you for life. After finishing the morning tea, she added somewhat bashfully, Brother Hui, last night we temporarily borrowed a few people from other Malins. They said they wanted to switch over when they left, and I casually agreed. Upon hearing this, Chen Junhui's brow furrowed slightly, as he immediately understood the implications. These people would definitely confront the original Malin for leaving. The original Malin would never let them go easily. It was highly likely that a hard conflict was already on the way. But he didn't blame Sister Lien. The business was booming, and sooner or later they would need to expand their workforce. When the tree grows tall, it attracts the wind, and this was unavoidable. Not stirring up trouble today would mean facing the consequences tomorrow. He nodded. Sister Lien, this matter isn't your fault. Then he turned to Fei Ji and instructed, when you return to Malin, bring a Quan and a Xiang along, keep a close watch over there. Fei Ji frowned. And what about you? What if they come for you? Chen Junhui smiled, brushing it off. I'm just going to visit Uncle Deng and let him know what's happening on Malin's side. When Fei Ji heard that Chen Junhui was going to see Uncle Deng, he immediately fell silent, even his breathing became lighter. Uncle Deng was the most senior and influential elder alongside Lian Sheng. Even the Blackheart Snake had to serve him tea and make way. He remained in a high position not because of brute strength, but because of his solid connections within the police force. With Uncle Deng's approval, even if Chen Junhui were to ride a bicycle around Victoria Bay 3 times, no one would dare to stop him. Once Fei Ji and Lian left, Chen Junhui hailed a taxi and headed straight to Uncle Deng's residence. Uncle Deng was like a lone wolf without a wife or any dependents. When the door opened, Uncle Deng stood at the entrance in an old bathrobe, his brow furrowed enough to pinch a mosquito. "Ahui, can't you wait until I've finished breakfast to discuss matters?" The old man sleeps heavily. At this time his stomach is still empty and his bones feel achy. Chen Junhui shook the thermal bag in his hand, a whiff of hot porridge mixed with the sweet and salty scent of char siu wafting inside. "I figured you hadn't started eating yet, so I bought a bowl of vegetable porridge with char siu on the way. It's still hot." Breakfast was laid out on the table, and Chen Junhui leaned against the side, neither urging nor advising. Uncle Deng leisurely took small spoonfuls and savored each bite as if he were tasting tea. After more than half an hour, the bowl was finally empty. Chen Junhui couldn't help but sigh. "Uncle Deng, your appetite is really not as quick as Uncle Chuan Bao's. That guy finishes a bowl of noodles in 10 minutes while you're having a meal that almost takes as long as finishing half a Cantonese opera." Uncle Deng raised an eyelid and placed his chopsticks on the table. "Oh, are you comparing me to Chuan Bao? That guy was a double-flower red stick who licked blood from the edge of a knife, specializing in cutting people. Ooh, as for me, I use a paper fan, relying on my wits, not brute strength. Stop beating around the bush. Did you get into trouble? Otherwise, why are you here knocking on my door so early?" Chen Junhui shook his head, then nodded. "It's really not a big deal. I'm just here to report the accounts. Last night's earnings from Malin. 63,800. According to the old rules, 20% goes to the society, which means 32,700 must be paid. I've never paid before, and I don't even know whose pocket it goes into." Uncle Deng, who was just lazily listening, thought it was just a small sum from a small venue. Malin, the largest on Hong Kong Island, could easily make 10,000 overnight. 63,000. That would be bragging without even a rough draft. But once the number was settled, the fatigue on his face vanished completely, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. "Ahui, be honest. Did you open a black market? Kidnapping, extortion, and strong-arming for protection fees?" If it weren't for that, he couldn't imagine how a Malin could swallow 63,000 overnight. Chen Junhui rolled his eyes and lifted the thermal bag higher. "Uncle Deng, what do you take me for? I don't dabble in dirty work at all. I transformed Malin entirely into a paid call business. The girls don't need to drink, entertain, or wash. They earn a fortune just by dialing." After hearing the whole story, Uncle Deng let out a long breath and chuckled. "The river and lake always produces exceptional talents. That saying is truly not wrong. In this business, throughout Hong Kong, only you Tai Zihui would dare to think, dare to change, and dare to implement. I long predicted that you would be the one to carry the banner for Lian Sheng in the next decade. Once the Blackheart Snake steps down, I will be the first to push you into the position of decision-maker." Chen Junhui quickly raised both hands. "Uncle Deng, let's make this clear. I'll put all my effort into making money for the society. As for the position of decision-maker, please spare me." Uncle Deng stared at him, sighing, deeply wishing he could crack open his head to see if it was filled with tofu. Others were fighting tooth and nail for the position, yet he on the other hand was handed the opportunity, but still found it too hot to handle. "The money can wait. Just give it to the current treasurer weekly." The treasurer, an old Timur in charge of all the society's finances, always chosen for their fairness and composure. Chen Junhui nodded. He had long heard the name of the treasurer. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something important. "By the way, Uncle Deng, there's a small matter that requires your help. Last night I was short-staffed, so I borrowed dozens of girls from several Malins on Jizuan Street. The paid call business is clean, easy, and quick to make money. Many girls expressed interest in switching over after hearing about it. I'm currently short on people, so I didn't stop them. I estimate the bosses on Jizuan Street must be cursing me this morning." Uncle Deng stared at him for 2 seconds before suddenly laughing. "So this is the real reason you came to block my door before dawn? Don't worry, you are working for the society and paying on time, so the society recognizes you as one of us. They'll call a friend right away and have him send someone over." Within half an hour, a young man in a black leather jacket stepped into Uncle Deng's house. Chen Junhui glanced at him and frowned. There was a scent of police that couldn't be hidden, as if he had just walked out of the reporting room. "Hello, Mr. Deng. I am Officer Chen from the East Kowloon Division of the Hong Kong Police Force's Major Crimes Unit. Chief Wu instructed me to report to you this week." Chen Junhui was taken aback, but Uncle Deng grinned, his eyes sparkling with the light of a prank well executed. "Ahui, look at your expression. You really look like someone hearing for the first time that the gang and the police can sit down and have a meal together. To be honest, cooperation is the norm. Fighting is actually a last resort. With Lian Sheng's tens of thousands of people, that's tens of thousands of eyes and ears. Without our help in monitoring and gathering information, would the Major Crimes Unit be able to achieve today's efficiency? Especially in East Kowloon Mong Kok, Yao Matit Sim Sha Sui, all bustling areas with the most vice. When a major case arises, the first call the Major Crimes Unit makes is definitely to me, asking for clues, people, and undercover agents. Chief Wu and I have been friends for 20 years, drinking tea and playing chess. Chen Junhui paused for a moment, finally nodding, having grasped the depth of the waters in Hong Kong. Uncle Deng turned to Officer Chen, his tone taking on a more serious note. Assistant Inspector Chen, I entrust Hui Zai's safety entirely to you. His background is clean. What he's tangled with are merely a few horse stables in Tai Wai, nothing formidable. Assistant Inspector Chen nodded crisply. Emerging from Uncle Deng's home, Chen Junhui realized his escort had arrived by car, meaning he wouldn't need to pay for taxis over the next few days. As the car wound its way toward Tai Wai, Assistant Inspector Chen repeatedly glanced at Chen Junhui through the rearview mirror. Chen Junhui sat quietly in the back seat, leafing through a newspaper, his fingertips gently tracing the edge of its pages. Compared to ordinary streetwise youths, Chen Junhui seemed to have stepped out of an entirely different volume. Most of his peers flaunted garish streaked hair and wore ostentatious outfits, fluorescent trousers, studded jackets, leopard print shirts, as if desperate to scream, "Don't mess with me," right across their foreheads. Chen Junhui, however, defied convention. Even in the sweltering heat of midsummer, he wore a perfectly tailored ink-black suit, his tie clasp fastened to the very top button, his cuffs immaculate, and unwrinkled, his nails trimmed with surgical precision. What stunned even more was this: how many Hong Kong triad youths would seriously read a newspaper? They crowded around newsstands, eyes darting only at glossy, lurid covers, scouring for adult magazines brimming with bare skin and seductive smiles. Yet Chen Junhui held Asia Economic News, his finger gliding across the financial section with the rapt concentration of someone deciphering a classified intelligence briefing. Assistant Inspector Chen found himself recalling the earlier conversation at the precinct. "Chief, did you not hear clearly? I'm an officer from the Major Crime Unit. You want me to guard a triad youth?" "This is a direct order," the superior replied, his brow faintly furrowed but tone unyielding. "A million citizens wear black shirts, but they remain duly registered residents of Hong Kong." Assistant Inspector Chen sank heavily into his chair, voice hardening. "He's just a low-level thug. No one's dying over him. We investigate serial murders, armed kidnappings, and gold shop heists, not shield gangsters from bullets." "Ah Chen, do you truly believe I chose your name at random? Last year's central bank robbery, how did we locate the thieves' alley hideout? And the year before, during the Wan Chai gunfight, whose tip revealed the origin of that Type 54 pistol? Both leads came through Uncle Deng of the Wo Shing Wo. Of Hong Kong's 20,000 officers, how many operate without triad informants behind the scenes? Without these hidden threads weaving a net, this city would long since have descended into chaos. This time Uncle Deng personally phoned and named you for the assignment. Anyone he deems worth protecting must be the future standard-bearer of the Wo Shing Wo. I trust you'll handle it with discretion. That's why I assigned it to you." With that, Assistant Inspector Chen had no choice but to accept. Just before stepping out, he delivered one final line, face stern. "I'll guard him. But should he traffic drugs or take lives under my watch, I'll break his arm on the spot." His superior nodded. Uncle Deng holds a scale in his heart. Snapped back to the present, Assistant Inspector Chen glanced again at Chen Junhui in the rearview mirror. Chen Junhui stiffened slightly under that steady gaze, cleared his throat, and tilted his chin toward the driver. "Inspector Chen, is there rice stuck to my face?" Assistant Inspector Chen shook his head. Chen Junhui tilted his head with a wry smile. "Then why keep staring at me? You've turned around 7 times in just minutes. Could it be you're taken with me? If so, even at the risk of offending Uncle Deng, I'd ask you to step out of the car." Assistant Inspector Chen shot him a withering look. "Spare yourself the flattery. I simply find you don't seem like a triad man at all." Chen Junhui closed the newspaper and rubbed his thumb lightly over its masthead. "Inspector Chen, do you think I want to be in this line of work? I was forced onto this path. My parents passed away early. It was Brother Chuan Bao of the Wo Shing Wo who raised me. When he told me to join, could I refuse? Besides, in Hong Kong, 1 million people rely on triads for livelihood. Without a proper branch backing you, you can't even rent a stall." At the mention of Chuan Bao, Assistant Inspector Chen slammed the brakes. The car skidded sideways, tires screeching against the curb before jolting to a halt. He whirled around, eyes sharp as blades. "The Chuan Bao of Kun Tong. His top lieutenant, Yu Biao, the one dealing in narcotics, correct?" Though not from the Narcotics Bureau, he'd heard that name over a dozen times. Dealing in narcotics was no mere sugar-dusting affair. Chen Junhui sighed and nodded. "Yes, it's him. Though the operation is now fully managed by Yu Biao. The Wo Shing Wo's waters run shallow. Real large-scale trafficking remains firmly in the hands of the Sun Yi On and Tung Sing." Assistant Inspector Chen sneered. "Shallow or not, narcotics remain narcotics. May I ask, Mr. Chen, what exactly is your line of work?" If he were truly involved, he'd cuff him and haul him straight to headquarters. Chen Junhui tapped his chest lightly. "Me. I publish magazines and dabble in second-hand mobile phones. Have you heard of Hong Kong, gentlemen? I run it. Assistant Inspector Chen gave a curt nod and shifted gears, steering steadily toward Taiwan. Knowing the magazine bore his imprint, he knew instantly Chen Jun we couldn't possibly be involved in narcotics. The publication itself, with its gold-embossed cover and glossy spreads of models, earned more than an entire drug pipeline. Recalling those Western model covers, Assistant Inspector Chen asked casually, "You certainly have connections. How do you source foreign models?" As a lifelong bachelor, he was in fact a long-time subscriber. Chen Junhui snorted a laugh. "Do I possess divine powers? Those are reprints from established American periodicals, pure piracy. Surely, Assistant Inspector, you won't hold that against me." Assistant Inspector Chen waved a dismissive hand. "Piracy. A triviality, no blood spilled. We in the Major Crime Unit investigate murder and arson. Copyright infringement falls under the Commercial Crime Bureau." Reading his reaction, Chen Junhui instantly understood. When even the police deemed it inconsequential, no one else would dare raise a whisper. 15 minutes later, the car drew smoothly to a stop before Jiyuan Restaurant. No sooner had Chen Junhui stepped inside the Cha Chan Tung than Uncle Lin waved him over. "Huizai, brother Chuan Bao just called." His tone was grave. Sounded like he was holding back a storm. Chen Junhui grunted acknowledgement and pulled out his phone to return the call. "Who is it?" One syllable, and he knew fury simmered beneath. Chen Junhui shrugged, wondering which unlucky soul had just walked into the crosshairs. "Brother, it's me, Huizai. Who's angered you? I'll bring someone over for a quiet chat." At that voice, Chuan Bao's temper erupted like wildfire. "You good-for-nothing fool. Who dares provoke me? Aside from you, blind, reckless, and utterly shameless. Who else has the gall to move against me? Tell me, did you really go see Fat Deng? Tired of my humble operation? Hoping to jump ship and feast at Fat Deng's table?" Chen Junhui exhaled deeply, shoulders slumping. Just as he'd anticipated, word of his visit to Uncle Deng hadn't stayed secret for long. "Brother, didn't you yourself say you wished to install me as the Wo Shing Wo's new leader, to uphold your honor? But without Uncle Deng's formal approval, who among us dares seat me upon that throne? Must I wait until the day you issue the decree, then scramble at the last moment clutching at straws, eh?" Chuan Bao narrowed his eyes, pondering silently for a long moment, then tapped twice softly on the table's edge. "That reasoning isn't unfounded. Yes, laying groundwork with Fat Deng is essential. I won't hold this against you. But next time you meet him, you will inform me first. Otherwise tongues will wag, saying I treat my own men with cold indifference." No sooner had the call ended than Uncle Lin fixed Chen Junhui with a sharp glance, eyebrows lifting. "Huizai, when you said just now you wanted to become the Wo Shing Wo's leader, was that serious?" "Just play acting to soothe brother's ego," Chen Junhui drawled, shrugging lazily. "I'd have to be mad to touch that scorching hot potato." Before the words fully faded, Assistant Inspector Chen pushed open the door, having just parked the car. Uncle Lin's eyes swept over him instantly, and he tensed, whispering urgently to Chen Junhui, "Huizai, that man's from the police station. Should we slip away first?" In his eyes, however upright Chen Junhui appeared, he remained a classic Triad youth. Long ponytail, azure dragon tattoo, whose every encounter with law enforcement inevitably invited trouble. Chen Junhui waved a hand. "Inspector Chen was personally entrusted by Uncle Deng to protect me. His meals, drinks, even bathroom breaks, all charged to my account." Only then did Uncle Lin relax. But a ripple stirred within him when even a police officer could be summoned by a single word from Uncle Deng to serve as bodyguard. It was no wonder that for decades Uncle Deng had remained the unshakable spine of the Wo Shing Wo. Chen Junhui slid effortlessly into a corner booth of the Cha Chan Tung. Assistant Inspector Chen followed immediately. "Thanks for the iced lemon tea, but this seat, quite the strategic choice." He sat slightly rightward, close to the wall, not facing the entrance directly, nor with his back to the aisle. To his right stretched an empty row of stools. Behind him stood not a single chair. No blade could strike unseen from behind. Gunfire from the street. The wall offered full cover. And should matters turn hostile, the unassuming rear exit lay just 3 paces away. One glance at that seating arrangement revealed everything. Chen Junhui valued his life deeply. He reached instinctively for a black leather notebook, its cover worn smooth and gleaming with age. "Inspector Chen, save the praise for my vigilance till later. I'm about to begin work." Assistant Inspector Chen shook his head, smiling faintly. "When I entered, I overheard you say you don't wish to be the leader." Why? By his decades of investigative experience, every young man Chen Junhui's age dreamed of carving the title leader into his very bones. Chen Junhui rolled his eyes and scoffed. "Am I insane? What would I gain? The moment I ascend that chair, your station's invitation arrives, 24-hour tea sessions, hot and cold in rotation. Thereafter, at the slightest tremor across Hong Kong, every Triad leader must report to the police station for assistance with inquiries. And if it's one of our own who committed the crime, the black coffee served at the station will make your stomach cramp for hours. I still have mouths to feed. I haven't the luxury of sipping bitterness with you all day." Assistant Inspector Chen nodded, offering no rebuttal. This was indeed the organized crime and Triad Bureau's well-worn anchor. Still, he added, Our major crime unit doesn't operate that way. That's OCTB's domain. He then strolled to a booth diagonally opposite the entrance and began sipping his juice with unhurried elegance. His sole mission, now keep Chen Junhui under constant watch. It felt as effortless as sunbathing on company time. Halfway through his juice, a man in his 60s appeared beyond the glass door. He paused outside, scanning the interior carefully, his gaze sweeping across the room until it settled on Chen Junhui. Only then did he push the door open and step inside. Assistant Inspector Chen's right hand slid silent and deliberate toward his waistband, his eyes sharp as grappling hooks locked onto every step the elder took. The elderly man walked straight to Chen Junhui's table and spoke in a warm, steady voice. "Huizi, are you busy?" Chen Junhui glanced up, immediately rose, and extended a hand, as if to gently assist him. "Oh, Uncle Sun, please have a seat. At your age you need only call. I'd rush over at once. Why trouble yourself to come all this way?" Uncle Sun waved his hands repeatedly, his wrinkles deepening with mild embarrassment. "How many times have you helped us? I'd never dare command you." He sipped chilled chrysanthemum tea, then spoke with quiet humility. "Huizi, you know I have a grandson, don't you? He's 14, starting secondary school this year. But he failed the recent standardized exams. By his score alone, he'll likely be assigned to the school on Jifu Street. I heard you know Principal Du of Dawei Secondary School. Could you possibly help get him in?" Chen Junhui nodded. "I know Principal Du well. He always reserves several transfer slots each year, and I can usually secure one. But Uncle Sun, I'm only an acquaintance of the principal. Not close enough for favors without some gesture of goodwill." Uncle Sun hurriedly nodded. Of course. If you can make the connection, we'll consider ourselves blessed. Still, how much would it take?" Chen Junhui opened his notebook. His pen hovered briefly before he named the figure $2,000 to secure admission, and another $1,000 if you wish placement in a key class. $3,000 total. If funds are tight, I can even front it. Uncle Sun quickly waved his hands. "Not at all. Not at all. This sum is well within my means." He withdrew a faded plastic bag from his chest pocket, shook it open, and counted out 3 neat stacks of banknotes, which he handed over with both hands. Chen Junhui accepted the money, tore off a page on the spot, and swiftly pinned a note before sliding it across. "Uncle Sun, here's your receipt. Should your grandson fail to gain entry into Dawei Secondary, come find me anytime. I'll stand by this promise." Uncle Sun expressed profuse gratitude and departed, clutching the slip. The moment his figure vanished beyond the doorway, Assistant Inspector Chan strolled over, brows faintly furrowed. That Uncle Sun just now. Was he affiliated with Wo Shing Wo? Assistant Inspector Chen Junhui replied with a wry smile. "Do you truly imagine every elderly man walking Hong Kong streets bears a triad title? Uncle Sun was simply a factory worker in Dawei. Never so much as brushed against any triad, not even once." Assistant Inspector Chan's frown deepened further. Then why go to such lengths for him? Chen Junhui calmly slid the stack of bills into his inner jacket pocket, his tone light and unruffled. "What harm is there in lending a hand? Though Uncle Sun has no triad ties, he's lived for decades in that aging Tong Lao building behind Jifu Street. We both scrape by on Jifu Street, meet daily, pass each other on the narrow lanes. Mutual aid is simply the natural order. Who knows? One day I may need his help just as urgently. Besides, his matter is settled for 2,000, yet I charge 3. A clean, effortless 1,000 lands firmly in my pocket. And Uncle Sun, after all, was a master craftsman, a seasoned fitter whose hands could machine pistol components with precision." Assistant Inspector Chan gave a slight nod. This was precisely the kind of pragmatism he associated with a true streetwise operator. He paused, then asked, "But what makes you so certain Principal Du will honor your request? What if he accepts the money, then turns his back and denies everything? After all, he is a school principal." A confident smile flickered across Chen Junhui's lips. "He won't refuse. In fact, he'll compete to fulfill it. Last year his son lost hundreds of thousands at a gambling den in Tsuanwan, and when he couldn't pay, they held him captive inside the premises. He came to me in tears. I personally went to Tsuanwan, retrieved him, and erased the entire debt. Should he attempt deception now, that gambling debt would return, with interest, to be collected face-to-face." Assistant Inspector Chan's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "Tsuanwan. Isn't that Dad's territory, the Wo Shing Wo stronghold?" Chen Junhui shrugged, his smile tinged with quiet resignation. "Assistant Inspector Chan, some things are best left understood, not spoken. Since it was Wo Shing Wo's domain, who won, who lost, how much was lost, and how, rested entirely on Chen Junhui's word. He didn't even summon Dad himself, he merely placed a call to Changmao. Changmao orchestrated the setup. That very night, Principal Du's son gambled away everything, even his undergarments. What followed was simple. Chen Junhui made one trip to Tsinwan, brought the son home, and returned with the signed IOU in hand. When Principal Du saw his unharmed son standing before him, and caught sight of that stark, black-and-white promissory note, the haughty reserve he'd maintained in Chen Junhui's presence crumbled, instantly collapsing halfway. At that moment, Assistant Inspector Chan was utterly convinced Chen Junhui would one day become the pillar upon which Wo Shing Wo stood, not merely because he enjoyed the backing of Chenbo, but because he was the most lucid, calculating man Chan had ever encountered. Few in the Triads, or even within the police force, could match his intellect. He could count them on one hand. He took a sip of chilled soda, his thoughts drifting. Compared to the crude brawn-driven elders rising through Wo Shing Wo, Chen Junhui was far more suited to succeed Elder Deng. Should he ever assume leadership, the police force's workload, so the thought ran, would ease considerably. Just then several flamboyantly dressed young Triad members barged in. Spotting Chen Junhui inside, they jerked their chins toward the door. Moments later, several Triad leaders filed in one by one and seated themselves beside Chen Junhui. One sat stone-faced, his voice taut and grating. "You're Prince Hui." Chen Junhui didn't lift his eyes, only cast a glance sideways. "Uncle Lin, 5 glasses of orange juice." "Gentlemen, I'm reconciling accounts. Please wait a moment." As the man began to slam the table, Assistant Inspector Chan cleared his throat. He lazily draped an arm over the chair back and called out to Uncle Lin. "Uncle Lin, add 1 more glass of watermelon juice." His voice was low, yet it struck each ear like a nail driven deep. All the leaders turned sharply toward him. Chan smiled faintly, one eyebrow arching upward. Their gazes dropped, just in time to catch the glint of a dark, heavy pistol grip peeking from beneath his shirt hem. Their eyes met, then snapped back upright. They sat ramrod straight, breathing softly, waiting obediently. Chan slowly savored a mouthful of watermelon juice. Now that was proper conduct. Only after a full half-hour did Chen Junhui finally raise his gaze, sweeping it calmly across the assembled men. "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" Truth be told, they'd originally intended to disrupt the scene, but the sight of Chan's firearm instantly cooled their fury. No leader who'd risen to power was foolish. They recognized Chan's status as a police officer at once, and linking Chen Junhui to Wo Shing Wo, they understood clearly a few minor gangs colliding with Wo Shing Wo were no different than eggs striking stone. Moreover, having been kept waiting so long, even the most arrogant had been worn down into subdued compliance. One leader frowned and spoke. "Prince Hui, we know you're with Wo Shing Wo, but Tawai has never been your turf. If you intend to profit here, you must abide by Tawai's rules." Chen Junhui nodded. "Which rule do you refer to?" "Naturally, the one agreed upon long ago among our mahjong parlors. No poaching hostesses. Jitsuan Street hosts over a dozen parlors, all within our collectively defined boundaries. Back when Uncle Huanyo was still alive, we all pledged hostesses may be borrowed, but never stolen. Now that you've taken over that parlor, surely you'll uphold the old agreement." "I acknowledge that rule. It keeps bloodshed low and profits high. Who wouldn't welcome it? Yet what I run now is a telephone company, not a mahjong parlor. Must telephone business conform to parlor regulations? Jitsuan Street houses over a dozen cha-chan-tangs besides parlors. Are their waiters likewise bound by lifelong contracts, barred from ever-changing employers?" At this, the leaders fell silent. Chen Junhui was right. The parlor hadn't opened its doors to customers in years. Where then was the poaching? They exchanged glances, until one finally muttered low and reluctant. "Your place doesn't serve customers, yet all the hostesses flock there. My girls tell me they want to switch jobs, to work at your telephone company. Once they scatter, my parlor stands empty. How am I to survive? Without patrons, who spends money? Without crowds, how do we live?" Chen Junhui sighed softly. "Brother leader, tell me honestly, do you truly lack people? Disobedient schoolgirls, reckless street vixens, women who've washed out of Hong Kong. You could fill a room with them. Are you truly short of recruits? And consider this, regular patrons of Jitsuan Street know their way around. Now that Wo Shing Wo's parlor has transformed into a telephone service, no longer serving guests, their patronage naturally flows to your establishments. Doesn't that elevate your earnings?" The sitting leaders fell momentarily speechless. With Wo Shing Wo's withdrawal, customer traffic had indeed surged into their venues, guaranteeing a steady monthly revenue boost. Another leader, jaw clenched, interjected. "Prince Hui, we've heard enough of your reasoning. I ask only one thing, will your telephone company remain open?" Chen Junhui answered with crisp finality, "It will continue operating. This livelihood belongs to both me and Wo Shing Wo, and neither will relinquish it. Should you choose cooperation, I'll pave a path forward. Should you refuse negotiation..." He paused, his gaze sweeping across them all. "Then we settle matters by force. Wo Shing Wo commands over 10,000 members. I doubt even Jitsuan Street could resist its bite." The golden reputation of Wo Shing Wo lent unshakable weight to his words. At the threat of real confrontation, the leaders' brows knotted tightly. To clash openly with Wo Shing Wo, not even bones would remain. Even disregarding the entire organization, Fireox, one of Wo Shing Wo's lesser-known figures, had led his men to establish a new base in Simsha Sui. Yet even that modest expansion had forced these small gangs to struggle for breath. Simsha Sui was over 10 times busier than Tawai. The first leader leaned forward, voice low and urgent. "Earlier you mentioned a path forward. What exactly did you mean?" The others fixed their eyes intently on Chen Junhui. A faint smile curved his lips as he replied deliberately, "I hold an exclusive contract with the telephone company. Along this entire stretch, only I may operate toll call services. But I can subdivide that line, granting each of you a dedicated branch connection. Say the word, and you open for business immediately. How lucrative is this venture?" Your hostesses have surely whispered hints already. They nodded vigorously, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Before coming here, they had inquired. Chun Junhua's previous stall had made over 100,000 on its second night of operation. This was just the beginning, or it would only get more intense from here. It earns far more than guarding an old-fashioned stall. Chen Junhui continued, but this connection isn't free. I want a 20% cut, and the phone company will take 30%. The remaining 50% is yours. 50%. The group exchanged glances, no longer hesitating. Since Prince Hui is so generous, we won't be difficult to deal with. You say the word, and we will bring people to the scene at any time. Through fire and water, we will not hesitate. Chen Junhui smiled and shook hands with each person. As a few groups left with their subordinates, the assistant Chun walked over, shaking his head with a tone that was 3 parts regret and 7 parts probing. A business that can make several major establishments fight over it must be raking in gold daily, right? I truly didn't expect you to let go of such a big piece of meat. You're not the type to splash money around. Chun Junhui glanced at him. What does Chin Sir think will take care of them later? The assistant Chun nodded and shook his head. I didn't say that out loud. Yet the expression on his face clearly read, I've seen through you long ago. After all, he was someone who worked with Lian Shang. How could he willingly hand over the financial lifeline? The assistant Chin's heart raced. The recent collaboration was probably because he was present, and now that he would return to the police station, he feared several bullets would soon find their way into the temples of a few establishments, with the territory falling neatly under Lian Shang. This was the most commonly used tactic in the underworld. Chun Junhui sighed and shook his head with a smile. Chin Sir, you probably still don't know what this phone business is about. This is the number, give it a try. The assistant Chun pressed the button with doubt. A few minutes later he hurried back, his expression somewhat unusual. Chen Junhui raised an eyebrow. So fast. Do you need me to cook you some black-bone chicken and turtle soup to replenish your energy? The assistant Chen shot him a glance. Cut it out. I'm in great shape. Are you cursing me to die early? But seriously, this phone business is quite lucrative, ruthless, and money-grabbing. If it weren't broad daylight in a tea restaurant, he feared it would take him half an hour to recover. Even at $5 a minute, it was indeed quite exploitative. Chen Junhui lit a cigarette, the smoke rising slowly. Just last night the phone company made 16,000. 16,000. The assistant Chun was stunned. He is senior inspector of the serious crimes unit, earned only 3,000 a month. The amount Chen Junhui made in one night was nearly equivalent to his 5-year salary. And this was only the beginning. It would only get more from here. Yet Chen Junhui lightly exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression calm. I've calculated it. This venture will top out at around 500,000 a night at most. It sounds like a lot, but it falls far short of my goals. Not everyone is willing to spend 5 minutes making 5 calls. This line of work can't last too long. Once the novelty wears off, people will quickly realize that spending $20 for an all-night package is far more cost-effective than being charged by the second, like being knifed. Next, the phone company needs to change its strategy. The erotic lines will continue, but the main focus should shift to practical needs like road inquiries and legal consultations. After all, where are the mobile navigation and electronic maps now? If someone gets lost, they can only stop people to ask for directions. But there might not be anyone on the roadside, and even if there is, the directions might not be reliable. Thus, based on Chen Junhua's predictions, the phone inquiry business still has great potential. Legal consultation is similar. Currently, lawyers in Hong Kong cost thousands per hour, and ordinary citizens go broke just visiting a law office. However, if you switch to phone inquiries at $5 a minute, it seems practical and respectable. As for where to find knowledgeable people, law school interns are the perfect fit, cheap, reliable, and quick-witted. After listening to Chen Junhua's calculations, the assistant Chen couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He stared directly at Chen Junhui, his tone steady as a ballast. Prince Hui, you are the smartest person I have ever seen in my life. Chen Junhui's lips curled up in a smile, neither deep nor shallow. Chen Sir, you flatter me too much. It makes me feel embarrassed. By the time the assistant Chun took another sip of juice, Chen Junhui had already turned and started to busy himself. Having just sorted out the magazine and phone business, he set his sights on another lucrative venture, the clothing trade. For decades to come, this industry would be a money-making beast. The helm of Brand HN had indeed once held the title of the world's richest person. Chen Junhui held the latest issue of Hong Kong Men's, the best-selling male magazine in the city. If he didn't take advantage of this momentum to pry out some real profits, even he would feel like he's missing out. How to pry? The easiest way is to use the magazine as a storefront, promoting his own clothing in black and white print. But just relying on promotion isn't enough. He also needs factory sales channels and people to hold the scene. The factory is easy to set up. Labor and materials are cheap across the strait, allowing costs to be driven down to the bone. Sales channels are even less of a concern. Lian Sheng's territory is a ready-made golden storefront. Adding 2 familiar spokespeople, the hottest male and female stars in Hong Kong right now are none other than Xia Ming and Zhang Guirui, and he needs to find time to visit them. As Chen Junhui pondered which fabric to choose for a more quality feel, the assistant Chen, sipping juice, slowly, discreetly assessed him. He was already certain of one thing: aside from Chen Junhui, no one else could stabilize and support Lian Sheng. There was already a consensus within the police force the rampant gangs on Hong Kong Island were not due to the depravity of the people, but rather the scarcity of jobs. Young people had no jobs to take, so they could only take up knives and mix in the underworld. Now that the other side has opened up the economy on Hong Kong Island immediately became vibrant, in the future those willing to join gangs would be destined to be very few. Time is on the side of the police force. The true hurdle for Hong Kong Island at present is no longer about rooting out the dark elements, but about stabilizing the situation. Those reckless young lads who only know how to wave knives and act tough will inevitably cause big trouble without the protection of gangs. The only solution is to push the gangs forward before they lose control, wash them clean, and bring them ashore, allowing them to have work, food, and dignity. Not only must the gangs work hard to transform, but the police force is also quietly lending a hand. As the largest gang in Hong Kong, Lian Sheng's path to redemption is destined to be fraught with challenges. At this moment, if Chen Junhui is at the helm, how many fewer detours and collisions the entire ship can avoid. Moreover, looking across Hong Kong, the assistant Chen truly couldn't think of a second person as quick-witted, steady-handed, and far-sighted as Chen Junhui. Pirated magazines, paid hotlines. No one had ever touched these two matters before, yet he had forged a path through them. Especially that paid hotline, even the girls in the stalls had changed professions, all flocking to become operators. Cleaning up the stalls has always been the hardest nut for the police to crack. Matters of pleasure have existed since ancient times, especially since there are now countless single young men on Hong Kong Island. There must be a place for them to vent their energy. Without the police turning a blind eye, the stalls could never be this orderly. Yet behind this order, there are hidden dangers. Gynecological diseases are spreading like wildfire, and among the hundreds of thousands of workers, many are working while infected. Whenever he thinks of this, the police force's nerves tighten. But Chen Junhui casually handed over a key. The population of Hong Kong Island is limited, the hotline can't be expanded, but what about the mainland or Southeast Asia? As long as the network is spread over, there might not even be enough girls left in Hong Kong Island. This would not only cut off the source of the disease, but also revitalize employment. The assistant Chen only thought for a moment and understood that this hotline was not just a business, but a tool for the police to break the deadlock. No wonder Deng Bo recognized the gem and actively made connections. Chen Junhui indeed deserves this attention. Just as they were discussing whether the clothing fabric should be pure cotton or blended, the phone in the tea restaurant suddenly rang loudly. Lin Bo grabbed the receiver and listened, his expression suddenly tightening. Huizi, the fatty chicken, has been attacked. Chen Junhui and the assistant Chen furrowed their brows simultaneously. Chen Junhui snatched the receiver, his voice cold and steady. I am Prince Hui, make it clear. On the other end of the line, a Lian's voice came slightly panting. Brother Hui, the Flower and Willow Ming has brought a dozen people to smash the place. A Quan and a Xiang just took the brothers out to distribute red tickets. Only the fatty chicken is left here in the stall. He has been stabbed twice and has been sent to the hospital. The other side smashed the phone to pieces. Chen Junhui took a deep breath, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Got it, it'll be there right away. Chen Sir drive. When he arrived at the stall, the scene was a mess. 50 phone machines had all turned into scrap iron, and tables and chairs were shattered everywhere. A Lian was softly comforting a dozen frightened girls. A Quan and a Xiang stood by, hands hanging down, foreheads sweating, looking guilty. Seeing Chen Junhui enter, a Lian, a Quan, and the others stood up straight. Brother Hui. Old Ding. Chen Junhui nodded and walked straight to a Lian. Sister Lian, stabilize the girls first. Give each one $1,000 red envelope. I've already contacted the phone company. They'll send over 100 new machines shortly. A Lian nodded and turned to count the cash. Chen Junhui's gaze shifted to a Quan, a Xiang, and the several young subordinates behind them. A Quan, a Xiang. How did I instruct you last time? A Quan's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. Old Ding instructed us to stay by fatty chicken's side, without leaving for a moment. Not a step back. Then I must ask you, where were you when fatty chicken was attacked? A Xiang glanced at Chen Junhui, his Adam's apple rolling, his voice tense, forcing his grievances into a single defense. We were always guarding the stall, never leaving fatty chicken's side. But just now a few stalls on Jitsuan Street suddenly sent word saying the matter was settled. From now on it would be our own people. They even asked for people wanting to invite our stall's ladies to guide them, teaching them how to answer the phone, how to socialize, and how to follow the rules. Fatty Chicken let us go to distribute the red tickets after hearing this, and we really believed it, thinking things had calmed down, so we took the red paper out the door. As soon as we stepped out of the alley, Ming from the Flower and Willow led a group of knife wielders charging in. A Quan picked up a machete from the wall, the blade reflecting the dim light with a cold gleam. Old Ding, this time it was our negligence, we are willing to accept punishment. Before his words could settle, he raised his hand to slash at his right wrist, only to be struck by a kick from Chen Junhui that sent the knife clattering to the cement floor, echoing throughout the room. Chen Junhui's gaze swept over a Quan and a Xiang, his eyes like dull knives scraping against bone. You lack backbone. I am the one protecting them. If someone dares to attack them on the street, I as the one in charge must naturally seek to settle this debt with interest. You all still need to work. If you're injured, who will I have to keep watch, run errands, or deliver messages? Just as he finished speaking, a harsh screech of brakes rang out from outside the bar, the smell of burnt tires wafting in. Ming and Shogo jumped out of the car, followed by a dozen workers from the printing factory, each gripping machetes and steel pipes, their arms bulging with veins like taut bowstrings. Huizai, I heard something happened at the bar. Shogo was sweating at his temples, his voice cracking. Boss, how is Fat Chicken? Chun Junhui nodded, turning to Ming, his tone calm, yet unyielding. Ming-gu, I remember this favor. But all our uncles have already retired from the game. You cannot get involved in this matter. Ming opened his mouth, but instinctively nodded when he met Chun Junhui's dark burning gaze. I'll take people and withdraw now. However, Huizai, if you speak, the printing factory will be ready to draw their blades at any time. Chun Junhui glanced at Shogo, his speech quickening. Fat Chicken has been sent to the hospital. You take $100,000 over there to guard him, hand out red envelopes to the doctor, and choose the best surgeon using the most expensive hemostatic needles and anti-inflammatory drugs. Don't skimp on even a single dose. When Shogo heard the words sent to the hospital, his shoulders visibly relaxed. If he was still breathing, there was hope for a turnaround. Just as he sent Ming and Shogo off, a commotion erupted outside the bar. The bosses he met in the morning all arrived with their lackeys and weapons, their leather shoes crushing cigarette butts on the ground, the air suddenly tense. Prince Hui, Chui Tian streets, while Lu Ming came to cause trouble, we rushed over immediately. Chun Junhui smirked, a cold smile appearing on his face. They should have received the news long ago. But they waited for Ming's convoy to arrive before daring to show themselves. He could hear the wind blowing even at the tea house on Ji Fu Street. Did the local snakes on Ji Cun Street have their ears growing from their pants? But he couldn't be bothered to expose it. He straightened his face and directly asked, which path does Hua Lu Ming belong to? A boss stepped forward, his voice low. He's from the number gang. The domain of Chui Tian Street's bar is all under his control. Most likely one of the girls from his side is jealous of the good business at the bar and wants to pry into it, which is why trouble was started. Chun Junhui nodded, his heart suddenly enlightened. No wonder he dared to swing his knife at the territory of He Liansheng. Turns out he was from the number gang and had strong backing. He turned to call Lian, his tone unhurried. Sister Lian, I only ask one thing. When Hua Lu Ming attacked, did Fat Chicken report my name? Lian straightened her back, her voice firm. He did. Clearly stated. I am Prince Hui of He Liansheng. Hua Lu Ming spat on the spot, saying, I've never heard of any Prince Hui, and immediately slashed twice. Chun Junhui took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, as if a fire was smoldering in his chest. He turned to the bosses at the door, his gaze sharp as a blade. Did you all hear that? This is the territory of He Liansheng, and the face of He Liansheng. Family matters do not need outsiders to clean up. The bosses hurriedly nodded, thin beads of sweat breaking out on their backs. If Hua Lu Ming hadn't said that he didn't know Prince Hui, it could still be counted as a misunderstanding, but once those words were spoken, it was tantamount to publicly tearing down the flag and slapping He Liansheng's face. Next, it would be the declaration of war between He Liansheng and the number gang. Whoever meddles becomes the wrong team. Chun Junhui looked at Ming again, his tone softened, yet heavier. Ming-gu, you've heard it clearly. I'll call Uncle Chuanbao shortly. If he says fight, I'll raise the flag and gather people recruiting from across the harbor. You and the uncles should quickly withdraw. One Hua Lu Ming doesn't warrant your involvement. Ming sighed deeply and said no more. He knew that tonight's fire couldn't be extinguished. And this was exactly what Deng Bo wanted. Only when Chun Junhui truly raised the flag and declared war would he be tied to He Liansheng on the same boat. Once everyone had dispersed, only Quan A Xiong and a few trusted ones remained in the bar. Chun Junhui turned sideways and raised his chin toward Chun Bangban. Chun, sir, you've worked hard. You should head back now. I'm about to take action. Chun Bangban shrugged, said nothing more, only sighed lightly, and turned to push the door out. He of course knew what Chun Junhui was about to do. But every year a few hundred gangsters end up in the morgue in Hong Kong. The police force is not a bodyguard company, nor is it the relatives of gangsters. They protect the lives of good citizens, not the knives of lowly scum. As the taillights disappeared around the corner, Chun Junhui picked up a functioning phone and dialed Chuanbao's number. Boss, it's Hui. The bar has been stomped on, and Hua Lu Ming from the number gang came to attack my brother. Before Fat Chicken was stabbed, he personally reported He Liansheng's name and mine. Yet he still went ahead with the attack. I just want to ask, can I take action? There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, then Chuanbao's voice suddenly rose, filled with barely contained excitement. Take action. You must take action. I'll call Deng Fei immediately to have him transfer nearby police officers. If there aren't enough officers, just borrow some from Fishhead Biao. His men are all ruthless characters who would risk their lives. Fishhead Biao is involved in the powder trade, and the blood on his hands is thicker than ink. Even the reckless brutes who fly planes can become his confidants, showing just how wild, ruthless, and merciless the others are. Chun Junhui chuckled softly, decisively. No need to borrow men. Tonight, I will personally raise the flag and gather people. Let's see who is willing to rise with me for a turnaround on this turf. After hanging up, Chuanbao stared at the receiver, shaking his head with a laugh. Raising the flag and gathering people. Chun Junhui's move was not just about dealing with Hua Lu Ming. He aimed to redraw the line over the great arena. Who is the real local dragon from now on? This Prince Hui finally lived out the bloodiness that a gangster should have. Chuan Bao felt a surge of heat in his heart and immediately dialed Deng Bo's number. After listening, Deng Bo didn't even raise his eyelids and made a decisive decision. Fight. A nameless Hua Lu Ming dares to attack someone from He Sheng. If we shrink back without retaliating, all the gangs across the harbor would think that we from He Sheng have no guts and no fire. I'll call the police to have all officers withdrawn from the great arena right now. As soon as the call ended, Deng Bo picked up a purple clay teapot and leisurely sipped hot tea, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He had placed Chen Junhui in the bar waiting for this day. No matter if this kid came up with the idea to change the bar into a phone company, he still couldn't escape the blade of the underworld. Once the flag is raised and the people gathered, the entire harbor's black and white paths would immediately understand Chen Junhui is the brand that He Sheng personally established. Want to shake it off? No chance at all. Deng Bo hummed a tune from the Imperial Daughter's Flower and casually dialed the direct line to Lin, Sir, the O Division Chief of the New Territory South Police Station. Lin, sir, regarding the matter at the Great Arena, I believe your ears are sharp and you should have heard about it by now. Of course we must fight. Otherwise who would dare to spit at He Sheng in the future? In your department's files, Chun Juanhui's background is crystal clear. Tell me, in the whole Great Arena, who else can command the scene and suppress the situation better than him? Thank you for your support, Lin, sir. I will treat you to morning tea another day. Just as Deng Bo finished speaking, Chen Junhui had already returned to the Gunt house with a quan. He made a special detour back to the public housing, bringing 2 bulging canvas bags. As soon as he entered, Chen Junhui pulled out 10 golden lion bills from the bag and slapped them on the counter. Lin Bo, I'm covering the whole shop tonight. Lin Bo quickly grabbed the money, deftly stuffing it into the cash register, but his gaze was firmly locked on Chen Junhui. Huizai, do you want Lin Bo to lend a hand? I can't wield a knife anymore, but sending a message and testing the waters is still safe. Chen Junhui smiled and waved his hand. Lin Bo, since the day you washed your hands of the underworld, the matters of the underworld should have turned the page. After Lin Bo led the staff back to the kitchen, Chen Junhui pulled out a worn-out old phone book from the bag and pushed it in front of a quan. A quan spread the word. Prince Hui will raise the flag and gather people at the Gunt house tonight at 9. Those willing to switch sides arrive by 9, and I'll smooth things over with your old gang. For those who are not convinced, feel free to bring people along. Tonight the Great Arena will show its true colors. A quan immediately grabbed the phone and dialed. Hello, Hong Les A Fei, Prince Hui is raising the flag at the Great Arena tonight, hurry over. Hello, and Les A Xiong Gunt house, 9 o'clock, Prince Hui will be personally overseeing. As he dialed through the list one by one, his voice was crisp and decisive. And the news that Prince Hui wants to take the Great Arena spread like wildfire, burning through every corner of Hong Kong via phone lines. In a bar in Sham Shui, a few customers waiting for the girls were chatting idly. Have you heard? Prince Hui is going to raise the flag at the Great Arena tonight. Tisk, usually quiet, but when he acts it shakes the whole place. Jimmy was arranging the girls in the back, frowning for a moment before slowly relaxing. In the Yao Ma Tea Fruit Market, the uncles buying oranges gathered to discuss. Prince Hui is tough enough, daring to take on the hard bone of the Great Arena. He backs He Sheng, so of course he stands tall. Hey, don't forget Hong Kong Min was also brought up by him. When it comes to making money, he's the expert. Hearing this, the fruit shop owner quickly waved to call over a few familiar faces to inquire further. In a dim bar in Wan Chai, a few young men on lookout were chatting excitedly in low voices. The boss leaned back in his booth, listened for a moment, and suddenly sat up straight, beckoning them over. By the Kwai Tsing Pier, a man dragging a suitcase to catch the last ferry was suddenly called out by someone. Hey, did you hear Prince Hui is opening a temple at the Great Arena tonight? He paused his steps, took out a cigarette, and lit it, taking a deep drag. The flickering cigarette but illuminated his contemplative face. After finishing half a cigarette, he stubbed it out, forcefully flagged down a taxi, and headed straight for Sha Tin. In the tea house, Chen Junhui leaned back in a plastic chair, and nearly burnt-out cigarette pinched between his fingers. Suddenly, a harsh screech of brakes sounded from outside. A man with a backpack, looking weary from travel, pushed the door open. Are you Prince Hui? Are you going to raise the flag here tonight? Chen Junhui looked up and nodded. Who are you? And he dropped his bag onto the ground, his voice calm and steady. In Dongxing's Big Brother FAI, Wang Chuk hangs several streets used to fall under my jurisdiction. Last night, I sent a mainland brat to deal with Fo Loc's egg tart stall, but before he died, he blabbed my name. If you're willing to back me, I'll follow you from now on. In Chen Junhui's brow furrowed slightly. Did he name you outright as the one who ordered the killing, right before breathing his last? Not quite so damning. He only gave my name, never uttered the word kill, nor pinned the order on anyone in particular. The legal team answers to Ho Sing Sheng. Camel will keep things tight on the society's end. In Big Brother face, tense shoulders finally relaxed. Which street thug truly yearns to become a fugitive? When one can stand tall, who would choose to crawl and flee? And he turned and dialed his most trusted lieutenants in Wang Chuk Hang, ordering them to rush over immediately. Half an hour later, another wave of commotion erupted at the entrance. And this time, it wasn't a lone arrival. 200 men surged behind him, a black tide that choked the entire street. Your Prince of AI, Im Alai of Wan Lok, in several streets in Wan Chai, and over a dozen venues, used to be mine. Wan Lok's been rising fast lately. I hear Brother Man's even moved into real estate. So why forsake the legitimate path and wade into this murky current? Now that the society is going legit, we sword wielders have become liabilities. Last month our territory was openly trampled, yet the society didn't utter a single firm word. What kind of protector is that worth following? Shin Junhui nodded slowly. Brother Man's side will be handled properly by Ho Sing Shang. Nalai pulled up a chair and sat across from Chun Juanhui, casually offering Big Brother Fai a cigarette. Having crossed this threshold, they were now aboard the same vessel. First faces must be recognized, loyalties confirmed. As the two spoke, yet another group flooded in from the street corner. This contingent packed even denser. 400 or 500 men at the very least. Your Prince Fai, Number Gang's Hung Division, Yaowen. Word is you're planting your flag in Tai. I've brought my men to join you. Nat Yaowen's introduction, Big Brother Fai, and Ali instantly stiffened. Who in Hong Kong hasn't heard of Yaowen? He carved out Yao Ma Ti street by street, alley by alley, with bare hands. And the society had long dubbed him the most ruthless Fortinine, not a boast but a title forged in blood and fire. Chun Juanhui's brow tightened. Brother Yaowen, tonight, I'm moving against Number Gang's Fo Lu Ming. You're aware of that, aren't you? The Number Gang has 36 incense sticks. I burn mine, he burns his. Yaowen spread his hands, smiled, and sat down beside Ali without hesitation. Chun Junhui gave a slight nod, acknowledgement enough. And before the words had fully settled, Hua, Big Brother Fai's lieutenant, arrived with over 300 brothers in tow. In an instant, nearly 1,000 men filled the tea restaurant's entrance. A sea of black, yet not a single police officer in sight. As the clock neared 9, the door swung open once more. Chun Junhui glanced up and froze for half a second. It was Jimmy, right-hand man to Officer Sun, a rising star groomed by the Lung Jin faction, someone whose ear was normally impossible to reach. Jimmy strode straight forward and clasped his fists in salute. Brother Fai, I'm Jimmy of Lung Jin Sham Shuepa, I wish to follow you too. Your officer sends Golden Boy, why abandon your master to plunge into this chaos? Jimmy replied without hesitation, Brother Fai opens paths and shares wealth. I follow and lose nothing. I refuse to spend my life as a gatekeeper dog. I want to carve my own mountain, earn real gold and silver. Shin Junhui said nothing more, only nodded toward him, silent permission to take a seat. Lung Jin is Lung Jin. Surely they won't send their top leader himself to swing a blade over such a matter. At precisely 9 o'clock, Chun Junhui exchanged a glance with Quan. The shop door clicked shut, locked tight. He pushed 2 bulging travel bags onto the table, his voice low and unwavering. You 4 honored us with your presence. I, Chun Junhui, keep my word. Your futures are secured. 4 million. Each of you gets 1 million. And the 4 exchanged glances. Yaowen, the eldest and most seasoned, reached out, took the leather bag and grinned. Prince Fai, you've got backbone. Money exchange duty begins now. Yaowen slapped dust from his trousers and Rose's voice ringing clear. Rest assured, Brother Fai. Tonight Tai falls into our hands. For million. And not just Tai, it could upend Shatan entirely. Don't let the name Tai fool you. It's barely larger than a palm, bounded north by the Xingmun River, south by Lion Rock, west by the playground, and east by the Cheikung Temple. Less than 4 square kilometers, smaller than a single village across the harbor. With money in hand, Yaowen and the others immediately departed to rally their forces. The boss has spoken. Tonight Tai belongs to us. Number Gang or Sun Yan, Hongxing or Dongxing. Any venue tied to them gets cleared. No exceptions. 4 million spent. Pay doubles tonight. Medical fees for injuries double too. Break a limb. The boss covers your meals for life. Hearing of doubled wages, the foot soldiers roared, brandishing steel pipes and cleavers, the blades glinting coldly, their shouts vibrating the glass windows. Morale soared. They split into teams and set off. Shui Tian Street. Yaowen's 400 men surged into the lanes like a rising tide, smashing horse betting parlors, torching gambling dens, raiding drug stalls. He himself gripped a knife and led 7 or 8 trusted men straight toward the largest horse parlor at the street's heart, where Fo Lu Ming already stood guard with dozens face ashen. Yaowen, we're both Number Gang. We don't strike our own. Yaowen calmly wound tape around the knife handle, then snapped his wrist, the blade locked snugly into place. I've long extinguished my incense stick and sworn allegiance to Ho Sing Shung's altar. The Number Gang means nothing to me now. Fo Lu Ming, tonight your fate is sealed. Before the final syllable faded, he lunged forward, blade aimed straight at the other man's chest. Knee's elite fighters followed like wolves, and the 2 sides crashed together in an instant. The foot soldiers' cleavers were wrapped in clear tape, the blades whitened, delivering only stinging flesh wounds. Nanli Yao wins and Fo Lu Ming's weapons bore true, sharpened, fire-hardened edges. Fo Lu Ming's very nickname betrayed his frailty, his body long hollowed out. How could he withstand Yao, when who'd once raised Yao Mati street by street? Within 3 moves Yao Wen twisted his blade and drove it deep into the man's left chest. Blood hadn't even spurted before Fo Lu Ming collapsed. Ni's remaining men scattered at once upon seeing the turn. Yao Wen wiped sweat from his brow and extended his hand to Ting. Light me up. Call the boss. Shui Tian Street is secured. Fo Lu Ming fell by my own hand. Next advance east along Che Kung Temple Road. Step by step we'll sweep it clean. Ting dialed immediately. Yao Wen's cigarette dangling led hundreds onward, eastward. Inside the tea restaurant, Quan had been camped beside the telephone since afternoon, effectively transformed into a dedicated switchboard operator. Upon hearing it was Ting calling from Yao Wen's side, he leapt to his feet and shouted across to Chen Junhui, who sat lost in thought over a map. Boss. Ting's on the line, and Shui Tian Street is done. Fo Lu Ming really went down under Yao Wen's blade. Quan's face glowed. This was the moment he'd waited for all these years in the trade. Chen Junhui listened, then marked a heavy X over Shui Tian Street on the map. How many losses did Yao Wen suffer? Should I redirect Jimmy to reinforce him? Jimmy commanded the smallest force, just a few dozen men, originally held in reserve as Chun Junhui's mobile backup. No sooner had the question left his lips than he laughed softly at himself. Who is Yao Wen? A veteran fox among old hands. His men were all slippery, seasoned veterans smashing venues, yes, but dying for a cause. Not a chance. Tai Wai held no real hardliners. Getting wounded there was harder than winning a lottery. He told Quan to keep monitoring the phone, and turned his gaze toward the window. From today onward the name, Prince Fai, would forever bear Ho Sing Sheng's indelible stamp. In recalling his earliest days after arriving here, he'd wanted only to hide, not dare touch this treacherous current. Back then he'd been full of swagger, convinced his bare hands alone could carve out mountains of gold and silver across Hong Kong. Yet reality showed no mercy. These days no business stands firm without a society's protection, however legitimate it claims to be. Today Fo Lu Ming kicked down his door. Tomorrow perhaps Fo Lu He would strike from behind. Better to raise sails with Ho Sing Sheng than live in perpetual fear, dodging blows, taking hits. With the insight and vision granted by his transmigration, he was certain he could propel Ho Sing Sheng to heights it had never dreamed of. Nas Chun Junhui pondered this a lie, and his men stormed into Tian Street. Tian Street. Nalai raised a hand toward the neon lights flickering overhead, his voice iron cold. Axen. Clear every horse parlor, gambling den, and drug stall on this street. Leave nothing standing. Xian sprang into action, leading his squad straight to the street's center, overturning stalls, shattering tables, raising clouds of dust and shards of glass. Alai meanwhile sat calmly at the street's entrance with a few blade-wielding enforcers, eyes narrowed, watching the scene, ready to step in personally should Xian meet resistance. Hong Kong's triads were legion. News traveled faster than wind. In the moment word leaked last night that Chen Junhui planned to seize Tai Wai storefronts along the route shuttered early, and passers-by vanished home to seek quiet. Only official triad strongholds dared leave lights on and doors open. And anyone who dared switch off the lights and lock up would be branded a coward, banished forever from surviving on Tian Street. What truly stunned Xian was the complete absence of police. None, not even a silhouette. In the old days when he ran with Brother Man, every clash demanded timing and alleyway evasion, always hiding from the cops. Now it was clear, Chen Junhui hadn't exaggerated. Senior figures from Ho Sing Sheng had indeed pulled every officer from the stations, leaving the field utterly clear. A faint smile touched Alai's lips. He gave a quiet, approving nod. This was the weight of Hong Kong's #1 triad. NJICUN Street. Big Brother Fai charged through with his men. Within moments, several horse parlors lay overturned. A few stall owners still shouted as they were beaten, "Are you mad? We've already reached terms with Prince Fai." Big Brother Fai scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Terms? That was yesterday. My boss ordered Tai Wai's GCUN Street taken tonight. That means not a single brick remains. Who you spoke with, or what you promised, is none of my concern. He glanced back at Ahua and nodded. Ahua, move in. Ahua had been coiled tight with pent-up energy. Immediately, he led his men crashing into the parlors, pocketing cash, smashing everything in sight, reducing several venues to rubble. The dozens of men defending those spots stood no chance against Big Brother Fai's 200-plus warriors. Several small triad leaders huddled back-to-back in the corner of a wall, exchanging glances thick with regret. Had they known the fire would burn this fiercely, they would never have egged Hua Luming on to act. If not for their coaxing, claiming that Tai Zihui was growing too dominant in Shatian and encroaching upon Hua Luming's turf, Hua Luming would never have impulsively stormed the horse racing betting parlor to issue his challenge. Alas, words once spoken are like water spilled, irretrievable. Barely had Jitsuan Street settled when Gao Lao Hui swept westward again, smashing his way toward the amusement arcade. From 9 p.m. onward, the deafening blasts in Tai Wai never ceased. Only by 2 a.m. did they begin to thin, sporadic, ragged like the last gasps of a dying man. At first light, every neighbor and shopkeeper across Tai Wai knew. He Sheng Lian had officially taken root in Tai Wai, unrivaled, unchallenged. From now on, Tai Wai acknowledged only one boss, Qin Jun Hui of He Sheng Lian, widely known as Tai Zi Hui, the Crown Prince. Whether collecting protection fees or overseeing gambling dens, all such matters required Tai Zi Hui's personal approval. Outside, a Cha-Chan Tung exhausted underlings lined up to collect their rewards after an all-night ordeal. Xian, Wa, and Ting, the 3 senior lieutenants, each cradled thick stacks of Hong Kong banknotes. $200 for everyone who showed up. $1,000 for anyone who drew blood with a blade. $2,000 for those wounded and bleeding. Following strict protocol, they handed out cash while recording names, swift, fair, and transparent. Inside, the Cha-Chan Tung Qin Junhui was laying out the next moves for Yao Man and the others. With a pen, he traced a bold line across a map of Chui Tian Street, then lifted his gaze toward Gao Lao Hui and Alai. From now on, this line divides Tai Wai. Left of it, Tai Wai Village falls under Gao Lao Hui's jurisdiction, right of it, Che Kung Temple under Alai's. Parking attendants, venue security, protection rackets. Every operation rests squarely on your shoulders. Neither Gao Lao Hui nor Alai responded immediately. Instead, both turned in unison toward Yao Man. Last night, Yao Man had drawn the largest number of men, personally killed Hua Luming, and seized the broadest stretch of territory. Yet now, as domains were being apportioned, his name was conspicuously absent. A flicker of unease crossed their faces, embarrassment tightened their jaws. Yao Man, however, remained utterly composed. Having seen this pattern before, whenever territory expanded, the most meritorious were always held in check first. It was done to prevent any single faction from swelling beyond control, to avoid the peril of a tail too heavy to wag. Observing their hesitation, Qin Junhui inwardly nodded in quiet approval. Only those who understood restraint were fit for true responsibility. Smiling, he clapped both men firmly on the shoulders. Take it without worry. These 2 territories are yours alone. As for Yao Man and Jimmy, I have weightier assignments waiting for them. Their loyalty will never go unrewarded. Only then did the 2 bow deeply in gratitude. Qin Junhui gave a curt nod before turning to Gao Lao Hui. Regarding your surrender, I've already spoken with Uncle Deng. Uncle Deng instructed me to tell you, call the police station now. Everything thereafter will be handled entirely by the Triad. Hearing this, the knot of anxiety that had coiled tight in Gao Lao Hui's chest since nightfall finally loosened, settling into calm certainty. Next, Qin Junhui shifted his gaze to Yao Man. Yao Man, you've heard of Fat Chicken and Slim Dog, haven't you? They've served me longest. One oversees our magazine empire, the other manages our telephone wire operations. Each receives 10% of monthly profits. Go stay in Yao Mati for a few days. I'm preparing a new venture. Soon it'll be placed fully in your hands. At these words, Gao Lao Hui and Alai exchanged envious glances. By now, Qin Junhui was already hailed across Hong Kong's Triad circles as the Lao Hui, a title resonating with authority. Magazines and telephone wires, each generated millions weekly. A 10% cut meant effortless earnings of hundreds of thousands, far surpassing the paltry sums scraped from protection rackets or parking lots. A warm surge rose in Yao Man's chest. This signaled something unequivocal in Qin Junhui's eyes. He had already ascended to the same tier as Fat Chicken and Slim Dog. Truly, Tai Zi Hui possessed a vision unlike any other. Finally, Qin Junhui turned to Jimmy. Jimmy, you used to serve under Uncle Lung Jen. Now that you've pledged allegiance to me, he may well feel slighted. Given that I'm assigning you independent command, he'll almost certainly grumble behind your back. So I intend to keep you close for a time, to train you firsthand. These coming days I'll guide you step by step. How much you absorb depends entirely on your perception and inner drive. Jimmy grinned broadly and nodded vigorously. After all, he was the kind of streetwise rogue who'd once sneaked into MBA lectures just to listen, well aware that theory alone was useless. Real mastery came only from observing, absorbing, and refining every move beside a leader of substance, skill, and stature. And Qin Junhui was precisely such a rare figure in Hong Kong, a ruthless operator who balanced underworld power and legitimate business with equal precision. He stretched his shoulders slowly, then yawned lazily. One final hard truth: on my turf, horse racing parlors and gambling dens may operate under a policy of benign neglect, but narcotics, not a single grain of powder, is permitted to surface. The 4 men, Yao Man included, raised their brows slightly, exchanging silent, puzzled glances. Qin Bo, the very syndicate under He Sheng Lian, built its fortune on drug trafficking. Though startled, none dared question aloud. They simply bowed their heads in assent. When most had dispersed, Qin Junhui suddenly called Gao Lao Hui back. Gao Lao Hui, call the police station now and surrender. Say you were driving normally last night when that lunatic suddenly dashed out from an alleyway. You couldn't brake in time and struck him. You tried to render aid, but officers swarmed in, guns drawn, and fear drove you to flee on instinct. Say nothing else. One extra word, and I'll silence it myself. These exact words had been drilled into him the previous night by He Sheng Lian's lawyer. Without hesitation, Gao Laohui picked up the landline at the Cha-Chan Tung and dialed the East Kowloon Police District. Half an hour later, several black and white patrol cars pulled up outside. Officers from East Kowloon entered and escorted Gao Laohui away. Since the collision occurred in Mongkok, jurisdiction naturally fell to them, not the New Territory South District. Not yet. Also arriving with them was Chief Inspector Chan of East Kowloon. His voice low measured and weighted with gravity as he approached Chen Junhui inside the Cha-Chan Tung after Gao Laohui had been led to the vehicle. Tai Zihui, from this day forward Tai Y answers to you alone. I hear you've ordered all drug dens purged from your territory. A sound and steady move. Chen Junhui didn't so much as lift his eyelids. How many informants the police had embedded within He Sheng Lian, even he could no longer count. That news traveled fast. It was ordinary inevitable. Only fledgling gangs dreamed of silence. Oh, any established branch worth its salt bristled with hidden agents. Inside, outside, layered deep. To stand firm in Hong Kong, one accepted this reality as law. Chief Inspector Chan, you flatter me. If one truly wishes to retire honorably, the poison chapter must be closed decisively. Yellow, turn a blind eye, you gambling. Arrest a few token offenders in narcotics. Eradicate without mercy. This was the police force's iron standard, and his own unwavering line. Chief Inspector Chan studied him for 2 long seconds, then broke into a faint knowing smile. I never imagined Chen Bo could raise someone like you. And what of Chen Bo himself? How do you intend to settle that matter? Chen Bo had risen on drug trafficking and was within He Sheng Lian, the veteran master of that trade. To exit with dignity. Severing that umbilical cord was non-negotiable. Chen Junhui's brow furrowed deeply. He exhaled slowly, his voice hoarse. We'll cross that bridge when we reach it. When the moment comes that action is unavoidable, I know where the line lies. Chief Inspector Chan nodded in quiet satisfaction and departed. Chen Junhui remained seated quietly in the Cha-Chan Tung, awaiting the officers who would come to invite him. This ritual was inescapable for any new leader. It was the police's first calling card, and their first quiet blow. At the New Territory South District's Organized Crime and Triad Bureau OCTB, dozens of officers stood ready that night, monitoring the Tai Y conflict from their office desks. Some flipped through magazines, others sipped iced lemon tea, relaxed as if waiting for the final whistle of a football match. Just as dawn began to pale the sky, Senior Inspector Lin's mobile phone vibrated. He answered, listened, then slapped his palm sharply on the desk and summoned the entire unit. He pinned a photograph onto the top 10 outstanding youth in Triad Circle's bulletin board, the face of Chen Junhui. Fresh intelligence confirms Tai Zihui has seized Tai Y and formally assumed regional leadership. He's assigned former Dongxing member Gao Laohui and Hoan Loc's ally to jointly oversee Tai Y. Yao Man returns to Yao Mati to hold the original stronghold. Jimmy remains directly under his wing. Most crucially, he has ordered the complete eradication of all drug dens in Tai Y. The drug trade there is now extinct. Before he finished speaking, the room exhaled collectively, shoulders relaxed, breaths softened. Drug addicts caused the greatest unrest. Removing this blight would bring at least half the street's peace. Tai Zihui has indeed aided us this time, but protocol remains inviolable. Officer Chan, you'll lead a team to Jiyuan Cha-Chan Tung and invite Tai Zihui in for tea. At Jiyuan Cha-Chan Tung, Chen Junhui finally heard the door swing open and saw the uniformed officer stride in. He extended his wrists willingly, letting the cold steel of handcuffs snap shut. Then he was ushered into a police van and driven straight to the New Territory South District headquarters. The interrogation room's fluorescent lights cast a sterile white glare. A cup of black coffee sat on the table, unsweetened, undiluted, bitter as burnt ash. He lifted it, took a slow sip. The acrid, charred taste instantly flooded his tongue. Indeed, police coffee was never brewed for drinking. He hadn't sat more than a few minutes before the door opened again. 3 men entered side by side, the lead officer immaculate in a sharp suit, his epaulets gleaming. Tai Zihui, Senior Inspector Lin Wenhua, OCTB, New Territory South. Do you know why we've asked you here? Chen Junhui nodded, a familiar practice smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Of course. I rallied forces last night, seized Tai Y, and became the new leader. The police have long upheld this custom. Every newly installed boss must visit the station, sit down, drink a cup of tea. It was established by Lei Hu Lao during his reign, a gentle reminder of who truly holds authority over Hong Kong. Who truly governed Hong Kong? The answer needed no utterance. When the police grew displeased, even parking meters vanished overnight, cutting off street-level earners' livelihoods at the root. Senior Inspector Lin gave a slight nod, his gaze sharpening. So, Tai Zihui, you are indeed a man who understands. Then tell me, how should the delicate tension between Triads and the police be calibrated? The 2 officers beside him exchanged a subtle glance. This question was traditionally reserved for the highest echelons, never posed to mid-level figures. Chen Junhui paused, his gaze drifting, like turning the pages of a faded photo album. Senior Inspector Lin, you have my file. You'll know I was raised by Uncle Chen Bo. Once he drove me to school. Midway, a routine traffic officer flagged us down. I sat in the rear seat, watching clearly as Uncle Chen Bo was shoved face first against the car door and searched on the street, the officer shouting one more reckless maneuver and I'll revoke your license. After we left that street, I couldn't help asking him, how dared a junior cop confront you so brazenly? You commanded dozens of hardened men. Any order from you could leave that officer humiliated and helpless on the pavement. Uncle Chuanbao's face darkened instantly, his voice heavy, as if weighted with iron. Even if you're the sitting chairman of Hong Kong's most powerful triad, you must never strike back when slapped in broad daylight by a patrol officer. Why? Because our very ability to breathe freely and take root rests entirely upon Hong Kong's adherence to this code. Elsewhere, the mere phrase organized crime would bury the entire syndicate in the mud. 10 executions wouldn't even make an eye blink. From that day onward, an ironclad rule was etched into my heart: no matter how formidable a triad may be, it must retract its claws and bow its head at the sight of a police badge. Inspector Lin nodded slowly, a flicker of approval glinting in his eyes. Exactly what he had hoped to hear. Yet Chan Junhui did not pause. He continued without shifting tone. But just 2 days ago, I clashed with several mahjong parlors over rent collection from a phone booth, and the syndicate brought in an officer to stand guard for me. I was truly stunned. I'd always believed a rigid iron curtain separated syndicates from officers neither side ever permitted to reach across. Later I understood he wasn't invited by the syndicate. He stepped through that door out of respect for the syndicate's years of restraint and its role in stabilizing the territory. An officer wears a uniform, a syndicate bears its hall's insignia. Their identities are worlds apart. Yet deep down both carry the same unspoken burden to keep Hong Kong from collapsing, fracturing, or descending into chaos, to make it steadier day by day. The moment those words hung in the air, the two officers froze, eyes widening in unison, breath held mid-exhale. Inspector Lin couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. If I hadn't already known you were the rising crown prince Juanhui, I'd have half suspected the man seated across from me was a recently retired commissioner of police. He lit a cigarette for Chan Junhui himself. The flame leapt, casting amber light across half his face. And if we later discover the police have planted an informant in your premises, how will you handle it? Chan Junhui inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke with deliberate calm. His expression relaxed yet resolute. What else can I do? Treat him like a god of wealth and enshrine him. Eliminate an undercover agent. He wasn't delusional enough for that. To harm a police officer was tantamount to branding one's own forehead with the word war. His establishment is raided 3 times daily. His boss is summoned for tea every few days, and when rival syndicates storm in to challenge him, the police simply look away. Ing Ming's bold declaration, "After midnight, I'm in charge," had echoed loudly, yet within 2 months the police had tamed him completely, leaving him too terrified to even draw a full breath. In the original narrative, Jimmy dared move against Ali for one fundamental reason: Ali held no official police status, not even a formal badge, merely serving as an informant who passed along tips. Had Ali truly worn a police badge and drawn a salary, Jimmy, not to mention the entire Wo Shing Wo, wouldn't have dared so much as brush the hem of his sleeve. Inspector Lin gave a slight, thoughtful nod, his expression softening. You grasp the essentials. That's all that matters. So long as you don't overturn tables or set fires in Tai, why the force won't step on you. As he prepared to leave the interrogation room, he paused deliberately at the threshold and added one final instruction. Hong Kong gentlemen, is that your publication? Submit an application to the Hong Kong government immediately to register it as a formal magazine. A periodical of this scale cannot operate without official endorsement. Its absence has long unsettled higher authorities. Chan Junhui nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Inspector Lin, I'll arrange it the moment I return. Privately, however, he sighed inwardly. With weekly revenues running into several million, a substantial cut in profit margins now seemed inevitable. Registration meant taxes would be levied and accounts audited transparently. Yet tangible advantages remained. Should Hugh Hefner ever attempt to exploit the matter politically, the Hong Kong government would now be compelled to intervene first. After enduring 2 hours of frigid air conditioning inside the police station, Chan Junhui finally stepped out the main gate. The moment he entered a Cha-Chan tongue, he pulled out his phone and dialed Uncle Chuanbao's number. Boss, I've just left the police headquarters. They've softened their stance. So long as I stay clear of the narcotics trade, they'll grant me authority over Tai. Uncle Chuanbao erupted instantly, fury surging to his temples. Damn it. The police are utterly ruthless. They won't even let us touch powdered goods. He'd assumed that once Chan Junhui secured Tai, Yu Biao could seamlessly assume control of the local supply chain. Instead, one sentence from Chan Junhui had shattered the entire plan. No powdered goods allowed in Tai. So had his personal deployment of men last night, overseeing the scene, commanding the operation, been nothing more than wasted effort? Chan Junhui sighed softly. Boss, trafficking in powder leaves an indelible stench. You can never wash it clean, not even in this lifetime. I earn tens of millions weekly now. I hand you 1 million monthly as pocket money. Why cling so desperately to that meager drug revenue? Yu Biao pays at most 10,000 per month. Less than a fraction of what I casually tip my staff. Uncle Chuanbao slammed the table in rage. You know nothing. Earnings are high now, but marriage, property, children, infant formula. What doesn't demand money? If I don't save ahead for you, will you kneel and beg others for loans? Chan Junhui shook his head silently. He knew well beneath the talk of money lay wounded pride. Yu Tu Biao's pittance, however small, was earned by his own hands. His own generous allowances, however large, remained the dutiful tribute of a junior. Boss, do as you wish. I won't interfere. By the way, how have negotiations gone with the other syndicates? This was Uncle Chuanbao's forte. At the other end of the line, his voice brightened instantly, rapid, animated, brimming with confidence. East Star and Hoan Lock were easy. Their leaders Wengu and Camel, and I share long-standing ties. For Number Gang, I sent Deng Fei personally to negotiate terms. Only Lung Jin poses difficulty. Jimmy is the chief enforcer under his lieutenant Quan Zai Sam. Untouchable. Unassailable. Chan Junhui paused thoughtfully. Then tonight I'll bring Jimmy along and meet Lung Jin face-to-face to clarify everything. Boss, please arrange a meeting, 9 p.m. at Yuguchi. I'll prepare fine wine myself and offer sincere apologies and amends. After hanging up, he turned toward the hospital. Fat Chicken had sustained 2 knife wounds from Fa Lu Ming. Luckily, neither struck a vital organ. Last night's surgery had proceeded smoothly. He was now out of danger. Upon seeing Chan Junhui enter, Fat Chicken thumped his thigh in regret. If only I hadn't been injured last night, I'd have charged in with Ah Quan and Ah Xiang. No one else would have stolen the spotlight. Chan Junhui laughed and scolded him lightly, then urged Slim Dog to expedite the magazine's official licensing. Returning home from the hospital, he collapsed onto his bed and slept straight through until after 8 o'clock. After calling Jimmy to confirm his punctual attendance, he dialed Lotus Sister's number. Lotus Sister, find me 2 girls. Looks don't matter. Only one criterion: ample busts. The larger, the more reliable. Spare no expense. Just ensure absolute discretion. After all, he's merely an old man. How long can he possibly last? Send them there immediately, to Yuguchi. Hailing a taxi, Chan Junhui headed straight for Yuguchi Restaurant in Kowloon Tong, owned by Fat Hua, a senior elder of Wo Shing Wo. The venue bore the syndicate's imprint in every detail: waitstaff, greeters, even the subtle tilt of a bow. It was trusted implicitly. Hence, Wo Shing Wo elders chose this spot for 9 out of 10 critical discussions. No sooner had Chan Junhui stepped out of the cab than he spotted Jimmy pacing anxiously, fingers clenched around his cigarette, knuckles white. He placed a steady hand on Jimmy's shoulder, voice calm and grounding. Don't panic. Uncle Chuanbao himself is coming. Lung Jin won't dare lay a finger on you. We're all brothers here. Even if he's arrogant, he must still uphold Wo Shing Wo's honor. Jimmy's Adam's apple bobbed at last. He gave a slow, solemn nod. After another 2 cigarettes smoked in silence at the entrance, the 2 women summoned by Lotus Sister arrived. True to form, she'd selected only the finest, slim-waisted, long-legged, eyes sharp with quiet intensity. With a single gesture, Chan Junhui led them through the doors. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a waiter in black jacket rushed forward, back slightly bent, voice low and precise. Uncle Chuanbao has already briefed us. Please follow me. Chan Junhui nodded and walked in. Just before reaching the private room's entrance, a volley of acrid, explosive exchanges erupted from within. Lung Jin, I curse your ancestors. Say one more word, and I'll have your manhood hacked off. Chuanbao, others fear you, but I'm not intimidated. So you've latched onto Crown Prince Junhui. Do you really think you've sprouted phoenix wings and soared onto a noble branch? Driving a Mercedes around Central all day, desperate for everyone to see you've climbed aboard a golden chariot. What? Is that forbidden? I drive a $3 million car. What about you? Still peddling that drafty Honda? Let me tell you plainly, Crown Prince Junhui gives me 1 million monthly as pocket money. That's more than Quan Zai Sam pays you in an entire year. If I'm displeased, one call will collapse half of Sham Shueipo's operations tomorrow. Outside, Chan Junhui heard every word clearly and exhaled, silent and resigned. There truly are no misnamed nicknames. Chuanbao was etched into his bones. At his age, his temper burned hotter than any 20-year-old street brawler's, without even pausing to consider whether his knees could still withstand a gang brawl. 2 knocks on the door, and a roar from within. Enter. Chan Junhui pushed open the door, followed by Jimmy and the 2 women. He took the seat to Uncle Chuanbao's right. Jimmy and the women stood respectfully behind him, motionless as 3 upright trees. Then, lifting the purple clay teapot, he refilled Chuanbao's cup first, before pouring steadily into Lung Jin's cup. Uncle Chuanbao, Uncle Lung Jin, please moisten your throats. Lung Jin shot him a sidelong glance, lips curling. TSK. Crown Prince Junhui, how imposing you've become. You seized Tai Wai overnight. Will you soon succeed as Wo Shing Wo's next leader? I dare not drink your tea. It might scald my tongue. Before the words fully settled, Uncle Chuanbao slammed his palm onto the rosewood table, making the teacup lid leap into the air. Lung Jin, stop your sneering and posturing. Who do you think you are? Hui's claim to Tai Wai was approved by Deng Fei himself. Chan Junhui quickly placed a calming hand on Uncle Chuanbao's arm, voice measured yet unwavering. Boss, I understand Uncle Lung Jin feels aggrieved. I value Jimmy's capabilities. That's why I invited him here to join my team. He turned slightly locking eyes with Lung Jin and raised a single finger, slow deliberate. Uncle Lung Jin, yesterday, I finalized agreements with several mahjong parlors on Jitsuan Street. They'll manage new payphone lines under my umbrella. But my men, unaware of the arrangement, inadvertently cleared those same parlors as well. I'll install a dedicated line for you personally, guaranteeing monthly earnings in the tens of millions, stable and secure, rain or shine. Lung Jin's pupils contracted sharply. His pipe froze midair as he stared at Chan Juanhui, scrutinizing him for truth. Hui, you speak true. Tens of millions monthly. More lucrative than all sham shui parlors combined. And crucially, a legitimate enterprise that can sustain 3 generations. Let alone a Jimmy. Even if Chen Junhui were to call Guanzai's son to kneel and call him father right here, he would accept it. How dare I deceive you, senior? Uncle Long Jin trusts me less than he does Prince Hui, right? Besides, Jimmy is worth this price. Jimmy's clenched fist trembled slightly. He never imagined that in Chen Junhui's eyes he weighed like 1,000 pounds. In that instant 4 words rose in his heart: a scholar dies for his confidant. At this moment, if asked to wield a knife against a brother, he wouldn't even blink. Long Jin slowly took 2 puffs of smoke, and as the smoke flickered, he exhaled a deep breath. All right. Once the line is connected, I will no longer intervene in Jimmy's affairs. Jimmy, stay close to Hui, and your future will be bright. Jimmy lowered his head, his voice tense. Thank you, Uncle Long Jin. Long Jin set down his pipe, stood up, and brushed off his clothes. I will go back and inform Guanzai's son to prepare the young ladies. Compared to listening to the arguments in the restaurant, he preferred to count his money quickly. Chen Junhui exchanged glances with the 2 young ladies. They immediately approached, one linking her arm with Longin's, her body soft, as if boneless, her voice sweet, to the point of being cloying. Uncle Longan, don't forget us. Long Jin smiled and rubbed their shoulders, his hand sliding over their chests, causing the girls to giggle and sway their waists. Before leaving, he turned to look at Chen Junhui, his eyes unusually bright. Hui, I have high hopes for you. If anything comes up in the future, just find Guanzai-san. Oh, I'm always on standby in Sham Shui. Once Long Jin left, Chuan Bao couldn't help but sneer. PFF still full support from Sham Shui, as if the entire territory is his backyard. In truth, the areas where Long Jin truly had the say in Sham Shui were merely Lychee Corner, Chung Sha Wan, and Shek Kip Mei, 3 tiny plots of land. He suddenly turned his head and shot a glance at Jimmy, then glared fiercely at Chen Junhui. Street punk, do you know I have a blood feud with Long Jin? Back in the day, whenever I wielded a knife outside, he would always snatch the girls I had my eye on at the nightclubs. And you turning around to send him mountains of gold and silver. Do you still see me your boss? Chen Junhui smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Big brother, do you really want me to be the one in charge? Chuan Bao was momentarily stunned, opening his mouth, but saying nothing more. Long Jin indeed held considerable weight among the elders. Seeing him fall silent, Chen Junhui waved his hand toward the door, signaling the waiter to bring out the dishes. After a moment of silence, Chuan Bao finally spoke slowly. Then at most you can just give him 200,000 as a token of goodwill. Why bother to present him with a golden rice bowl? Chen Junhui sighed, lowering his voice. Big brother paid calls sound clean, but in the end there's still a gray area. If the police really want to take action with a label of disturbing public morality, who could withstand that? I've calculated several lucrative avenues in the paid call business. Checking road conditions, consulting legal advice, connecting with marriage agencies. Each one is more profitable than having a little sister act cute to make money. Why should I hand over the major profits to Long Jin? Chuan Bao blurted out. Then give a share to YouTube Biao. After all, what he does is smuggling powder, and he shouldn't be picky about this kind of borderline business. Chen Junhui waved his hand. Big brother, you still don't know what kind of quality YouTube Biao is. This powdered business is quite lucrative, yet he's only left with a territory in Liu Gate, and even the sign is about to peel off. Letting him wield a knife is fine, but forcing him to flirt with the little sisters and profess love, that's pure forcing a duck onto the perch. As soon as Chen Junhui finished speaking, Chuan Bao could only smile bitterly and nod. YouTube Biao truly wasn't cut out for this work. After a hearty meal and drink, Chen Junhui turned with Jimmy and exited the restaurant. As soon as they stepped out, Jimmy lowered his voice and asked, Boss, are you really planning to vie for the seat of authority? He had taken every word spoken at the table to heart. Chen Junhui scoffed. Compete for the seat? Have you gone mad? Just trying to please the big brother. 2 weeks later, at the Hong Kong Island Court, the trial for the car accident involving Gao Lahui began. Chen Junhui brought along Yao Wen A Lai and Jimmy to attend as spectators. At the court entrance, A Hua, one of Gao Lahui's subordinates, was accompanying a woman. Upon seeing Chen Junhui approach, A Hua immediately came forward to introduce her. Old Ding, this is a you brother Hugh's woman. Chen Junhui glanced at you, nodded slightly. This time with a gang lawyer covering, Hui is quite secure. If it weren't for his unexpected intervention waving the flag to gather people, Gao Lahui would have fled long ago. Once he left, the territory was taken over by A Hua, and the woman turned around to cohabit with a cop and got pregnant. In the end, he returned to Hong Kong only to be stabbed to death by A Hua, whom he trusted the most. Now that he was here, all of that became a mirage. Yet Ayu was not worried about Gao Laohui's trial at all as she eagerly asked, I heard the night hotline is under your control. I still have a few little sisters under me. Can I come to you for a bowl of rice? Chun Junhui frowned. Let's wait until Ahui comes out and let him discuss it with me in person. I have no interest in Ayu at all. After a few polite exchanges, the four of them entered the courtroom. Choosing a seat in the back row, he turned to Jimmy and asked, Jimmy, guess why I brought you all here today? Yao Wen and Alai perked up their ears immediately. Jimmy pondered for a moment before speaking. I think the boss wants us to witness firsthand how the gang uses a lawyer's words to get Gao Laohui out of prison. Everyone knows the assassin was sent by him, and he was the one who crashed into the victim. By all logic, hiring a hitman should lead to a conviction, otherwise he wouldn't have been forced to flee back then. However, with a gang lawyer stepping in, the charges could still be wiped clean. The boss wants us to feel secure in our work knowing there's someone backing us, so we won't be afraid of facing the law. Yao Wen and Alai nodded secretly, their thoughts aligned. But Chen Junhui shook his head and smiled. That's just one aspect. The other meaning is to let you see how the law can be bent by lawyers. He swept his gaze over the three of them and said slowly, the reason the gang can root itself in Hong Kong Island is not because they have more guns or are more ruthless, but because this is a place that upholds the law. This sounds absurd, yet it is the undeniable truth. If this had happened on the other side, even with the world's top lawyers, Gao Laohui would never have escaped, but in Hong Kong, with a lawyer's word, most troubles can be smoothed over. Look at the American Eagle. The 5 major families of the New York Mafia call the shots. Yet back in the day when Mussolini gave the order, hundreds of thousands of gangsters were crushed into the mud. And then there's the Yamaguchi-gumi from Sakura Country, nicknamed the Goldman Sachs, with guns, who dared to meddle in politics. Yet decades ago, they were merely obedient dogs at the feet of the military. Yao Wen and Jimmy listened with furrowed brows, silently digesting the information. Alai, however, grinned and shook his head. Big brother, am not smart enough to grasp all these twists and turns. Just tell me who to hit, and he'll pick up the knife. Tell me who to watch, and he'll wait until dawn. Chen Junhui sighed. A gangster who doesn't think will only ever be a thug. That said, he understood that forcing Alai to comprehend all this was indeed a tall order. At that moment, the gavel struck and the trial began. With handcuffs on, Gao Laohui was escorted into the courtroom by 2 court officers. As soon as he entered, he caught sight of Chen Junhui, and the others in the back row raised his hand slightly in acknowledgement and then stood in the defendant's seat. The judge and both lawyers took their seats. The judge opened the case files and said in a deep voice, the prosecution may read the indictment. The prosecutor stood and loudly began to read. On the evening of August 11, 1976, a shooting occurred at a bathhouse on Fa Street in Mong Kok, and the suspect fled in panic. Patrol officer Zhou Wenhua rushed to the scene upon hearing the news and personally witnessed Li being struck to the ground by a car, whose driver was none other than the defendant Gao Jiehui. Zhou Wenhua immediately approached to interrogate the mastermind behind the murder, and Li struggled to point in the direction Gao Jiehui fled, uttering the words Gao Laohui, this being the defendant's nickname. Based on this, the police determined that the entire murder case was orchestrated by Gao Jiehui. The judge nodded and turned to the defense lawyer hired by the gang. Defense, do you have any objections to this? The lawyer stood up with a determined tone. Your Honor, there are 3 critical doubts in this case. The first doubt, according to police records, Zhou Wenhua should have been patrolling around Guangdong Road at the west end of Mong Kok that night. Why was he suddenly at the east side on Fa Street? The second doubt, police documents clearly state that what Li uttered in his dying moments was not our client's real name, but rather a nickname, Gao Laohui. Yet this nickname is neither registered nor associated with any real name. Based solely on a faint whisper, how can it be concluded that it refers to Gao Jiehui? Nicknames can be casually given by neighbors. Anyone can call me Gao Laohui. If Your Honor enjoys the excitement, you can call out as well, but the police stubbornly insist that the 2 words uttered by the dying man unequivocally point to our client. This is nothing but preconceived notions and an intentional attempt to solidify guilt. I have ample reason to suspect that this investigation was severely flawed and may even conceal intentions to frame our client. The third doubt, I specifically consulted an experienced doctor in the emergency department at the brink of death. Can a person accurately discern speech? The doctor clearly answered that during the final moments, blood pressure drops suddenly, causing increased blood flow to the brain, which can lead to pressure on the cochlea and easily cause sudden deafness. Hearing unclear or even total deafness are common physiological reactions. In other words, no one can confirm whether Li actually heard the police's questions clearly at that time. His pointing may have been a mere instinctual twitch or an unconscious glance in a state of confusion. Our client was merely driving through Fa Street when Lu suddenly charged into the traffic without warning. The brakes could hardly be applied in time. This was purely an unexpected collision. Afterward, when he saw the officer suddenly drawing his gun at him, he panicked and fled the scene in fright. If that officer had steadied himself and refrained from drawing his weapon, choosing instead to save the person first and then ask questions, our client would never have ignored the injured party and would have stopped to provide aid immediately. The lawyer spoke steadily, articulating 7 or 8 logical points in one breath. In the end, even Gao Laohui instinctively touched the back of his neck as if the handcuffs were still pinching his wrist. Half an hour later, the judge stood up and struck the gavel. This court rules. Defendant Gao Jiahui is found not guilty in court. As the gavel struck, Qin Junhui and his companions suddenly stood up, the applause ringing out crisp and clear. 2 court officers stepped forward, and with a couple of clicks they removed the shackles from Gao Laohui's wrists. Stepping out of the courthouse, Gao Laohui took a deep breath of the market air he had long missed. Mixed with the aroma of roasted meats, the scent of herbal tea, and the warmth of the sun-baked asphalt. Boss, thank you. To help Gao Laohui shake off his nerves and clean up, Qin Junhui had already reserved the quietest private room at the Grand Fortune Imperial Banquet. Shark fins and abalone were plentiful as usual, and the steaming pot of imperial crab with vermicelli was the restaurant's prized treasure. Sitting to Gao Laohui's left was his girlfriend Ayu, and to his right was his trusted confidant Ahua. He raised his glass and stood up solemnly, toasting Qin Junhui. This time being able to come out unscathed relies entirely on you taking the field personally. If you hadn't intervened, I would have probably taken a night boat to Shantou to avoid the heat. From now on, wherever you point, I will strike, without hesitation or question. Before his words fell, he had already downed the entire glass of liquor, the spiciness making the corners of his eyes redden slightly. Qin Junhui also raised his glass, taking a small sip. As he set down the glass, his tone was calm yet firm. Ahui, now that you're out, don't rest. Get back in position as soon as possible. For the next 2 weeks, the territory of Daiwei is all being guarded by Yaowen. Taking over Daiwei has never been the end, it's merely the lid being unscrewed off a powder keg. Recently, many outside forces have caught wind of things and have been probing our limits, while Qin Junhui's foundation is still unstable. If it weren't for Yaowen and Ale's shrewdness, we might have really been pried open. Gao Laohui turned to look at Yaowen, who was leisurely leaning back and picking at his teeth, and said, "Brother Yaowen, thank you for taking on the burden." Yaowen smiled and nodded. Although he was half a year younger than Gao Laohui, this address of brother was the unspoken hierarchy acknowledged within Qin Junhui's circle. It indicated that he had firmly established his position as the leader among the new crew. Under Qin Junhui, Yaowen had the most men known in the underworld as the most evil 49, holding the top position in reputation. Following him was Alai, and then Gao Laohui. Jimmy held the last position. After a hearty meal, Qin Junhui let Gao Laohui and Alai leave first, while he took Jimmy and drove straight to the Yao Ma Tea fruit market, Yaowen's territory. Choosing a frosted green-skinned hefty Shatian watermelon, Yaowen flicked his wrist, the knife glinting as it sliced through the flesh, splitting into 8 evenly sized pieces, the juice dripping. Qin Junhui looked down closely, nodding in approval. Indeed, Yaowen, your knife skills are steady, accurate, and fierce. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Back in the day, one of the 3 tycoons of Magic City, Du Sheng, also started from selling fruit. It said he could peel pears so thin that they were as light as a cicada's wing without breaking the pear flesh or tearing the skin. Boss, are you hinting at me? Du Sheng was a figure from the old era, while Yaowen was merely in charge of a gang with a few dozen members in Hong Kong. Qin Junhui shook his head and chuckled. Yaowen, you are now the head horseman of Qin Junhui. I am not brother Min of the Hung family, nor am I of the Deng generation. Those older than me must maintain balance. Naturally, they have to support the small and suppress the big, balancing both sides. But I am still young. My men aren't at the point where they must step on someone to uplift another to win respect. You and Jimmy, as long as you have the ability and are on the right path, I would prefer each of you to grow and shine. If you truly become big shots, then I, as the leader, will have real honor on my face. Yaowen and Jimmy exchanged a glance and silently nodded. After eating 2 pieces of watermelon, Qin Junhui used a toothpick to pick his teeth and suddenly said meaningfully, Yaowen, do you have the guts to accompany me across to the other side? Yaowen glanced at Jimmy, who shrugged and continued to munch on watermelon, pretending he hadn't heard anything. After a moment of silence, Yaowen gathered himself and spoke in a low, serious tone. Boss, you wouldn't be thinking of hitting the underground lottery, would you? Over the years, the other side has gradually opened up, and many triads that couldn't make it in Hong Kong have quietly sneaked over to make a quick buck. The 3 avenues of yellow gambling and drugs are almost the only way out. Yellow refers to the hidden door businesses in sauna bathhouses. Gambling refers to the underground lottery evolved from old-style betting stalls. Drugs involve the trafficking of flour. Yaowen understood that Qin Junhui never touched drugs, and the yellow route was low profit and easily attracted legal trouble. After thinking it over, only the lottery remained. Qin Junhui scoffed, tossing the watermelon rind into the fruit basket. Lottery. This meager profit isn't even worth my attention. Jimmy, tell Yaowen what real money looks like. In these past 2 weeks, Jimmy had been sticking closely to Qin Junhui, learning diligently. He swallowed the last piece of watermelon and wiped his mouth, saying, I used to be like brother Yaowen, thinking that yellow gambling and drugs came quickly. But the boss enlightened me. The real big money businesses don't rely on these at all, because the customer base is too narrow. Earning 10,000 from 10,000 people is far easier than scraping 10,000 from one person's pocket. The boss even had me look into the stock market in beautiful country. A soap company has a market value equivalent to 10 arms dealers combined. Inspired by this, I thought, why not try the garment business? Hong Kong is right next to the mainland and labor and materials are astonishingly cheap. The factory price of a piece of clothing is only a few dimes, not even enough to pay for the ink of a copy of Hong Kong Men. Not to mention the boss holds the highest circulation magazine in Hong Kong Men, with overwhelming advertisements. I wouldn't need to spend a dime. Just pulling in a few popular artists to promote it, this brand would surely explode the whole market. With a population of 450,000 in Hong Kong, each person spends at least $600 a year on clothing. The local market is nearing 2.7 billion. Even if I only capture 1/10 of that, that's over 200 million in real gold and silver. Looking even further, Hong Kong has long been the second fashion capital in Asia, second only to winter capital, radiating influence to cherry blossom country, cold country, province, island, and Southeast Asia. A massive underworld with $1 trillion backing is behind it. Yawen listened, his blood surging, his fingertips slightly warming. But he was no longer the reckless, most evil 49 from back then. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "But clothing relies on appearance. No matter how cheap it is, if it doesn't look good, who will spend money? Where are we going to find designers who truly understand tailoring and fit?" Chen Junhui and Jimmy exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Yawen, how could you forget the foundation from which the boss started? Hong Kong Men was copied directly from the American version. If magazines can be copied, why can't clothes?" Yawen suddenly slapped his thigh and lightened. They were originally from the Underworld, and in the eyes of those who lived life on the edge, the two words copyright were worth less than a scrap of paper. He turned to Chen Junhui, his eyes shining brightly. "Boss, I will do this." Chen Junhui casually spat out the watermelon seed in his mouth, his voice crisp and clear. "Hurry up and get your homecoming permits sorted in the next 2 days. Next week, come with me to the mainland. Yau Ma Ti, the second busiest area in Hong Kong. I want to set up the first store here. Shortly, Jimmy will bring 5 million over for purchasing the shop and renovations, more than enough. I will personally draw the blueprints and will be able to give them to you the day after tomorrow. Also help me find a few salespeople, starting salary at 3,000 plus commission. People should be young, have bright faces, and lively temperaments." Yawen straightened his back and nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, boss. I'll personally select them. Each one will outshine the finalists of a beauty contest." At that time, ordinary workers in Hong Kong earned no more than 1,000 per month. 3,000 was already triple the salary plus commission, equating to hiring with a golden rice bowl. After entrusting the matter to Yawen, Chen Junhui returned to the tea restaurant with Jimmy. Greeting Lin Bo with a casual "same as usual," he rolled up his sleeves, spread out paper and pen, and began sketching the design. He was someone who had traveled back from decades later. His vision, pace, and aesthetic all far surpassed those of this era. Yawen watched as Jimmy took the 5 million and left feeling warmth in his heart. Previously, he had indeed underestimated Jimmy. This person originally worked in the horse ranch, feeding horses with not many subordinates under him. To put it nicely, he was a horse groom. To put it harshly, he was a gigolo. But after today's conversation, Yawen realized that Jimmy's vision and perspective were actually a notch higher than his own. It turned out he had been learning in closed doors with Chen Junhui for a full 2 weeks. Following this momentum, Jimmy's rise would be imminent. His future would surely not be limited to just working at the ranch. Had he known this, he should have eagerly switched places with Jimmy back then. Although he felt a pang of jealousy, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, Chen Junhui had entrusted the entire clothing business to him. If it truly succeeded, he would steadily reap a layer of profits. Don't underestimate this 1/10. The earliest veterans who followed the boss show Go and Fei Ji easily earned hundreds of thousands weekly just from the ranch and the magazine. After a moment's thought, Yawen summoned a few capable subordinates. Dong, go run an errand to Magic City Street and ask each shop which ones are willing to let go. The price is negotiable, but the location must be prime, a golden spot where people are packed together. Magic City Street is right next to Nathan Road, intersecting with Wadao Lao Dao. It is the busiest and most prosperous artery in Yau Ma Ti. "Asyang, I heard your dad does renovations. Have him come to the fruit market to see me tomorrow. I have a big job to discuss." Compared to hiring an external construction team, he trusted his own brothers more. Having Asyang present, his dad wouldn't dare to cut corners or be careless. "Ting, I've seen your girlfriend. She has beautiful features and her hands and feet are agile. Ask her if she would like to come help at the store, starting salary at 3,000 plus commission. It's no worse than sitting in an office." Dong and Asyang took their orders and turned to leave, but Ting hesitated for a moment. "Brother Yawen, that 3,000 isn't meant for asking Asher to go to the nightclub to serve drinks, right? 3,000 was something that could only be earned in the ranch or nightlife at that time. He absolutely did not want his girlfriend to wade into that murky water." Yawen flicked his forehead lightly with his hand. "What are you thinking? The boss asked me to test the clothing business, investing 5 million to open the first store. I plan to invite Asher to sell clothes. If this takes off, the entire sales line will be handed over to her." Only then did Ting scratch his head, embarrassed to agree. Just as he turned to leave, he was called back by Yawen. By the way, let your girlfriend check if she has any good friends who are willing to come along. Remember, they must be attractive and have a good demeanor. Ting exited the fruit market, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the church university. The Christian university was one of only 3 institutions of higher learning in Hong Kong at the time, the other 2 being the University of Hong Kong and the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Though not an all-female institution, over 80% of its students were women. Its curriculum emphasized theology and philosophy niche disciplines with narrow career prospects, prompting most male students to steer clear. Compounding this was the university's lax academic culture. Indeed, Ting had first met Asher years earlier while stepping in to rescue her at a nightclub. He waited until dusk before spotting her emerge from the campus gate, backpack slung over one shoulder. He called out to her, and the two promptly entered a nearby cha chan tung. After ordering, Ting carefully relayed Yao Man's proposal. Asher, brother Yao Man would like you to join his team. The base salary is HK300 per month with commissions on sales. He also said, if you have classmates you trust, they're welcome to join us too. Asher's brow furrowed as she set down the half-eaten pineapple bun resting on the edge of her plate. Ting, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. Ask me to sell, then drag my classmates into it. Don't waste your breath on daydreams. She had always believed Ting stood apart from other Triad-affiliated youths, grounded, loyal, dependable. Yet the moment those words left his mouth, her heart sank, chilled to the core. Ting shook his head with a wry smile. You've already conjured up half a novel. I'd never dare ask you to do something like that. Brother Yao Man is now partnering with Tai Zi Hui of the Wo Shing Wo Triad on a legitimate business venture. You've surely heard of Tai Zi Hui. He launched the magazine Hong Kong Gentleman and pioneered the premium-rate telephone hotline industry, earning himself the moniker Golden Throat. This time he's turned his attention to fashion retail and has entrusted the entire operation to Brother Yao Man. Just moments ago, Tai Zi Hui handed him $5 million in cash, instructing him to secure a storefront immediately and open without delay. Brother Yao Man asked me to pass along one question: would you consider joining the store as a sales associate? If this launch succeeds, you'll oversee all terminal sales for the entire brand line. And how much you earn annually? No one can yet say. Only then did Asher grasp the full scope, and her cheeks flushed warmly. After a moment's reflection, she nodded assent and casually proposed bringing several close friends along the next day to see the place for themselves. They exchanged a few light familial remarks before exiting the cha chan tung, one after the other. Walking side by side for a stretch, Ting hailed a minibus and waved farewell. Asher turned and lifted her hand in return. A sleek black Rolls-Royce glided silently to her side, and the driver hurried around to open the door. 15 minutes later, the car pulled into the courtyard of a European-style villa nestled halfway up Victoria Peak. As Asher stepped into the living room, she found her father seated on the sofa reading a financial newspaper while her mother stood in the kitchen, apron tied, slicing vegetables. She tossed her empty school bag onto the sofa, grabbed the remote, switched on the television, and declared without preamble, "Dad, Mom, I'm dropping out of school." Both froze, their brows knitting tightly together. "Drop out? Then your allowance stops. Cold turkey." Mr. Wong habitually wielded this threat against his daughter. Only once had it failed, when she'd insisted on seeing Ting despite his objections. Every other time it had worked flawlessly. This time, however, Asher didn't even lift her eyes. "Fine, cut it off. I've already landed a proper job." Mr. Wong's expression darkened, his brows drawing lower still. "A proper job? Do you mean you're truly going to sell yourself? I warned you repeatedly to stay away from these gangsters. You ignored me, and now for his sake you'd sacrifice your dignity." Asher rolled her eyes, but her tone remained light and unruffled. Ting cherishes me too much to ever push me into the fire. It's his boss who's partnering with Tai Zi Hui on a legitimate clothing business, and he's invited me to join the store as a sales associate. Base pay is HK300 plus commission per item sold. Mr. Wong's gaze suddenly sharpened. He leaned forward intently. Tai Zi Hui's entering fashion retail. What's the brand positioning? Where's the factory located? How's logistics structured? True to form, his first instinct wasn't concern for his daughter's safety, but scrutiny of the enterprise's underlying mechanics. Alas, Asher knew nothing. She simply shrugged helplessly. Mr. Wong fell silent for several seconds, then grew solemn. "You may go. I'll call the school first thing tomorrow to retain your student status. But if so much as a whisper stirs within that store, you must report it to me, immediately. Not a single detail may be withheld." A quiet suspicion stirred in Asher's mind. Her father dealt exclusively in wholesale general merchandise. What possible connection could he have with Tai Zi Hui? Yet she asked no further questions. So long as she could support Ting, nothing else mattered. The next morning, she quietly approached several academically bright, well-groomed female classmates from modest backgrounds at the Christian university. Upon hearing the guaranteed monthly salary of HK300 and learning no hostessing or forced socializing would be required, they accepted on the spot. Shortly after noon, Asher led them straight to the fruit market district. A young clerk at the stall grinned upon seeing her brother Yao Man took Ting and the others to the shop front just minutes ago. Asher immediately ushered her group there. The store occupied a prime corner where Mong Kok Road intersected with Waterloo Road. a location whose potential was unmistakable at first glance. It had formerly housed a British-owned pharmacy. The owner, eager to relocate permanently to England, had sold it outright to Yao Man for $3 Hong Kong. 5 million. When they arrived, workers were already swinging sledgehammers at the ceiling, dust cascading downward in thick clouds. Ting and 2 others wore hard hats, shadowing Yao Man closely. Yao Man himself wore a dusty blue-gray helmet, crouched beside Xiang's father in a corner reviewing a budget sheet. Uncle Xiang, according to the blueprints. Will it really cost 3 million? Xiang chimed in instantly. Dad, brother Yao Man plans to entrust me with security oversight, so please cut us some slack and charge less. Shut your mouth, you good for nothing. I'm speaking with your boss, not you. His father shot him a sharp sideways glance, then turned back to Yao Man and exhaled deeply. Brother Yao Man, 3 million is already rock-bottom pricing. You've seen the blueprints. There isn't another clothing boutique in all of Hong Kong daring enough to install such a massive floor-to-ceiling glass facade. Even Masaki's flagship in Central shies away from this scale. The structural steelwork alone, the blast-resistant layer, the climate control system, adds up to a formidable sum. I'm quoting this figure only because I know how hard it is for Xiang to walk the straight path, and I'm swallowing my pride to do so. For anyone else, for million minimum, and they'd still have to wait in line. Yao Man withdrew a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and slowly exhaled a thin plume of pale smoke. Since you've spoken so plainly, then yes, 3 million it is. But quality must be flawless, down to the last inch. Xiang and his team will be stationed here daily. You wouldn't want the ceiling collapsing one day and landing squarely on his head, would you? He had no intention of asking Chan Chun FAI to cover the extra million. He'd earned enough street credibility over the years to shoulder it himself. Xiang's father thumped his chest in solemn pledge. Rest assured, brother Yao Man. I'll treat this shop like my ancestral home, safe, solid, not a single rivet overlooked. Xiang muttered softly beside him. Dad, don't take that too literally. Mom's been begging you to rewire the house for 2 years, and we're still running live wires bare. Before he could finish, a swift kick landed squarely on his backside. Silence. One more word, and you'll kneel on the washboard tonight. Laughter erupted among the crew, just as Ting caught sight of Ashur and the group of school-uniformed girls standing at the entrance. As Ashur and her friends stepped toward the doorway, Yao Man raised a hand to halt them. Walls are being demolished, tiles pried up, debris could fall at any moment. It's far too dangerous. We'll withdraw immediately. Once Yao Man led Ting and the others outside, Ashur moistened her lips, her voice slightly unsteady. Brother Yao Man, what Ting told me, is it truly binding? All my friends have officially withdrawn from school. If he misled me, they'd be utterly ruined. Unlike Ashur, whose family background afforded her flexibility, her friends came from households where fathers ran factories or presided over trade associations. None could afford to merely retain nominal enrollment status. En route, they had grilled Ashur repeatedly, their eyes clouded with anxiety. Even Ashur, who trusted Ting implicitly, began to feel her own resolve falter under their questioning. Yao Man's demeanor remained calm, his voice measured and unhurried. Ladies, set your minds at ease. Construction on our clothing boutique has already begun. Once the structural work concludes and interior furnishings arrive, we'll open our doors to customers. This location, Golden Corner Silver Edge, is destined for success the moment our sign lights up. In truth, he hadn't slept until 3 a.m. the previous night, but before his brothers and these young women, not a trace of fatigue or doubt could show. If even he appeared uncertain, how much more unsettled would the others become? Ashur released a long, slow breath, her shoulders visibly relaxing. Then, thank you, brother Yao Man, truly. Yao Man surveyed the group of young women, reassurance settling deep in his chest. Each possessed refined features and poised bearing, their youthful vitality radiating outward, matching Ashur's presence effortlessly. With them staffing the counter and engaging customers, the enterprise's prospects gained undeniable luster. After brief consideration, he spoke. Per our original plan, your first salary would only be disbursed upon the store's official opening. However, after consulting several trusted associates, we've decided to advance payment. Effective today, you begin work. But this money is not a gift. From this moment, Ting will guide you through every garment shop across Hong Kong, observing precisely how each salesperson initiates conversation, crafts rapport, and transforms a simple shirt into an irresistible object of desire. You too must hone your tongue. Master the art of persuasion. 3 sentences to stir interest. 5 to move someone to open their wallet willingly. Ting, go to my office shortly and collect HK1000. That insight had come to him overnight, courtesy of Jimmy. Selling clothes demanded no luck, only sharp observation and fluent articulation. Especially for these girls fresh out of school uniforms, enthusiasm alone wouldn't suffice. They needed exposure, apprenticeship, craft. The girls burst into delighted, crystalline laughter. What woman doesn't love shopping? Especially when someone else foots the bill and the outing doubles as sanctioned professional training. Xiang, you'll remain on site these days, overseeing your father's supervision of construction. Dong, the brand name is finalized. Asia Star Apparel. The name had taken 2 sleepless nights of meticulous deliberation between Yao Man and Jimmy. evoking both the grandeur of the Star of Asia and the ambition to rise above mediocrity, aiming not for modest comfort, but for undisputed leadership in the industry. Ting scratched his head and ventured cautiously, "Boss, what about you?" Though they'd followed Yao Man for years, this was the first time he'd personally assigned specific duties. Yao Man gave a slight subtle nod toward the group of young women. Ting, don't ask what you shouldn't. Until matters are settled, not a whisper of this may escape." Ting chuckled awkwardly and nodded vigorously. Of course, he'd never tell Ting that he was preparing to travel north with Changchun Fai. Not only were the Wo Shing Wo's informants everywhere, but across the border traps might already be laid. And beyond external threats, Yao Man himself preferred to keep this matter tightly sealed, for now. Changchun Fai had made his position unequivocally clear. Success brings universal smiles, a failure invites hidden sabotage. Everywhere people secretly hope you stumble. Once all tasks had been assigned to his team, Yao Wen hoisted his luggage and prepared to depart. 2 mornings later, he met Chun Junhui and Jimmy near the border checkpoint. After clearing customs, the three crossed the threshold and set foot on the opposite shore. No sooner had Yao Wen left than gathered several young women and launched their store-sweeping operation. At first, Asher assumed this assignment would be effortless and pleasant. Her boyfriend by her side, expenses fully covered, even shopping elevated to the dignity of official duty. Alas, that buoyant mood lasted only until noon. Their first stop was Central, the most concentrated enclave of luxury on Hong Kong Island. The moment they entered the boutique, quietly opened his wallet, just enough for the sales assistant to glimpse its thick wad of cash. She instantly switched to a honeyed smile and lowered her voice, attending them with VIP-level diligence. Yet no matter how eloquently the staff spun their rhetoric, did not blink, not once. He simply listened intently how they cast their hooks, laid down stepping stones, and elevated a simple silk scarf to the soul of every Hong Kong woman's wardrobe. "Sir, this piece is an exclusive seasonal custom design crafted expressly for the refined gentleman. Madam, this scarf was created by a rising Milanese designer. Worn with your ensemble, it will instantly double your aura." Silently, memorized their rhetorical patterns, yet his hand remained tightly clenched around his wallet, unmoving. When the assistant finally sensed no purchase intent, her smile receded like a tide, her tone grew cooler, and she ultimately cited reasons such as excessive trying and disrupts display arrangements, politely ushering the group out. Stepping onto the sidewalk, immediately pulled out his small notebook and jotted down. When customers arrive in pairs, prioritize the companion. Praise her discerning eye and impeccable taste. When a man shops alone, emphasize prestige and head-turning appeal. When a woman browses solo, evoke scarcity. Only 3 pieces remain in Hong Kong, just restocked. Celebrity lookalike edition. Watching him scribble furiously on a park bench, Asher sighed. Yao, when brother sent you to accompany us, not to train as an apprentice sales associate. Is it really necessary? You even carry a notebook, like studying vocabulary. Shook his head, earnest, "Assure you don't understand. Yao and brother said we'll soon follow Prince Hui step by step into legitimate enterprise. None of us have much formal education. This opportunity is rare, and we must seize every moment to catch up." He carries his own small notebook too. Every instruction from Prince Hui is recorded with absolute precision. Assure pressed her palm to her forehead in exasperation. "All I hear from you is Yao and brother or Prince Hui. Am I truly your girlfriend? Or are those two the true darlings of your heart?" Hearing the young couple bicker nearby, girls exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter. Let out a soft sigh, his voice laced with weariness and quiet resignation. "Assure, I know you feel slighted, resentful that I've neglected you. But we'll marry one day. And surely you wouldn't want to wake one morning to news that I'd been slashed at the docks. And you've always felt I lack standing. That's why even now you still won't let me meet your parents. I must carve out something real alongside Yao and brother before I can truly deserve your words. I believe in you." Assure paused, her fingertips stilled. She said nothing. Her family owned one of Hong Kong Island's top 3 retail conglomerates. From the outset, her father had equated with Triad enforcers. He simply could not believe a young man steeped in street life could ever reliably secure her future. Only when took root and earned genuine respect would that half-closed door to her family home ever swing wide open. She drew a slow breath, her gaze steady as she looked at him. "Whatever path you choose, I stand behind you. If you wish to brave wind and rain in the underworld, I'll hand you the blade. If you seek to build a stable, honorable career, I'll pave the way." After that quarrel, Asher quietly bought herself a hardcover notebook. She meticulously recorded every salesperson's cadence, the precise pause of their gaze, the subtle pivot in their phrasing, line by line. They worked until the city lights shimmered into view. Took the subway back to his public housing estate, while Assure rode toward the old villa on the mid-levels, its gray walls and red-tiled roof glowing softly in the dusk. As soon as she stepped inside, her body went slack, collapsing into the sofa, as if her bones had dissolved. "Mummy, I'm parched." Her mother instantly brought a chilled soda. Her father frowned, voice low. "Assure, how old are you? Must you command your mother to fetch and carry?" She tipped the bottle and drank deeply. the icy rush flooding her skull, then lifted her eyes to her father. Daddy, does the company have an internal training manual on sales rhetoric? I'd like to study it. His expression tightened. Internal training materials. What do you need those for? These were Wong department store's most closely guarded assets, so fiercely protected that even rival firms' headhunters couldn't pry loose a single page. What else? To learn, of course. Mummy, you wouldn't believe it. We combed through Central's entire luxury strip today, dissecting exactly how staff open conversations respond to objections and coax money from wallets. Unfortunately, my feet blistered, but the lessons we actually absorbed, barely a handful. With that, she tossed her notebook casually into her father's lap. He flipped through a few pages. Though the content appeared raw and unpolished, the handwriting was dense and meticulous, annotated with question marks and asterisks along the margins. His finger paused on a page titled 3-Second Breakthrough Tactics When Customers Say, I'll think about it. After a long silence, he nodded. I'll bring you an internal document tomorrow night. One rule, only read it at home. No sharing, no photographs, no lending to others. Assure's eyes lit up. She nodded vigorously. Once she bounded upstairs, her mother lowered her voice. Why so readily agree? This is core material, crafted at great expense by top-tier consultants. We've never sold it, not even to bidders willing to pay handsomely. Back then, Mr. Wong had poured hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars just to systematize this rhetoric framework. Leaning back in his rattan chair, he exhaled slowly. Profits shrink year after year, rents climb monthly, yet turnover remains frozen like stagnant water. Keep going like this, and what we earn won't even cover rent. We'll merely be working for the landlord. Lately, I've been mapping our exit strategy. How to pass the torch smoothly, how to preserve the family business intact without erosion or fragmentation. Recently, I discreetly asked around among Hong Kong's emerging young entrepreneurs, who is the steadiest, sharpest, and most methodical? Beyond familiar names, one stood out above all: Prince Hui of Haitian Group. Don't mistake his triad roots for illegitimacy. He conducts wholly above-board ventures, building real, scalable enterprises grounded in sunlight, not shadow. I'd even planned to invite him to dinner, to sincerely offer him the post of general manager. But today, Asher's notebook has awakened me. If this apparel venture truly gains momentum, I'll sell off the department store and stake my entire fortune on it. After all, Asher is my only daughter. Everything here belongs to her by right. Once invested, I can finally breathe easy and spend time with you and with her. Mrs. Wong nodded gently. She understood her husband's calculation. That training manual was more than pedagogy. It was the Wong family's first calling card extended to Prince Hui, a gesture of sincerity before negotiation. With Asher and Otten acting as intermediaries, capital flowing into the project felt both assured and grounded. Chun Junhui himself had no idea, before he'd even begun fretting over success or failure. Others already hoped more fervently than he did for this game to end in victory. Meanwhile, on Chun Junhui's end, no sooner had the trio crossed the checkpoint than a young man in a khaki jacket hurried forward to greet them. Brother Hui. Brother Yaowen. Brother Jimmy. I'm Ah Fei. Ah Fei was the youngest son of Uncle Lin, who spent years managing cross-border vegetable logistics, swift, resourceful, and deeply connected across wet markets and cold storage facilities. When Uncle Lin heard Chun Junhui was coming to mainland China, he promptly dispatched his son without hesitation. He knew, if Ah Fei caught Chun Junhui's attention, it would be his golden ticket upward. Bearing his father's weighty instructions, Ah Fei even kept his smile taut with extra gravity. At first sight of Chun Junhui, he reached instinctively for the black leather briefcase. Chun Junhui shifted half a step sideways, effortlessly evading the gesture. Ah Fei, Uncle Lin mentioned you. Have you handled the task I assigned? Ah Fei straightened his spine, voice crisp. Brother Hui, rest assured. All 4 garment factory owners in Shenzhen are confirmed. Who dares open a factory here nowadays without solid backing? Upon hearing this was Brother Huey's brand initiative, focused on volume, quality, and market presence. They committed instantly. We'll be waiting at the White Swan Hotel tomorrow evening, daylight hours. Chun Junhui gave a slight nod, then asked, accommodations. Safety comes first. Ah Fei thumped his chest, absolutely foolproof. My army comrade manages logistics at the military region guest house. Rooms secured in advance. 2 shifts guard the main gate. Patrols circle the courtyard nonstop. Even a sparrow landing on the eaves must file a prior report. The Hong Kong-bound transport fleet was a Guangdong Provincial Special Cross-Border Unit. Vehicles bore red insignias, drivers included both Hong Kong residents and mainlanders operating round the clock between the 2 territories. Yet those Hong Kong youths who squeezed into the fleet, like Ah Fei, were typically local misfits with nowhere else to go, whereas mainlanders admitted into the fleet invariably possessed deep-rooted connections and formidable influence. The fleet paid salaries by Hong Kong standards, HK2 monthly unfailingly deposited. In mainland China, where average wages hovered around 50 renminbi, this sum fell like gold bricks from heaven, blindingly radiant and dangerously hot. Chun Junhui gave another slight nod, acknowledging Ah Fei's competence. Dragging their suitcases, the group climbed into an aging sedan and rattled toward the guest house. By mainland standards, the guest house was respectable, But to Chun Junhui and his companions it barely passed muster. No one complained. What mattered most was never comfort, but peace of mind. After spending one night there, Chun Junhui headed to the White Swan Hotel the following evening. The White Swan was Shenzhen's flagship hotel for foreign investors. Elegant decor, refined cuisine radiating openness and confidence at every turn. Carrying his briefcase, Ah-Fei guided him directly to the reserved private room. The garment factory owners were already waiting inside, rising in unison the moment he entered. Mr. Chun, young prodigy, extraordinary vision. Your name has echoed across Shenzhen long before today. The client who paid the bill naturally took the seat of honor. Chun Junhui was escorted by a cluster of people to the head position. He lifted his teacup and sipped, then frowned faintly before cutting straight to the point. You gentlemen are all seasoned professionals. I'll spare you the pleasantries. This time I need 1 million summer garments. How shall we negotiate the price? The others exchanged glances, and finally the eldest among them spoke. May I ask, Mr. Chun, will the fabric be pure cotton or synthetic fiber? Internationally, synthetics are cheaper, but here our chemical industry remains underdeveloped, making them pricier than cotton. Chun Junhui, already well-versed in market conditions, replied without hesitation. This order is for pure cotton only. The industrial base across the border was still climbing its learning curve. Synthetic fiber quality control was wildly inconsistent. Pilling, snagging, and color fading were all serious concerns. Rather than gamble on subpar synthetics, he chose solid, dependable cotton. Lower risk, higher reliability. As for style, follow these sketches. He drew several t-shirt design drafts from his bag, inspired by Dior advertisements he'd studied in Playboy magazine. Clean lines, bold tailoring. The factory owners gathered closely to examine them, murmuring quietly among themselves. The elder owner rubbed his chin and spoke gravely. Mr. Chun, let me quote you an honest price. A locally made 30 count pure cotton t-shirt retails at $1 63. Deduct freight, $0 30 distribution fees, $0 30 and retail markup, $0 20. And the true manufacturing cost drops to just $0 83. But your order demands grade A premium quality, superior materials, reinforced stitching, and rigorous inspection. So our quoted price must be $0 90 per piece. Chun Junhui calculated instantly. $0 91,000 HK 9,000, well below even his most conservative estimate. Beside him, Jimmy and Yao when exchanged silent, astonished glances. On Hong Kong streets, identical shirts routinely sold for $20. A single garment crossing the Liu Bridge multiplied its value 20-fold, more lucrative than fertilizer smuggling. Chun Junhui nodded, then casually unzipped his briefcase. The factory owner's eyes locked onto the thick stacks of Hong Kong banknotes inside. The compact case overflowed with cash, easily over 2 million Hong Kong dollars. On the spot, he counted out HK 9,000, his voice clear and commanding. I'd like this order split among 3 factories, HK 3,000 each. Let me be unequivocal, my standards are exacting. Any single defective piece, and I reject the entire batch. Those bold enough to accept may collect their funds now. And those who miss this opportunity need not feel slighted. If this succeeds, future orders will only grow. This is Yao Wan. He'll be your direct contact at the factories going forward. Yao Wan immediately handed out his business card, crisp and precise. It bore no Triad affiliation, only the title General Manager, Asia Star Apparel Co. Ltd. Tan Yao Wan. The factory owners departed one by one, except 3 who remained seated. They held the deepest roots and most stable production capacity in Shenzhen's garment trade, and thus carried the greatest confidence. Each pocketed HK 3,000 in cash, and smiles deepened across their faces. Though reform had begun across the border, echoes of central planning still lingered, especially in apparel manufacturing where consignment sales remained standard practice. Clients like Chun Junhui, who settled accounts outright in hard cash, were rare indeed. In all their years, none had ever seen such a man. After several rounds of baijiu, conviviality swelled into unrestrained camaraderie. Only then did Chun Junhui and his 2 companions hail a taxi and depart. The 3 factory owners meanwhile rushed to dial their factories, ordering security teams to arrive immediately. No one dared carry such a fortune alone through the night. Back at the guest house, they retired to their rooms. Chun Junhui deliberately pried up his floorboard, stashed the remaining 1 million Hong Kong dollars into the hidden cavity beneath, then lay down to sleep. No one noticed. As they stepped out of the White Swan Hotel, a shadow had already fallen into place 100 meters behind. Once the trio vanished through the guest house gate, the figure melted into the dense shadows of a street corner and lit a cigarette. Its ember pulsed steadily until past 2 a.m. At last he extinguished the cigarette and emerged from darkness. From his coat, he withdrew a gleaming razor-edged dagger, clenched it between his teeth, dropped low, and bounded silently toward the guest house wall. He paused, pressed flat against the ground, waiting until the patrol guard's silhouette receded into distance, then sprang upward, scaled the wall with feline silence, and dropped soundlessly into the courtyard. Swiftly, he slipped into the main building's rear shadow and zeroed in on Chun Junhui's third-floor room. Next, he ascended the drainpipe to the third floor, moving with gecko-like agility. The window was welded shut from within. Forced entry would surely trigger alarm. After a moment's probing, he produced a powerful magnet, clicked it firmly against the interior handle, twisted gently, and the lock disengaged with a soft click. A narrow slit opened. He slid sideways into the room. Moonlight sliced diagonally across the floor. Chun Junhui slept deeply in bed. The intruder released the dagger from his teeth and reversed it, pressing the icy tip against Chun Junhui's throat. The cold steel touched skin, and Chun Junhui jolted awake as if doused in ice water. His eyes flew open just as a low, gravelly voice pressed close to his ear. "Scream once, and your throat is severed." Chun Junhui's Adam's apple bobbed. He drew a slow, deep breath. "Brother, who sent you? That physique, that technique. This isn't work ordinary men can afford. Are you New Order? Or Number Gang?" The shadow exhaled sharply through his nose, a dry, rasping sound like sandpaper grinding iron. "New Order. Number Gang. Never heard of them. All I want is money. HK1000. Hand it over now, and I walk away, without so much as brushing your sleeve." Chun Junhui's lips twitched, not quite a smile. With a blade at his jugular, how could he trust such a promise? "Brother, have you ever seen a boss pay out of his own pocket? I've got 2 men with me. They're holding the cash. Keep your eye on them. Or better yet, let's step next door. I'll stay under your control. They won't dare try anything." The shadow narrowed his eyes, pondered briefly, then shook his head no. "The moment you step outside, your voice carries, and the whole building hears." Chun Junhui countered instantly. "Then let me make a call. I'll have him bring the money up. I know you fear he'll call the police, or alert the guest house guards, but I'll ensure he says nothing. Besides, these walls are paper thin. If he dials, your ears are sharp. You'll hear every digit. And before any siren wails, you'll silence me and walk out untouched." The shadow paused for 2 seconds, then withdrew the dagger from Chun Junhui's throat. "Make the call." But Chun Junhui tensed even further. He knew perfectly well. The blade's retreat signaled not mercy, but absolute certainty. The moment his mouth opened, blood would spray. Slowly, he reached for the vintage rotary phone on the desk, his fingers steady as stone. "Yaowen, HK1000. Bring it now." Yaowen recognized the tone instantly. Something was wrong. Not a word of question passed his lips, only a hushed, immediate reply. "Understood. Coming now." 1 minute later, a knock sounded at the door. "Boss, it's me, Yaowen. I've brought the money." Chun Junhui recognized the voice at once. Not Yaowen, but Jimmy. Without lifting his eyelids, his voice remained level calm, as if ordering tea. "The door's unlocked. Come in. Keep your eyes shut. Don't look at the guest." The shadow flicked a sharp glance toward Chun Junhui. Unexpected. This man's spine was steel, yet his mind moved faster than anyone's. As the door swung open, Jimmy entered, blindfolded, arms wrapped tightly around a fresh stack of Hong Kong notes. "Boss, HK100000. Not a cent short." Chun Junhui shot the shadow a subtle look. The man nodded in acknowledgement. As he stepped forward toward Jimmy, Jimmy lunged, clamping him in a crushing bear hug and yanking him violently to the floor. In that split second of hesitation, a figure flashed through the window. Yaowen vaulted and raised his blade high and brought it down in a lethal arc toward the intruder's crown. The shadow parried with his dagger. Clang. A sharp ringing impact. Then the two crashed together, grappling in furious, muffled blows. Jimmy surged forward to help, but Chun Junhui clamped a firm hand on his shoulder, holding him back. The door clicked shut. Chun Junhui leaned against it, watching silently. Yaowen needed no introduction. Years ago on Oil Street in Yau Ma Ti, he'd carved a legend with a single blade, forcing rivals to kneel and beg for mercy. Among Hong Kong's underworld, 8 out of 10 men flinched at his name. Now he wielded a 50-centimeter heavy-bladed cleaver, while his opponent held only a 20-centimeter dagger. Yet after 10 exchanges, Yaowen found himself forced steadily backward. 2 brutal kicks struck his left thigh and right knee. Each blow sent searing pain shooting up his leg, as though iron vices were twisting his flesh. Yaowen's heart sank. This skill set belonged to no petty gangster. It reeked of elite training. Just as Yaowen's footing faltered, Chun Junhui snapped on the light switch. Light flooded the room, exposing the intruder's white swan hotel staff uniform in stark clarity. So he'd been marked from the very moment they entered the hotel. Chun Junhui gave 2 soft, deliberate claps. The eyes of everyone present snapped instantly toward him. A faint smile played on his lips as he raised his thumb toward the shadow. Fine craftsmanship. Yaowen instantly lowered his blade and stepped squarely in front of Chun Junhui, blade poised, gleaming coldly. The shadow ceased fighting. He knew he had lost. If Chun Junhui shouted, dozens of armed soldiers stationed throughout the guest house would storm in within 3 minutes. And Yaowen, swift, ruthless, and unervingly perceptive, would never let him breach Chun Junhui's personal space. Not in 100 tries. He sighed deeply, sheathed his dagger, and spoke with weary resignation. My platoon leader was right. I'm simply not cut out for reconnaissance, tongue-capturing missions. Chun Junhui brushed past Yaowen and walked straight up to the shadow. Yaowen and Jimmy stiffened, hands flying to their hilts. Even the shadow froze. Was this man truly suicidal? Chun Junhui knelt, pulled a worn leather satchel from beneath the bed, and dumped its contents onto the floor. 20 neat stacks of Hong Kong banknotes laid out precisely before the intruder. The man blinked, his gaze lingering first on Chun Junhui's face, then dropping slowly to the money. Chun Junhui smiled, lit a cigarette, and offered it. Brother, those hands of yours, they were forged in the crucible of military discipline, weren't they? Otherwise you'd never have breached that iron gate at the guest house. These HK-000 are my welcome gift. But I must ask, what happens when this money runs out? Will you keep roaming the city, robbing one shop after another? The man stayed silent, saying nothing. Chun Junhui lit his cigarette for him. The flame danced twice in the still air. I have a path, one I'd like to offer you. Would you consider walking it? The man inhaled deeply, tucked the HK-0 into his coat, and exhaled smoke slowly through his nostrils. What kind of path? To kill for you. Name someone. I guarantee he won't see sunrise tomorrow. These HK-2000, call them a life price. Chun Junhui smiled and shook his head. I have many enemies, but I don't want them to die too easily. Revenge must be exacted by one's own hand, or it loses all its flavor. Right now I need a driver. If you're willing, you may try. 20,000 per month. This sum of 200,000 is your resettlement allowance. The man stared at Chun Junhui, his expression frozen in utter disbelief. A driver? If you don't guard against me, what's to stop me from stabbing you again one day? Chun Junhui's lips curved faintly, a smile serene, yet utterly devoid of warmth. If even the man hired to drive me intends to take my life, then this boss is truly too ineffectual to bear the title. I'll stay in this room again tomorrow night. If you truly possess the courage, feel free to return. But let me make one thing clear. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll report the loss of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars to the front desk and request that the hostel increase patrols and conduct a thorough inspection of all doors and windows. Should you manage to slip inside once more, undetected, unseen, then henceforth you will remain by my side. The man fell silent for a moment, his gaze sharp as a blade slowly tracing over Chun Junhui's face. In an instant he leapt, his figure vanishing into the thick, impenetrable night beyond the window. No sooner had the shadow dissolved than Yao Wen hurried forward, lowering his voice. Sir, boss, are you truly planning to hire him as your driver? After all, last night the man had come within half an inch of snapping Chun Junhui's neck. Chun Junhui gave a gentle, deliberate nod. You've all just witnessed his skill. Should he truly intend to kill, there isn't yet a soul born in Hong Kong capable of stopping him. Both Yao Wen and Jimmy shook their heads in unison. Such lightning-swift precision coupled with mountainous composure. They had neither seen nor even heard of its like before. Chun Junhui spread his hands lightly, his tone calm and unruffled. A figure of such caliber, if recruited by another, would be no different than planting a live grenade beneath my very eyes. Rather than letting a razor-sharp blade wander freely beyond my reach, I'd rather grip it firmly within my palm. Even if I never truly need him, having him drive me, or take a bullet for me, is still infinitely preferable to hailing taxis. Your boss's assets long ago surpassed 10 million, yet he still rides public buses and waves down cabs. Does that look proper? To ensure absolute safety, he had not dared touch a vehicle since. The next morning, Chun Junhui summoned the hostel's manager. Upon hearing of the missing 200,000 in cash, the man frowned deeply, skeptical, uncertain. This venerable establishment had operated for decades without ever losing a single cent belonging to a guest. Yet after examining footprints near the wall base and verifying scratches on the windowsill, the manager's face paled instantly. Someone had indeed scaled the wall. He immediately rushed back to apologize, sweat beading on his forehead. 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, selling the entire building wouldn't cover it. Fortunately, Chun Junhui did not press the matter, only remarking coolly, strengthen security. I won't tolerate such vulnerabilities again. The incident reached the military. Word spread, and overnight an entire infantry battalion deployed surrounding the hostel so tightly not even air could pass. Guards lined every entrance, observation posts rose atop rooftops, and armed sentries stood watch even in fire escapes. That morning, Chun Junhui drove straight to the garment factory. Only after personally overseeing every step, fabric cutting, sewing, quality inspection, did he finally exhale in quiet relief. At this pace, 1 million t-shirts would be delivered within 2 weeks. With nothing pressing in the afternoon, the three strolled once more into the White Swan Hotel. It was the same elegant private dining room, and the same courteous, warmly smiling waiter who had served them the night before. The waiter acknowledged Chun Junhui with only a slight nod, yet his eyes held a quiet, unmistakable familiarity. Once the dishes were served and the staff withdrew, Chun Junhui spoke idly. I hear the hostel has deployed an entire battalion just to keep thieves at bay. With so many guards, even Sun Wukong couldn't somersault past the threshold. The waiter shrugged slightly, turning away, saying nothing. Yet his unwavering confidence spoke louder than any words. After a satisfying meal, the three returned to the hostel. Before the main gate, a sentry every 3 paces, another every 5. Armed soldiers lined the main staircase, and at every landing, a rifle-bearing guard stood motionless. Yao Wen and Jimmy exchanged glances. Their conviction absolute: the man could not possibly enter this door. Chen Juanhui, however, shook his head slowly. Yawen, Jimmy, since you're so certain, shall we wager? If he enters this room tonight, each of you pays me 100,000. If he fails to enter, I'll pay both of you 100,000 myself. Without hesitation, the two dashed back to their rooms, returning with 2 thick stacks of fresh banknotes, and slapped them down on the table with a sharp crack. Boss, we truly feel bad about this. Though pride brimmed unmistakably in those words, they knew beyond doubt that not even a fly could slip into this room tonight. Chen Junhui drew 200,000 from his briefcase and tossed it onto the bed. You gentlemen, don't laugh too soon. 40,000 lay scattered across the sheets as the three settled in for a game of poker. The cards turned from dusk to dawn, until 5 o'clock, when pale light seeped through the windows and the sky bled soft indigo. Still no sign of the man. Yawen stretched languidly, his fingertip hooking toward the money on the bed. Boss, we're truly taking this money now. The night had passed. With daylight breaking, entry was now impossible. Even wings wouldn't suffice. Jimmy laughed in agreement, his eyes gleaming with the easy certainty of victory. Chen Junhui sighed silently, tilting his chin toward Yawen. Go ahead, take it. Just as Yawen rose, and his fingers nearly brushed the edge of the stack. Knock, knock, knock. The door was tapped. Guess, would you like hot water? Yawen and Jimmy froze instantly, blood draining from their faces. Chen Junhui lowered his gaze, a quiet, deep-sea smile playing on his lips. As the door opened, the man from last night stood outside, holding a gleaming copper kettle clad in the hostel's gray-blue staff uniform. Without hesitation, he stepped inside and set the kettle neatly on the corner of the table. Yawen's throat bobbed, his voice tightened. How did you get in? Thousands stand guard outside, guns cocked and ready. If you'd forced your way in, you'd have been riddled with bullets. The man tugged lightly at his sleeve, his tone perfectly level. Force my way in? That would be suicide. But what if I simply wore this uniform and blended into the crowd serving tea and water? Those soldiers arrived only this morning. They can't even tell the cooks from the cleaners. Chen Junhui raised a finger, tapping gently on the stack of money on the bed, his smile deepening subtly. That wager we placed earlier, I won. I bet you'd come. Consider this your welcome gift. The man reached out and scooped up the money, clean, swift, decisive. Chen Junhui gestured for him to sit, then asked casually. Now that you're officially my driver, some matters deserve open discussion. With skills like yours, you must have been forged in one of the elite units. How did a blade of such caliber end up alone in Shenzhen? The man paused briefly, then exhaled softly. Since you're my employer, I'll hold nothing back. Have you heard of the Northeast Military Region's Pillar of Stability Battalion? I served there before my discharge. As the words settled, Chen Junhui and the others' expressions shifted instantly. During the Korean War, 2 full U.S. divisions launched relentless assaults upon a single mountain stronghold held by that battalion. Artillery shells churned the earth 3 feet deep, casualties neared 5,000, yet the position never fell. Afterward, the Pillar of Stability Battalion earned legendary status across the entire People's Liberation Army, Northeast Military Region's hardest, most unyielding unit. The man paused again, then continued. During America's campaign in Vietnam, the Vietnamese established a field hospital inside our territory. Our high command dispatched elite units from various military regions to rotate guard duty, day and night, to ensure the hospital remained inviolate. Our company received orders to deploy there, setting up camp and establishing defensive positions at the mountain pass entrance. One midnight, A.U.S. airborne platoon, over 100 strong, parachuted silently into the darkness, heading straight for the hospital perimeter. We collided head-on, and battle erupted instantly, ferocious and unrelenting. Our deputy company commander fell, struck by enemy fire. In turn, we captured dozens of American soldiers. The deputy commander was my fellow conscript, my hometown friend. Blinded by rage, I raised my rifle and executed every prisoner, except the commanding lieutenant. Had our company commander not seized my arm with desperate force, he'd have fallen dead on the spot. You understand how incendiary this was, executing prisoners of war, American POWs. By military code, the firing squad should have already been assembled. Thankfully, our company commander had connections within the military region. He pulled strings to extract me entirely, discharged me from service, then secured me a post at the White Swan Hotel in Shenzhen, paying several times my army salary, mere hundreds per month. Life flowed smoothly, until last month when my son fell gravely ill, requiring a rare, highly specialized medication. It was prohibitively expensive, unavailable in ordinary hospitals, stocked exclusively at friendship stores catering to foreign guests, and purchasable only with hard currency, Hong Kong dollars or U.S. dollars. Though the mainland now boasts universal health care, even the finest policies falter when life-saving drugs are deliberately withheld, stocked on shelves in friendship stores, while hospital pharmacies sit empty, accessible only through foreign exchange. To save my son, I had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. That day, I overheard several businessmen chatting at a restaurant, mentioning Yawen's immense wealth and generous spending. So I quietly began watching him. Yawen listened, and without pause raised his thumb high toward Luan Min. A true man. This brother, I Yao and swear my loyalty. From now on call on me for anything. I'll never hesitate, or I'm unworthy of my name. Jimmy too gazed at him with profound admiration, nodding vigorously. Luan Min turned his gaze toward Chen Junhui. I've told my story. Now it's your turn. An ordinary businessman doesn't walk the streets with a machete strapped to his waist. Chen Junhui rose and extended his hand openly. I'm Chen Junhui, known in the underworld as Prince Hui of the Wo Shing Triad. Rest assured, I run legitimate enterprises. I deal in no coercion, no narcotics, no loan sharking, no rigged gambling dens. None of those vile trades. This is Yaowen, my right-hand man. Years ago, he carved his path single-handedly through Yao Mati's entire street. Today, he manages Asia Star Garments, general manager in truth and deed. And this is Jimmy, training under me. The man also rose and grasped Chen Junhui's hand, firm, steady, unshaken. I'm Luan Min, friends call me Damon. The moment their hands clasped, Luan Min was formally welcomed into Chen Junhui's inner circle. Chen Junhui then turned to inquire about his family. Damon, now that you're with me, Hong Kong will surely be part of your future. How many are in your household? I'll arrange safe passage for your entire family together. The current leader of Wo Shing, known as Blackheart Snake, specialized precisely in such operations. Smuggling people across borders was for him merely a phone call away. Luan Min did not decline. 5 of us, my wife, 2 sons, and 1 daughter. But boss, could you first check whether Hong Kong hospitals can treat my son's condition? Chen Junhui nodded carefully, noting the child's symptoms, then picked up the telephone beside the table and dialed a number known to connect instantly. The line rang several times before being answered. A voice of impatience came from the receiver. Who is it? Boss, it's me, Hui Zai. I have a friend whose son is seriously ill. Remember Uncle's son who taught me to write when I was a child? He is now the head of the general surgery department at the church hospital. Can you help me ask him? Upon hearing it was Chen Junhui, the impatience of the caller dissipated significantly. Upon learning it was about seeking help for illness, his tone softened, revealing concern. Wait for me for 3 minutes. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. I just asked Dr. Son. He said this illness is no big deal in Hong Kong Island, and he guaranteed with confidence as soon as the child arrives he will perform the surgery himself. A sigh of relief escaped from several people in the room. After hanging up, Chen Junhui looked at Luan Min. Damin, you heard that. As long as your son sets foot on Hong Kong Island, I can guarantee he will have the best medicine and the best doctors. Luan Min's eyes grew warm, and he looked deeply at Chen Junhui. Thank you, boss. Chen Junhui waved his hand. Boss sounds nice, but let's skip big brother. He then called the smuggler, arranging the passage for 5 people. He also ordered a Mercedes similar to the one Hui Zai had. Having Luan Min as a steady and reliable driver, he had no hesitation in buying the car. Once everything was settled, Luan Min did not linger, picked up the kettle by the table, and turned to leave. As soon as he left, Yao Wen and Jimmy immediately approached Chen Junhui, their faces full of joy, congratulating him. Boss, congratulations on acquiring such a sharp blade this time. Since Luan Min accepted that 400 his life was firmly tied to Chen Junhui's ship, Chen Junhui felt quite clear in his mind. Coming to the other side this time was originally for the Ready Tower business. I didn't expect such good luck. Not only did I strike a deal, but I also dug up a tough guy like Damin. A mere 600 for a blade as swift as lightning and as reliable as a rock. This deal is worth it. He did not lack money, but needed someone he could trust with his back. And Luan Min was exactly the person who could hand over the sword sheath. At 9 a.m. that day, Chen Junhui and Jimmy set off back to Hong Kong. Yao involuntarily stayed behind in Shenzhen. He would be the total head of the clothing line, needing to thoroughly understand the local Ready Tower factories, just as he had told Ting earlier. Following brother, Hui, if you think you can keep swinging knives every day, the road will narrow. Working steadily to make money with him is the real skill. Returning to Hong Kong Island, Chen Junhui headed straight for the tea restaurant. Though he had only been gone for 3 days, there were already quite a few urgent matters piled up in the store waiting for him to return and make decisions. After handling the matters at hand, Chen Junhui casually flipped through the account book. Currently, Hong Kong Island Men has reached its 5th issue, and the night hotline has officially turned into a paid consultation, with cash flowing in and profits rising steadily. Just from these 2 aspects, it had brought him over 40 million. But he earned fiercely and spent even more, splashing 4 million on pulling people and giving 2 million to Hui Zai for a car, and pocket money, handing 5 million to Yao Wen, and this time putting up another 5 million. He still had about 30 million left in his pocket. While that sounds like a lot, if he were to truly settle down, it would only be enough to open 3 or 4 new stores. Compared to those business tycoons with fortunes of hundreds of billions, Chen Junhui's earnings were merely splashing a few droplets on the surface. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. That evening, Chen Junhui and Jimmy headed straight for Sai Kung. The islands of Sai Kung are scattered with hidden waterways, historically serving as a natural smuggling and shipping route. As the two stood at a secluded small dock, a few flickering lights suddenly appeared in the distance on the sea. Blackheart Snake squinted and relaxed his tense shoulders, grinning. Hui Zai, your friend has arrived. Chun Junhui felt a lightness in his heart and smiled back. This time it all depends on Brother Snake's support. If it weren't for you lending a hand, I might have had to grit my teeth and go to Quiet Sing to find Han Bin from Hung Hing for help. Blackheart Snake waved his hand, speaking casually. We're brothers, no need to be so formal. I heard you set up a dedicated phone line for Long Jin, helping him earn an extra 7 or 8 million a month. Weezai, if there are lucrative opportunities in the future, you must lend Brother Snake a hand and secure some profits together. Everyone knows that Chun Junhui is a walking printing machine. A single line sending Long Jin several million for free every month. Even Long Jin himself brags to everyone this kid has a knack for it. Chun Junhui smiled and nodded. It's my fortune that Brother Snake is willing to give me this face. If there are truly good opportunities in the future, I will be the first to invite you to take a look. He is a prominent figure in the He Lian Sheng, the one in charge of Sai Kung, staying up all night without a girl to enjoy the air conditioning, just to accompany Chun Junhui in the salty sea breeze. What's the point? Isn't it just to keep this cash cow firmly tied to his own branch? A few minutes later, an old fishing boat slowly approached the shore. Luan Min was leading his wife with one child in each arm and the smallest on his back, stepping steadily onto the plank. Blackheart Snake's eyes narrowed. This person disembarked with a steady waist and legs, his feet pressing firmly, indicating true skill and great experience. Luan Min looked up and saw Chun Junhui waiting on the shore, quickly stepping forward, his voice low and earnest. Boss. Chun Junhui smiled and patted his shoulder heavily. Now that you are here, everything will be easy to discuss. Before he finished speaking, he nodded towards the distance, and an ambulance drove over in response. As the doors opened, doctors and nurses quickly surrounded the child to check on him. A few minutes later, the chief doctor took off his stethoscope and walked up to Chun Junhui. Mr. Chun, we have grasped the child's condition, and there are no issues with the treatment. We will immediately take him back to the hospital for observation for 2 days and arrange for surgery on the 3rd day. He'll recover within 2 weeks. Chun Junhui took out a few golden lion bills from his wallet and handed them over. Please thank Director Sun for me, and to the several of you, have a cup of tea to soothe your throats. The doctor took the money, and his smile immediately warmed by 3 points. After a brief discussion, Luan Min simply let his wife accompany the patient in the ambulance. Watching the ambulance turn the corner, Luan Min took a deep breath, turned to Chun Junhui, his eyes burning. Boss, this life from now on belongs to you. At the Depu film set, a TV drama was being rushed into production with lights, props, and script supervisors, all performing their duties busy but orderly. This drama is called Under the Eaves, produced by 8EV, following a unit structure with each story told in 2 episodes. Today the set was especially noisy. Hong Kong's hottest young actor Zhang Guirui was filming here. With the director's call of cut, Zhang Guirui exhaled a breath of relief. This was his first time acting in a TV series, and his palms were sweating, but thankfully, he performed steadily and did not have to reshoot much. Just as he was ready to shoot the next scene, a figure quietly approached. Mr. Zhang, my boss wants to see you. Zhang Guirui frowned. Who are you? I don't know you. If you have something, please contact my agent. That person remained calm, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yao Wen from He Lian Sheng. My boss is meeting someone. Does he still need to go through my agent? Upon hearing the name, He Lian Sheng, Zhang Guirui's spine stiffened slightly. He quickly recalled if he had offended anyone recently. He had no impression. Seeing him silent, Yao Wen stepped forward half a step, his voice still calm, but weighed like a stone. The person my boss wants to see never misses out. This time the invitation is to give you face. If there's another time, it might have to be done differently. Zhang Guirui sighed lightly. All right, I understand. I have one last scene to shoot. Once I'm done, I'll go with you. Yao Wen nodded, stepping aside to wait quietly. With him standing there, Zhang Guirui's state noticeably tightened. This scene had to be shot 7 or 8 times before they got it right. After finishing work, he silently followed Yao Wen out of the film set. Along the way, he pondered repeatedly, what exactly did the big shot from He Lian Sheng want with him? Could it be that he wanted to use his fame to film and launder money? The car eventually stopped at the entrance of an ordinary tea restaurant. Zhang Guirui followed Yao Wen inside. Yao Wen walked straight to a corner booth, slightly bowing. Boss, Mr. Zhang has arrived. Now even Yao Wen and the others had changed their way of addressing Chun Junhui as boss. Chun Junhui closed the documents beside him, lifting his gaze to rest on Zhang Guirui's face. After sizing him up, his eyes revealed a hint of interest. This was the real brother himself. Zhang Guirui felt a chill on the back of his neck under the stare, instinctively straightening up. You are. Chun Junhui pointed to the empty chair opposite him, motioning for him to sit down. Chun Junhui, known in the underworld as Prince Hui or Huizai. You can call me Brother Hui too. Upon hearing Chun Junhui's name, Zhang Guirui, just settling into his seat, stiffened, cold sweat instantly forming on his palms. Prince Hui. These 3 words had recently become alarmingly hot in the underworld of Hong Kong. Even he, an outsider, had heard of them. It was said that he had spent 4 million to forcibly take down the big walled territory, defeating the opponent so thoroughly that even the police avoided that block. This statement was of course embellished. Zhang Guirui tightened his jaw, his voice deepening a few notches. Prince Hu's name is well known, but I wonder what brings you to me. Chun Junhui waved his hand, his expression relaxed. I've invited another guest. Once she arrives, we can have a chat together. Lin Bo, bring Mr. Zhang a glass of iced lemon water. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Guorui lowered his eyes and sat still, not even daring to touch the cup. Half an hour later, a man and a woman entered the tea restaurant. He recognized the woman. She was the hottest female star in Hong Kong right now, Xia Ming. Sister Xia, you're here too. Xia Ming nodded slightly at him, her skirt swaying as she sat down right next to him, showing no courtesy at all. Prince Wei, what kind of game is this? Chen Junhui did not respond to the sting in her words, but raised his hand to signal. Since Sister Xia is here, let's get straight to the point. He swept his gaze over the two, his tone steady and firm. There are many newcomers in the Hong Kong circle, but I am only focusing on the two of you. I believe that in a few years the pillars of the Hong Kong film and music scene will bear your names. Xia Ming raised her eyebrows slightly. Collaboration. You wouldn't be thinking of putting us in a raunchy film, would you? She turned her face, glancing at Zhang Guorui, and suddenly chuckled. If it's for Rui Zai, I might consider it. Zhang Guorui's ears instantly turned red, while Chen Junhui sighed. Sister Xia, misunderstood. I'm looking to get you both involved in a business venture. I just established a clothing brand called Yaxing Fashion. I plan to allocate 5 of the shares. You will take 30, and Rui Zai will take 20. Furthermore, there will be an annual endorsement fee of 1 million paid immediately. Once you sign a lifetime endorsement contract, the money will be credited right away. And that's not all. If any organization pressures you into taking roles, or if paparazzi harass you, or if you face deliberate difficulties on set, even Lian Shang can help you handle it. 1 million a year. Zhang Guorui's heart skipped a beat. His album sold explosively across Hong Kong last year, and his royalties were only over 500,000. Not to mention the backing of Hong Kong's largest gang. Lian Shang's name was worth more than a bank guarantee. Xia Ming, being a seasoned player, could tell that there must be hooks hidden beneath the sweet bait. Once the contract is signed, do we have to follow your arrangements, even for breathing? Chen Junhui smiled and shook his head. No, just 3 requirements. Firstly, when making public appearances, you must only wear yaxing. If you wear anything else, there will be fines for each occurrence. Secondly, except for historical dramas, all modern-themed films must have costumes provided by yaxing. If the production refuses, I will personally negotiate with them. Thirdly, when Yaxing opens a new store, I kindly ask both of you to attend to attract crowds. By the way, if you can casually mention Yaxing during interviews, that would be even better, but it's not mandatory. The two exchanged quick glances, both feeling that the bottom line was still within a tolerable range. But Xia Ming knew well that the smoother the coating of sugar, the more one should scrape it to see what's inside. She picked up her iced lemon water and took a slow sip. Manager Chen's conditions are sweet enough to make one dizzy. But what if I say no? Chen Junhui smirked, snapping his fingers at Jimmy. Jimmy tossed over 2 envelopes with their names prominently written on the covers. Almost forgot, Gangs of Hong Kong is also under my name. The next issue's cover will feature these 2 sets of photos. Zhang Guorui opened his envelope, which contained several candid shots of his secret meeting with Mr. Tang. Xia Ming's envelope contained several intimate recent photos of her with a few bosses, the lighting ambiguous and the angles tricky. Chen Junhui's smile remained, but his gaze cut through the two like a knife. On one side is disgrace, and on the other is a smooth ascent to fame. Which path you choose is entirely up to you two. Who really thought Chen Junhui was a law-abiding businessman? He was the prince of the underworld, holding a scar and treading the dark path. If he wanted someone to bow down, he had countless ways. Clean or dirty, it all depended on his mood. Perhaps there really are those who would rather break than bend. But Xia Ming and Zhang Guorui were not among them. In the end, 2 pens fell on the contract, the ink not yet dry. Chen Junhui nodded in satisfaction, seeing the two's expressions fluctuating. He sighed. Sister Xia, to obtain those negatives of yours, I spent over 300,000. Rui Zai, do you think no one saw your affair with Mr. Tang? If I didn't see potential in you both to uphold the image of Yaxing, I wouldn't want to wade into this muddy water. Xia Ming pulled out a cigarette and lit at the flame, illuminating half of her side face. My matters are easy to handle. At worst, I'll just have to drink a few more rounds with some newspaper bosses. But Rui Zai is a bit more troublesome, being so handsome, yet not loving women. She shook her head, her tone surprisingly filled with regret, as if she had just wanted to protect him. Zhang Guorui shrank his shoulders as if his bones had been pulled out. Sister Xia, just keep this matter between us, don't let it leak out. Chen Junhui looked at him, sighed deeply, his gaze devoid of disdain, only naked calculation. As long as it can make money, does it matter if Zhang Guorui likes men? Likes cats? Likes the stone lion in the temple? He couldn't care less. But if this matter gets out, Yaxing Fashion would surely get dragged into the mud. Chen Junhui pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. This is ultimately a hidden danger. Rather than waiting for it to explode unexpectedly, it's better to dismantle the fuse and disarm it piece by piece. In the next issue of Gangs of Hong Kong, I'll reserve 6 pages for you doing an in-depth interview. This magazine has always featured real stars, not pirated Hollywood posters or prominent political figures. Its tone is solid. In your interview, if you casually mention no feelings for the opposite sex, I will pair it with a few stills of Ian McKellen edited to show you both toasting and reviewing scripts together. Ian McKellen, an old Hollywood actor, just came out boldly on stage at the Golden Globes last year. If you are seen in the same frame as him, others will naturally feel you are on par with an international-level actor. Furthermore, the whispers regarding your orientation will quietly lose half their fervor. Then you can appear on television saying things like, "I don't want my private life chased by cameras, and I hope the audience remembers my roles, not my bed partners, living in the present, yet feeling like I am from another era." Somewhat true, somewhat false, leaving plenty of ambiguity. Finally, the organization's lawyers will send letters to major newspapers firmly stating that they are invading your privacy through stalking and harassment. As long as you tread carefully, this matter won't ruin you. Instead, it can elevate you to new heights. Chen Junhui had seen how the entertainment industry turned scandals into traffic and controversies into medals. In his eyes, loud criticisms were not necessarily a downfall. As long as he controlled the rhythm, being blacklisted was still a form of publicity. Xia Ming and Zhang Guohui had never heard such words before, and they immediately gathered closer to brainstorm the details. Once they moved away, Yao Wen, who had been standing by, furrowed his brows and approached. "Boss, Sister Xia is indeed currently the #1 actress in Hong Kong endorsing Yaxing, so it makes perfect sense. But there are plenty of male stars who are more popular than Zhang Guohui. Fang Long, Zhou Xingxing, which of them isn't more box office successful? Why not go for Fang Long?" In Yao Wen's view, switching to Fang Long would eliminate all these twists and turns. Chen Junhui cast him a sideways glance, chuckling. "Do you think I want to choose Zhang Guohui? It's just that his face is too rare and appealing. Fang Long's box office is great, but who would dare wear the clothes he endorses hanging on a rack? Afraid of jinxing their own wardrobe. Zhou Xingxing. He's close with Xing. Ooh, I don't want to run into him heating right now. Good looks can truly feed one." Fang Long seemed to carry a curse. Any brand he endorsed would collapse within 6 months. Chen Junhui was too lazy to gamble Yaxing's life on whether that superstition was true. As Chen Junhui's plan unfolded, a small newspaper affiliated with Lian Sheng was the first to release photos of Zhang Guohui and Mr. Tang holding hands. Hong Kong was instantly thrown into chaos. In the eye of the storm, Zhang Guohui remained silent, refusing all calls, and that day he whisked Mr. Tang away to the United States. Until the new issue of Gangs of Hong Kong hit the stands. On the cover, Zhang Guohui was wearing a new shirt from Yaxing, leaning against a window, the lighting sharp and his gaze bright. This was the first time since its inception that the cover featured a local male star instead of a bunny girl or a foreign model. Just this face and topic alone sold over 1 million copies in one issue. That means 1 in every 4 people in Hong Kong was holding this magazine. In the interview inside, Zhang Guohui first bowed and thanked his fans, promising that his new film would be more intense, with a more formidable character. When someone inquired about his love life, he merely smiled gently. "Please watch more of my performances, unless at the closed doors I have shut." He neither acknowledged nor evaded. At the end of the magazine, there was a striking photo of him and Ian McKellen bumping into each other, set against the backdrop of the entrance to the West End Theatre in London, both smiling and toasting, wearing matching watches and looking familiar. Ian McKellen, an Oscar regular, just came out openly on stage at an awards ceremony last year. With this photo to back him up, the city was abuzz. Why Zhang Guohui? In Hong Kong, he could be considered popular, but on a global scale, he was merely a newcomer. If he were truly to stand shoulder to shoulder with McKellen, he would have to be at least at Fang Long's level. But the photo was right there. Suit cuffs, watch reflections, and the arc of their smiles all matched perfectly. Gradually, no one lingered on the question of, is he gay? It was like a child getting into trouble, but then bringing home the first place in the city's math competition. Wrong is wrong, but that brilliance is simply too bright. Some newspapers even began to call him the light of Hong Kong. Behind these headlines was Chen Junhui's subtle manipulation. Those newspapers were all old connections of Lian Sheng. After this wave of heated discussion, the streets of Hong Kong were filled with images of Zhang Guohui wearing Yaxing clothing. Was he handsome? No need to elaborate. Whatever he wore, the people of Hong Kong would pay attention. Unfortunately, the Yaxing store hadn't put up its sign yet, and those wanting to place orders could only stand outside, tiptoeing and peering in. Xia Ming, who had been observing coldly, finally couldn't help but sigh. Is Chen Junhui merely a gang leader? He's actually the most astute star maker in Hong Kong. A scandal that could ruin Zhang Guohui's reputation was effortlessly brushed away by him, as if just dusting off a table. Even if Zhang Guohui were to walk hand in hand with Mr. Tang down Central Street, passers-by would only smile lightly, having already mentally stamped approval. While Hong Kong was in an uproar over Zhang Guohui's situation, Damin was driving Chen Junhui and Jimmy into the depths of a narrow alley in Yau Ma Ti, heading towards a tailor shop. On the way, Chen Junhui casually asked about recent events. Damin, did your boy's surgery go well? Damin breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. It went well. A director's son performed the operation, the most skilled hands at the Church of Charity. If it weren't for your word, they wouldn't have even let me see him. Chen Junhui nodded. He had grown up alongside Damin, and he remembered the days when director's son would come over with a stethoscope for tea more clearly than his own birthday. However, to ensure director's son would acquiesce, he had stuffed a thick red envelope with 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. As long as the child is safe, is the accommodation arranged? Damin glanced at Jimmy. Jimmy has been quite thorough helping me pick a 3-bedroom apartment in Jafuk Street. Jimmy smiled gently at Damin, giving a slight nod. It's all part of my job for the boss. Seeing Damin's expression relax, Chen Junhui finally felt at ease. By the way, I spoke with Principal Du of Dai Secondary School a couple of days ago. Your 3 children can attend Dai Secondary School, which is just a few steps away from the tea restaurant. From now on, before you take me home, you can conveniently pick them up after school. Damon's eyes warmed as he looked at Chen Junhui, his voice deepening a bit. Boss, got it. Some things don't need to be spoken as long as the heart is clear. That's more substantial than anything. Damon has never been the type to just nod and bow. As he spoke, the Benz slowly stopped at the intersection of Woda Lao Dao and Moda Street. As soon as Xiang next to Yaowen saw the license plate, he quickly stepped forward and inserted coins into the roadside meter. As soon as Chen Junhui and Jimmy got out of the car, Xiang led them straight to the shop. Damon, however, stayed in the car without moving an inch. He needed to keep a close eye on this car, prevent anyone from putting things under the chassis. In case of an emergency, he could speed off to assist at any moment. At the shop entrance, Chen Junhui took a glance, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Sure enough, it was exactly as he had sketched. The entire exterior wall was transparent, and bright large pieces of glass were pieced together into a streamlined silhouette, clean and sharp, yet exuding of fresh vigor. Such a shop is likely the first of its kind on Hong Kong Island. Upon entering, Yaowen welcomed them. Boss Fei has pushed 1 million items to Hong Kong Island, and they are currently piled up in the adjacent warehouse. I first brought in 100 items for the store, which should last for about a month without issues. The red paper is also printed 100 sheets, and it will be distributed tomorrow morning. He handed over a piece of red paper which Chen Junhui took a look at. A4 size, featuring a photo of Zhang Guirui and Xia Ming standing side by side with a line of small text at the bottom displaying the store address and opening time. Chen Junhui casually asked, have all the nearby streets been paid yet? Modu Street is not Yaowen's territory. If one wants to open here, the tribute must be paid in full. Yaowen nodded. Modu Street is managed by Hengzis Aiming. In the past, I helped him out of a tight spot, and our relationship has remained solid. This time I prepared a generous red envelope. The rules remain unchanged, not more or less. The adjacent Bolin Street is the territory of Hong Xing's 13 sisters, and I personally sent an invitation and a red envelope. Yaowen was quite experienced in such matters, always meticulous. Chen Junhui gently placed the red paper on the counter and turned his gaze to the side. How's the training for the sales associates going? Aiding immediately waved, calling over his girlfriend Asher and a few girls who looked like students. This is Prince Hui, quickly call him Brother Hui. A few youthful girls chimed in unison, hello Brother Hui. Chen Junhui raised his eyes to assess them. They were all dressed in the new styles from Wo Shing. The fabric may not be top luxury, but it highlighted their bright features and tall figures. They were truly walking hangers. You lovely ladies will probably be working non-stop these days. But don't worry, for every item sold you will earn a commission of $1, not a cent less. He paused and looked at Jimmy. Each person will receive $1,000 up front as my opening gift. Without hesitation, Jimmy pulled out cash, and the girls smiled brightly all together, saying, thank you, Brother Hui. After they left, Chen Junhui nodded at Jimmy. Jimmy picked up a handbag, pulled out a stack of brand new Hong Kong dollars, and handed them to Yaowen. Yaowen did not accept, frowning. Boss, what is this? He felt a tightness in his chest, afraid that Chen Junhui wanted to use this million to exchange for his 10% of shares. Chen Junhui spoke sincerely with a hint of apology. I truly did not know the renovation costs totaled 3 million earlier. I know 1 million was covered by you, but this amount shouldn't be on your shoulders. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. I came here not just to see the shop, but to specifically return this money. I have never considered touching your 10% share, and will not in the future. Only then did Yaowen reach out to take it, his fingers pausing slightly. However, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This matter he hadn't even mentioned to his trusted aides, let alone let his subordinates leak it. How did Chen Junhui know about it? This behind-the-scenes detail was worth pondering. Before leaving, Chen Junhui instructed, I have already spoken to Xia Ming and Zhang Guirui. They will personally attend the ribbon cutting tomorrow morning. With 2 big stars present, it will naturally attract a massive crowd. I also notified the West Kowloon division. They will send a few officers to help maintain order tomorrow. However, you should call a few trustworthy brothers to stand guard. It will be safer. Watching Chen Junhui's departing figure, Yaowen felt a lump in his throat, his heart heavy. He was fully aware of the 1 million contribution, and what made him even more anxious was that even the police station's people could be called in. Moving forward, he truly needed to keep a low profile and stay alert. On the way back to the tea restaurant, Jimmy couldn't help but laugh. Boss Yaowen must be running through 3 plays in his head right now. He has no idea that the foreman of the renovation team lives on Jifuji and sees Damon every day. Chen Junhui chuckled lightly. As the boss, one must leave some room for maneuvering. If he knew that Axiang's father made over 800,000 from him, he would probably want to break Axiang's legs right on the spot. That night, Zhang Guirui, who had not appeared on Hong Kong Island screen for a long time, finally appeared on a television interview. Not only him, but even Tang Sheng was pulled into the frame. Both had matching plain band rings on their ring fingers. Las Vegas, that beautiful city in the United States known as the zero-threshold wedding place, isn't just for two men. Even a drunk hugging a stray dog can get a marriage certificate. The host set up traps one after another, trying to force Zhang Guorui to admit the marriage news. Yet he kept diverting the topic with phrases like friends gathering and collaborative promotion. As for the photo with Ian McKellen, he neither nodded nor shook his head, just smiled and gently deflected the topic. He merely stated that Ian McKellen was a senior he deeply respected and a living textbook he pondered over when practicing acting. In the more than half an hour of the interview, Zhang Guorui spoke the most about the clothing brand Wo Shing he endorsed, which would officially open tomorrow, and he would personally attend the ribbon cutting. He repeatedly urged everyone to be sure to attend tomorrow to show their support, to lend a hand, and so on. Xia Ming also casually mentioned in another interview that she would be attending the ribbon-cutting event on Modu Street tomorrow. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in a private room of an old brand restaurant on Modu Street, Yawen specifically invited Ating Asher and a group of people for dinner. He lifted the glass in front of him, his expression serious. Tomorrow is the day the Wo Shing clothing store opens its doors. The red invitations have been sent, celebrities have been invited, and the spectacle has been set. The battle must be fought. In the following days, everyone will surely be working non-stop. Oh, I'll take the lead in toasting. Thank you all for your hard work. Ating and the others raised their glasses. Cheers to Brother Yawen for abundant wealth. Yawen laughed heartily, throwing back his drink. After setting the glass down, he looked over the youthful faces around the table. Some used to be hoodlums stuffing coins into parking meters, while others had just taken off their school uniforms from church schools. Yet at this moment, they all shared one identity, the first batch of store clerks for Wo Shing. After a brief contemplation, Yawen pointed at Asher. Asher, you have made a tremendous contribution to this store opening. If it weren't for you bringing in those training manuals, how could the girls have memorized the sales pitches in just 2 days? The neat and crisp displays in the store, the warm lighting, even the angle of the fitting mirrors were all adjusted by you, Brother. Hui praised you yesterday for being thoughtful and steady. Brother Hui and I have discussed it. This store will be yours to manage from now on. 3 points will be allocated from the revenue to you. Asha's eyes lit up, and she immediately lifted her glass, her voice brightening. Thank you, Brother Yawen. Thank you, Brother Hui. Compared to the Wang family's billions, a small store was indeed insignificant. But this was the first time Asher had put her all into building, refining, and paying attention to details. With the sign about to be hung tomorrow, her fingertips trembled, and her heart burned with excitement. Yawen then turned to Ating beside Asher, his tone relaxing. Ating, you won't have to run errands behind me every day from now on. You will oversee the shop. If someone causes trouble, you step up first. If you can't handle it, call me immediately. We have our backing with you, Lianqing. We stand firm. Ating also raised his glass, swallowing hard. Thank you, Brother Yawen. He understood well that this wasn't just assigning duties, it was clearly offering him a ladder to climb. Having been with Asher for so long, even holding hands felt tentative, let alone anything further. Adong, don't think you can rest either. If we hit over 100,000 in sales tomorrow, it means this business can stand. We definitely won't stop at just this one. Immediately look for new locations in Wanchai and Kowloon Tong. Location, floor height, and traffic flow must not be overlooked. Ashiang, you have full authority over the renovation. Your father's last signboard was clean and solid. It gave me peace of mind just seeing it. From now on, all Wo Shing store's decorations will be under your helm. After a satisfying meal and drink, Yawen waved his hand, sending everyone off. He himself wandered alone into the deep night of Yao Ma Ti. At this time, the entire street had already closed for business. The neon lights were extinguished one by one, and the cobbled streets were empty, with shadows stretching thin. The warmth from 2 bottles of beer had long dissipated, and his mind became increasingly clear. While he had been jovial at the table, only Yawen knew that his stomach was filled with uncertainty. What if tomorrow there's no crowd? What if everyone comes just to check in on Zhang Guorui and Xia Ming, and after seeing, just walks away without buying anything? The clothing stalls in Hong Kong Island are crowded in Temple Street, while high-end fashion stores cluster in Causeway Bay. Why should Wo Shing make people spend money? Honestly, at this moment his heartbeat was more chaotic than when he first picked up a knife to block someone. If it weren't for Chun Junhui's resolute gamble, Yawen would rather spend his life guarding that sun-blasted fruit stall than wade into this murky water. If he truly had the business acumen, why would he have struggled in the underworld relying on his fists to eat? But having come this far, there was no turning back. Chen Junhui had invested 7 million Hong Kong dollars into this. He had only spent 4 million in that fierce battle at Dai. Returning home, he lay wide awake until the dawn light began to appear, struggling to fall asleep. However, just as his eyelids closed for a short while the phone on his bedside rang sharply, Yawen's heart jumped. He grabbed the receiver, his voice tense. Who is it? Is the warehouse on fire? It was the nightmare that repeatedly woke him up at night. Flames swirling, 7 million turning to ashes. He was probably going to have to stand guard at the nightclub entrance to pay off his debts. Ating's voice came through the receiver, low yet unable to hide his excitement. Yawen, it's me, Ating. I'm currently sitting in the tea restaurant next to the Yaxing store. I was worried, so I came over 2 hours early to take a look. only to find myself nearly knocked off my feet by the crowd as soon as I turned into Moda Street. I asked a few people, and they were all there to buy clothes. Big boss, hurry over. Yaowen didn't have time to rinse his mouth or wash his face. He grabbed his coat and dashed out the door. By the time he arrived panting at Moda Street, the scene before him made him stop in his tracks. The entire street was packed with people tightly pressed together like a tide surging under the arcade. Struggling to squeeze into the tea restaurant, he spotted Aiding anxiously pacing back and forth. Yaowen yanked the phone book hanging on his arm and tossed it over, speaking at a hurried pace. Call Ashur and the others immediately. Have everyone report for duty at once. Don't take the minibus if it's too slow. Take a taxi, and I'll reimburse the fare. Also call Asyong, and have him gather all the brothers to maintain formation and control the entrance. Call Brother Hui and ask him when the patrol officers will arrive. And tell him to hurry up and send more personnel. There are at least 20 to 30,000 people on Moda Street, and my several hundred men simply aren't enough to fill the gaps. Aiding grabbed the phone, his fingers flying as he dialed. In the mid-level villa at Victoria Peak, Ashur answered the phone, and upon hearing the news that Modu Street is overflowing, leaped up, grabbing the crisp Yaxing uniform from the bedside and quickly putting it on. Running downstairs, she dashed to the fridge, twisted open a bottle of orange juice, and grabbed 2 slices of toast. Daddy, where are the keys to the Benz? I have to rush to Moda Street right away. Before she finished speaking, Ashur had already clinched the keys and rushed toward the garage like a gust of wind. Boss Wong watched his daughter's departing figure with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. After all, she was the only jewel in the family. At Gunt restaurant, Qin Junhui had just stepped inside and hadn't even had time to order when his phone vibrated. After listening to Aiding explain the chaos on Moda Street, he immediately instructed into the receiver, get Gao Lao Hui and Alai to mobilize people right away. You all need to stabilize the situation. You must not let it get out of hand. After hanging up, he dialed Chun Bangban directly. Chin sir, he said. Modu Street is currently packed with people, at least 20 to 30,000. You need to take your men there immediately. If this drags on, even the West Kowloon division chief won't be able to manage it. Chun Bangban felt a tightness in his chest and immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie as he jumped into the armored vehicle. On Woda Old Road, before the car turned the corner, he saw the dense crowd surging over the entire street like a tidal wave. The crowd not only filled Moda Street, but also spilled onto Woda Old Road, effectively blocking the main road. Several private cars were stuck and couldn't move, with drivers anxiously honking their horns, creating a cacophony. Chun Bangban seized the radio, and his voice was cold and sharp. Everyone attention. This is Chun Bangban from the Major Crimes Unit. After getting out of the car, immediately separate the crowd. We absolutely cannot allow them to paralyze Woda Old Road. That's the lifeline of Yao Ma Ti. If the road is blocked during rush hour, the entire area will descend into chaos. Dozens of officers jumped out of the car and plunged into the crowd, using both hands and feet to push the chaotic flow into orderly lines. Even if they could only barely maintain a passage, they would not allow the formation to collapse. Chun Bangban waved his hands to coordinate while secretly cursing Chun Juanhui, this Prince Hui. Only a few days have passed, and he's already caused a huge mess. He's just a young punk mixing in the underworld, yet he can really stir up trouble. Even the police station is getting involved. After making a few phone calls, Qin Junhui also instructed De Min to drive toward Moda Street. As the car turned from Nathan Road into the intersection, he caught sight of the gathered heads in the distance. Thousands of people were lined up in an orderly manner, moving slowly under the direction of the officers. The line wound down from Modu Street and wrapped deep into Bao Lane. Jimmy in the front seat turned around and grinned. Boss, we definitely can't drive in anymore. Qin Junhui sighed and signaled De Min to park the car in the side alley of Bao Lane. He rolled up his sleeves and with Jimmy squeezed forward on foot. Along the way, he encountered a bizarre scene. Several tattooed tough guys smoking and with bare arms were surprisingly maintaining order under the officers' directions. Some were handing out water, others were shouting commands. Their actions were so familiar that they resembled trained assistants rather than delinquents. Qin Junhui understood they must be Yao Wen's subordinates. When he finally squeezed into Moda Street, the sight still made him gasp in surprise. The narrow street was filled with people, at least 20 to 30,000. Hundreds of officers wielding batons were weaving through the crowd, their voices hoarse from shouting as they barely managed to keep the unrest under control. The buzzing noise of the crowd made his temples throb. He had just lifted his foot to head toward the shop when a stern shout rang out, Prince Hui, you punk, stop right there. Qin Junhui looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chun Bangban standing at the street corner, giving him the middle finger. He could only smile wryly as he approached. Chin sir, it really wasn't me stirring the pot. Who would have thought that just one piece of clothing could attract so many people to fight over it? This was no exaggeration. He merely copied the hunger marketing tactics from the future, adding some limited time offers and a queue system. Who would have expected these tactics, which had long been chewed up by the inland market, would explode with such terrifying power in Hong Kong Island? Chun Bangban rolled his eyes, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He had been busy under the scorching sun for nearly an hour, and the leather jacket that he always wore had long been thrown into the car. You bastard. Can't you take it easy for once? Do you know that even the top dog was alarmed this morning? Chen Junhui was taken aback. The top dog? The only one who can be called the top dog in the whole of Hong Kong is the commissioner of police. His car's license plate only has the number 1 on it, hence the name. Chen Bangban spat. The West Kowloon division chief just returned from a patrol and immediately decided to call for reinforcements from the New Territories South and East Kowloon teams. Today is the weekend. Their wives and children just served them breakfast, and you called them out to bask in the sun with just one sentence. The officers, stifling their anger, naturally looked for someone to vent it on. Chen Junhui sighed helplessly. Don't worry, Chen sir, I have it under control. After we finish, each brother will get a generous red envelope, not a cent less. Only then did Chen Bangban relax his shoulders and let him off the hook. But the officers on the scene had already mentally noted Chen Junhui and Chen Bangban together on their accounts. Who didn't know that Chen Bangban had once sheltered Prince Hui? In the eyes of others, he was just a pawn raised by Chen Bangban. Moreover, the first to call for reinforcements was precisely this Chen sir. If he didn't get a good piece of the pie, Chen Bangban might find it difficult to even stand in the break room at the police station in the future. The further he went in, the thicker the wall of people became, making it hard to breathe. It wasn't until he squeezed into the tea restaurant next to the shop that Chen Junhui finally saw Yao Wen, who had dark circles under his eyes. The restaurant had already been booked, and Aiding and the others were gathered around a table with several cups of cold milk tea. Seeing Chen Junhui walk in, Yao Wen jumped up, his voice dry. Brother Hui, what should we do now? This kid realized for the first time that having too many customers could also frighten one. Chen Junhui wiped the sweat from his forehead, thought for a moment. Gao Lao Hui and Alai have already set off and will arrive in half an hour. I told Zhang Guorui and Xia Ming to hold back for a bit. They should enter about an hour later. The urgent matter is to stabilize those people outside. If they wait too long, their tempers will rise and anything could happen. Yao Wen, do you have any ideas? Yao Wen spread his hands, his shoulders slightly shrugging. Boss, if I really had a plan, would I still be hiding in a tea restaurant drinking cold tea? As soon as Chen Junhui finished speaking, Asher quietly reached out, her fingertips lightly touching the edge of the table, her voice kept low. Brother Hui, I heard someone say a couple of days ago that when the first department store opened on Hong Kong Island, it was a sea of people crazier than this morning's scene. The staff were so busy handing out ice soda that their hands went numb, and they even used the red paper printed with 10 off for every 5 spent as currency, casually handing out several sheets at a time. These words were originally what Boss Wong bragged about to his daughter, and Asher had a good memory recalling them now. Chen Junhui's eyes lit up as he looked at Asher for a moment and nodded. This tactic is brilliant. Yao Wen immediately sent a little brother to carry a few boxes of iced orange juice, give it away freely without charging. Jimmy, quickly call him Ming. Have him bring over all the red envelope papers that just got printed worth $5 each, and they can be used on the spot. As soon as the orders were given, the tea restaurant became lively, figures darting about, footsteps quickening. Chen Junhui suddenly raised his hand to stop Yao Wen, who was about to rush out. Wait, when will the lion dance team arrive? Yao Wen glanced at his watch, the second hand ticking away. I just got off the phone. They said they'd definitely arrive by 7:30. Chen Junhui furrowed his brow slightly. Hurry them up. The earlier they arrive, the better. Liveliness is the best reassurance. When people get excited, time flies. The longer they wait, the less angry they become. Yao Wen immediately took out his mobile phone, dialing as he walked outside. After everyone dispersed, Chen Junhui leaned back against the rattan chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. With the scene today, the clothing business was guaranteed to thrive. From today onward, in addition to the 2 old routes of magazines and public telephones, he had added a third stream of income, flowing with gold. Just as he was pondering, Gao Lao Hui and Alai had already led hundreds of people pouring into Moda Street. Upon seeing the long line, both men swallowed hard. Even a fool could see that this game was a sure win. From now on, whenever Yao Wen sat, their money would naturally flow into his pockets. No need to keep an eye on the scene, no need to fight, and no need to take hits. As for them, every night they patrolled and collected debts, guarding against the neighboring gang encroaching on their territory, living like a tightly drawn bowstring. Inside, turmoil raged, but on the surface they dared not show a hint. The two immediately waved their hands, instructing their brothers to stand along the street to assist the officers in maintaining order. Hundreds of young men with dyed purple hair and earrings stood there, instantly calming the line. Compared to the uniformed officers, this group of tough guys was even more intimidating. Moreover, with Aiding leading the team to hand out water red paper as currency and cheerfully greeting everyone, the people in line holding bottles and clutching red papers began to murmur and slowly cooled down. Just after 8 o'clock, Xia Ming and Zhang Guorui arrived in a black van, rushing in a flurry. As the car door opened, the two were nearly dazzled by the crowd before them. Having seen big events, but never such a long line, they were truly taken aback for the first time. As they squeezed toward the store entrance, a dozen lion dancers were surrounding the embroidered ball, leaping and bounding, the drums shaking the ground. Chen Junhui stepped forward, smiling as he invited the two into the tea restaurant. Sister Xia Ming, Ruizi will rely on you to keep the crowd in check later. Zhang Guorui nodded readily, while Xia Ming smiled broadly. Rest assured, mister. Chen, Yaxing belongs to us all. The more it earns, the wider our smiles will stretch. Only then did Chen Junhui finally exhale in full relief. After a few polite exchanges, he glanced at his wristwatch, 7:50 m. Opening time was just 10 minutes away. He swept his gaze across the group. Yaowen's temples glistened with sweat. Otten had rolled his sleeves up to his forearms. Ashi bit her lower lip, fingers twisting tightly around the hem of her apron. Everyone, let's begin. Yaowen rose instantly and led the way out the door. At the sight, the lion dance troupe halted in unison. One crimson lion soared midair, spun sharply, thrust its hind legs, executed a crisp somersault, and landed gracefully. Jaws clamped firmly around the embroidered ball. Immediately, two performers stepped forward bearing an inkstone and a wolf hair brush dipped deeply in cinnabar. Yaowen took the brush and touched each lion eye, once then twice. The first awakened the spirit, the second opened the path to divine resonance. Seizing the microphone, he projected his voice, bold, resonant, cutting cleanly above the thunder of drums and gongs. Today, Yaxing Apparel officially opens its doors to welcome guests. I am General Manager Yaowen. Thank you all for coming, even if it meant running your legs off. My apologies, I prepared poorly and hosted inadequately. Allow me this bow, this humble amends. Next, please welcome Hong Kong's unendingly triple threat, film, television, and music icon Ms. Xia Meng and Mr. Zhang Guorui. Xia Meng offered a gentle smile as she delivered her brief remarks. Zhang Gui echoed warmly, their message distilled into a single electrifying line. Buy Yaxing clothes. Wear them. Believe in them. Ashi stepped forward holding a scarlet silk ribbon. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, gripping the ceremonial scissors. Yaowen centered Xia Meng to his left, Zhang Gui to his right, and with a sharp, decisive snip, the ribbon parted. The traditional gong striking, play queen veiling, and cake cutting were all omitted. With such a massive crowd, ceremony yielded to practicality. A prosperous grand opening. 10,000 voices roared as one, their collective shout lifting the very roof tiles. Yaxing Apparel had officially launched, but the crowd was simply too vast to admit all at once. Yaowen had already stationed Otten at the entrance to count heads. Once we hit 100, close the doors, clear the floor, then open again. The first 100 patrons stepped inside and froze stunned. At that time, most clothing shops in Hong Kong were little more than metal racks hung with garments and cardboard boxes stacked haphazardly, rough, cluttered, functional. Yaxing was different. Shirts were arranged by precise chromatic gradation, jeans sorted by cut and silhouette, t-shirts folded with razor-sharp corners. Even the curvature of each hanger faced uniformly outward. Prices stunned anew, 20 Hong Kong dollars per item, only $3 to $5 more than street vendors. Yet the fabric felt dense, structured, impeccably tailored, seams were fine, tight, flawlessly stitched, nearly indistinguishable from imported brands bearing foreign labels. Dozens of devoted fans clutching red slips distributed by Zhang Gui rushed straight to the racks, selecting with lightning speed. Within minutes, a small queue formed before the cash register, abacus beads clicking rapidly. Ashi, her ponytail bouncing, stood behind the counter, her voice clear and brisk. 7 short-sleeved shirts and 7 shorts, 14 items total. $280, please. Your red slip deducts $5. Final amount $275. 5 t-shirts and 2 shorts, 7 items. Discount $140. Red slip deduction $5. Final payment $135. Ashi spoke at breakneck pace. Her tallying rattled like beans tossed on a hot iron. Beside her, the cashier moved without pause. Coins clattered into the drawer, banknotes flicked and smoothed with practiced swiftness, change returned with the clean precision of a chef slicing herbs. A soft ding chimed from the cash register. Barely audible, yet it echoed sharply in Yaowen's ears, clear and invigorating. Not only him. Ashi and the others hearing that chime straightened their spines instinctively, eyes alight with renewed vigor. Their base salary was 3,000 Hong Kong dollars monthly, but commissions followed every sale. $1 per garment sold deposited directly into their pockets. Customers having paid didn't hurry out. They walked straight toward 2 tables stationed near the exit. Xia Meng and Zhang Guorui were already seated, brushes poised above garment hems awaiting signatures. This had been Chen Junhui's firm directive. Today their sole duty was to sign for customers. Thankfully, only 1 signature per person was required, not 1 per item. When someone attempted to request multiple autographs, Yaowen and his team subtly closed in silent but unmistakable. After being courteously escorted outside, one patron immediately stripped off his old t-shirt and slipped on the new one, bearing Xia Meng's signature, then flung the discarded garment onto the ground and strode proudly through the crowd. Onlookers stared at that signature, throats tightening, hearts leaping faster. As soon as that wave of signed customers exited, Ashi and the others dashed to restock the shelves, while Otten smoothly raised the rolling shutter to usher in the next batch. Just 2 hours and inventory was nearly depleted. Brother Yaowen, of the original 100,000 pieces, only 10,000 remain. We must urgently dispatch more from the warehouse. Call immediately. Send another 100,000 pieces. Yaowen, busy managing the autograph, Hugh wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. His heart lurched. 100,000 garments, even at just $20 apiece, totaled exactly 2 million Hong Kong dollars. 2 million earned in under 2 hours, a pace faster than cracking a vault. He glanced again at the endless queue still snaking outside, and a slow, unstoppable smile lifted the corners of his mouth. At this rate, surpassing 10 million in daily sales was all but certain. Seizing a lull between signing rounds, Yawen hurried over to Xiaomeng and Zhang Gui, sister Xiaomeng brother Hui. The boss has instructed that today's revenue will be distributed among key stakeholders. Both of you hold equity in Yaxing Apparel. Your share of the dividends is guaranteed. Please reserve some time this afternoon. We'll settle accounts personally on the spot. Who wouldn't welcome real money? Both smiled and nodded readily. Meanwhile, next door at the tea house, cash flowed in steadily. Full registers emptied into waiting hands. In just 2 hours, Yawen had already delivered 2 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. Chun Junhui casually peeled off a thick stack and slapped it onto the table with a heavy, muffled thud. Jimmy, our officers helped out this weekend. We can't let them leave empty-handed. $1,000 each. Go distribute it. And the young men who assisted with crowd control and security, also 1,000 each. Don't disperse tonight. I'm treating everyone to drinks at the bar on Pottinger Street. Let's unwind together. Before the words fully settled, the cash was already in Jimmy's hands. Chen Junhui turned his gaze sweeping over Gao Lao Hui and Alai. You mentioned wanting to do business with me. Have you decided? Oi. They exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. Boss, we've made up our minds. Brother Yaowen's store has been open only 2 hours and already brought in over 2 million. It's steadier, cleaner than trafficking narcotics. Sure, we each control territory in Taiwan, but to earn 2 million legitimately, that would take half a year minimum. So we've weighed it carefully. We want to follow Brother Yaowen's path, honest, upright enterprise built under your guidance. Chen Junhui remained silent, tapping his fingers lightly twice against the table's edge. He truly held these two in some regard. Neither exceptional nor extraordinary, yet reliable, disciplined, and bound by their word. When he'd once declared no drug stalls allowed in Taiwan, they'd cleared their zones immediately, swift, absolute. Now the phrase drug stall had vanished from the entire street. Addicts had fled en masse to Tai Po and Sai Kung, where their insatiable craving for flour could still be satisfied. With people gone, the street had cleared, and even the air tasted fresher. After a pause, he gave a slight nod. Understood. I'm currently scouting new ventures. Once launched, you'll stand where Yawen stands now, earning effortlessly. Gao Lao Hui and Alai visibly relaxed, shoulders dropping as they bowed deeply in unison. Thank you, boss. Jimmy had barely stepped outside the tea house when he met Ahua and Xian. Xian, Ahua. Each of you takes 30,000. Distribute 1,000 to every man, maintaining order on site. Xian furrowed his brow. Brother Jimmy, surely 1,000 is excessive. Normally hiring muscle for a brawl costs 100, now they're paid 1,000 just to stand guard. Next time they're asked to act, their fee may skyrocket tenfold. It wasn't stinginess. He feared setting a precedent impossible to reverse. Jimmy shook his head. The boss set the figure 1,000 for officers, 1,000 for our men. Short 1 cent for the officers, and tomorrow they'll inspect fire safety 3 times daily. Short $1 for our men, and next time you blow the whistle, they'll turn and walk away. Who owes you loyalty? Ahua and Xian exchanged a look inside. Had they been in those men's shoes, receiving 100 while others got 1,000, they'd have cursed aloud on the spot. Oh, and tell the brothers the boss is hosting tonight at the Pottinger Street bar. Everyone's invited. Drink freely, enjoy yourselves. Go on, distribute the money. Sir Chan, this is the boss's token of appreciation for the officers. Exactly $1,000. Jimmy handed over a thick wad with both hands. Also, the boss sincerely invites you all to unwind together at the Pottinger Street bar tonight. Though he named the sum as 1,000, what Jimmy pressed into Sir Chan's palm was 10 brand new Hong Kong $10 notes, each stamped with the golden lion emblem. Sir Chan was Chun Junhui's sole trusted contact within the police force, and such a gesture naturally carried greater weight than those extended to others. No explicit instruction was needed, a glance, a nod. Jimmy understood completely. Sir Chan didn't even lift his eyelids, merely shoved the bundle into his trouser pocket, the edges of the notes still slightly curled upward. Damn, a triad lad like Chun Junhui, now handing out red envelopes to officers. Beside him, Jimmy grinned sheepishly. 3 parts nervousness, 7 parts deference. He'd never witnessed such a scene before, and certain things he knew better than to utter aloud. Sir Chan led Jimmy from officer to officer across the venue. Officer Zhao, this is Jimmy under Prince Hui. Prince Hui knows you've braved the scorching heat to stand guard, so he's prepared $1,000 per officer as refreshment money. Don't rush off tonight. Prince Hui has reserved seats at the Pottinger Street bar. Join us for drinks and fresh air. Officer Zhao accepted the money, testing its authenticity with a subtle pinch of his fingertips, yet frowned. We're law enforcement personnel. Going to Pottinger Street doesn't quite sit right, does it? Besides, it's hosted by Chun Junhui, the very triad figure whose conduct falls squarely under the purview of the discipline department and the ICAC. Sir Chan chewed his gum lazily, cheeks flexing with quiet amusement. Afraid of what? Are we sneaking off secretly? Tonight over 200 officers will attend. That's public, official, and undeniable. Do you really think the discipline department dares arrest them all at once? Even if the ICAC intervenes, the commissioner stands above them all. Who, after all, ordered us here on a weekend? And with so many present, who'd be foolish enough to actually seek out women? It's merely drinks, conversation, camaraderie. Officer Zhao exhaled slowly, his rigid shoulders easing. Numbers conferred stability, our presence conferred legitimacy. Next, Assistant Chun led Jimmy from door to door, delivering red envelopes and cultivating goodwill one by one. Jimmy, this is Senior Inspector Wei, head of the Kowloon West Major Crime Unit, and my direct superior. Jimmy immediately bowed his head and offered 20 golden lion banknotes with both hands, crisp, precise, and deeply respectful. Senior Inspector Wei glanced down briefly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Chen Jun, he certainly has nerve. This is blatant bribery, plain and simple. Jimmy smoothly pressed the stack into Senior Inspector Wei's palm, grinning with unflinching candor. Senior Inspector Wei, you flatter me. Everyone ought to be resting at home under the cool breeze of air conditioning. But instead they've been summoned beneath the scorching sun to oversee the venue. The boss feels uneasy about it, so he's prepared these modest tea money tokens as a gesture of appreciation. After tonight's work wraps up, we'll gather on Pottinger Street for a few drinks and some light conversation. Nothing more than a moment of ease. Assistant Chen chimed in. Senior Inspector Wei, you must grace us with your presence. Without you anchoring the scene, some hot-headed youngsters might actually dare to feign drunkenness and stir up trouble. Senior Inspector Wei had no intention of truly taking offense. With a subtle rub of his thumb across the stack, he instantly gauged its thickness and weight. Exactly 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. Though he commanded the major crime unit, his monthly salary barely reached 5,000. This sum equaled 4 months' wages. Moreover, guarding a clothing store's opening was widely regarded as mere hardship pay, so mundane that even the Independent Commission Against Corruption would scarcely raise an eyebrow. He feigned sternness, spat lightly toward Assistant Chun, and declared, "You wretched fellow, I'll definitely show up tonight. Let's see which fool dares cause trouble." Then he turned to Jimmy, appraising him up and down. "Young Jimmy, your eyes are sharp indeed. You've chosen wisely to follow Prince Hui rather than Lung Gon." Jimmy waved his hand with a quiet laugh, "Just trying to earn a living." The boss made it clear order across Hong Kong Island rests squarely on the shoulders of the police force. We're merely lending a hand. Senior Inspector Wei let out a soft chuckle and said nothing more. Lending a hand. Polite on the surface, yet layered with meaning. Chen Junhui knew full well who truly held authority across Hong Kong Island. Later, Jimmy accompanied Assistant Chun to greet every officer present, each receiving a standard HK of his ROT allowance, and all confirming their attendance at tonight's gathering on Pottinger Street. By the time the final payment was secured, 4 hours had passed. Jimmy dragged himself back to the Cha-Chan Ting only to find another thick stack of Hong Kong banknotes piled high on Chun Junhui's table. Exactly $4 million. Staring at that towering heap of cash, Jimmy's Adam's apple bobbed as he silently swallowed an unspoken sigh. He'd exhausted himself delivering money, yet the rate at which it flowed outward couldn't keep pace with Chun Junhui's relentless accumulation. That conviction struck him again, stark and undeniable. Chen Junhui was the boss he must serve with absolute loyalty. No hesitation, no second thought. At Uncle Deng's residence, senior elders of the Wo Shing Wo's 9th district gathered around a mahjong table, steam rising gently from fragrant tea. Since retiring, they met here weekly without fail, to play a few rounds, sip a few cups, and exchange a few words. Their conversations roamed far and wide, but 8 out of 10 inevitably circled back to the shifting tides within Hong Kong's triad circles. And since Chun Junhui's ascension, his name had become the most frequently uttered among them. Lung Gon slammed down a 7-character tile with a sharp clap, utterly cursed. Those who should come don't appear, while those we'd rather avoid all crowd together. Opposite him, Lung Lao reached out, snatched the tile, and grinned. Who doesn't know you've struck gold lately? Even heaven's envious. Lung Gon glared. What's wrong with earning clean money? Prince Hui's earnings belong solely to him. No triad hand shall reach for them. Uncle Quan couldn't suppress a chuckle. Last month you were pounding the table insisting Prince Hui pay tribute just for launching a magazine. How quickly things have changed in just a few weeks. Laughter filled the room. They remembered clearly. When Uncle Deng entrusted the Ma Lan district to Chun Junhui, it was Lung Gon himself who'd pressured him to collect protection fees. Lung Gon shrugged indifferently. Times change. Can't you grasp that? The laughter faded and the game resumed. Schweigo casually pushed a tile forward. I hear Big D's been growing unusually close to Chue Ji lately. Chuan Bao slammed his palm on the table. Is he planning to bankroll Chue Ji's ascent to Sick Gun? Preposterous. Chue Ji can't even command a single street. His entire operation rests on 2 strip clubs. If he can become Sick Gun, then surely the herbal tea vendor on the corner qualifies as a senior decision-maker. Chuan Bao spoke bluntly, utterly unreserved. In his view, the next Sick Gun of Wo Shing Wo was already Chun Junhui's rightful possession. Others nodded in silent agreement, declining to pursue the topic further. Had Chen Junhui not emerged so suddenly, Big D, with his stronghold in Suinwan and formidable resources, would indeed have stood as Wo Shing Wo's wealthiest and most powerful figure. But now there was Chen Junhui, whose personal wealth dwarfed Big D's by several orders of magnitude, whose manpower decisively surpassed his rivals. And beyond that, he enjoyed the subtle, unwavering backing of the police force. Not overt endorsement nor outright obstruction, but gentle, timely support precisely where it mattered most. What could Big D possibly offer in such a contest? As the elders chatted idly, the telephone in Uncle Deng's home suddenly rang. Uncle Deng had just lifted his teacup and blown gently across its surface when the ring sounded. He set the cup down and rose to answer. Every elder in the room turned as one. The very sound of sunflower seed cracking paused mid-chew. After hanging up, Uncle Deng narrowed his eyes, his gaze settling directly on Chuan Bao's face, his voice laced with 3 parts admiration and 7 parts awe. Chuan Bao, Prince Hui has truly made a name for himself this time. Chuan Bao blinked in surprise. Made a name? Has shots had fallen into his hands already? Nonsense. Uncle Deng waved his hand dismissively. 2 days ago, he personally brought red envelopes to my door telling me he planned to enter the garment trade. He paused, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's the Yaxing apparel store that opened today. Mudu Street is completely gridlocked. Huge stretch from Yonglou Street all the way to San Tin Street, impassable in every direction. Not only did over 1,000 of his men flood the venue to lend support, but the police dispatched more than 200 officers to assist. Each received a red envelope worth HK1000, thick enough to leave an impression in the palm. Tonight they'll all be taken to Pottinger Street for mahjong, karaoke, and relaxation. A trusted aide of Yao Man, Dong, was seen personally supervising dozens of warehouse deliveries. Hundreds of thousands of garments piled up like mountains. Even if each sold for only 20 Hong Kong dollars, Prince Hui's revenue for today alone exceeds 10 million. 10 million in a single day? A collective chill swept through the room. His earlier ventures, magazines and telephone services, could still be dismissed as strokes of luck. But this was tangible: storefronts, inventory, foot traffic, cash flow. Every element demanded genuine skill and execution. At this pace, Hong Kong's next billionaire clothing tycoon, a man commanding tens of billions, would almost certainly bear the surname Chen. Chuan Bao first broke into a grin for Hui, then frowned. Uncle Deng, surely you're not thinking of asking Hui to pay tribute to the Triad. This is purely a legitimate business. No Triad muscle deployed, no Triad influence leveraged. Uncle Deng shook his head slowly. Legitimate businesses never pay tribute. That's an ironclad rule. Yet the Triad cannot stand idle, while one of its own hands over protection fees to outsiders. I recall clearly. Mudu Street falls under the jurisdiction of the Number Gang's Hung Division. His gaze shifted to Huanyo's face. Huanyo, your territory in Tai Kok Sui lies closest to Mudu Street, and our lock shop in Jordan sits right beside it. My intent is clear: join forces and seize control of Mudu Street. The Triad will back you fully. Men at your disposal, funds at your command. Wherever Prince Hui opens a store henceforth, that location becomes Wo Shing Wo's boundary marker. Chuan Bao remained silent, effectively granting tacit approval. The other elders leaned in, whispering among themselves, already calculating how best to expel the Hung Division from Mudu Street under plausible pretext. Meanwhile, as Wo Shing Wo sharpened its knives, Minggu, the local boss of Mudu Street, leaned back on his sofa, chatting with his girlfriend Xia about Yao Man. This young man's fortune is extraordinary. He was stifled under Minggu in the Hung Division. Only after switching allegiance to Prince Hui of Wo Shing Wo did he finally rise. I even heard that after securing the Tai Wai territory, Prince Hui divided it entirely between Gao Lao Hui and Alai. At the time, I assumed he'd emulate Minggu, first elevate then suppress. Instead, he brought Yao Man in as a true partner, choosing the toughest industry of all, apparel. As soon as the money came into his hands, his palm felt hot, heavy like a brick. At first, when he transferred from the Hengzi branch, Chen Junhui only tossed him $1 million as a settling and fee. Now he could earn back 120,000 in a single day. Assure was sprawled on a chair, letting a Ting massage her legs, and when she heard her name, she lazily lifted her right hand. I take 30%, which is 36,600. A Ting glanced up and immediately dug out the corresponding amount from the pile of money, presenting it with both hands. Assure took the stack. Her fingertips trembled slightly, but a smile spread from the corners of her eyes to her lips. Although over 30,000 was just a drop in the bucket for the Wang family, every single penny was earned by her own hard work, stitch by stitch, step by step. Not to mention that a Xing fashion had just started to emerge, a future dividends would only rise. Assure's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully called out to Chen Junhui, "Thank you, boss." Chen Junhui turned to look at Xia Meng and Zhang Rui. "Sister Xia, like Assure, you will receive 36,600. Rui Zai, you are at 2%, which is 24,400. The two of them immediately began counting the cash, their fingertips running over the stacks of crisp bills. Xia Meng held onto the money, her tone filled with amazement. Usually to earn this amount one would have to wine and dine the boss, flatter him, and perform flawlessly. How many nights would that take? It's hard to say. But today just a few signatures, and the money was placed directly in my hands. Moreover, as long as Shing was still around, she would receive steady dividends every year like a gentle stream. At that moment, Xia Meng's mind was filled with memories of Jimmy. He was the one who had insisted on bringing her into the tea restaurant back then. Zhang Guorui nodded repeatedly, his expression resolute. His father was a prominent figure in the Hong Kong tailored clothing scene known as the Suit King, yet he could confidently say that when it came to making money quickly, his father was far less efficient than Qin Junhui. He even specifically asked his father about this. His father did not stop him, only said, "The Zhang family makes formal, where while a Shing plays in fashion, the two don't cross paths." Qin Junhui's gaze returned to Assure. In addition to dividends, there's the sales commission. I mentioned earlier that for every piece of clothing sold, each of the 4 salespeople receives 1 portion. This is the detailed list Assure prepared, and you all have signed to confirm. Assure sold the most today, 20,000 pieces, plus another 20,000. Ting immediately handed over another bundle of cash. Assure's earnings today had directly surpassed 500,000. After distributing the sales commissions, the cash on the table still piled up like a small mountain. Once the money was divided, the next step was to have a blast. Chen Junhui pulled out 2 million from the table, his voice steady and powerful. "Jimmy has booked 3 bars on Bao Lane tonight. Tonight, let's drink until we drop." The cheers of "Long Live the Boss" were louder, more synchronized, and filled with enthusiasm than usual. Ting and his men quickly packed up the remaining cash and left while Chen Junhui led the staff straight to Bao Lane. As soon as they arrived at the bar entrance, Jimmy greeted them with a smile. "Boss, as per your instructions, all 3 venues are booked. 1 for the security and the other 2 for the brothers helping out." Chen Junhui nodded. He knew clearly in his heart the security and the crew must not share the same roof. He handed 2 million to Jimmy to settle the bill and took everyone into the security's venue. As he pushed the door open, Chen Junhui immediately spotted Chen Bangban, who was drinking and had turned beet red. The latter grabbed him by the neck, his voice booming. "Huizai, you've really made me proud today. When the leader first assigned me to protect you, I almost flipped the table with him. Back then I thought you were just another reckless kid running around with a knife and messing about. But from the first time I saw you, I felt something was off. Your gaze was clear, you didn't talk much, but every word hit the mark. From now on I will support you to the end." This group of security had arrived a while ago, and the alcohol had already taken effect. Chun Bangban was the one who had drunk the most. Everyone knew tonight was Chun Junhui's treat, and he was personally connected to Chun Bangban. Moreover, with Chun Bangban's extensive connections in the West Kowloon police station, his colleagues naturally offered him toasts, which he accepted without hesitation. Chen Junhui gently pushed aside the hand resting on his shoulder, his tone gentle, yet firm. "Sir Chen, you've truly had too much to drink." He handed the man over to Jimmy for care, and called everyone to sit down and drink freely. Bao Lane was managed by the 13th sister of Hung Hing, and Chen Junhui had already made arrangements. All expenses tonight would be charged to him. He casually brought Yao Wen to sit next to Wei Sir. Next to Wei Sir sat several key members of the police force, all group leaders with real power from various stations. When they saw Chen Junhui approach, Wei Sir smiled and stood to shake hands, and after a few pleasantries he meaningfully remarked, "From now on you might have to be called Boss Chen instead. Perhaps you don't know, but Yao Wen used to be a key person on OS list. Back then he single-handedly fought against Hengzi on a whole street, directly making it onto the West Kowloon police station's top 10 rising stars wall of fame. Later on he guarded a fruit stall, and OS people still dared not let their guard down. Now that he's doing legitimate business with you, OS people have finally relaxed. At least they don't have to worry about him causing trouble every day." Yao Wen scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, and raised his glass. "Wei Sir, I was young and reckless back then, and caused you quite a bit of trouble. Rest assured, from now on I will work diligently with the boss to make money, and will no longer stir up trouble. Now that he earns over 100,000 a day in dividends, why would he risk his life to fight?" The senior police officers exchanged knowing glances. The police had long understood gangsters can't be completely caught or eliminated. Instead of catching one at a time, it's better to lend a hand and guide them onto the right path. Just like Yao Wen now, comfortably making big money, who would still risk their life for a small territory. This is also the reason why the police turned a blind eye and even secretly supported Chen Junhui. A person from the underworld with the means to regulate the underworld turned out to be more precise and ruthless than the police. For instance, all the henchmen present tonight were paid 1,000 just to maintain order and still had the freedom to enjoy themselves. If someone just tossed $100 expecting them to show up with knives, would they still come? Yao Wen laughed and nodded, raising his head to down the whole glass of wine. In the past, he would never have restrained himself in front of the police. Those without shoes are not afraid of those with them. A life is just life. But things were different now. He had put on leather shoes polished to a shine, and they clicked as he walked. Now that he was wearing them, he had to follow the rules of wearing leather shoes. Several police officers readily drank up their glasses turned upside down. Yao Wen immediately picked up the wine bottle, filling the glasses of the officers one by one. Chen Junhui, meanwhile, chatted and laughed beside them, keeping the atmosphere lively and warm. In a corner on the sofa, A Ting and Assure were leaning close, speaking in low voices about their future. Assure, you're definitely earning more easily than I am now. After a whole day's work, Brother Yao Wen just handed me 10,000 as a runner's fee. Assure took a small sip of juice, her throat still a bit hoarse. 10,000 is enough for an ordinary family to live on for 2 months. Moreover, Brother Yao Wen specifically asked you to go to the other side. Most likely, A Xing Fashion's production will be handed over to you to manage. Her voice was tense, as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper after having talked too much today. A Ting gently sighed and nodded. Flying solo across the sea this time, I really have no confidence. This was the first time Yao Wen let him take the lead, and although A Ting didn't say it, his palms were secretly sweating. Assure reached over to wrap her arm around his shoulder, her palm warm and steady. I believe in you. Just as she finished speaking, a loud quarrel suddenly erupted nearby. One of the voices was rough and aggressive. It was a dong. A Ting immediately pulled Assure up, quickly closing the distance. Today was a joyous occasion for A Xing Fashion, and he didn't want any trouble to spoil the mood. As they approached, they saw a dong protecting a female staff member behind him, his back straight. Facing them was a yellow-haired man whose hair was dyed, 2 brightly fingers almost poking a dong's nose, spouting threats. Get lost. What's it to you? Know your place and get out of here, or I'll chop your whole family into pieces. A Ting glanced at the yellow-haired man's hair color and felt relieved. Everyone in the bar tonight was from the police, and he feared the most that a dong would clash with the officers. But this guy in front of him, radiating aggression, was definitely not in uniform. To be safe, he still asked in a low voice, a dong, what happened? A dong quickly pushed the female staff member to Assure's side, speaking rapidly. Brother Yao Wen already instructed us to keep an eye on the girls in the store, not to let anyone touch them. I saw this guy squeeze into the girls' table, and when no one was looking, he sprinkled drugs into a glass of water. Upon seeing Assure, the yellow-haired man's eyes lit up, and he thumped his thin chest, barking, Do you know who I am? I'm the Prince of Shanghe. Let those 2 girls go, or I'll chop your whole family into pieces. Assure was his greatest weakness, someone he could not touch. Before he could finish speaking, A Ting's right hand had already grabbed an empty wine bottle from the table, his knuckles turning white, ready to smash it down. Worst case, he would just leave on the next boat. But before the bottle could leave the table, a hand firmly pressed down on his wrist. A Ting looked up and met Jimmy's smiling face. His lips curled up, but his eyes were sharp as a knife, gently shaking his head. Jimmy G. Jimmy nodded, his voice low. The boss sent me to handle this. A Ting immediately relaxed his grip. Jimmy was of the same generation as Yao Wen, as since he was the one addressing the matter, everyone beneath him had to tread lightly. Talking was his domain, fighting was his tempo. They just needed to stand firm, listen to orders, and comply. Jimmy leisurely lifted his glass, took a small sip, and then slowly turned his gaze to the Prince of Shanghe. This bar, I've booked it for tonight. How did you guys get in here? Since it was reserved, all those who could enter should have been their own people. However, Jimmy had memorized the faces of all the police present today, and this one was definitely not among them. The Prince of Shanghe, however, grew even more arrogant. I can go wherever I want, no one can stop me. Who do you think you are? Jimmy's smile did not fade, but his tone became heavier. It seems the security must have had their eyes closed to let you in. This place is probably Shanghe's territory, right? Come in for a drink. I can turn a blind eye to certain things, but drugging the employees' drinks crosses the line. He turned his head and signaled to a Ting, Go tell Brother Yao Wen. The Prince of Shanghe and Yuan Long just made a move on a female staff member in the store and even drugged her. A Ting exchanged a glance with Assure, signaling her to keep the girl calm. He then turned and hurried through the crowd, heading straight for the table of Chun Junhui and Yao Wen. Brother Yao Wen, the Prince of Shanghe and Yuan Long drugged a female staff member in the store. Yao Wen frowned. Is she okay? A Ting shook his head. A dong was sharpied and intercepted him on the spot, preventing the guy from taking the girl away. Yao Wen nodded slightly and turned to look at Chun Junhui. Chun Junhui remained calm, raising his glass with a faint smile. Sir Wei, the security in Hong Kong Island seems to need tightening up. As law-abiding businessmen, how can we encounter such filthy matters? Who would dare to open a business in the future? Sir Wei sighed and shook his head, his gaze slowly sweeping the bar. Unbeknownst to the patrons leaning against the bar, lounging in booths and chatting over drinks, the police officers had quietly set down their glasses and awaited orders. Sir Wei's smile had not faded, yet a cold light flickered in his eyes. Are you all deaf? Why aren't you making a move? In fact, the prince had been zeroed in on the moment he stepped into the bar. As he pulled out the drugs, shook the powder, and approached the girls, several officers had already been watching coldly from the sidelines. Even if a dong did not intervene, this man would not take the girl away tonight. However, since Chun Junhui was hosting, everyone tacitly left a way out, waiting for the host to deal with it personally. Now that Sir Wei had spoken, everyone promptly pulled out their badges and clipped them onto their chests. West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit Officer Chun. West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit Officer Zhao Bushang. West Kowloon Organized Crime Unit Officer Li Jiming. West Kowloon SWAT Officer Wang Haoran. West Kowloon Criminal Support Division Officer Zhou Mini. New Territories South Organized Crime Unit Officer Zhang Zhenban. New Territories North Major Crimes Unit Officer Lin Guodong. East Kowloon Organized Crime Unit Officer Su Wanting. As each officer displayed their credentials and titles, the prince and his few lackeys trembled in fear. Damn it, didn't those thugs in the bar say that tonight was a celebration party for some gangsters? Why were there so many police officers everywhere? The name of the organized crime unit resounded throughout Hong Kong Island. Any gang that encountered an organized crime officer had to tone down their arrogance and humble themselves. The major crimes unit was even more formidable. They specialized in tackling tough cases, and every case they handled was a major incident that shook the entire city. Officer Chun had firmly grasped the prince's wrist, his knuckles tightening, the grip as strong as a vice. Under the watch of hundreds of officers, you dare to drug someone. I truly don't know whether to praise your audacity or to laugh at your naivety. Come, let's go to the restroom and have a proper talk. Just as the prince opened his mouth to plead, Officer Chin's hand was already covering his mouth, stifling any sound. The lackeys he brought along were also not spared, as they were each seized by the police and dragged into the restroom for questioning without exception. Once the small commotion passed, the bar quickly resumed its lively atmosphere. Chen Junhui continued to clink glasses and joke, with Sir Wei comfortably chatting amidst the swirling smoke. The other officers gathered in groups, bantering with familiar colleagues, laughter echoing throughout. Assure gently patted the groggy female staff member's back while leaning towards a Ting, whispering, "A Ting, do you think this incident tonight will stir up big trouble? I just heard Brother Jimmy say that the prince is the son of Xinghe. Will Xinghe cause you guys any trouble?" A Ting scoffed and waved his hand, appearing nonchalant. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just Xinghe. There are only 3 first-rate gangs in Hong Kong Island that truly hold their ground. Ho Lien Sheng Nu Ji and the Number Gang, each with over 100,000 subordinates. Among them, Ho Lien Sheng has the most people and the widest territory. In the 18 districts of Hong Kong Island, there are 9 districts where they have their turf and representatives. Following them is Nu Ji, led by the Ni family, a business passed down from father to son in the flower industry, monopolizing more than half of the flower market in Hong Kong. The Number Gang has many factions, but they each act independently and do not answer to one another, so they can only rank third. Below them are the second-rate gangs such as Hung Hing Dong Xing, Hian Lu, and the Gang Alliance, all with more than 10,000 members. Hung Hing is led by Jiang Tianxing, focusing on muscle work. Although they have 12 factions, most only control a few streets. Dongxing's leader is nicknamed Camel, also dealing in flour and holding about 30% of the market share in Hong Kong. Hian Lu, also known as Waterhouse, is a crew cultivated by the Gambling King, specifically tasked with maintaining order for the big bosses. The Gang Alliance is a coalition of several small gangs, barely a force to be reckoned with. Further down, there are third-rate gangs with only 1,000 or so members, like Xinghe and the Loyal Youth Association of the Ding family. Take Xinghe for instance, they only have 1 or 2 territories in Yuanlong. The reason they can take over this bar is most likely because they charge the lowest fees and are easier to manage. If Brother Yao, when really means business, we could easily topple Xinghe. Not to mention that Brother Yao, when has a powerful backer standing behind him, is Ho Lien Sheng. Moreover, tonight the prince drugged someone in front of over 200 police officers, which is equivalent to directly slapping the police force in the face. In the future, officers from the New Territories West Division will surely check IDs on Sheng's turf every now and then. The owner might tolerate it once or twice, but after 3 or 4 times, who would dare ask them to oversee anything? Which bar owner wants to open their doors to police checks every day? This business of guarding the venue for Xinghe is basically finished. Relying solely on the meager profits from valet parking, it would be hard to support even 10 lackeys. A Ting estimated that within 2 years, no one on the streets of Hong Kong Island would remember the name Xinghe. Hearing this, Asher's anxious heart finally settled back in place. Earlier, she had planned to go home and bring this matter up with her father, letting the Wang family warn Xinghe, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Everyone stayed in the bar until after 10 o'clock, and Asher, along with the other female staff members, began to prepare to leave. Yawen specifically flagged down a few taxis to see them off. The girl who had been drugged was personally driven to the emergency room by a dong. Asher got into a taxi, turned the corner, and asked the driver to pull over. She grabbed her bag and got out of the car, hopping into a black Mercedes parked there, driving alone towards her villa in mid-levels. When the garage door rolled open with a clatter, Mrs. Wang immediately rose from the sofa and hurried to the entrance. Seeing her daughter return, she furrowed her brow. "Why are you so late? Did you go to a hotel with a Ting?" After all, Asher had promised her that she would never cross the line with a Ting before marriage. Asher rolled her eyes, her voice slightly hoarse. "Hotel? We went to a bar." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wang became even more anxious. She had always disallowed her daughter from stepping into such places. "Mom, don't worry. All my colleagues were there. A Ting was there, plus over 200 officers were guarding. It was more secure than mall security. What could possibly go wrong?" Hearing that so many officers were stationed, Mrs. Wang finally relaxed. But then she thought again, becoming suspicious. Isn't a Ting involved in the underworld? How did he get mixed up with the police? Asher sighed. Today, Yaxing Fashion held a big promotion. The prince invited a few hundred officers to maintain order. Each officer received a $1,000 red envelope. and in the end they even took them to the bar for a drink to build rapport. She casually tossed her backpack to Mrs. Wang, walking upstairs as she spoke. Inside is my salary, bonus, and commission from today, totaling over 560,000. Mom, please keep it for me. Once I save enough, I'll buy a Ferrari. If Dad won't cough up the money, I'll earn it myself. With that, she went upstairs to shower and sleep without looking back. After a busy day, her legs were already sore and swollen, barely able to move. 2 hours later, Mr. Wang returned home punctually after finishing his socializing. Mrs. Wang had accompanied him from scratch to success. The first pot of gold for the Wang family was funded by her family. Coupled with her good maintenance, even though her husband had 2 beautiful mistresses outside, Mr. Wang still preferred to return home to rest. Mrs. Wang brought a bowl of warm hangover soup and casually pointed at the backpack on the table. After raising my daughter for so many years, I finally see some real money. This is what my daughter earned today. Guess how much? Mr. Wang took a leisurely sip of soup and casually replied, a clothing store can't make much money. At most $2,000. Mrs. Wang frowned. You underestimate my daughter too much. It's a total of 560,000. This figure stunned Mr. Wang, nearly causing him to drop the soup bowl as he stared dumbfounded at his wife. 560,000. Is it really that much? Mrs. Wang nodded, speaking with certainty. I counted 3 times, not a cent less. $560,378. I just roughly estimated, according to the commission and bonus ratio. A sure mentioned yesterday that clothing store's revenue today shot up to over 12 million. This number is almost on par with what you would earn from a large department store. Mr. Wang shook his head, his face filled with astonishment. Just a small street-side shop could create such a stir. Alas, we old-timers have truly been left behind by the times. Nowadays, the young people of Hong Kong Island are sharper and more impressive than ever. The likes of Ah Jia from the Li family of Henderson and Ah Chun from the Chung family of New World have long been shouldering the family responsibilities, and there's also the rising star, Xiao Lu, making waves in the stock market, currently in the spotlight. Now, there's even Chen Junhui, born from the underworld but not involved in any underworld dealings, completely focused on legitimate business. Previously engaging in magazines and telephone lines, those slightly shady jobs could barely make ends meet. Ultimately, they couldn't amount to anything. But this time, venturing into fashion has netted him millions overnight, clearly demonstrating that he not only has resources, but also a method and vision. Mr. Wang's tone lowered a few notches, revealing a sense of desolation. Watching the new generation surge forth, the stubbornness within him quietly began to show signs of being worn down by time. As Asher and the others left, the bar instantly came alive. After all, with ladies present, the officers had to hold back on some of their conversations. Now that the crowd had dispersed, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Jokes flew freely, banter flowed easily. Chen Junhui joined Inspector Wei for several rounds of drinks before excusing himself to the restroom. The moment he pushed open the door, he found Assistant Inspector Chun surrounded by several officers, bottles in hand, forming a tight circle. At its center stood Tai Zigang, face to face with a few underlings. Slap, exchanging sharp, stinging blows. Slap, slap. His cheeks swelled like steamed buns risen too high, while the youth opposite dared not hold back. Each strike precise, brutal, unrelenting. The crisp, hollow echoes ricocheted off the tiled walls. Chen Junhui's appearance drew a lopsided grin from the already half-drunk Assistant Inspector Chun. Tai Zihui. No, should I call you Boss Chen now? He jeered. You're not here to beg mercy for these lowlifes, are you? Chen Junhui nodded casually to the group, his tone light and unhurried. Inspector Chen, do you take me for a Bodhisattva reborn? If you hadn't stepped in first to discipline them, I'd have had to pay out of pocket just to hire thugs and smash the Shengha sign to pieces. As for Tai Zigang's desperate, pleading gaze, he didn't even flicker an eyelid. He didn't so much as glance up. While urinating, Assistant Inspector Chen asked idly, aren't you curious how they slipped in? The entire bar had been booked exclusively by Chen Junhui that night, yet these men had forced their way inside. Chen Junhui shrugged. Why else? Someone's desperate to climb the ladder. The officers exchanged glances, astonishment flickering unmistakably in their eyes. He waved dismissively, smiling with effortless ease. Gentlemen, please continue enjoying yourselves. I'll return to toast the guests. Another 2 hours passed before the officers began drifting away in 2s and 3s. Chen Junhui personally hailed a taxi for Inspector Wei, pressed a golden lion banknote into the driver's palm and insisted, deliver him home safely, without fail. In the Hong Kong police force, only divisional commanders and above were entitled to official chauffeur transport. After seeing everyone off, Yao Wen leaned and brow furrowed. Boss, so we just let this slide? He was fiercely protective of his own. Anger flared hot within him. He wanted nothing more than to storm Xinghe right then and tear the place apart. Even if they couldn't shatter the rival firm, they'd ensure it couldn't lift its head for 3 streets around. Chen Junhui shook his head. Yao, when the Xinghe incident ends here, far more urgent than petty grudges is securing new premises and ramping up production capacity. Tonight's commotion drew reporters like moths to flame. I saw several crews staking out Mudo Street with cameras. Jimmy has already slipped each one a $10,000 red envelope begging them to write glowing features on Asia Star apparel in tomorrow's papers. Once those articles hit print, sales will surge again. Most guests tonight came for Xia Meng and Rui Zai, not to buy clothes. Few actually opened their wallets. Dispatch a team across the harbor immediately. Urge the garment factory owner to expedite production 2 million units with a premium of $1 per piece. No haggling. Don't delay the new store location either. Yau Ma Ti is a cramped, shrinking enclave. We've long outgrown it. Our next flagship must anchor in Central. Central, the beating heart of Hong Kong Island, a golden enclave where every square foot commands a fortune. Name any titan. Standard Chartered, HSBC, Jardine Matheson, New Century, Henderson Land, New World Development, and its headquarters stand proudly there. Asia Star Apparel would never truly stake its claim in Hong Kong unless it took root in Central. Yawen gave a slight nod. Compared to street brawls, making money was infinitely more tangible. Both knew full well today's record-breaking sales weren't driven by miracle fabric or revolutionary tailoring, but by spectacle, buzz, and star power. Heat rises fast and fades faster. Yet even as momentum waned, solid craftsmanship and the twin pillars of Xia Meng and Zhang Guoye guaranteed steady monthly sales of 1 million units. Only rapid expansion across all 18 districts could convert this fleeting wave into hard-lasting currency. As they spoke, a small group approached Chen Junhui. Jimmy leaned in, voice low. Boss, the 13th sister of Hung Hing is here. Chen Junhui and Yao Wen turned. There she stood, 13th sister clad in Asia Star's latest design, sharp and poised. She halted before them and spoke. Tai Zihui, I've heard about tonight. Shenghe daring to cause trouble on Pottinger Street. It's a direct affront to my authority. This matter falls under my jurisdiction. Whether through fists or negotiation, I'll give you a resolution. Had it been mere drugging, a common squalor of Pottinger Street, she might have ignored it entirely. But Tai Zigang chose to act directly beneath the watchful eyes of hundreds of officers. Was this merely disorder? No, it was public humiliation, a slap across her face. To outsiders it would appear she no longer commanded her own turf. Chen Junhui nodded once, silent, yet his assent was absolute. After all, the incident occurred squarely on Pottinger Street, her domain. As the 13th sister of that district, she could not step aside. Chen Junhui's gaze swept over her, from head to toe, methodical, deliberate. He cared nothing for her person, only for the garment she wore. 13th sister, I ask you honestly, what do you think of this outfit? He'd posed the same question earlier to Yao Wen and Jimmy. Both had showered it with lavish praise. Absolutely brilliant. Yet Chen Junhui knew well such words could be sincere, or merely soothing flattery. But 13th sister was a woman, and when talk turned to fabric and cut, her eyes lit up instantly, her voice growing lighter, quicker. This piece truly stands out. The material is substantial, the tailoring clean and decisive. It transforms posture instantly, lending sharpness and presence. This morning, I ordered hundreds of sets for all the girls working the Pottinger Street brothels. I've worn plenty of branded pieces costing over $1,000. Yet in terms of silhouette and fit, yours holds its ground without compromise. Naturally, Chen Junhui, after all, was a man who'd crossed over from another time and landed squarely amid the era of viral short-form video. An hour spent scrolling through styling reels exposed him to more trends, more variations than most people encountered in a lifetime. Having seen so much, his sketches carried undeniable energy and instinct. Having praised its virtues, 13th sister shifted tone, her brow furrowing slightly. That said, it's undeniably polished, but wears a little too proper. Can Asia Star craft something bolder? Something with grit, designed expressly for Triad youths? And lingerie, would you consider producing that too? What's sold in Hong Kong today is either absurdly expensive or flimsy, transparent, shapeless, sagging after 2 days' wear. If you enter this space, you'll ignite a wildfire. At that, Chen Junhui's mind ignited. Why hadn't he thought of erotic lingerie sooner? Recalling the global frenzy of Victoria's Secret fashion shows, sold-out arenas, live broadcasts spanning continents, then glancing at the gray, unassuming street before him. Opportunity shimmered barefaced and immediate. He lifted his gaze, direct, unwavering, locking onto 13th sister. 13th sister, have you put on your lingerie yet? She blinked, then instinctively glanced down at herself, rolling her eyes as she jabbed a finger toward her chest. Of course I have. Do you think I'm some fresh-faced girl just off the Pottinger Street brothel floor? Chen Junhui nodded, his eyes fixed on the snow-white blouse she wore. Perfect, you're wearing pure white. Take it off. Now hand it to me. 13th sister instantly crossed her arms, shielding herself tightly. Tai Zihui, are you planning to get handsy? I only like women. You're just a foul-smelling man. I'd rather scrub my hands raw than let you touch me. Yao Wen and Jimmy stared dumbfounded. In their memory, Chen Junhui had never once misjudged boundaries so flagrantly. Chen Junhui shrugged helplessly. I'm well aware you've been quietly entangled with Han Bin of Kwaichang. But I assure you, I have no designs on you. It's simply your white shirt I want. Among everyone present, you're the only one wearing plain white. So whose shirt should I write on if not yours? He turned to Jimmy. Jimmy, fetch me a calligraphy brush. If none's available, a paintbrush will do. Just bring thick, jet black ink. Pottinger Street sold every oddity imaginable, except traditional scholars' tools. Jimmy bolted into the neighboring bar, rummaging frantically. Hearing it was for writing on clothing, 13 Sisters' curiosity sparked instead of outrage. She shot a subtle glance to her companions, who instantly pivoted, forming a tight, impenetrable ring around her. Only once she confirmed no sliver of light could penetrate the human wall, did she swiftly peel off her blouse and toss it toward Chen Junhui. Almost simultaneously, Jimmy burst back in breathless, clutching a small brush and a bowl of pitch-black ink. Chen Junhui caught the garment, still warm from her body, dipped the brush deep into ink, lowered his wrist, and slashed 4 bold, jagged characters across the front panel. All of us are villains. His calligraphy was unrefined, awkward, even crude. Yet precisely because of that raw imperfection, it pulsed with authenticity, wildness, and the unmistakable swagger of the streets. When 13 Sister redressed, Yao Wen frowned at the 4 characters. All of us are villains. Ordinary folks won't dare wear this outside. This wasn't clothing. It was a declaration, a badge pinned straight onto the chest, Triad Youth stamped in indelible ink. Jimmy grinned, shaking his head. Ordinary people won't buy it. But what about the street gangs, the students craving rebellion? The more unconventional, the more fiercely they'll covet it. Chen Junhui added, and here's its true power. The more people wear it, the stronger its aura grows. Wear it alone, and you're merely eccentric. Wear it as a squad of 10. Suddenly you're a movement, a tide. Once the first brave soul steps out, his brother's classmates, roommates, they'll follow one by one, placing orders without hesitation. 13 Sisters studied the 4 characters on her chest, her lips slowly curving upward. She clapped Chen Junhui firmly on the shoulder. Tai Zihui, you're wasting your talent playing gangster. As a designer, you'd command the world's fiercest fashion houses. Chen Junhui bowed, lightly smiling. Your words are auspicious. I gratefully accept them. The moment 13 Sister departed, his smile softened, his voice steadying as he turned to Yao Wen. Her mention of lingerie just struck me, especially erotic lingerie. Right now, no serious player occupies that space. What little appears on the market comes from backyard workshops, rough, constricting, itching after a single wear. Asia Star must launch 2 dedicated lines immediately, one emphasizing softness and comfort, the other embracing audacity and boldness. Women drive apparel purchases, and lingerie uses minimal fabric, carries low production costs, yet commands pricing parity with outerwear. Done right, its margins rival Asia Star's own. I'll have Jimmy deliver the technical drawings to you first thing tomorrow. Push the mainland factory to begin mold making and mass production without delay. Remember these 3 brands, Yaxing, Huanyu, and Lian, each distinct in name, packaging, and distribution channels. In his mind, Yaxing was the fusion of Uniqlo and H&M, Huanyu the gentler, more tender counterpart to Calvin Klein, while Lian exuded the fierce, unrelenting energy of Victoria's Secret. Yao Wen nodded vigorously, his pen scratching rapidly across the notebook. Not a single word dared escape his transcription. Having taken over this enterprise, he was resolved to forge it into the most formidable banner on Boland Street. Sure enough, before long, Yaxing apparel sales crept upward. Yet buoyed by its earlier saturation level promotion, the store on Modu Street in Shanghai still maintained a daily turnover hovering steadily around 1 million yuan. That figure ranked among the highest in Hong Kong's garment trade. No sooner had Yaxing apparel secured its footing than Lu and Huanyo quietly cast their net, aiming squarely at Modu Street. First, Huanyo's top lieutenant Master Su deliberately intruded upon Ming Ji's territory, provoking a violent confrontation, and was swiftly beaten senseless by Ming Ji's men. Upon learning that the victim was a ranking member of the Haishinglian Triad, Ming Ji's scalp tightened. He immediately dialed Ming Ji's number, urgently requesting his intervention. Min Gu demanded 50,000 yuan as tea money, plus another 50,000 as apology compensation. With Min Gu presiding over the banquet, Ming Gu and Huanyo drank the ceremonial peace wine. Only then did Huanyo relent. Ming Gu need only personally visit Master Su at the hospital, bow deeply, and offer a formal apology, after which the matter would be closed forever. Such an arrangement would tarnish not a shred of Haishinglian's dignity. Ming Gu knew this was the most graceful exit, and accepted on the spot. To demonstrate sincerity, he arrived at the hospital the next morning accompanied solely by his girlfriend Xia, not a single underling in tow. After all, admitting fault was not the same as storming in to start a brawl. The elevator doors had barely sealed shut when Ming Gu turned his head to curse Master Su, asking for death, before the words even left his lips. A flash of cold steel, Li's blade plunged deep into Ming Ji's abdomen. Before Xia could utter a cry, 2 swift stabs from Li's men sent crimson splattering across the elevator wall. As both collapsed, Lu led his knife-wielding crew in a swift costume change and withdrawal. Meanwhile, accomplices already waiting outside the elevator surged in, dragging the bodies, cleaning blades, wiping blood, with the mechanical efficiency of disassembling engine parts. Ming Gu and Xia's corpses along with the murder weapons were stuffed into black garbage bags and removed. Inside the elevator, only the faint metallic tang of blood remained. with Ming Gu on Modu Street, changed hands that very day. Afterward, A Lu and Huinyo delivered 5 million yuan to Min Gu exactly as agreed. In the wake of this operation, Min Gu pocketed 6 million yuan, not only securing tangible profit, but also decisively stabilizing the precarious balance of power within the Hengzi Triad. Meanwhile, Haishinglian firmly seized Moda Street, the plum prize, between its teeth. Yao, when preoccupied with launching new stores and expanding into lingerie lines, naturally heard the news instantly. That evening, he gathered a Ting and 2 others, downing half a case of beer in grim silence. Minggu had been a brother who'd stood shoulder to shoulder with him in firefights and shielded him from blades Xia, his former lover, once held gently and sincerely in his palms. Yet he could neither lift a hand nor open his mouth in protest. The hands that struck belonged to A Lu and Huinyo, both fellow members of Haishinglian. And now so was he. He knew full well that Min Ji's shadow loomed behind it all. Was he truly expected to demand justice from Min Gu himself? All Yao Wen could do was clench his teeth and swallow the bitterness, whispering to himself, the Jiang who keeps score, and debts always come due. Ming Gu and Xia were merely 2 ordinary names among the hundreds of Triad foot soldiers who vanished soundlessly each year across Hong Kong. One might live to gray hair if content to remain a lowly errand runner, but climb higher, and the fall shatters all the more completely. Is Haishinglian not formidable enough? It stands as Hong Kong's foremost triad. Yet of its elder generation still alive today, fewer than 10 remain, counted easily on one's fingers. Fortunately, he had already pivoted to legitimate business. Otherwise, he too would inevitably become the next Ming Gu, the next Xia. Later, Yao Wen arranged lavish funerals for both, closing that chapter of shared history with solemn finality. Ji Yuan Tea Restaurant. Chun Junhui flipped through his ledger with one hand, while listening intently to Jimmy recount the events on Moda Street. I never imagined Ali's move would be so clean and so ruthless. Ming Gu was a towering figure in the Hengzi Triad, commanding several streets worth of turf. Yet A Lu severed his throat with a single stroke. Not only did he eliminate the man, but he also bent Min Gu to his will, and seized Modu Street in one seamless motion. Even Jimmy's tone carried quiet admiration when speaking of it. Another Haishinglian member, Seda D from Tsuanwan, might have seized the territory, but none could have executed it with such flawless precision. Chun Junhui lifted his gaze and gave Jimmy a measured look. So, you're backing A Lu. Jimmy waved a dismissive hand. Boss, I wouldn't even touch a sword scabbard. But Elder Deng recently declared any street hosting a Yaxing outlet falls henceforth under Haishinglian's protection. I'm afraid he set his sights on Yaxing itself. Yaxing was a white-collar business, by custom exempt from tribute payments. But once the Triad fractured over it, bled over it, Yaxing would inevitably be consumed by the flames. Chun Junhui shook his head with a wry smile. With profits like Yaxing's, how could Elder Deng possibly resist? I happen to be meeting him in Mongkok today, not just to deliver payment, but to deliver a gentle warning: keep your hands out of my affairs. He had no desire for his name to become too tightly entwined with Haishinglian. Closing the ledger, Chun Junhui bent down and retrieved an old leather briefcase from beneath the table. At present, he managed 4 revenue streams: Yaxing apparel, adult magazines, payphone booths, and protection fees across the Tai-wide district, of which the phone booths and protection fees required regular tribute payments to the Triad. This week's phone booth income totaled over 2 million yuan, of protection fees over 3 million, bringing the combined sum to just over 5 million. 2% went to the Triad, precisely 1.1 million yuan. Having tallied the amount, Chun Junhui raised his voice toward the door. Damon, drive. Damon, who had been sipping iced lemon tea by the window, rose instantly and strode out. Several of Jimmy's men were taking turns feeding coins into parking meters along Jifu Street. Seeing Damon emerge, they hurried forward. Brother Damon, we've kept watch on the car. No one approached it. Damon nodded in acknowledgement, then drove around to the restaurant's front entrance. Only once the car had stopped did Chun Junhui rise, briefcase in hand, stepping out side by side with Jimmy. The black Mercedes eased out of the street, heading toward Mongkok. En route, the three exchanged light conversation about recent developments across Hong Kong. Boss, did you catch last night's news? The thief king, Yi Guowan, raided the Chung family's gold shop last night, making off with over 3 million yuan worth of gold and jewels. Rumor has it the Changs have posted a bounty, 1 million Hong Kong dollars for his head. This case had already gripped the entire city. How could Chun Junhui be unaware? He kept his eyes lowered, leafing through the Asia financial news resting on his lap, and replied, without looking up, a bounty. Who dares claim it? Yi Guowan is the kind of madman who opens fire with an AK-47 against the flying tigers in broad daylight, sending Triad youths to intimidate shopkeepers. Fine, but pitting them against a lunatic like him. Better go home and get some sleep. If you actually ran into Yi Guowan, you'd probably pull out your phone to dial 999 before you even drew your blade. Jimmy and Damon burst into laughter. Damon grinned, scratching the back of his head. But it's 1 million. Maybe I'll quietly scout it out. Chun Junhui and Jimmy both turned their gazes simultaneously toward Damon in the driver's seat. They both knew the young man possessed real skill. Chun Junhui immediately raised a hand to stop him. Damon, you're my personal driver now. If word leaked that I'd sent my driver to collect a bounty, people would say I'm stingy exploitative, crushing my own brothers beneath my heel. Besides, your boss clears 20 million yuan weekly. I'm not broke. Just ask. There's no need to risk your life for that dangerous money. Damon clicked his tongue and swallowed the idea whole. To discard a 1 million Hong Kong dollars bounty so casually was indeed painful. After restraining Damon, Chen Junhui turned his steady gaze to Jimmy. Jimmy, I need you to run an errand for me. Tell your men to spread their nets wide. Track down 2 individuals in Hong Kong, Fong Zhambua and Rong Mudong. Fong Zhambua's father was Fong Jinxin, a legendary stock market tycoon. After old Fong fell, his son vanished. Who knows where? To tinker with radios. Rong Mudong made his fortune trading futures in Manhattan. When his father passed, he fled back to Hong Kong, and since then not a whisper of him remains. Jimmy didn't reply immediately. He furrowed his brow instead. Boss, you're not thinking of diving into the stock market? Chen Junhui nodded. He saw no reason to conceal it. Jimmy immediately lowered his voice in caution. Boss, I admire your knack for making money, but the stock market is no river a bold dragon can simply wade across. 2 years ago, the Hang Seng index plummeted from 170 points down to just over 100. Dozens of billionaires leapt from buildings or sold their homes outright. Some lost even their underwear. You may hold over 100 million yuan now, but toss it into the market and you won't hear even a ripple. Chen Junhui chuckled, shaking his head. Jimmy, you need to read more newspapers. He picked up the Asia Financial News from his lap and tapped a headline with his finger. Read the headline aloud. Jimmy squinted, then recited. Suez Canal Authority announces last month's cargo vessel traffic declined sharply by 30%. Economists attribute the drop primarily to Sakura Nation's drastic reduction in crude oil imports, causing global shipping rates to slump continuously. Jimmy remained baffled. What did this have to do with stocks? Shan Junhui's gaze drifted past the window, settling on the distant sea. Who is Hong Kong's current wealthiest man? Sir Yutkong Pao, the ship king. What vaulted him to the summit? His colossal fleet, over 300 vessels large and small, generates over 100 million yuan per day solid as a mountain. Now that shipping has cooled, Sir Pao faces only 2 paths: either seize the moment, borrow heavily to acquire bankrupt shipping firms as rivals abandon ship, then dominate half the industry when the tide turns, or cut his losses, sell the entire fleet, and pivot boldly in a Hong Kong's red-hot property market, a grand transformation from sea to land. Had he operated in Wall Street or London's financial district, he'd choose the first path. It's the smarter play. But this is Hong Kong. Finance here walks with a limp, yet real estate surges like it's been injected with adrenaline. Sir Pao has no choice. He must sell his ships and rush toward land. And if he's rushing toward land, then naturally, I intend to claim my share of the feast. The Mercedes had already passed Sha Tin and turned into the old dockyard of Sham Shui Pa. The dockyard lay eerily empty. No towering stacks of multicolored containers as seen in later decades. Only the briny wind laced with rust swirling between broken pilings and weathered mooring ropes. What does Hong Kong possess in greatest abundance? Docks. Of its 18 districts, only Wong Tai Sin, centrally located and landlocked, lacks a coastline. All the remaining 17 face the sea. Sha Tin is no exception. The City Gate River flows eastward directly leading to the sea, naturally carving out a quaint harbor. Chen Junhui has long established Sha Tian as his own territory, and he must extract every ounce of geographical advantage. With Sha Tian thriving, his pockets have begun to jingle. After repeated site inspections, shipping has become the breakthrough he personally selected. Jimmy sighed deeply within. Despite Chen Junhui now standing shoulder to shoulder with the leader of Liansheng with a fortune exceeding 100 million, he is but a streetwise kid who has just begun to make a name for himself compared to a shipping tycoon like Bao Yugang. Yet now this kid intends to carve a piece of flesh from the shipping king. He silently etched the names Fong Zhambua and Rong Mudong into his mind, planning to dispatch his men to gather intelligence once he returns. Before his words could fade, the Benz had already come to a steady halt beneath Deng Bo's building. The men locked the car, and Chen Junhui ascended the stairs with Jimmy. Upon knocking and entering, Chen Junhui was taken aback. Deng Bo was present, and A Lu was seated beside him. As soon as A Lu saw him, he immediately stood up, a broad smile on his face, extending his hand. Prince Hui, you are now the golden signboard of the association. Who in the harbor doesn't know that Prince Hui can turn stone to gold, raking in over 100 million in just 2 months? Chen Junhui had always disliked A Lu and would avoid meeting him whenever possible. However, encountering him now, he could only force a smile and extend his hand for a shake. Brother, A Lu, you flatter me. I'm just trying to make a living. Who doesn't know that the Jordan branch is the richest? Besides, you just secured the entire street in Magic City. Just the protection fees alone have filled your coffers beyond counting. A Lu remained composed, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, then led Chen Junhui towards Deng Bo. Chen Junhui placed his handbag on the table. Deng Bo, the funds from the phone company and the Dawei side total over 130,000, not a cent less. Deng Bo did not rush to take the money but instead took a small purple clay cup from the tea tray and leisurely prepared it. Prince Hui, the position of the Blackheart Snake in the guild has been occupied for a full year. It's time to make way for someone else. The election for the new guild leader is just around the corner. Didi and Alu have both made it known. They want to run. With your resources and manpower, as well as being a prominent figure in Shatian, are you considering putting your name forward? Alu leaned casually against the armrest of the sofa, a smile gracing his lips, but his gaze was sharp, fixed intently on Chun Juanhui, waiting for his response. This time around, the guild leader will be chosen from their generation of young men. Among the youth, there are only 3 who can hold their ground: Didi, Alu, and Chen Junhui. Didi has the broadest network spanning several streets, and Yao Mati and Junhui's pockets are the most abundant with the most subordinates. At a single command, over 100 men wielding clubs would arrive. As for Alu, in terms of territory, he cannot compare to Didi. In terms of financial power, he falls short of Chen Junhui. He can only sit steadily in the 3rd seat. If Chen Junhui truly enters the fray, the competition will essentially be a contest between Didi and him. Chen Junhui did not rush to respond, but instead leisurely asked, "Didn't Didi say he wanted to prop up Brother Chue as a figurehead? Has he changed his mind?" He had dealt with Didi on numerous occasions. During Principal Dus incident, it was Didi who personally brought people to block the door. Previously, when fetching someone from the casino, it was also Didi who dispatched the swift hands. If Brother Chue truly ascends, he could remain on the sidelines. But if Didi himself steps forward, then old scores would need settling. Debts of gratitude, if left unpaid, will eventually bite back. Dingbo spat pa. Brother Chue, just 2 strip clubs paying a few thousand in tea money each week, and he dares to compete for the guild leader. In the original story, he had supported Brother Chue to counterbalance Didi. Now that Chen Junhui is even more prominent than Didi, how could he dare to support a paper-thin figure? Chen Junhui nodded, lifting the teacup to take a sip, the tea slightly hot. I want run for election. Business has been keeping me busy, and I can't spare the time. Next week, the flagship store of Yaxing Apparel in Central is opening. Just the renovation, stocking, and media invitations will have me burning the midnight oil. Upon hearing this, a less previously cool expression transformed into one of warmth. While Prince Hugh's ambition is quite fierce, Central, a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, over 10,000 for a foot of space. Not everyone can afford that. Chen Junhui spread his hands, a weary expression on his face. Don't mention it, I've sunk nearly 30 million into it, and my wallet is nearly empty. But no matter how expensive, it must be bought. People in Hong Kong value brands even more than locations. If Yaxing does not make an appearance in Central, it will forever be regarded as a mere corner store. After listing the pretentiousness of Hong Kong's people, Lu stood up to take his leave. He had heard enough. Lingering any longer would be a waste of time. Once the others had walked away, Chen Junhui immediately pulled out a tissue and meticulously wiped his hands. Deng Bo observed this and shook his head with a smile. Huizi, Lu is at least your fellow apprentice. Is it necessary to be this guarded? Chen Junhui scoffed him. A wolf who hides a knife behind a smile. Even after 10 years of raising, he won't roll over. I would rather clash head-in with Didi than share a cup of tea with him. He did not want to find himself ambushed one day, needing to wear a helmet when stepping out. After venting his frustrations, Chen Junhui turned to Deng Bo, fixing him with a gaze. Deng Bo, I heard you mentioned, wherever Yaxing opens, that place counts as Liansheng's territory. This time my shop is opening in Central. Are you suggesting that Liansheng wants to claim Central too? In Hong Kong, numerous gangs roam the streets, but not a single one dares to move against Central. That is the face of Hong Kong. Anyone who dares to act recklessly here would inevitably face the police's wrath. Deng Bo sighed deeply. Huizi, that statement was just me speaking without thinking. In the future, feel free to open your shops wherever. It has nothing to do with Liansheng. He wanted to appear tough, but the incident on Magic City Street had truly awakened him. Buying Mingu for 500,000, forcefully attacking Magic City Street for 500,000, and stuffing the police with 1 million, totaling over 600,000 for a single street. Relying solely on protection fees and revenue from the bar, Liansheng would need to toil for 7 to 8 years to break even. This kind of blood loss business he never wants to touch again in his lifetime. Chen Junhui smiled slightly. Deng Bo, you spoke too grandly. In the future, Yaxing won't just root itself in Hong Kong, but will also push into the Southern Dynasty, Taiwan, Sakura countries, Southeast Asia, and even directly penetrate the beautiful country and venture into Europe. At that point, would Liansheng send brothers to winter capital to seize a street? After a few cups of tea, Deng Bo counted the cash, recording each amount in his ledger. Once the money was in, it was considered Liansheng's. Soon the people from Lung Lao would come to collect. Before leaving, Chen Junhui dropped a line for this guild leader election: I support Didi. After exiting Deng Boss building, Chen Junhui turned to Jimmy and instructed Jimmy, make a trip to Sham Shui Pua and find Long Jin. Tell him I'm backing Didi. If he dares to cast a vote for Lu, I'll personally cut off his phone line. Jimmy nodded, hailing a taxi, heading straight to Sham Shui Pua. Chen Junhui let the men drive him towards the villa in Kun Tong, where the bustling activity was. Fortune favored him. Oh, Chuan Bao was indeed holed up at home. Ever since Chun Junhui gifted him that Benz, he has been letting his driver, Ashan, take him around the entire Hong Kong, hoping everyone would see the logo, that it was a gift from Prince Hui. As soon as the doorbell rang, Ashan immediately opened the door. Thanks, Shan Go. Chun Junhui casually slipped him a gold lion and walked into the house. De Min parked the car in the garage as instructed by Ashan, and the two sat in the pavilion sipping soda and casually chatting. Upon stepping into the living room, they found Chuan Bao slumped on the sofa, his eyes glued to the television. On the screen, Xia Meng was performing in an old movie, her brows and eyes captivating. Chun Junhui plopped down beside him, slamming a stack of cash onto the glass coffee table. Boss, Xia Meng is currently working with me. Do you like her? It's just a matter of a word. I can have her accompany you for a couple of days. 2 days ago, when Xia Meng saw him, she had specifically asked if there were any women in the Hong Kong entertainment industry that appealed to him. As long as he approved, she would immediately arrange for someone to be delivered to his bedside free of charge. Now Xia Meng was earning tens of thousands daily from yaxing apparel far quicker than the painstakingly earned money from acting. She held connections in the film industry, and countless actresses would vie for her assistance in securing roles or minor parts. Chuan Bao grabbed his handbag, his anger surging. You punk. The woman your boss has an eye on, who are you to jump out and play the hero? After securing the money, he shifted his tone, lowering his voice to inquire about the guild leadership. Punk the Blackheart Snake is retiring this year. You should visit Deng Fei more often. Long Jin relies on you for revenue. If I give it a push, that chair will undoubtedly be yours. He, Deng Bo, and Long Jin were indeed the kind of figures whose every stomp could shake the ground in the Elder Council. When they nodded, who would dare to challenge them? Chun Junhui furrowed his brow. When I was settling accounts earlier, Deng Bo indeed asked me if I wanted to step up and compete. Chuan Bao's eyes flickered, and he immediately leaned closer. It seems he is inclined towards you. How did you respond? Chun Junhui shrugged and smiled. Of course, I politely declined on the spot. I earn tens of millions a month, though I would be crazy to grab that hot potato. Punk, are you out of your mind? Chuan Bao slammed his palm on the table, making the teacups jump. That's the guild leader position. It's not just selling cold tea. Every election is a bloodbath. Now the position is right in front of you, and you want to let it go. They'll call Deng Fei right now and tell him you're drunk and babbling. Chun Junhui sighed deeply. Boss, please don't set me up. If I truly become the guild leader, the police station would be like my living room, constantly inviting me for tea, and that coffee tastes bitter like medicine dregs. Not to mention how many new gangsters in Hong Kong dream of taking out the guild leader to make a name for themselves. Tell me, should I wear a suit and get killed, or continue paying you $1 million a month, living comfortably and well off? Chuan Bao slowly lowered the phone he had raised. $1 million is enough for him to change 2 Benz cars. If Chun Junhui were gone, that money would truly dry up. He forced a smile and shook his head. Since you're so determined not to do it, I'll have to see whether a Lu or Didi offers a better price. Chun Junhui waved his hand. A Lu is too treacherous. When Deng Bo asked me earlier, he was sitting right beside me, and his gaze was as if he wanted to draw a blade and cut me right there. Didi's temper is volatile, but during several critical moments in the past, he was the one who reached out to pull me back. I owe him that favor. Besides, Tsuen Wan is adjacent to Sha Tian. In the future, as business expands, I will inevitably need his protection. So boss, I suggest casting your vote for Didi. Chuan Bao fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Fine, then it's settled, Big D. After all, you pay me $1 million every month. Consider this vote yours, openly priced and sold. Chun Junhui sneered. He knew full well a single elder vote from Wo Shing Wo carried a market value of over 20 million, far beyond the reach of a mere million. After dinner, he did not return to Sha Tin. Instead, he instructed De Min to take a detour to a discreet gambling den in Sin Wan, a place long under Big D's dominion, much like his habitual haunt, the Jiyuan Diner. The moment the underling spotted Chun Junhui entering, he bolted toward the back room to alert the boss. Chong Mao frowned, pondered for several seconds, dispatched a man to inform Big D, then straightened his collar and stepped out to greet him. Upon hearing the news, Big D's eyebrows knotted instantly. He turned casually to D's sister and asked, Is Prince Hui showing up at this hour to deliver a declaration of war? The struggle for supremacy within Wo Shing Wo had reached its breaking point. Factions simmered beneath the surface currents, swirling unseen. Instinctively, he sensed Chun Junhui had come to draw a line in the sand. D's sister paused thoughtfully, then spoke with quiet gravity. Whatever his purpose, he has arrived at our threshold. We cannot refuse him without losing face. This is our territory. He won't dare overturn the table. Big D nodded, signaling Chong Mao to usher him in. Chun Junhui strode into the office, said nothing, and dropped unceremoniously onto Big D's rosewood desk, swinging his legs as if it were his own. Big D's sister, you owe me gratitude today. Big D arched an eyebrow, probing cautiously. Gratitude? For what? Could it be you've withdrawn your candidacy? Chun Junhui swept his gaze across their taut faces and shook his head with a faint smile. Withdrawing? Hardly. I've just returned from Kun Tong. I've already persuaded Uncle Chuan Bao to pledge his vote to you. Jimmy also visited Sham Shui Pe. As for Uncle Long Jin, I've delivered my message plainly. Should he withhold his vote, I'll sever every one of his premium rate telephone lines. Each of these 2 votes commands no less than 400,000 on the open market. I'm gifting them to you outright, saving you 800,000. Doesn't that merit thanks? Big D shot to his feet, clapped Chen Junhui firmly on the shoulder, and laughed, so broadly his teeth gleamed. Prince Hui, a true brother. From now on your word is law. I'll lead the charge myself, through fire or flood. Don't leave for Sha Tin tonight. I'll arrange everything. So thoroughly you'll forget your own name. D's sister beamed and turned to make arrangements, but Chen Junhui raised a hand to stop her. Big D, truly no need for such formality. When I first set foot in Sha Tin, I had only 2 men at my side. Had you not sent Chang Mao twice with reinforcements, I wouldn't even have secured control of the parking lot. And on several occasions when I needed manpower, D's sister personally handed me promissory notes. Each one meticulously recorded, each one remembered. As he departed, Big D and D's sister escorted him to his car and watched the vehicle vanish into the distance. Staring down the empty street corner, Big D suddenly shook his head and sighed. Across all of Wo Shing Wo, mine is the greatest power. Anyone in trouble seeks me out, and never once have I hesitated. Yet in the end, only Prince Hui truly carries this debt in his heart. D's sister silently nodded, saying nothing. He had barely returned to the Jiuan diner when Jimmy arrived by taxi. Boss, the matter with Long Jin is settled. Chen Junhui showed no surprise. Long Jin now lived entirely off his premium rate hotline, generating over 10 million monthly. With Hong Kong's population of 4.5 million, roughly 1.5 million households formed his revenue stream, each a veritable money tree. Of those 1.5 million households, approximately 500,000 possessed telephones. Even if only 50,000 called the hotline occasionally, that alone yielded a staggering 250 transactions per month. Who after all speaks for precisely 1 minute. Most linger at least 10, pushing revenues effortlessly past 2.5 million. Should callers repeat, this weekly turnover would surge toward 10 million. Compared to physically visiting a brothel, a phone call was utterly undetectable. No surveillance, no interrogation, not even a shadow left behind. Moreover, many women working at the brothels were afflicted with illness, making remote calls the safest shield. Rumor even held that entrepreneurs in Taiwan had quietly launched their own premium rate telephone services. Chen Junhui mused that he'd soon travel to meet Long Jin in person, to expand the service network across Southeast Asia and Taiwan. Yet this venture would enrich Long Jin, not himself, so he resolved to let it simmer a while, stoking anticipation. His own premium line service had long since evolved: weather forecasts, horse racing bulletins, legal consultations, comprehensive and polished. His earnings, though modest compared to Long Jin's torrential flow, remained impeccably clean, his hands unstained by mud. Dismissing Jimmy to continue auditing ledgers, Chen Junhui opened the Kowloon Wharf dossier. He recalled clearly, Pao Yu Gang's next formidable target was Kowloon Wharf, the historic Kowloon dockyard. In 1871, a British merchant, Paul Chater, founded the Hong Kong Dock Warehouse Company on Hong Kong Island, initially based in Wan Chai. But the site proved too cramped, leaving no room to maneuver. So he relocated westward to the western shore of Tsim Sha Tsui, Kowloon, renaming the enterprise the Hong Kong and Kowloon Dock Warehouse Company. Locals simply called it the Kowloon Wharf. Beyond Chater's founding, venerable foreign firms, including Jardine Matheson, also invested heavily. When Chater passed, the Kowloon Wharf naturally passed into the hands of the second largest shareholder, the Keswick family, who controlled Jardine Matheson. Through over a century of meticulous stewardship by the Keswicks, today's Kowloon Wharf was no longer a humble dock. It had become Hong Kong's preeminent logistics hub. Deepwater berths, open-air storage yards, and sand and warehouses stood fully operational. More impressively, they constructed office towers, luxury hotels, tram lines, and star ferry piers around the wharf. An old Hong Kong adage held, whoever grasps Kowloon Wharf holds sway over 80% of Hong Kong's cargo handling, warehousing, and cross-harbor lifelines. Kowloon Wharf, land worth its weight in gold. Its true value lay not in concrete and steel, but in the land itself. 12 square kilometers, more than 3 times the size of Tai, yet perfectly situated at the golden heart of Tsim Sha Tsui. By land value alone, it exceeded 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yet Jardine Matheson, adept in finance, moved sluggishly in real estate, clinging stubbornly to its outdated rent and never sell policy, building slowly with internal capital and displaying zero agility in financial maneuvering. Consequently, Kowloon Wharf languished on the stock exchange, neglected and overlooked. With roughly 100 million shares outstanding, its share price hovered perpetually between 13 Hong Kong dollars and 14 Hong Kong dollars, yielding a market capitalization barely exceeding 1 Hong Kong dollar per billion. But do not be deceived by that 13 Hong Kong dollars figure. Once Pao Yu Gang and the Keswick family tore away the veil of civility and ignited their battle for control, a share price soaring past 100 Hong Kong dollars would be no fantasy. Chen Junhui commanded approximately 100 million Hong Kong dollars, enough to acquire 7 million shares with certainty. Yet he harbored a deeper calculation: to earn a seat at the negotiating table, he would need no less than 20% of the shares. Only then would his voice carry weight. His sole hope now rested on Jimmy swiftly identifying master traders like Feng Zhanbo and Rong Mudo, so they could quietly accumulate shares while the price remained mired in the mud. At this thought, Qin Junhui lifted his eyes to Jimmy. Jimmy, have you found them yet? Jimmy looked up from his ledger, wiping sweat from his brow. Boss, I've already sent brothers everywhere, casting wide nets. But the clues you gave are terribly thin. To find living people takes time and patience. Qin Junhui exhaled deeply, his brow furrowing. He wasn't even certain whether Feng Zhanbo and Rong Mudong truly existed. Both were fictional characters, Feng Zhanbo from the greed of man, Rong Mudong from golden sins. By comparison, Feng Zhanbo seemed marginally more plausible. Hong Kong indeed had the Chongqing Society, and its leader was truly named Ding Heots. At the mention of the society, Chen Junhui's fingertips paused, his thoughts drifting far away. Should he truly locate Feng Zhanbo, delivering justice for him would be inevitable. But should he strike down the Chongqing Society now, or wait until his own strength matured, then cleanse it jointly? He picked up Paul Chiter's memoir from the desk, a volume he'd hunted down that very morning across several antique bookshops. What surer path existed to grasp Kowloon Wharf's inner anatomy than its founder's own words? Even where secrets remained unwritten, traces would linger between the lines. Closing the book, Qin Junhui turned again to Jimmy. Any sign of them yet? Jimmy offered a wry smile and shook his head. Boss, I'm anxious too, but hunting people isn't swallowing a whole meal in one bite. This is already your third demand since I returned. Every brother is deployed. If they're still in Hong Kong, they won't slip through this net. Qin Junhui said nothing more, lowered his head, and resumed studying the documents, turning each page with deliberate slowness. 2 hours later, as he gathered his things to depart, several underlings burst in, dragging a man with them. Boss, elder brother, we've got Feng Zhanbo. The man's clothes were ragged, his hair a tangled nest, but he jutted his chin defiantly and shouted, do you know this is illegal detention? I'm calling the police right now. You'll all be arrested. Was it those 4 dead crabs from the Ding family who sent you? An underling shrugged at Jimmy, no idea what demon possessed him. We found him beneath an overpass. He was already shouting about dead crabs. When we asked who the dead crabs were, he just glared, refusing to answer. We identified ourselves as Wo Shing Wo members, but he refused to believe us. In the end, we had no choice but to bring him here. Qin Junhui scanned the man up and down. Though filthy and clad in tattered garments, his facial contours and that unmistakable stubbornness echoed faintly the character from the original narrative. With a nod to Jimmy, he signaled him to produce a thick stack of fresh banknotes, slapping exactly HK0 onto the table as a T-money fee. Feng Zhanbo immediately recognized Qin Junhui as the true authority among them, and swiveled sharply to confront him, voice sharp with warning. I'm telling you, release me now. If you don't let me go this instant, I'm dialing the police right now. Qin Junhui remained unperturbed. His lips curled faintly as he slowly crouched down to meet Feng Zhanbo eye to eye. Feng Zhanbo, you feign ignorance quite convincingly, yet it won't fool me. Let me introduce myself. Qin Junhui, known in the underworld as Prince Hui, local boss of Tai Y under Wo Shing Wo. My word is iron. Today I offer you 2 paths to survival. First, join me manage my trading operations, and I will personally unearth your enemies, one by one, and crush them utterly. Second, I'll deliver you intact to the Chongqing Society, as a generous gift to the Ding family. Feng Zhanbo's Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze locked unflinchingly onto Qin Junhui's. After absorbing both options, he let out a hollow laugh, his voice parched. Brother, such an honor. I truly cannot bear it. Right now all I can do is repair televisions and twist wires. I possess no other skill. Who would spend 100,000 to find someone who repairs electrical appliances? Qin Junhui nodded, his tone steady. Indeed, no matter how skilled an electrician is, they aren't worth that price. But Feng Zhanbo, your true ability has never been in the screwdriver, but in the Klein chart. A top stock god can help investors rake in billions of dollars in a single day out, and you are destined to be the sharpest trading knife in Hong Kong. As long as you nod, I will immediately invite the most seasoned trader in Hong Kong to personally teach you hand in hand. How much you can learn depends entirely on how tough you are. When the day comes that you truly step out, I won't need anyone else to act. I'll personally bring a few key figures from the Ding family to you and settle scores right before your eyes. Feng Zhanbo was silent for a moment, staring intently into Qin Junhui's eyes. You just said that if you don't cooperate with me, you'll send me as a meeting gift to the Ding family. So tell me, what is your relationship with them? If there is truly a connection, he would rather bite his tongue and die than bow down. Qin Junhui shrugged, his expression open. I have no ties or sentiments with the Ding family. But if you don't help me, I can only ask them for assistance. To ask someone to do something, one must show some sincerity, and you are the token I'm offering. Feng Zhanbo took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Okay, I'll work with you. Qin Junhui grinned and swiftly untied the ropes. Mr. Feng, may our cooperation be fruitful. Feng Zhanbo first wiped the sweat from his palms before extending his hand to shake firmly. Can what you said really be fulfilled? Qin Junhui did not answer, but glanced at Jimmy. Jimmy responded with a smile. He Lianqing, the largest gang in Hong Kong, with a solid force of 100,000 men. With a population of 4 million in Hong Kong, 1 in every 40 passersby is our brother. Zhongqing Society. A third-rate small gang with no more than 800 people at most. If the boss gives the order, we can uproot them ourselves. There's no need to alert the gang headquarters. What differentiates a top-tier force from a bottom-tier gang? Just look at the entry barriers. When Shun Junhui first entered the scene, he had only 2 lackeys by his side. If it weren't for the powerful backing of his family in the underworld, he wouldn't have had the qualifications to knock on that door. Shun Junhui casually pulled out a black leather bag from under the table, swiftly unzipping it. 2 million, take it for arrangements. Find a clean place to settle, change into a new outfit, and don't let anyone recognize who you are. The remaining money, throw it all into the stock market to test the waters. If you lose it all, I consider it tuition. Want to make money? First learn to take hits. I understand that principle. Fang Zhanbo glanced at the stacks of cash in the bag, then looked up at Shun Junhui, taking a few deep breaths, his voice low but resolute. Boss, if you really want to repay my blood debt in blood, then my life will be yours from now on. Shun Junhui shook his head and laughed. Why would I want your life? What I want is for you to earn back double. Want those scoundrels from the Ding family to kneel and gasp for breath sooner. Then hurry up and make your first pot of gold. Fang Zhanbo nodded vigorously. I'll make it happen. After De Min drove Fang Zhanbo home, Jimmy cautiously approached. Boss, are you really going to stake your life and fortune on this black charcoal face to trade stocks? What if one day he slips and falls? You might have to jump off a building or sell a kidney to pay debts. Shun Junhui laughed heartily. Slip and fall. By relying solely on him, it's indeed possible to trip. But with me here, he won't even have the chance to fall. After all, he was someone who crossed over and never intended to place all bets on Fang Zhanbo. What he needed was a compliant, hard-working, and precise executor of orders. After all, the rising and falling curves of the next 30 years were already etched in his mind. By the way, quickly help me check on someone, Etion. Since Fang Zhanbo was right in front of him, the one who enlightened him, his stock godmaster, should also be breathing somewhere in Hong Kong. Jimmy helplessly rubbed his forehead. How did an old lackey from Yao Ma Ti end up doing private detective work every day? In the old public housing of the Fang family, Sister Ling was nervously gripping her apron, pacing back and forth with her 3 daughters surrounding her, each looking pale. When a neighbor saw a few fierce-looking youths dragging Fang Zhanbo into a car, the news spread, and Sister Ling didn't even bother to close her minibus stall, dragging her daughters home in a rush. The 4 of them squeezed into the small living room in a daze, even their hands shaking while trying to make tea. At that moment, Fang Min, who was leaning by the window, suddenly exclaimed, Sister Ling, Big Brother is back, and still returned in a Mercedes. Sister Ling didn't believe it and hurriedly rushed to the window, only to see Fang Zhanbo carrying a few paper bags, quietly chatting with the driver. After finishing, he raised his hand and pointed at their window, and the driver actually followed him into the public housing stairwell. Just as Sister Ling was suspicious of the driver's origins, there came a knock at the door. Sister Ling opened the door. It's me. When the door opened, a sharply dressed Fang Zhanbo stood outside, carrying several bags, his expression calm. Sister Ling was stunned, exclaiming, Zhanbo, where have you been? There are rumors outside that you were kidnapped. Fang Zhanbo waved his hand and smiled. What kidnapping? That was just my buddy playing a prank on me. Sister Ling, this outfit is chosen for you, and the leather shoes are matched as well. I even casually brought back a gold watch. You should try it on and see if it fits your wrist. Sister Ling stared at the pile of things in front of her, her hand hovering in midair, hesitant to touch them. Zhanbo, you better be honest, did you win the lottery? Zhanbo laughed and waved his hand. Where would I get the luck to win the lottery? I just followed the right benefactor. This is my boss driver who specially took the time to come and see if we're living comfortably. De Min nodded to Sister Ling and the others, then his brow furrowed, lowering his voice. Zhanbo, hurry and find a more secure place. This place is too precarious. This outer door is an iron gate. If one isn't careful, it can be locked from the outside. Furthermore, the floor is too high. If someone really breaks in, they could easily push someone out. I just walked around the corridor. There are no fire extinguishers, emergency lights, or escape routes at all. If a fire breaks out at night, there would be no escape. Your boss currently sees you as someone very important, so safety cannot be taken lightly. Fang Zhanbo listened intently, nodding in agreement after De Min finished speaking. Don't worry, De Min, I'll pack and move out first thing tomorrow. De Min nodded, setting down several heavy shopping bags before turning to leave. Once the figure disappeared at the stairwell, Sister Ling nervously gripped her clothing and quietly asked, Zhanbo, who was that just now? Ordinary people wouldn't be the first to think about how to lock the door, defend themselves, or preserve their lives upon entering. Fang Zhanbo smiled at the several women, his gaze firm. My boss's driver, quite capable. Sister Ling still felt unsettled. Zhanbo, you mustn't be fooled. You can at most repair a radio or change a fuse. Why would he care so much about you? Fang Zhanbo furrowed his brow slightly, but his tone was sincere. I can't figure out my boss' thoughts either. But he told me personally that my true strength has never been in fixing appliances, but in trading stocks. He gave me 2 million on the spot. Originally, I wanted to keep it hidden, but De Min said my boss wouldn't want his subordinates to dress poorly, and without a second word took me to the mall to personally help me pick out suits and ties. Hearing me talk about my family situation, he even took the initiative to order a gold watch for Sister Ling, saying that since I'm with him, you all should eat hot meals, wear new clothes, and live decently. He even plans to invite an old expert to teach me hand in hand how to read the charts, select stocks, and grasp market trends. The three sisters Fong Fong had already pulled out clothes to try on testing the gold watch with great excitement. Sister Ling gazed out the window, suddenly recalling the appearance of Fong Jinxin back in the day, also in a sharp suit discussing business in a tea restaurant, his eyes sparkling, speaking with conviction. Could it be that this boss is truly sentimental, treating Fong Zhanbo differently because of old ties? With money now in hand, the stove at home was immediately extinguished. Fong Zhanbo directly led the family into a well-known restaurant, ordering a table full of hearty dishes. That night, the Fong household was filled with the sound of snoring, sleeping exceptionally soundly. The next morning, Fong Zhanbo pinched himself hard. Pain, it wasn't a dream. After washing up, he put on a brand new suit and headed straight to the corner tea restaurant. Upon entering, he immediately saw an elderly man with silver hair sitting across from Chen Junhui. Chen Junhui raised his hand to beckon him. Zhanbo, come over. Mr. Yi, this is the promising talent I've found. Yi Tian raised his eyes to examine Fong Zhanbo. His gaze paused momentarily on his brow, suddenly stunned. His nose bridge and jawline resembled that spirited young man from years ago. He suddenly stood up and grabbed Fong Zhanbo's wrist. Are you a Fong? Fong Jinxin, what is your relation? Fong Zhanbo's wrist was painfully gripped, but he didn't pull away, speaking in a deep voice. My name is Fong Zhanbo. Fong Jinxin is my father. Do you know my father? Yi Tian threw back his head and laughed, the sound shaking the window panes. Ha! I didn't expect to bump into Fong Jinxin's son here. I must personally sculpt you into the top trading master in Hong Kong. Before his laughter faded, he suddenly stopped, turning to stare at Chen Junhui. Boss Chen, you wouldn't be thinking of being Zhanbo's financial backer, would you? Chen Junhui shook his head, leisurely pulling a cigarette from the pack, the flame igniting with a pop. I indeed want him to trade stocks for me, but I never thought of being his support. Yi Tian frowned. Then what do you want? Aren't you just hoping he'll make you a fortune? With me around, I guarantee he'll achieve greatness within 3 years. Chen Junhui exhaled a puff of white smoke, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Achieve greatness. In these years, there have been at least 70 or 80 people claiming to be stock gods. And the result? Those who jumped off buildings, those who drowned at sea, and those who ran off with the money are even more plentiful. How many survived? In a bull market, even pigs can fly. Oh, in a bear market, even gods can fall flat on their faces. To stake your life and fortune in the stock market, relying on others to turn the tide. That's truly foolish. Boss Chen, do you think I'm foolish? Yi Tian was momentarily speechless, just staring at him. What exactly do you want Zhanbo to do? Chen Junhui flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze calm. Assuming there is a publicly listed company with a solid core business, clear accounts, and products sold throughout the city, yet the stock price remains stagnant for 10 years. Either the management is incompetent or it has encountered a black swan. I hope Zhanbo will take action, gradually buying in at the low price until he can make a decisive move. Once the company is acquired, I will personally oversee it, working diligently for 10 or 20 years to solidify the performance and restore its valuation to where it should be, and finally cleanly dispose of the shares. What I earn is the time difference and the value difference. Fong Zhanbo was confused, but Yi Tian suddenly slapped his thigh. Value investing. What you are describing is exactly value investing. Chen Junhui raised his eyes, looking at him with slight surprise. You actually understand this? This is an investment philosophy pioneered by Buffett, which even ordinary people who do not engage in the stock market are familiar with. However, Chen Junhui never expected that in 1976, someone in Hong Kong would actually understand this principle. After the stock market crashed back, then I personally witnessed several solid companies being overturned by the waves and collapsing. At that time, I pondered, if someone were to take over the shares of these companies at a low price, would they have to face bankruptcy? With that thought, I gradually pieced together a method. I call it value investing. Unfortunately, the streets were filled with restless figures chasing rising prices and selling at lows, everyone straining to listen for news and seizing quick money on trends, while no one was willing to go against the tide and dig for real gold. I never expected to see a shadow of this path in a gangster. Chen Junhui sighed deeply, as if he could hear the world's stereotypical prejudice against the term gangster. Can those who mix in the underworld only wield knives in the streets, spilling blood? Can't they stand upright and earn money honestly? Especially those tough individuals who can make a significant impact. After the sentiment settled, Yi Tian's expression became serious as he looked directly into Chen Junhui's eyes. At first, I was worried that Boss Chen wanted Fong Zhanbo to be a stand-in, a puppet. Now I understand. You want to be the #1 entrepreneur in Hong Kong. Please rest assured, Boss Chen, from now on, Yi Tian will dedicate all my learning and efforts to train Fong Zhanbo into Hong Kong's top stockbroker. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Fong Zhanbo and turned to head toward the stock exchange. Chen Junhui nodded to Jimmy, who immediately signaled 2 capable subordinates to accompany them. Just as Fong Zhanbo was intently watching the market and learning to place orders with Yi Tian in the trading hall, Hong Kong suddenly erupted. A gunshot shattered the stillness backstage of the Cantonese Opera Society, shaking the entire city. Soon after, the news spread like wildfire, reaching tea houses, docks, alleys, and buildings. N.I. Kuen has fallen. That night, just as Qin Junhui closed his eyes, the phone rang like a soul-stirring drumbeat. Damn it! What the hell is going on? I just received a tip-off that the head of the new Ji Long N.I. Kuen has been taken out. Deng Fei has ordered that the elders meet at his place at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. All of you, including the young members of Liansheng, must attend without exception. Before he finished speaking, the phone rang again. Prince Hui, this is Qin Bangban. The Hong Kong branch just reported that N.I. Kuen from the new Ji has been shot dead, so keep your eyes peeled, and don't let anyone find out where you are. Boss, it's Yao Wen. I've heard that the police have spread the news that the big boss of the new Ji N.I. Kuen has been taken out, so please be careful. Boss, it's a lie. I've heard from the brothers in the gang that N.I. Kuen has been taken out, and it's probably true, so stay vigilant. Boss, it's Gao Lao Hui. Customers at the dinner table mentioned this matter, saying N.I. Kuen is definitely gone, so please be cautious. Boss, it's Jimmy. I've just heard about N.I. Kun's incident and have instructed the men to keep a close lookout for your surroundings tomorrow morning. Boss, it's Xiaoming. I just heard a friend mention that N.I. Kuen from the new Ji has been attacked, so please take care. As dawn broke, Jimmy and the men were already waiting downstairs. When Qin Junhui came down, he saw 2 black cars quietly waiting with 7 or 8 sturdy young men standing beside them. He smiled helplessly. Jimmy, is this really necessary? This time it's N.I. Kuen who died, not Deng Bo. Jimmy, who had always been obedient to him, shook his head firmly this time. Boss, you cannot afford to have any accidents. I also sent a few trusted brothers to guard over at Uncle Chuan outside. Seeing Jimmy's tense jawline, Qin Junhui could only force a smile and stepped into the car. Inside the car, Min was firmly in the driver's seat, Jimmy was in the passenger seat, and in the back seat a burly subordinate sat on each side, while Qin Junhui was squeezed tightly in the middle. Jimmy turned sideways to introduce, Boss, this is Ali and Away, the 2 most reliable ones under me. Last night, I had someone procure 2 bulletproof vests from the black market. In case of any changes, they will immediately shield you. Qin Junhui, squeezed in the middle, felt the cold car door against his shoulder, and his chest felt heavy and suffocating. He really wanted to tell Jimmy it was the new JI's own people who killed N.I. Kuen. Qin Junhui had nothing to do with it. But he still needed this line, and he absolutely could not let go now. As the car headed toward Deng Boss' residence, Jimmy casually asked, Boss, with N.I. Kuen gone, do you think the new Ji will have infighting? I've heard that the 5 hall masters of the N.I. family are all not to be underestimated. When N.I. Kuen was around, he could keep them in line. Now that the leader is gone, who will still comply? Even though the 2 subordinates had tried to shrink their shoulders and stomachs, Qin Junhui still felt a tightness in his breathing. He scoffed, raising his eyebrows slightly. Those 5. I've heard of their methods. They're quite dirty. Don't be fooled by the seemingly ordinary young members of the N.I. family. Someone like N.I. Kuen, an old hand, would never leave his back unguarded. I don't believe that N.I. Yongxiao in the original story could easily grasp the life and death of those few. If I'm correct, it's actually N.I. Kuen himself who laid the groundwork and held the leverage. Moreover, beneath the surface, the N.I. family probably has a hidden sharp blade. If it comes to a real conflict, the survival of those 5 leaders is uncertain even for tonight. Jimmy nodded slightly, his expression understanding. Recently, the men had quietly returned across the shore, twice the purpose shrouded in mystery. But if he wasn't mistaken, Qin Junhui had already been secretly building his own iron-blooded faction. What Hong Kong figure doesn't have a few desperate diehards in their ranks. As for those boastful lackeys, they're just for show, merely decorations to uphold the facade. While they were talking, the 3 cars had already stopped at the foot of Deng Boss building. Dozens of cars were parked densely along the roadside, with hundreds of people scattered around, smoking, chatting, and watching passersby. Qin Junhui nodded at Jimmy, opened the door, and walked up the steps. Before he even stepped into the door, a loud burst of laughter greeted his ears. He paused for a moment, then stepped inside. He saw about 10 elders laughing and discussing the grievances with the new Ji from years ago, while the D and Alu were each sitting in nearby rattan chairs. Back in the days of conflict with the new Ji, how many of our brothers did N.I. Kun's underlings cut down? I spent over 100,000 just on compensation, and now heaven has eyes finally taking him away. Last night, upon hearing that N.I. Kuen had breathed his last, I specially opened a bottle of aged Qin Nian Hua Diao that had been stored for over a decade. My former head horse was literally dismembered in the streets by new JIS people. Now he can finally rest in peace. Qin Junhui spread his hands, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. With N.I. Kuen gone, it seemed the entire street was celebrating. After greeting Deng Bo in a low voice, he went directly to sit beside Didi. As soon as he made this move, Didi grinned, but Alu frowned slightly. His meaning couldn't be clearer. Didi, scoot a bit to the middle. You're taking up space for 2 with your big butt. Didi laughed and shifted a little closer, casually wrapping an arm around Qin Junhui's neck, patting his shoulder heavily a couple of times. He was always like this, wearing his emotions on his sleeve, openly displaying who he liked or disliked. He and Alu sat on one long bench, nearly as if they were separated by a river, yet facing Qin Junhui, they were as intimate as brothers. Prince Hui, your pace is really slow. I live in Suwon, that's a big distance compared to you, yet I arrived half an hour earlier than you. It sounds like a complaint, but there's not a hint of reproach in his tone. Instead, it carries a familiar teasing. Chun Junhui shrugged. If you want to compete for the position, you naturally have to make an appearance right under dang boss nose. I'm not competing for a position, so of course I can take my time to come over after I've had my fill. Di chuckled at this. Indeed, Chun Junhui now neither relied on dang boss support, nor sought his nod, so why rush to the scene? In fact, with the iron tickets from Chuan Bao and Long Jin in hand, he was almost guaranteed the position of the spokesperson. However, he wanted a more respectable scene and hoped that Deng Bo could personally lend his support. As Deng Bo had yet to express his stance, he could only show up daily diligently, like a rooster announcing the dawn. Di turned to ask him, do you know why Deng Bo specifically called us three over? Could it be that Deng Bo intends to take advantage of this opportunity to confront the new GE? In terms of seniority, the three of them were the toughest among the younger generation, and if it came to a conflict, the main force would certainly fall upon their shoulders. Di laughed disdainfully. What table can they turn? Is it still 1974? Back then people bled, and no one stopped them. Now the police are eager to follow closely, keeping watch 24 hours a day. Deng Bo called us this time to represent He Liansheng and send an Ikuan off on his final journey. Although He Liansheng has fought and bled against the new G and Ikuan is ultimately the leader of the new G, his departure means we still have to send people, make appearances, and show respect. Soon the Black Heart Snake will arrive, and he will explain all the funeral customs clearly. When it's the 7th day after Enikon's death, he will personally take the three of us to the mourning hall to pay our respects. This is a great opportunity for the younger generation to establish themselves on the path. Don't let it pass by in vain. Chen Junhui sighed silently. If he could truly choose to avoid it, he would rather hide far away, but this matter did not allow him to be picky. While he was engaging in a lively conversation with Di, Lu sat alone wearing a smile, yet his eyes seemed to be coated with a thin layer of frost. Uncle Deng glanced sideways and shook his head slightly. With Chun Junhui backing him up, Di held 2 trump cards, the explosive and the dragon's root. Even if he intended to promote a Lu, others would not take it seriously. Moreover, Lu's methods were too ruthless. Although his killing of Brother Hong was clean and swift, it left many feeling chilled and apprehensive behind his back. Just as they were speaking, the Blackheart Snake had entered the room. The three immediately stood up and called out in unison, Brother Snake. The Blackheart Snake was affiliated with Lian Sheng's establishment, and his status was evident. The elders merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Uncle Deng casually instructed, a snake, these three are handling a funeral for the first time, explain the rules to them. The Blackheart Snake raised his hand to signal the three to sit down, and he himself pulled up a chair and settled across from them. His gaze first fell on Chen Junhui. He had heard that this kid had withdrawn from the election. Then he glanced at Di and Lu, already weighing them in his heart. Di was more stable and more straightforward. Junhui Di Lu. This time you will accompany me to Enikon's funeral. There are 3 rules. Listen carefully and remember them well. First, no matter how happy you are inside, you must maintain a stern face. Mourning faces are not for the dead, but for the living to see. There was a lesson learned in the past when a gang leader passed away. The rivals sent someone to pay their respects only for someone to grin like it was New Year's, and they were immediately recognized as insulting. After the funeral, the 2 families went straight to bloodshed, and in the end, both disappeared without a trace. Di couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Snake, my old man has been gone for 10 years. How could I remember what he looked like when he passed? The Blackheart Snake laughed scornfully. You fool. Just pretend your wife just passed away. Second, those present are not just your own brothers, but also the officers from the O Bureau. They will take photos, let them do it freely. Don't scowl, don't fight, and don't shout back. Provoking the officers is self-inflicted trouble, and offending the new Bureau is cutting off your own path. Chen Junhui turned to Di, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Di, you must wear something snappier that day. I heard that your police registration photo is still used as a negative example. Di rolled his eyes, his face full of helplessness. This matter was indeed his lifelong black history. While others entered the police station mostly for fighting, gambling, or causing trouble, he on the other hand first entered for drunkenly chasing a lamppost in Mongkok, calling it dear father. And that photo with his drunken eyes and hair in a mess followed him into the police files, never to be cleared. The Blackheart Snake finally spoke solemnly. Third, prepare clothing. Bring several outfits. The 3 exchanged glances, and Di exclaimed, bring several outfits. Could it be that there are other heads going down recently? Chen Junhui squinted, feeling a twinge in his heart. Could it be that Brother Snake had heard some rumors? The Blackheart Snake nodded, his tone as calm as usual. Since this is your first time handling a funeral, you may not understand some nuances. Gang leaders typically either remain inactive or strike with a series of thunderclaps. Just like the current situation now, that new bureau leader in Ikuan has just passed, the E-Star who is doing business with him will definitely take the opportunity to strike. I've heard that several E-Star establishments rushed to the airport this morning, likely to welcome the camel back from Holland. Surely you don't think that the camel is returning just to burn a few incense sticks for Ikuan? Moreover, the establishments and decision-makers of the new bureau could still keep things in check, while Ni Kun was alive. Now that he is gone, who would still willingly offer tribute to the Ni family. Although there are still some people under the Ni family, once the hearts of the people disperse, bloodshed will inevitably follow. In any case, preparing several changes of clothing is never wrong. If they are not needed this time, they might come in handy next time. In Hong Kong Island, the gangs are numerous and the bosses are as plentiful as cattle. After explaining a lot to the three, the Blackheart Snake finally left. Once the Blackheart Snake left, Chen Junhui and the others had no reason to linger. As they headed downstairs, the D casually asked, "Junhui, do you need me to ask Chung Mao to give you a ride?" Chen Junhui waved his hand. "Jimmy has already arranged 2 minibuses for me plus a Mercedes for backup." Watching the 2 minibuses and the sleek black Mercedes drive off in tandem, the D felt a hint of envy. When it comes to making money, one really has to admire Junhui. Those 2 minibuses of little brothers cost at least tens of thousands a day. He wouldn't even be willing to spend that much money himself. It seems he should find an opportunity to lend a hand to Junhui and share in the profits. Fortunately, Chen Junhui was generous. If he asked, there was an 80 to 90% chance he wouldn't refuse. Back at the tea restaurant, Chen Junhui spread out a map of Sha Tin and pointed to a spot. "Jimmy, which gang covers Ma Lu Shui?" Jimmy lifted his head from the ledger, puzzled for a moment. "Ma Lu Shui. That place is by the sea with only a few dozen fishing households and not even a proper street. Forget about gangs, it's hard to even find a small-time thug to chat with. Sha Tin is considered rural on Hong Kong Island, and Ma Lu Shui is even more of a desolate area within Sha Tin." Chen Junhui nodded. "Then you take people and take down Ma Lu Shui." Jimmy looked bewildered. "Boss, there are just dozens of fishermen there. Forget about bars and nightclubs, there's not even a horse racing enclosure in sight. The territory is easy to occupy, but what will you do once you have it? Are you planning to collect sea surface management fees from the fishermen?" Chen Junhui scoffed. "Just do it if I tell you to. Why are you rambling? Believe it or not, within 10 years Ma Lu Shui will be bustling, rivaling the combined liveliness of Yao Ma Ti Tsim, Sha Sui, and Mong Kok." Jimmy didn't believe it at all, but since the boss had spoken, he had to call over a subordinate and casually pointed, "Go set the flag in Ma Lu Shui." When that little brother arrived at Ma Lu Shui, not even a shadow was in sight. In just a few moves, he planted the flagpole by the dock. A dozen fishermen squatted at the bow of their boats, scratching their heads in confusion. They had heard of gangs seizing territory, but when had they ever seen a gang planting a flag in a fishing village? It seemed they had inhaled too much flour, and their brains were muddled. Fang Zhanghua was intently staring at the screen, quietly buying shares of a small company. It was as if he had found the most addictive toy in the world. Each order, each transaction, made his eyes shine and his fingers burn. Yi Tian sat beside him, his mouth twitching upwards and never falling. Chen Junhui had not misjudged him. Fang Zhanghua was indeed a rare stock market genius on Hong Kong Island. While others traded stocks for profit, he traded stocks for pleasure. Such a person was born to live for the red and green numbers. Of course, there were also hidden dangers. Like a martial arts fanatic encountering a forbidden technique, he would inevitably be unable to resist reaching out. But Yi Tian was not worried. Because behind Fang Zhanghua stood Chen Junhui. The man who would one day control half of Hong Kong Island's industry was his most stable sheath. This pair of partners was destined to create waves in the stock market. In Central, the second flagship store of Yaxing clothing opened with great fanfare. Summer Dream and Zhang Guowei, 2 popular stars, personally cut the ribbon to support the event. Having learned from the previous experience, Yao Wen arranged everything meticulously this time. Just to maintain order, over 300 little brothers were dispatched, and over 100 officers were invited to provide escort. The cash register went catching with a crisp sound, and Hong Kong dollars surged into Chen Junhui's wallet like a tide. In the deep market, A Ting stood beside the garment factory assembly line, watching the seams of the lingerie pieces pass under his gaze. Factory owner Chow stood by his side, slightly hunched over. A Ting's expression was calm, but his tone was not negotiable. "Boss Chow, this time it all depends on you. We have cooperated for many years, and you have supported me a lot. But if this batch of goods fails to pass quality checks, I cannot cover for you." Boss Chow smiled and patted A Ting's arm. "A Ting, you can rest assured. Our factory currently has 70% of its profits riding on you. If we are kicked out due to quality issues, all my thousands of workers will have to face the wind tomorrow." In a Ming printing factory, a Ming was shouting at the workers, directing them to lift the brand new printing press into the workshop. This was a second-hand device he had just acquired from Boss Zhou, costing over 200,000. He spent a lot of money, but he felt secure. Hong Kong Island Mints had been consistently breaking records, and this investment would surely pay off in 2 months. "Mr. Chen, your current location is at North Sha Tao Kok in the New Territories. If you turn left and walk straight for 500 meters according to my instructions, you will connect to the main road. Mr. Zhao, it will be sunny tomorrow with temperatures ranging from 15 to 29 degrees. It will be cool in the morning and evening, so remember to add a light shirt. Mr. He, you say the landlord refuses to return the deposit. This is clearly illegal, violating the Hong Kong leasing regulations. Mr. If you need, we can draft a lawyer's letter and send it directly to the landlord. In an old bar in Tai Ya Lai and Gao Lao, we clinked glasses, nearly spilling the beer on their collars. The two were quite satisfied with the current situation. Although Sha Tin was not as lively as it used to be, the territory had expanded 3 to 4 times, and their income had actually increased. Not to mention Chen Junhui personally promised to bring them into business. Life would only get brighter from now on. At the entrance of Tai Wai Secondary School, De Min was on time, waiting outside the school gate. As the school bell rang, 3 children burst out like released birds bouncing over. After picking up the kids, he first sent them home to let his wife supervise their homework. Then De Min turned around and drove straight to a desolate mountain in Yuanlong. As he drove into this forest, 2 men in black suddenly stood up from the roadside bushes, like 2 black shadows suddenly coming to a halt. Upon recognizing De Min, the 2 immediately bent down to move the thick logs that were blocking the road, their movements quick and efficient. Not far ahead, a small house made of logs came into view. In the open space in front of the house, a dozen men were revving their motorcycles, weaving around cones, skidding and braking hard, the roar of engines shaking the leaves. De Min waved to them, and the crowd gathered around. He pulled out a few stacks of thick cash from his bag and distributed them on the spot. This group was precisely the Shadow Blade team that Chen Junhui personally trained. All of them were retired soldiers from across the strait, proficient in firearms combat and stealth. They had shared meals and stood watch with De Min in their earlier years. Chen Junhui sent money on time every month, 10,000 per person without fail. Ni Kun's funeral arrived in the blink of an eye. At 9 o'clock sharp in the morning, Chen Junhui stood at the foot of Uncle Deng's old building. Climbing the stairs, he pushed open the slightly warped iron door and walked straight inside. Upon seeing Uncle Deng, Chen Junhui wasted no time and placed a tightly wrapped bundle of tea leaves on the tea table, the corner of the paper still dusted with a bit of ash. Uncle Deng, didn't you mention that you were lacking good tea recently? I had Yawen run across the river specifically to find this genuine old tree de Hong Pao from a tea shop in the capital, with the roasting done personally by a master craftsman. Uncle Deng picked up the paper package and brought it close to his nose, taking a gentle sniff. A fresh, honeyed and robust aroma filled his lungs, clearly different from the superficial fragrances available in the market. He nodded, his voice low and measured. You're thoughtful. While boiling water and warming the cups, Uncle Deng casually asked, I heard that on the opening day of that shop in Yaxing Central, they made several million in revenue. Chen Junhui immediately frowned, sighing and rubbing his hands together. Uncle Deng, I'm just working hard for a few meals. Uncle Deng glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, but did not respond. If this is what you call earning a living, then what about the old man selling herbal tea on the street? Wouldn't he be left with nothing? The tea was clear and bright, with steam rising gently. Chen Junhui picked up a cup and took a sip. Though he wasn't well versed in tea, the moment it touched his tongue, he knew the tea was rich, yet not astringent, with a lingering sweetness. It was indeed of high quality. By the way, regarding the selection of the decision-maker, who does Uncle Deng have in mind? Uncle Deng set down the purple clay teapot and let out a long sigh. If it weren't for your presence, I would definitely nominate a Lu. D is too deeply rooted. Oh, once he rises to power, he won't listen to us oldtimers nagging anymore. But with you here, money flowing, manpower solid, and the police willing to send messages. Even if he is tough, he cannot suppress you. In the future, if he wants to use the rules to pressure you, the first to be brought out would be our group of old men as stepping stones. So, I choose D. Chen Junhui nodded, his expression resolute. He had already made up his mind to support D's rise to power. After putting down his cup, he remained silent for a moment before suddenly taking a deep breath. When he raised his gaze again, it was heavy, as if a stone was pressing down. Uncle Deng, I want to deal with xing. Some grudges, no matter how long buried, do not rot away. Uncle Deng looked at him with warmth in his eyes. Wheezy, you're a child who doesn't forget your roots. But right now you really can't take action. Ni Kun's body is hardly cold, and the internal strife within xing is about to erupt. If you act now, it will only force them to tighten their fists. Chen Junhui lowered his eyes silently, taking out a cigarette, the lighter making a crisp click. What if I could bring in the police? Uncle Deng scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly chuckling. If the police really intervened, it wouldn't just be xing that suffers, half of the underworld in Hong Kong would tremble. Uncle Deng, I still have a say in the society. The Ni family, I can help you drive them out of Hong Kong. Once they're gone, who will care about the aftermath? Chen Junhui slightly nodded at Uncle Deng, his eyes filled with gratitude. Uncle Deng's hand still steady as he poured water subtly tightened. He understood why Chen Junhui was determined to deal with xing. His parents had been dragged into an alley by xing's men and brutally murdered. But he hadn't expected this kid could actually shake the police's threshold. Just then the door was pushed open and D strode in. Upon seeing Chen Junhui, he grinned and shouted, Good to see you, Prince Hui. I thought you'd sleep until the sun was high in the sky before showing up. The clouds of gloom on Chen Junhui's face had completely dispersed as he laughed and cursed. Damn, can I come early to have a cup of tea with Uncle Deng? He winked at D, making a gesture of all set. D's smile instantly blossomed. In his eyes, Chen Junhui arriving before dawn was clearly to grab tickets for him. and indeed the tickets were already in hand. Thinking about how he would soon sit on the decision-maker's throne with the support of the elders, Dee looked at Chun Junhui with even more affection. Before long, A Lu and the Blackheart Snake also arrived. The four of them gathered together and left for the funeral home. Dee did not take his shiny Rolls-Royce but squeezed into the back seat of Chun Junhui's black Mercedes. Prince, we did Uncle Dang really loosen up. Up front, Damin and Jimmy stared straight ahead, focused on the traffic outside the windshield. This decision-making matter was not for them to speak on. Chun Junhui nodded, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Otherwise, why would I wake up so early? Do you know how that package of tea came about? Yawen met an old tea enthusiast from the capital in Deep City, accompanied him to drinks until he bled from the stomach, and at the gambling table, he covered for him 20,000 Macanese dollars just to get the old Tree de Hong Pao secretly preserved by his grandfather. It only produces 4.5 pounds a year, and you can't even find a shadow of it in the market. DS eyelids twitched. Prince Hui, you're throwing gold bricks into the fire. Once I take office, you speak, and I'll close my eyes and act on it. Chun Junhui smiled lightly. Really want to thank me? First let Yawen take a beating. Did he not vomit blood last time just to get Uncle Deng to say this kid is quite thoughtful? D slapped his thigh. Take a beating. Small matter. 6 spots over 2 years, our 2 families will cover it all. Half an hour later, the convoy slowly stopped at the funeral home's entrance. Outside, luxury cars were already stacked in layers, with more vehicles arriving, forming a long line along the street. Across the road, an inconspicuous minibus was quietly parked, its window half open, with several plainclothes officers holding cameras, silently snapping photos of the arriving guests. After getting out of the car, the Blackheart Snake immediately led the 3 through the crowd of guests, greeting them familiarly. Boss, the recent box office for our New Year film has been booming. Mr. Jiang, the new youngsters emerging from Hongxing are truly impressive. After chatting with a dozen or so people, the 4 finally stepped into the funeral home. As soon as they stepped inside, a loud announcement rang out. He Lian Sheng Longtu Blackheart Snake, along with his friends, has come to send off brother Ni Cohen on his final journey. The Blackheart Snake's expression was as solemn as iron. Behind him, Chun Junhui D and Uncle Deng followed closely, their faces calm as water. The 4 walked slowly to the center of the memorial hall, where someone immediately presented 3 sticks of incense. The Blackheart Snake took them with both hands and deeply bowed 3 times to Ni Kun's portrait. The 3 behind him did the same, bowing once, then twice, and finally thrice. After placing the incense, the Blackheart Snake turned and walked towards Nis family. Everyone, please take care, Mr. Nis spirit will surely protect you all. Chun Junhui and the others also followed the Blackheart Snake's lead and shook hands to greet everyone. When it was Ni Yongxiao's turn, Chun Junhui's palm suddenly felt heavy, gripping tightly, while his gaze flashed like a blade, quickly cutting a glance at him. After offering incense, the 4 were led by Xinjis' younger brother to the viewing area to take their seats. D maintained a serious face and murmured in a low voice. I already told you, at least half the people here wish for the Ni family to be completely wiped out. Half. You underestimate Xing too much. Chun Junhui kept his eyes down, his tone hoarse, feigning deep sorrow. You're underestimating them. D sneered. Aside from those few from the Ni family, who in this entire room isn't wishing for the Ni family to perish and their ancestral hall to collapse? Alu finally shed his usual fake smile, his brows furrowing, his tone heavy as if weighed down by lead. But this time the scale of the event is indeed not small. Almost every notable society from Hong Kong is here. As soon as these words were spoken, the air became stagnant. D pressed his lips together, and Chun Junhui simply turned his head away. It was still the Blackheart Snake who couldn't stand it, and casually replied, What kind of scene is this? You haven't seen a big boss funeral from Taiwan. That would truly open your eyes. Last year, when a big shot from the Bamboo Union passed away, they had long-term smuggling relations with us, and He Lian Sheng and I also went on behalf of the society. That was truly earth-shattering. Forget the various brothers in the Underworld, even the police station sent representatives to show their support. I saw with my own eyes the World Hongmen United Association and Eagle Nation Zhi Gong Tang both in attendance. The words Zhi Gong Tang pierced through Chun Junhui's ears, sending a jolt through his heart. He Lian Sheng is indeed the #1 society in Hong Kong, but beyond this tiny territory, its reputation is as thin as a piece of paper. Let alone dominating the globe, it wouldn't even make the top 5 in Asia. Zhi Gong Tang, however, is different. That is the first association among overseas Chinese spanning 5 continents, with roots in dozens of countries, just a stomp, and it could shake the overseas Chinatown. How formidable is it? Just 2 historical facts suffice. Roosevelt, before becoming president, was a practicing lawyer long employed by Zhi Gong Tang, and its leader Situ Meitong once stood on a city tower, standing shoulder to shoulder with the nation's heavyweights. The 4 appeared solemn on the surface, yet walked and chatted at a leisurely pace. Chun Junhui suddenly turned to D and whispered, I'm going to smoke a cigarette, you coming? D was so engrossed in listening that he didn't lift his head and waved his hand. You go ahead, I don't have your cravings for cigarettes. The Blackheart Snake spoke about the connections that would be unavoidable for future leadership, and D naturally kept his ears perked, unwilling to miss a word. Chen Junhui shrugged, stood up, and strolled toward the restroom. Ni Yongxiao, who had been keeping an eye on him, nodded slightly to others beside him and turned to follow. Chen Junhui pushed the door into the washroom, opening each stall door to confirm that no one was inside. Just as he put a cigarette in his mouth and the flame just licked the tobacco, Ni Yongxiao pushed the door open and entered. He casually turned on a few faucets and the sound of rushing water erupted. Then he walked to Chen Junhui's side, reached out to take a cigarette, and lit it with his lighter. The one recently making waves in Hong Kong, the prince. We should be you, right? You called me and what do you want? Chen Junhui slowly exhaled a puff of pale smoke. I know who killed your father. Ni Yongxiao's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp as a hook. How can you prove it's not just nonsense? Chen Junhui shrugged, calm and indifferent. I'll only give you one name. Whether it's true or false, you can investigate yourself. Ni Yongxiao was silent for a moment and then nodded. What do you want? The territory of Yao Mati. A stake in the Macau gambling house. Or the exclusive channel for flour. Chen Junhui shook his head. I want a name. You should understand my parents were killed by Xin's men on the day they were throwing me a full-month banquet. He raised his hand to stop Ni Yongxiao from speaking, his voice growing heavier. In the past, I was convinced that you Xing were my enemies. But now that I find myself in this position, the more I think about it, the less it seems right. I only dine at familiar restaurants. I always choose a seat near the door or window, one kick away from an emergency exit. Even when the driver steps out to buy cigarettes, I watch his every move, front, back, left, right, fearing someone might slip explosives beneath the car. If I am this vigilant, how could I possibly believe my parents would host their wedding banquet at just any restaurant under the watchful eyes of the newly formed Shinji syndicate? That place must be deeply hidden. Yet hundreds of armed thugs burst through the doors. Without inside guidance, who would believe it? I want the name of the traitor. One name for another. Fair trade indeed. Ni Yongxiao remained silent for several seconds, then nodded in agreement. By Triad custom, betrayal among brothers is buried deep and kept secret. But this time what was being exchanged was the identity of the man who had murdered his own father. Dignity had long since been cast aside. For days he had combed through every level of Shinji, his fingernails cracked from relentless searching, yet found not even a single thread of evidence. Now that Chen Junhui had spoken, he had no choice but to gamble. Besides, 20 years had passed. That person might already lie buried beneath yellow earth. Once the deal was sealed, Ni Yongxiao turned and departed, rushing back to receive mourners. Chen Junhui stepped before the mirror and splashed icy water hard across his face. He already knew who it was, deep down, but refused to admit it, the very person who had delivered his parents to death. He sought out Ni Yongxiao not to accuse, but to confirm, to see whether that face truly lurked behind the bloodshed. If the answer was yes, he would erase it himself, without hesitation. When he arrived in this world, he inherited every memory embedded within this body. The warmth of his parents' palms, the lingering aroma of freshly cooked meals, and the wail that froze forever on the night of the full moon. That cry often tore open his dreams in the dead of night, jolting him upright, drenched in cold sweat. After drying his face, Chen Junhui walked back to Didi with relaxed composure. Didi glanced sideways, brow slightly furrowed. The moment you stepped into the restroom, that Ni boy followed you in. Did he threaten you? Not only Didi, but also Lu and Hei Xin. She turned as one, their gazes locking onto him. Chen Junhui's expression remained calm, utterly unruffled. He said the Ni family plans to emigrate overseas and advised me to let the 20-year-old case rest. Only then did Didi exhale in relief and resume listening attentively. As Hei Xin, she detailed those untouchable taboos. The memorial service dragged on until afternoon before the crowd gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, plainclothes officers from the Omark syndicate stood conspicuously nearby, photographing openly and unapologetically. The Mercedes pulled smoothly to a stop before the Cha-Chantang. Jimmy jumped out first, slipped inside, and swiftly scanned the interior, confirming all was clear. At the instant Jimmy pushed open the car door and stepped out, Chen Junhui tilted his head, his gaze cutting past the front seat to lock directly onto Demin in the driver's seat. Demin, what's stirring in Yuan Long? Demin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced sideways at Jimmy, saw him cross the glass threshold into the Cha-Chantang, his figure swallowed by warm amber light, then lowered his voice to reply. Brothers hold boss in awe. Back then we slaved a whole month and barely pocketed $100. Now you toss us $10,000 a week. We count the notes with trembling hands. The motorcycle dual-blade tactic. Everyone's drilling it with fierce dedication. 2 men per bike, one twists the throttle, the other aims the barrel. Lock onto the target close in at speed. The rear rider fires precise bursts from an MP50 faster than shadows can chase. After 14 days of training, the entire operation, from sighting to withdrawal, takes exactly 7 seconds. Gunshots echo, then silence falls, leaving no trace. Chen Junhui gave a quiet nod. This brutal method had been forged by Griselda Blanco, the so-called mother of cartels, a woman whose iron will had honed it to lethal perfection in concrete canyons sharper than steel, swifter than wind. It was this very tactic that enabled her to dismantle Miami's entrenched Italian mafia, Irish gangs, and Mexican drug cartels, one after another. until she seized the city's underworld in her bare hands. The underworld dubbed her the Flower Queen, the sole woman among the world's top 10 drug lords, and the coldest, most precise, most merciless of them all. This style strikes like lightning, shifts like drifting clouds, withdraws with absolute finality, and vanishes without a whisper. So devastating was it that even laws bent to its shadow police were granted authority to open fire without warning upon sighting two men riding a single motorcycle. Now building his own ironclad cadre, Chen Juanhui's first choice was this very method. Seeing Jimmy scan the room and give a subtle nod toward the window, Chen Junhui swung open the passenger door and planted his boot firmly on the pavement, clean, decisive, unwavering. Yet his low command lingered in the cabin like a nail driven deep. Keep them ready, always. Demin acted as though he'd heard nothing, guiding the car smoothly into its usual spot, tilting the chassis slightly as tires brushed gently against the curb. Jimmy's men fanned out to secure the perimeter, while Demin strolled into the Cha-Chan Tung and sat wordlessly on a plastic chair by the entrance, like a wall that neither spoke nor moved. At Chen Juanhui's habitual corner booth, Jimmy had already taken his seat, voice steady. Jean Bo just called. He's made over 100,000 in the stock market recently. First, quietly accumulate scattered shares of a small firm, then leak rumors of an acquisition. Once the price surges, dump everything at once. Chen Juanhui's brows knitted. Such petty gains mean nothing to me. What I demand is silent consumption, buying unseen, rising undetected. As long as no one traces the hand behind it, even total loss earns my pat on the shoulder. Jimmy nodded promptly. I'll relay that to Mr. Yi immediately. Then shifting tone, as for Yaowen, the new central store is performing well. Though it hasn't hit the projected 12 million Hong Kong dollars, the actual turnover stands at 7 million Hong Kong dollars. Solid, undeniable. Chen Junhui tapped twice lightly on the table's edge, mind racing. 7 million Hong Kong dollars. Roughly 350000 garments. With 4 million mouths and 4 million bodies across Hong Kong Island, 2 stores under Asia Star Apparel couldn't begin to feed that hunger. Tell Yao Wen to accelerate preparations for new outlets in Suanwan and Sham Shuipa. De Di and Long Jin have already pledged full support. No protection fees, and their own enforcers will help unload goods and stand guard at night. Also, don't delay the IPO for the lingerie line. Finalize the timeline as soon as possible. Jimmy nodded, adding, Yaowen has named the 2 brands Yofu and New York Flair. Boss, do these names sit right with you? Chen Junhui paused thoughtfully. Yofu struck straight to the core. Underwear rests against skin. A skin is reputation. It sounded smooth, reliable, reassuring. New York Flair carried a breath of exotic languor, like a lazy gleam in a shop window, understated yet unforgettable at first glance. Approved. He paused. Tell Yaowen. Apparel is now entirely under his command. Major decisions require reporting minor ones he decides alone. Succeed and profits are shared proportionally. Fail and his position remains. His bowl stays full. Jimmy bowed his head in acknowledgement, committing every word to memory. Having settled both matters, he rose to refill his teacup and resumed his duties. As for Gao, Lao Hui, and Alai, business as usual. 2 more brawls, black eyes and swollen faces, but nothing life-threatening. Shogo managed the magazine. O Fei Ji oversaw the telecom company. Each character meticulously typeset, each wire painstakingly connected. Neither man possessed even a spark of fiery temperament. Chen Junhui spread out the Sha Tin map, once more his fingertip halting at Ma Lu Shui, a stretch of genuine desolation, yet spanning 10 square kilometers. To acquire it, land alone would cost over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. I add hill removal, land reclamation, and resident resettlement, 30 billion minimum. He was no Pao Yukong, no mountain of cash stacked in his accounts, no divine authority to command the heavens. Even if he somehow scraped together 30 billion, the government's gate would scarcely crack. Land grants were notoriously rigid, even veteran developers queued and bowed low for approval. What claim did Chen Junhui have to cut that line? Yet Ma Lu Shui was precisely the bone he had to gnaw. Hard, unyielding, essential. His brow furrowed deeper, his gaze sinking into the creases of the map. What then could tip Sir Murray MacLeod's scale? Beauty. Unneeded. Wealth. Unwanted. Power. Utterly absent from his grasp. Just as he pondered, the Cha-Chan Tung's bell chimed softly. A man in his early 70s leaning on a bamboo cane stepped slowly across the threshold. Lin Bo looked up instantly and broke into a wide smile. Uncle Wei, what brings you here today? Uncle Wei nodded politely to Lin Bo, then glanced inward with quiet apprehension, his voice trembling slightly. I've come to see Prince Hui. Lin Bo glanced toward Chen Juanhui, deep in thought at the corner booth, and offered an apologetic smile. Uncle Wei Hui's eyes deep in contemplation. Perhaps you could return tomorrow. Before the words fully left his lips, Chen Junhui had already lifted his eyes. His gaze held Uncle Wei's face for half a second, then shifted to Lin Bo, questioning, expectant. Lin Bo hurried to explain, this is Uncle Wei. He ran with us and he Shang Lian back in the day, lives in the public housing behind Jafuk Street. Like me, he never rose to prominence. Now he sweeps floors at a primary school, living tight on every dollar. At once Qin Junhui rose sharply and strode forward, gripping Uncle Wei's frail, weathered hands tightly in both of his. Uncle Wei, you're a senior brother of He Shunglian. We should pay our respects at your door. How dare you make this journey yourself? With one hand supporting the elder's arm, and the other gesturing him toward a seat, Qin Junhui called out to Lin Bo, quick, brew 2 strong cups of hot tea. Uncle Wei, you came all this way, not merely to see me, I imagine. Speak freely of your difficulty. I'll spare no effort to help. Uncle Wei was but a street sweeper. Yet Qin Junhui, known widely as Prince Hui, was Hong Kong's most formidable rising syndicate leader. To be personally assisted and addressed with such warmth by such a man left Uncle Wei sweating in his palms, throat tightening, eyes burning, tears nearly spilling then and there. He gripped Chun Junhui's hand fiercely, knuckles whitening, voice quivering like a candle flame about to gutter in the wind. Prince Hui, please, you must help me. I've pleaded with everyone in He Shunglian. Even the gatekeeper wouldn't let me inside. My grandson graduated from the Vocational Training Council and joined the syndicate straight away. Last month during a brawl he lost 3 fingers on his left hand to a blade. His livelihood is gone, and his fiancée fled with her suitcase. Can you just once bridge the gap for him? Find him honest work. Chun Junhui said nothing, only nodded gently, his gaze steady and calm. What did he do before? He worked 2 years as a kitchen hand at Fuji restaurant. Uncle Wei replied, eagerly nodding vigorously. Chun Junhui suddenly slapped his thigh, eyes lighting up. The kitchen? What perfect timing. The phone company has newly established a staff cafeteria and is in need of manpower. Let him go for a trial tomorrow. Moreover, there are 7 female employees for every 3 males over there. Who knows, your grandson might even bring back a wife. Prince Hui, what can I offer you in thanks? Chun Junhui smiled and waved his hand. After sending off the elder, he turned to Jimmy and said, Jimmy, make a call to Fat Chicken. Let Wei boss grandson report at 8 tomorrow morning. Jimmy nodded in response, but frowned slightly. Boss, actually, it's fine if he doesn't agree. Chun Junhui shook his head and smiled. Jimmy, do you know why I firmly hold on to Jifu Street without moving? Because the entire street is my eyes and ears, every household is my sentry. With a single call, tens of thousands will come at my beck and call. In this territory, even if the Eagle team arrives, I dare to light a cigarette in front of them. It's just a bowl of rice not worth a few copper coins. Jimmy said no more and turned to make the call. At that moment, as Chun Junhui's thoughts thundered in his head, a realization exploded within him. Work, work, just these 2 words. He grabbed a pen and wrote heavily on a sticky note, work. Before the ink dried, a rush of hot energy surged to the top of his head. This time he not only wanted to acquire the land of Ma Yaoshui, but also to have the Hong Kong government present it to him without asking for a dime. That's right, he planned to take the $30 billion land king for free. Since figuring out what the Hong Kong government truly desired, he had been working non-stop for 4 whole days. First, he made a trip to the Central Library, bringing back more than 20 blue and white government documents. Back at the tea restaurant, he brewed a cup of strong tea, reading page by page, highlighting and marking with a red pen densely. Jimmy had casually flipped through a copy of 1975 Hong Kong Industrial Census Summary, feeling drowsy. But Chun Junhui managed to extract the first key from those dry data. Days later, he locked onto the second item. With both items in hand, he was certain the Hong Kong government had to personally deliver the land deed and official seal of Ma Yaoshui into his hands. At 2 in the morning, Chun Junhui was fast asleep when the phone at his bedside suddenly rang. He quickly grabbed the receiver, and Ni Yangxiu's voice was low and steady like an icy blade sliding across his eardrum. Qing Shui, Wan Gong, am waiting for you. Chun Junhui sat up and immediately dialed to Mince Mobile. Come pick me up. Also inform Yuan Long that tonight we will close the net. After hanging up, he took a deep breath. 20 years of old debts will be settled tonight. 10 minutes later, a black Mercedes quietly stopped at the entrance of the alley. Chun Junhui stepped out from the shadows, opened the car door, but did not rush to sit down. He asked how long until Yuan Long's people arrive. Demin glanced at his Rolex. 12 minutes. Chun Junhui nodded, leaning back against the chair, closing his eyes to rest. Demin remained silent, gripping the steering wheel tighter. He knew that someone would fall tonight. He did not know the reason and had no intention of asking. A monthly salary of 10,000 plus a 50,000 contact fee every week. This money was never meant to be for a driver. He reached for his lower back, pulled out a black star, and handed it over. Boss, it's for self-defense. Chun Junhui shook his head and pulled out an Uzi submachine gun from his suit pocket, the barrel gleaming coldly. I am Prince Hui, the person in charge of Dai Wai. Going out without a weapon. That would be foolish. Demin grinned silently, putting the gun away. Moments later, 7 modified mountain motorcycles silently approached, stopping on either side of the Mercedes. Each vehicle had 2 riders dressed in matte black leather helmets fully covering their heads, the engines barely audible. The leader raised his hand and knocked on the car window, nodding to Demin. Without speaking, Demin pressed the accelerator, heading straight for Sai Kung Qing Shui Wan. The 7 motorcycles followed closely, speeding low along the coastline. Qing Shui Wan was quiet, only the sound of waves remained. The Wanggong was a seaside pavilion where tourists rested during the day, but at night it was empty. Next to a silver Mercedes there was another of the same model parked beside the pavilion. Chen Junhui instructed Demin to stay in the car while he adjusted his collar and walked slowly into the pavilion. Ai Yongxiao sat on a stone bench, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the moonlight, the cigarette between his fingers flickering. Chen Junhui sat down opposite him. In the pavilion, only 2 sparks glimmered in the night. After finishing 2 cigarettes, Chen Junhui broke the silence first. Han Chen's woman Mary. The #1 fighter among the underlings, Fish Head Biao. To support Han Chen's rise, Mary instructed her little brother Lu Jiaming to personally eliminate Ai Cohen. And Fish Head Biao had long since linked up with the new record on the night of your full moon celebration. Huang Zhiqing from the West Kowloon division also got involved in this mess. He personally told Mary as long as Ai Cohen falls, Han Chun will immediately secure his position. That night the message was delivered by my third uncle. He brought over 30 armed men to directly storm the restaurant where your full moon banquet was held. After each dropped 3 sentences, only the sound of the wind remained in the pavilion. After a long pause, Chen Junhui slowly stood up. Mr. And we need to act quickly. You have an undercover from the police beside you. If I show up tonight, the news will reach the police station before dawn. To save your life within 3 days, I will blow this matter up to the entire Hong Kong underworld. After exiting the Wanggong, Chen Junhui got into the car. He remained silent, only pulling the Uzi from his jacket, his fingertips rubbing along the gun's body, as if weighing the burden of an old grudge. Moments later, he spoke, his voice low and heavy. Demin, do you remember what you said the first time we met? I threw you 200,000, and you immediately said, Brother Hui, I will do it for you. I replied to you, then blood debts must be settled by oneself for it to feel satisfying. Demin nodded, his throat moving. That night was etched into his bones, never to be erased. Do you see this gun? Jimmy had someone bring back military-grade goods from overseas, spending hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars without sparing a cent. Uzi submachine gun, 9mm caliber, total length of 360mm, barrel length of 197mm, initial speed of 375 meters per second, rate of fire of 950 rounds per minute. It truly is a lethal weapon. Perfect for settling accounts, nothing could be more straightforward. He withdrew his gaze, turning to look out at the dense night. The night was deep, the perfect hour for a throat-cutting. Head to the villa of Chuan Bao. With that he closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair, and fell silent. Demin pressed the accelerator, the Mercedes silently sliding towards Kuntong. The 7 motorcycles closely followed, their engines growling low like a lurking beast. As they arrived at the Chuan Bao villa, the clock had just passed 3 in the morning, the time when people sleep the deepest and are the least guarded. After Chen Junhui got out of the car, he did not rush to act, merely raising his hand to signal for the assassination team of over a dozen to quietly encircle. As they lay in ambush on both sides of the iron gate, he raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. The ringing shattered the silence sharp enough to slice through glass. After several rings, Aishan appeared in the doorway in his pajamas, his voice still heavy with sleep. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Can it wait until tomorrow? As he approached and recognized the visitor, he asked while unlocking the door, Oh, Brother Hui, did something happen at Datian? Chen Junhui did not respond. The long ambush team suddenly surged forward, pulling Aishan out of the door. He did not even have time to scream. He was pressed down to the ground, 7 or 8 submachine guns, all pointed at his temple. One of them was shoved directly into his mouth, silencing him completely. Aishan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chen Junhui. Chen Junhui did not even raise his eyelids, directly leading the man inside. He first sent someone to search the maid's room and subdued Sister Hui. Then he walked up to the second floor alone and pushed open the door to Chuan Bao's bedroom. Chuan Bao was sound asleep, breathing evenly. Chen Junhui did not disturb him, but pulled over a chair by the bed, leisurely lit a cigarette, taking slow puffs as the smoke spiraled in the dim light. As the cigarette burned out, the butt fell onto the carpet. He cleared his throat. Chuan Bao suddenly woke up, flipping over to feel for a knife under the bed. Chuan Bao, don't bother. Hearing Chen Junhui's voice, his tensed shoulders relaxed slightly, but upon turning his head and catching sight of the dark barrel of the gun, anger erupted instantly. You bastard. Coming in the middle of the night with a gun, do you want to kill me? Chen Junhui leaned forward, the gun firmly pressed against his forehead. Just now Ai Yongxiao personally told me that restaurant back, then it was Fish Head Biao who reported it to the new record. I only ask one thing. Was it you who instructed him to do it? In the underworld, it was no longer a surprise for the boss to sell out his subordinates. Just last month regarding the Hengzi issue. If Ming Ge hadn't stepped in to take the guarantee, how would Ming Ge and Xian dare to bring only 2 thugs to Rena Hospital to bow their heads and apologize to the advisor Su? If they had barged in with more than a dozen brothers, even if a Lu had the guts, he wouldn't dare to act at the hospital door. Chen Junhui had long suspected that Fish Head Biao betrayed his father, and the mastermind behind it was indeed Chuan Bao. As long as he promised him the title of Dragon Head, Fish Head Biao was willing to risk his life and sell the complete story of that year's bloodshed to the new record. Chuan Bao shook his head, his eyes weary. Brother Hui, it really wasn't me. Chen Junhui sneered coldly. Not you. If it weren't for your nod, how would Fishhead Biao have sold out my father and suddenly risen to the position of a Helm master overnight? If you didn't give the order, why have I been calling him Biao uncle for over a decade? If it weren't for your pressure, why wouldn't the gang check this blood case even once? There was not a shred of warmth left in his eyes. For 20 years he regarded Chuan Bao as a father. Now he was likely to discover that the death of his biological parents was set up by the very person in front of him. Even more absurd was that he had called that informant uncle for over a decade. This was not merely murder, it was a heart-wrenching betrayal. Chuan Bao let out a long sigh, as if unloading a 1,000-pound burden. Do you think I don't want to avenge your father? Do you think I want to see you recognize your enemy as a benefactor? Do you really think that everyone in the gang is willing to let this matter rot in their stomachs? I know nothing I say now will convince you, but you can call Deng Fei right now. He knows the truth of what happened back then better than anyone. Chen Junhui nodded, then gave a subtle signal to the two men behind him to keep a tight watch on Chuan Bao. He walked calmly to the telephone and dialed Elder Deng's number. After 2 rings, a hoarse voice came through the receiver. What is it? Hearing that familiar timbre, Chen Junhui drew a deep breath and spoke. Elder Deng, I've uncovered the truth. Fishhead Biao was the one who betrayed my father and mother. Was he incited by Chuan Bao to commit the act? On the other end of the line, Elder Deng remained silent for a long, heavy moment. Then at last he exhaled slowly, as though shedding a burden weighing 1,000 jin. I've concealed this from you for over 20 years, yet in the end the truth could not stay buried. To recount everything that happened back then in full would take 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Junhui struck the tabletop sharply with the barrel of his gun, a crisp, resonant thud. I'm in no rush. I only ask one question: how did my father and mother die? Hearing the metallic clang reverberate against what Elder Deng sighed again, his Adam's apple rose and fell as he swallowed hard. Your father was known across Kowloon as Kun Tong Jun, a master of the cleaver in one hand, the mountain-splitting axe in the other, feared even as he walked sideways down Kun Tong streets. Which Triad branch, Zi Kun Wo Shing Wo or 14K, dared utter his name without trembling? Chuan Bao trusted him so completely, he handed him dominion over all of Kun Tong. Even your mother was matched to him personally by Chuan Bao himself, arranged, sealed, and solemnly affirmed. You were born the 2nd year after their marriage. On the day of your full moon banquet, Chuan Bao himself arrived at my home bearing readied eggs, declaring that his grandson must pursue education and master a trade, never descend into the underworld. He swore it upon his own chest. Yet, that very night, hundreds of Zi Kun thugs stormed the banquet hall brandishing cleavers, slaying your parents where they stood along with senior members of Wo Shing Wo who had gathered to celebrate. Among the fallen were your father's most loyal lieutenants, and elders personally groomed by Chuan Bao himself. That same evening, Chuan Bao burst into my home. We spent the night poring over guest lists, cross-checking entries and exits, auditing accounts. Within 3 hours, we had locked onto Fishhead Biao. His name appeared on the invitation, but he claimed he'd been bedridden with high fever. And the moment your parents drew their final breath, Chuan Bao installed him as Kun Tong's new acting leader. Chuan Bao drew his blade then, and there ready to slaughter Fishhead Biao as a blood offering, until I seized his wrist and held him fast. Why did you stop him? Because if Fishhead Biao had died that night, Kun Tong would have been devoured whole by Zi Kun before dawn. And worse still, Fishhead Biao had already vanished into a hidden chamber in Sham Shuipa. Though he couldn't reach Chuan Bao, snuffing out your infant life would have taken no more than a flick of his finger. In the end, I persuaded him to swallow his fury, to feign indifference and deliberately elevate Fishhead Biao to power. You must remember how as a child you were never allowed beyond the gates of Chuan Bao's villa, not out of indulgence, but because Fishhead Biao might send assassins to slit your throat while you slept. Junhui, I swear on my life your parents' blood was spilled by Fishhead Biao alone. Chuan Bao bears not a single thread of guilt. Chen Junhui leaned back in his chair, pressing his knuckles hard against his brow, lost in silence for a long while. Elder Deng, I believe you. But what if you and Chuan Bao conspired together all along? Elder Deng sighed once more, his voice suddenly fraying with age. Who could have imagined that Chen Junhui, the man famed for meticulous precision, had been raised from infancy by the impulsive, reckless Chuan Bao? Had Chuan Bao exercised even a sliver of caution back, then none of today's blood debts would exist. That night, Zi Kun didn't just butcher your parents. They slaughtered 37 living souls. By protocol, the police should never interfere in triad warfare. But I reached out to Superintendent Ho of the West Kowloon Major Crime Unit and requested a covert investigation. The findings matched my suspicions. Exactly 2 days before the massacre, Fishhead Biao's account received HK8600, transferred by the owner of a Zi Kun money laundering firm. Meanwhile, Chuan Bao's own account showed no inflow, only an outflow of HK3200. That sum was the gold longevity lock he gifted you on your full moon day. Chen Junhui instinctively touched the warm, worn gold locket resting against his neck, the one he'd worn since birth. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and released a long, slow breath. Thank you, Elder Deng. The rest of this path, I'll walk it alone. He hung up, pulled out a cigarette, and snapped his lighter open with a sharp click. He did not trust Elder Deng's bare words, but he trusted the police dossier. Not because he believed the force was incorruptible, but because 20 years ago neither Elder Deng nor Chuan Bao had yet extended their influence into the West Kowloon Major Crime Unit's archives. When the cigarette burned down, he dialed again. Chief Chen, this is Tai Zihui. I need you to pull the case file on a Kuntong bloodbath 20 years ago. The Ziyi Kun siege of Wo Shing was full moon banquet where over 30 people died, including my parents. I understand it's delicate, so let me offer you a small token. Superintendent Huang Jiqing of the West Kowloon CID has recently been receiving calls from Mr. Han Chen's mistress. Perhaps best he refrain from answering them for now. N.I. Yongxiao has already marked him. This young master N.I., when driven mad, will bury even his own father. After ending the call, Chen Junhui pushed open the bedroom door. Uncle Chuan Bao, I still don't trust you. But one thing I know for certain, if you truly wished me dead, I wouldn't be standing here today. He grew up inside Chuan Bao's villa. The Iron Gate always stood as the boundary between life and death. I intend to kill Fishhead Biao. Will you help me? Chuan Bao studied the young man before him, eyes sharp as blades, and slowly a faint smile curved his lips edged with something like pride. I'll call him now. Tell him someone wants to buy flour. He'll come out without hesitation. As Chen Junhui turned to leave, Chuan Bao called out, halting him. At the very bottom of the freezer, there's a knife. The one your father used to cleave 7 Ziyi Kun men. Take it, and drive it straight through Fishhead Biao's throat. Outside Lingnan village at Lei Yuman, a black Mercedes glided silently into the shadow of a narrow lane, like a leopard lying in wait. That 3-story White House ahead is Fishhead Biao's lair. His 3 wives and 2 sons are all inside. The moment he steps outside, you breach the wall, bind him tightly, and drag him straight to the Kuntong cemetery. The men nodded, stepped out of the car, and issued quiet orders. Several men glanced briefly at the cold, impassive face behind the tinted window, then bowed their heads in silent assent. Back in the front passenger seat, the men said nothing more. Chen Junhui, too, remained silent. The 2 sat motionless as stone statues, waiting only for that iron gate to swing open. Time seemed suspended, yet Chen Junhui felt strangely at ease. This hush before the storm intoxicated him more deeply than any fine liquor, especially for a man about to reclaim blood debt with his own hands. He even wished this moment could last forever. Yet before 10 minutes had passed, the upstairs window of the villa blazed suddenly alight. Half an hour later, Fishhead Biao's top enforcer, Airplane, strolled up to the iron gate flanked by 4 or 5 underlings. Inside the car, Chen Junhui issued his order, voice low and steady, follow them. The Mercedes taillights flashed red, slipping seamlessly behind the white Toyota. As soon as the vehicle disappeared down the road, dark figures scaled the wall, slipped into the courtyard like smoke. Snoring still filled the house, but steel had already kissed throats. They then escorted Fishhead Biao's wives and children onto motorcycles, heading for Kuntong Cemetery. Meanwhile, Chen Junhui led the charge on a motorcycle flanked by 2 accomplices, leaving the minibus far behind as they sped toward the old ice cream parlor at the street corner. Not long after, the minibus rolled smoothly to a halt before the parlor's metal shutter. Fishhead Biao entered with several men, their leather shoes striking the concrete floor with sharp, echoing thuds. Lifting his gaze, he spotted Chen Junhui seated at the window booth, and broke into a broad grin as he strode forward, dropping heavily into the chair opposite. Wheezy, I owe you big time this round. Just got off the phone with Uncle Chuan Bao. He told me some mainland guests unhappy with Ziyi Kun's boss and I Kun being ousted wanted to switch allegiances, but you intercepted them first. Where are they? When do they arrive? Chen Junhui gazed at Fishhead Biao's self-satisfied smile. His own lips lifted slightly, though no warmth reached his eyes. They won't be coming. Fishhead Biao's face drained of color instantly. Not coming. What does that mean? Behind him, Airplane surged half a step forward, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his cleaver. The others tensed in unison, shoulders rigid, hands sliding toward concealed weapons. Chen Junhui clapped his hands. 3 precise, deliberate strikes. Fishhead Biao, have you truly forgotten what this ice parlor used to be? It was once the Jinjiang Lu banquet hall. The very place you tipped off Ziyi Kun, enabling them to storm in and hack my parents to pieces before my very eyes. Fishhead Biao shot upright, his chair screeching backward across the floor. Tai Zihui, what are you saying? Trying to frame me, so you can ignite war? With a metallic shink, Airplane drew his cleaver, cold light flashing, the others followed suit, steel gleaming beneath the ceiling lamps. Chen Junhui threw back his head and laughed, a roar that vibrated the glass panes. Ha ha ha, Fishhead Biao, you truly won't believe it until you're staring into the coffin. He snatched up the phone on the table and dialed Elder Deng's number. He activated speakerphone. The elder's rasping voice, each word hammered like a nail, filled the entire room. Fishhead Biao, 20 years ago you accepted HK from Ziyi Kun and sold out the whereabouts of Huizi's parents down to the last detail. Did you think no one knew? The clan uncovered every shred of evidence long ago. This reckoning is sanctioned by the entire branch. Anyone who dares obstruct it declares open war upon the entire organization. There will be no refuge, not even at the ends of the earth. The younger men swallowed hard, their gazes locking onto Airplane's face. Slowly Airplane turned his head and fixed his stare on Fishhead Biao. Boss, is what Elder Deng says true? Fishhead Biao clenched his jaw, thick muscles trembling. Even if it is, what of it? Kill Tai Zihui tonight, and this stays buried in our guts forever. Chuan Bao couldn't crush me back then, and he dares not touch a single hair on my head today. Chen Junhui watched him, and deep within his chest a weight settled finally at rest. Truth be told, he hadn't needed to risk this confrontation, but he chose to come anyway solely to hear Fishhead Biao confess aloud, had Chuan Bao personally ordered that blood-soaked massacre. Fortunately, the answer had surfaced. Fishhead Biao had acted entirely on his own. Chen Junhui clapped twice more, crisp and clear. Instantly, several patrons and waiters threw open their jackets, revealing gun barrels aimed squarely at Airplane and the others. The black muzzles gleamed with a chilling sheen, rendering their cleavers laughably childish in comparison. Tonight I seek only Fishhead Biao's life. All others, I grant full amnesty. We share the same roots. I have no wish to stain my hands with the blood of my own brothers. Airplane looked down at the submachine gun pointed at his chest, then at his own gleaming cleaver, and let out a long, weary sigh. His wrist went slack. The blade crashed to the floor with a hollow clang. Brother Hui, we truly had no idea he'd done such a thing. Had we known, we'd never have followed him. Let's go. His underlings filed out in disarray, their footsteps chaotic and unsteady. Yu Tushio slumped back into his chair, his face ashen and lifeless. Chen Junhui waved a hand. Two burly men stepped forward, seized Yu Tushio's arms from behind, and dragged him into the trunk of the waiting Mercedes, bound straight for the cemetery. Upon arrival, Yu Tushio instantly spotted his wife and children squatting before a grave, shivering violently in the cold. He collapsed to his knees, forehead pressed hard against the frozen earth, his voice raw and broken. Brother Hui. It was me. I did it all alone. Spare them. Take my life instead. Yours for the taking. Chen Junhui let out a cold, mirthless laugh, the sound of northern wind scraping across a barren ridge. One man bears the consequences. There's no such easy bargain in this world. I believe only in uprooting weeds to the very last trace. He forced Yu Tushio's entire family before his parents' tombstone, lit 2 incense sticks, and watched the pale smoke coil upward like a silent lament. I am Chen Junhui, known as Brother Hui. Today I pay homage to my late parents, not in sorrow but to settle the blood debt you owe them. In moments I shall send Yu Tushio's entire family down to kneel before you, head bowed in atonement. He drew the old cleaver left behind by Guantong Jun, its blade heavy, its edge stained with rust that no scrubbing could erase. First he approached the 2 children. The boys huddled together, faces smeared with tears and snot, sobbing. Brother Junhui, are you playing hide and seek with us? Brother Junhui, I'll never steal your Kinder Surprise chocolates again. Please let me go. They'd long treated Chen Junhui as their own elder brother, often dropping by Chuan Bao's villa for meals. Chen Junhui crouched down, meeting their innocent, tear-streaked faces at eye level. His voice soft, almost tender, like one soothing a child to sleep. When you reach the other side, don't blame me. Blame your father who severed my father's life with his own hands. A flash of steel, so swift no shadow lingered. The boys' small bodies went slack, breath gone, motion stilled. Then he turned to Yu Tushio's 3 wives, and drove the blade once clean and deep into each heart. He had once stood beside them at their weddings, as best man clad in a crisp white suit, grinning broadly, collecting 3 thick red envelopes, at every ceremony, their fresh banknotes still faintly scented with ink. Finally, he stood before Yu Tushio himself, the knife tip lowered, dripping crimson, onto the frost-hardened ground. Yu Tushio, when you descend, deliver a message to my father and mother. Tell them, Chen Junhui lives well. The Ni family will soon join them below, kneeling side by side. 3 strokes, each carved bone. He accepted a damp towel from Damon, wiping his hands slowly, methodically. A dozen assassins silently arranged Yu Tushio's family in a single line, doused them in gasoline, and flames erupted with a deafening whoosh, crackling fiercely as they consumed the bodies. Dawn bled across the eastern horizon, pale and thin as fishbelly white. A mountain breeze stirred the ashes, sending them spiraling away like gray ghosts. Chen Junhui drew a long, deep breath of the crisp morning air, and felt for the first time in years an unfamiliar lightness in his chest. He turned slightly toward Damon, standing quietly at his side. Damon, do you think I was too ruthless, that I spared neither children nor women? Boss, you're avenging your father and mother. That's sacred duty. Our elders say a son's duty to avenge his slain father transcends even heaven's collapse or earth's rupture. No matter how harsh or absolute your vengeance, every stroke is righteous, ordained by heaven itself. After clearing away the remains of Yu Tushio's family, Damon strode forward, clutching a bulging black briefcase. He unzipped it and dumped out stack after stack of neatly bundled cash, then handed $10,000 to each man on the spot. The boss rewards loyalty. This is your payment for tonight. You've proven yourselves tonight. Now withdraw across the harbor and lie low for 2 months. When the heat cools, return. If you wish to serve the boss again, call me anytime. I'll arrange new identities for you, even new household registration documents. Remember this: what happened tonight stays buried, deep inside your gut. Even if your own mother slams the table and demands answers, you must clench your teeth and play the fool. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting old ties. Only then did the men's rigid shoulders ease just slightly. All were ex-soldiers, steeped in the unspoken codes of the underworld. Masters who cultivate disposable killers treat them like single-use sheaths, drawn once discarded without regret. Compared to such cold-blooded overlords, Chun Junhui was rare in his decency. After distributing 14 envelopes of 10,000, 70,000 remained in the case. Damon thrust the briefcase into Zhao Weigua's hands. Weigua, you'll return to Northeast China. Find men still bold enough to dare, strong enough to bear weight. Hard men unbroken by time. Recruit 14. Bring them here. This money covers relocation, housing, and startup capital. Zhao Weigua straightened his spine, voice steady and firm. Rest assured, Brother Damon. I'll oversee this personally every step of the way. As the group turned to leave, Damon hurried 2 steps closer to add. Hold tight to that money. Spend it wisely. If funds allow, buy 2 apartments in Shenzhen. Hong Kong's property prices are astronomical, and Shenzhen's market is poised to soar. Buy early, secure peace of mind sooner. They laughed, nodded, and walked away with noticeably lighter steps. As the figures vanished around the street corner, Damon slipped back into the Mercedes. Chen Junhui sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, not so much as lifting an eyelid. The engine roared to life, and Damon murmured softly, "Thank you, boss." Chen Junhui gave a slight nod, fully aware that gratitude was offered on behalf of the 14 lives now extinguished. Had he truly wished Damon dead, the man would never have set foot in Northeast China again. The car entered Chuanbao's villa district just minutes later. The doorbell hadn't finished ringing before Ashan rushed to yank open the iron gate, his face drained of all color. Chen Junhui gazed upon his pallor and sighed softly. "Brother Sean, don't hold it against me. I'm settling justice for my father and mother." Inside, Chuanbao sat calmly sipping kanji. Chen Junhui dropped into the chair opposite him and called toward the kitchen. "Sister Hui, I'm starving." Huijia brought steaming kanji and meat buns, but no sooner had she set them on the table than Chuanbao slammed down his chopsticks. "Wretch, last night you nearly chopped me to pieces, and this morning you sit here, cheeks flushed, devouring buns like it's your own dining room." Chen Junhui lazily rolled his eyes. "Big brother, you really think I'm that foolish? Why else would I refuse to buy property in Taiwan? The day you pass, this building becomes mine. I'm simply returning home for breakfast." Chuanbao snorted in fury. "Tomorrow I'll hire a lawyer to rewrite my will. When I die, I'll bequeath this tower to a stray dog shelter. Not a single brick shall fall to you." Breakfast unfolded in sharp, rapid-fire barbs, needle against wheat stalk. Yet beneath the tension ran an unmistakable current of deep familiarity. When the meal ended, Chen Junhui rose to depart. Just as he reached the doorway, Chuanbao's voice rumbled behind him, low and muffled. "Wretch, thank you." Yu Tushio's family had been eliminated on his orders, to clear the path to purge the ranks. Chen Junhui shrugged, didn't turn back, and walked straight out the door. At the Dai Pai Dong, he'd barely pushed open the entrance when he found all his most trusted lieutenants already waiting inside. Jimmy, of course, alongside Yao and Gao, Lao Hui, Lai, Fat G, and Slim Dog, not one missing. Yaowen shot to his feet the moment he entered. "Boss." The words spread like wildfire. "You wiped out Yu Tushio's entire clan." The others turned in unison, their gazes sharp and identical, bearing the same unspoken question. Chen Junhui slid into his usual seat, ordered an iced lemon tea from Uncle Deng, and said nothing, only uttering quietly, "I needed to settle justice for my father and mother." That statement served as both prelude and verdict. Then he lifted his gaze and asked in turn, "So, do you believe I was wrong?" Yaowen nodded, then shook his head. "Yu Tushio betrayed his brothers. Death is too light a sentence. But why didn't you summon us last night? Why lead the operation yourself? Does the boss truly doubt our worth?" Gao Lao Hui and the others chimed in. "We're no strangers to violence, but when you wield the blade yourself, what do outsiders think? Do they assume we're all useless? I command 400 or 500 men. If you give the word, Liu Gate will be flattened before dawn." Their meaning was singular. Why weren't we chosen? Chen Junhui raised a hand, silencing them, his gaze sweeping slowly across every face before he shook his head. "I know you fear no death, but some burdens I choose to carry alone. Yaowen, you steer Asia Star Garments, not a gang of thugs. Gao Lao Hui Lai, I've already mapped out your futures. And Jimmy, I've reserved another role for you. Fat G, Slim Dog, you join me earliest. From now on, magazine distribution and telephone line operations belong to you alone. You've never been disposable henchmen in my eyes. Only seasoned captains capable of commanding territory and holding business lines steady. Anyone can swing a blade, but to build enterprise, to secure turf, to win loyalty, that is true value." Silence fell. Then heads bowed in quiet acceptance. Before parting, Chen Junhui pulled Gao Lao Hui and Alai aside. "It's September now. By next spring, the entire operation passes to you. Gao Lao Hui, you'll master shipping schedules, customs clearance, port connections. None may slip through your grasp. Alai, you'll oversee the docks. Learn every nuance of port operations, quickly, thoroughly. I've prepared 2 reading lists. Source every title. Read, deeply absorb completely. When you finish, new assignments await. Don't merely skim words. Mark key passages, annotate insights, forge your own understanding. Report here weekly. I'll test you personally. Not a single phrase may be glossed over. Gao Lao Hui and Ah Lai took the 2 slender sheets from Chun Juanhui's hand, and their faces fell instantly, brows nodding tight. Boss, is this truly necessary? Hundreds answer our call with a shout. Must we now sit with textbooks and scribble notes? Word spreads, and our brothers will laugh until their ribs crack. Chun Juanhui's expression hardened. His mouth tightened like forged iron striking stone. Non-negotiable. You will comply. Running ships and managing ports isn't peddling t-shirts on the sidewalk. Every detail is vital. One misstep is fatal. These are prime territories. I won't relinquish them lightly nor entrust them to men ignorant of even basic protocol. Not a single book may be skipped. Their stomachs churned, yet their lips stayed sealed in reluctant assent. Leaving the Dai Pai Dong, they trudged toward Hong Kong Central Library, feet dragging as though weighted with sandbags. Chun Junhui and Jimmy remained behind, keeping watch over their modest, warmly lit little shop. Jimmy was engrossed in reviewing yesterday's accounts when Chun Junhui suddenly spoke up. Jimmy, get the line set up for Southeast Asia. He silently calculated. His current monthly income was about 50 million, and over 2 months it had just surpassed 100 million. However, while money was coming in quickly, it was also being spent just as fiercely. Only 80 million remained in liquid assets. Even accounting for the projected income over the next 60 days, it would barely reach 200 million. Kowloon warehouse was valued at 14 billion, and taking a 20% stake meant 3 billion was a certainty. A shortfall of a full 1 billion still remained. This sum could be borrowed from banks or organized crime. Yet banks required collateral, and Bao Yugong held significant weight in the financial circle, though any sign of trouble might lead to him applying pressure from the shadows, so this route was best avoided. As for the organized crime groups, they were willing to offer short-term loans, but the interest rates were terrifyingly high. Moreover, Bao Yugong had dealings with He Lianxing in the past, and Deng Bo and the others might not withstand the pressure. As Chun Junhui pondered how to fill the funding gap, Jimmy suddenly looked up. Boss, just now Brother Yawen quietly told me that young Master Li from the north is interested in investing in mahogany furniture and antiques, and he wants to know if you would like to take a stake. Such goods are almost dirt cheap across the strait, and once transported to Hong Kong Island their value skyrockets by dozens or even hundreds of times. If they were to hop on this fast boat, the potential was immense. But Chun Junhui simply shook his head. Let's hold off for now. The current proximity to the other side makes it too easy to step on landmines. Now that Hong Kong Island was still firmly under the control of the Eagle Nation, and he was about to negotiate a crucial deal with the governor, if someone were to catch him in a compromising position suggesting he was colluding with the North, the entire game would collapse. Jimmy nodded, understanding fully. Both he and Yawen believed that the Yaxing fashion operation was clean, and as it stirred up the muddied waters, they preferred to avoid getting involved. Then when I see Brother Yawen later, I'll politely decline young Master Li on your behalf. As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled another matter. By the way, Yawen also mentioned someone. Ashi, the sales director at Yaxing, who currently takes a 30% share of the company's profits. Chun Junhui nodded slightly. He remembered that capable and efficient woman clearly. A couple of days ago, Yawen's subordinate saw her driving a brand new Mercedes to work, parked right at the curb in front of the store. The brothers grew suspicious and immediately reported to Yawen. He checked the accounts. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but he still had his people dig deeper. And guess what? Her real name is Wang Xia, the daughter of Wang Zongjia, the king of markets on Hong Kong Island. Her assistant, A Ting, had surprisingly become the Wang family's prospective son-in-law. Yawen sighed at the time, saying if his mother had put in a little more effort back then and given birth to him looking as good as a Ting, he wouldn't have to struggle in the underworld. With connections to Wang Zongjia, who would still want to be a Triad member, Chun Junhui couldn't help but laugh. A Ting is indeed handsome, though not as flashy as Zhang Guorui. He's still quite appealing. Sometimes good looks can truly serve as a passport. Though they laughed, the two did not linger on the topic. It was merely a source of amusement. In the future, if Ashi and A Ting wished to remain at Yaxing, they would be welcomed with open arms. If they chose to return to the Wang family to take charge, they would not stand in their way. Returning to business, a light bulb went off in Chun Junhui's mind that 1 billion shortfall might just be addressed through Wang Zongjia. In terms of wealth, he couldn't compete with Bao Yugang's strength, but he was a top figure firmly established on Hong Kong Island, unafraid of Bao Yugang's pressure. Regarding cash flow, the market business earns money daily, and giving up 1 billion would not be a significant blow to him. The challenge lay in how to persuade him to willingly part with his money. Chun Junhui frowned for a moment, grabbed pen and paper, and began to write quickly. He worked diligently until noon, then set down the pen, staring at the densely filled proposal on the paper, and nodded gently. With a bit of sincerity and interest added to this plan, boss, Wang should be quite willing to lend a hand. Checking the time, it was exactly noon. He called out to the counter, 1 pork chop rice. Jimmy replied, 1 bowl of wonton noodles. Min added casually cart noodles with an egg and beef brisket. A few parking attendants outside also entered in succession surrounding several tables. Just as he was about to dig into his bowl of rice, a sudden screeching sound of brakes erupted outside the tea restaurant. Min jumped up, his right hand already pressing against his lower back. The other subordinates also stood up abruptly along with Jimmy, all turning towards the entrance. Chun Bangban, wearing a shiny leather jacket and stepping firmly, walked in, followed by a sharply dressed police officer in a black suit. As the crowd recognized the arrivals, their shoulders relaxed and their breathing eased. Who didn't know that Chun Junhui and Chun Bangban shared a deep bond of friendship? Earlier, when Chun Bangban was in danger, these men had genuinely fought alongside him. Chun Bangban led the officer, walking steadily with a sharp gaze directly approaching Chun Junhui. "Prince Hui, may I have a word with you? Little brothers, please step aside for a moment." Chun Junhui raised his hand to gesture, and the group silently left, leaving only the sound of three people's breathing in the tea restaurant. As the door closed, Chun Bangban slammed his palm down on the table edge, causing the porcelain cup to jump twice. "Prince Hui, do you think you are made of copper skin and iron bones? Or are you just tired of living? Did you go to Qing Shui Wan's Wang Gong Temple last night and meet an Yongxiao? This morning I led a team to inspect Officer Huang's vehicle and discovered a homemade explosive in the compartment of the trunk. Its fuse directly connected to the gearbox. Shifting to second gear would cause it to explode without hesitation." The entire West Kowloon police station sprinted around for half the morning, and after a convoluted search, all leads pointed back to an Yongxiao. When the timeline was pulled, even the temple keeper recalled your secret meeting last night clearly. "Speak. Was it you who ordered him to act? Don't you know? The police force has been established for 100 years, and never has a police officer of inspector rank died under a black gun or bomb. If Officer Huang truly perished, not to mention that Deng Bo couldn't suppress the turmoil, even the governor's personal intervention wouldn't save you a finger's worth of trouble." Chen Junhui suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter ringing bright and unrestrained. "So the driver of an Yongxiao was truly one of your people? Tisk, too naive, sending a fellow to drive for Officer Huang without ensuring all the details were clear. Chen sir, if I really wanted to move against Officer Huang, why would I remind you last night? If I hadn't said anything, would you have rushed to search the car overnight? If you hadn't searched, Officer Huang might not even have been able to find a trace by now." Chen Bangban's throat moved, but he did not respond. Indeed, had it not been for Chun Junhui's call, he would never have stormed into Huang Ziqing's garage at 3 in the morning. He leisurely pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth, extending his hand to Chen Bangban. "Where are the files?" Chen Bangban pulled out a stack of hard-shell documents from his inner suit pocket and tossed them over. After Chen Junhui flipped through the last page, his shoulders visibly relaxed. The masterminds behind his parents' deaths were Utupio, with no connection to the bombing. He placed the documents on the table, his tone as light as discussing the weather. "Chen sir, do you know what I did after meeting Ni Yongxiao? I sent the entire Utupio family away. 3 wives, 2 sons, not a single one was left behind. It was done so cleanly that your forensic team wouldn't find a single piece of flesh with a magnifying glass." Chen Bangban and Huang Ziqing exchanged quick glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They were well aware of Chun Junhui's background, raised by the bombing, with Utupio being his closest ally. They were like uncle and nephew. When Utupio married, his third wife, Chen Junhui, had still been in a small suit serving as a groomsman with a tray of sweets. "Guess why I killed him? What could possibly persuade the organization to agree to let me take him out myself? Ni Yongxiao told me directly last night. Years ago, Nu Ji had my parents killed, and it was Utupio who tipped them off." Chen Bangban's brow tightened. "What I'm asking about is the bombing case, not your personal vendetta. Utupio's downfall is hardly regrettable. While the massacre was ruthless, it harmed Chen Junhui's parents. This debt was one that Chen Bangban did not want to calculate or touch. He was focused on one thing: did Chen Junhui have any involvement in this bombing? There were already voices above demanding a re-examination of the police underworld cooperation's bottom line. Had he not trusted that Chen Junhui would exercise restraint, he wouldn't have dared to personally come knocking amid such pressure. On the surface, it seemed aggressive, but in truth, it was merely a step down, waiting for an explanation. Chen Junhui sighed. "Chen sir, would Ni Yongxiao just hand me the name Utupio? I exchanged an icon's life for it. And who killed an icon? It was Huang sir who orchestrated it behind the scenes. So Ni Yongxiao wanted to bomb Huang sir. An eye for an eye, perfectly justified. Han Chun and Mary, I suspect, are already dead by now. I can protect Huang sir, but Han Chun, not worth my effort." Chen Bangban's pupils constricted. "Are you saying Huang sir was involved in Ni Kun's death? What do you mean?" Though the question was directed at Chun Junhui, his gaze was firmly fixed on Huang Ziqing's face. With 30,000 members in the Hong Kong Island police force and 1 million entangled in the underworld, over the years they had walked a fine line. One of the strictest rules: the police must not assassinate the heads of the organizations. Huang sir has already stepped into a void. Huang Ziqing remained silent, quietly watching Chen Junhui. Originally, the plan was that with Ni Kun's death, we would support Han Chun to take the lead. Compared to the old fox, Han Chun was obedient and easy to manage. I didn't expect Ni Yongxiao to act so quickly with all four major heads being forced into their coffins overnight. With Han Chen dead, my chess game is completely ruined. He pulled out a cigarette case, lit one, and his gaze became particularly serious behind the smoke. Prince Wee, everyone outside says you are a rare, insightful person on Hong Kong Island. Tell me, where did my chess game go wrong? Chun Junhui shrugged. Huang, sir, you were mistaken from the very beginning. There's a saying abroad, don't trust the opposition parties. They may speak beautifully, but once they take office they'll still wear the same boots to trample on people. Han Shun is no exception. When Ni Kuan was alive, he was as docile as a cat. Once he sits in the lead position, I can guarantee he will be harsher, greedier, and more disregarding of the rules than Ni Kuan. He is not properly positioned, and his qualifications are too shallow. These two shackles force him to rely on money to cleanse his reputation. How does New Ji make money the fastest? Isn't it by selling a few more tons of flour? Huang Jiqing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, silent for a long time. He had to admit that Qin Junhui had hit the nail on the head. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice. So, there really is no way to uproot the organization. Qin Bangban also turned his face, his gaze burning into Qin Junhui's. Qin Junhui lowered his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. I've pondered over this matter regarding the organization far too many times. Some say it's a failure of grassroots management. Others claim it's due to the scarcity of jobs. While these statements hold some truth, they merely scratch the surface. Both the Eagle Nation and Europe have their mafias. The Cherry Blossom Nation also hosts various underworld factions. Could it be that these places suffer from lax grassroots governance? Could it be that unemployment runs rampant and jobs are hard to find? Especially in the Cherry Blossom Nation. Aside from the metropolitan and national assemblies, even the most inconspicuous towns and alleys have public offices staffed with civil servants. The density of grassroots reach and the effectiveness of enforcement can be ranked among the best in Asia. Moreover, economically speaking, last year the Cherry Blossom Nation had a GDP of $600 billion, with a per capita income of $5,300. In contrast, the island of Hong Kong only reached $12 billion, with a mere per capita income of $2,800. While the numbers may seem meager, the reality is stark. An ordinary blue-collar worker in the Cherry Blossom Nation can easily earn double the salary of someone in the same position in Hong Kong. Are there few opportunities? Is the compensation inadequate? It's clear as day. Yet has the underworld thus gone silent? Not at all. The Yamaguchi-gumi remains the largest gang in Asia, while the Inagawakai continues to collect protection fees, meddle in gambling, and strut around. Thus I assert that the roots of the underworld's expansion lie not in poverty, but in the land of Hong Kong. It is a place governed by law. From the age of 11, I understood the law never supports the poor, it only hands knives to the wealthy, wipes the blood, and stamps the papers. If there truly were a goddess of justice, she would likely be even more brazen than the cheapest courtesans on the streets of Mongkok. Whoever pays quickly and pays more, she pours herself into their embrace, without batting an eye. The rich can afford top-tier lawyers who can turn rock-solid cases into mere accidents. The poor, even with recordings and videos in hand, ultimately can only sign confessions. Just like that incident with the high-profile businessman. He personally hired a hitman only to have the man be struck by his own car. Whether it was attempted murder or negligent homicide, by the law he would face at least 20 years. At that time, he had his bags packed, ready to flee the country. But the organization brought in that golden lawyer who, with just a few words and a cup of tea, skillfully turned the murder case into a common car accident due to slippery roads and poor visibility. He never even crossed the threshold of the detention center. This is the truth behind the underworld's unquenchable flames, and the reason young people strive to get involved. The moment you enter the organization, even if it's just a flimsy piece of protection, it allows for a better night's sleep than a court summons that could be ripped to shreds at any moment. Unless one learns from certain places, touching a woman's wrist leads to a death sentence. Robbing $2 leads to a death sentence. Stealing a chicken also leads to a death sentence. But what is the cost of doing so? Capital will immediately flee. Money fears death the most, and it fears chaos even more. When the winds of change blow harshly, it will bolt faster than a startled hare. If we want the island of Hong Kong to thrive and prosper, we must face the existence of the underworld. Neither eradicate nor support it, but rather maintain that invisible line and leave some room for each other. Chun Bangban silently lit a cigarette, and after a long pause in the swirling smoke, he pondered: to be poor or to be involved in crime. For the Hong Kong government, this question isn't even a choice. No matter how tough the police are, they can act tough in front of the Triads, but in the eyes of the Hong Kong government, they are merely a number in the accounting books that can be deleted or altered. The government only cares about how much tax you pay and how much profit you submit. When tax revenues are plentiful and filial piety is sufficient, the higher-ups will be willing to promote you, raise your salary, and give you a better vehicle. Huang Jiqing extinguished his cigarette, his knuckles turning white. Are you interested in taking over Lianqing? I can pave the way for you. Compared to Han Chun, the Chun Junhui in front of him, who was quick-witted, tight-lipped, and measured in action, was clearly more trustworthy. Chun Junhui forced a smile and shook his head with a sigh. Sir Huang, I just pulled you back from the gates of hell, and you're already eager to drag me down with you. Chen Bangban snickered from the side. If it weren't for you making a mess, would Ni Yongxiao have gone so far as to stuff a bomb into Sir Huang's car? But Chen Junhui slowly waved his hand. Chen Sir, have you really not considered? Without that bomb, Sir Huang might have been stripped of his police uniform this time, inciting others to murder Ni Kuan. If this gets out, Stanley Prison would have already prepared a bed for him. But now, Ni Yongxiao openly blows up the inspector's car, which is tantamount to slapping the entire police force in the face. Even if the higher-ups know the truth, they can only turn a blind eye, at most punishing him with a few drinks and a written self-criticism. He turned his gaze toward Huang Zhiqing, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sir Huang, what do you think? Should I thank you? Yet Huang Zhiqing shook his head vehemently. Right now I actually hope that bomb really did blow me up. If he were truly killed, he would be the first inspector in decades to be taken out by the underworld. The entire police force would go mad hunting down the new record relentlessly until death. But he didn't die, and the plot to murder Ni Kuan was leaked. Though he wouldn't be imprisoned, it would become difficult for the police to justifiably touch a hair on new record from then on. Chen Bangban kicked Huang Ziqing's calf. Damn, when I discovered the bomb, I nearly wet myself. The West Kowloon division was busy for an entire morning for you, and you still wish to see the king of hell. Chen Junhui laughed heartily, his laughter bright and invigorating. Chen Sir, I know you came here under immense pressure, so let me present you with another gift. Both turned to him, holding their breath in anticipation. Ni Yongxiao had been investigating new record for a full 14 days. Why couldn't they identify the shooter? Because that person wasn't even in new record. He is currently studying at the police academy. Police academy. Chen Bangban and Huang Ziqing's expressions changed drastically, their breaths halting. Police academy. Chen Junhui nodded. Yes, the police academy. Not only Lu Jiaming, but also Lin Pinghua, who was enrolled with him. The other recruits were also handpicked by Han Chun. Clean backgrounds, honest parents, even their elementary school report cards could withstand scrutiny. Think about it, when these individuals don uniforms and wear badges mingling into various divisions and major crime units, what kind of scene will it create? Planting moles in the police force. Han Chun is truly daring to gamble with his life. The two exchanged glances, their throats tightening as cold sweat quietly trickled down their temples. It's always been the police infiltrating the underworld. How could the gang infiltrate the police force? This is no longer a test, it's a direct overturning of the table. Huang Zhiqing had to admit he had underestimated Han Chun, thinking him too soft, too old-fashioned, too rule-abiding. This person was not only restless, but also madly clear-headed and brutally precise. The two abruptly stood up, their voices tense. Prince Hui, this time thank you. In the coming days, remind your subordinates to stay sharp. The police are about to get serious. This arrogance must be firmly suppressed, otherwise if left unchecked the police would likely be treated as the backyard of new record. As the two exited the tea restaurant, they directly hopped into Chen Bangban's old Toyota. Huang Ziqing's vehicle was still undergoing fingerprint matching at the West Kowloon division, collecting evidence, including fingerprints, ash, and seed impressions. He could only squeeze in a car with Chen Bangban for now. As the engine roared to life, and the car slid into the flow of traffic, Chen Bangban's hand rested on the steering wheel, his tone as light as discussing the weather. How will you explain things when we return to the station? Huang Zhiqing put a cigarette between his lips, the lighter clicked, and blue-white smoke wafted up. What else is there to say? Just present Prince Hui cleanly and thoroughly to the forefront. Just say he met Ni Yongxiao last night, fully geared to pry into Lu Jiaming and Lin Pinghua's backgrounds. His rhetoric is polished, and his rhythm is steadier than in an interrogation room. With such a cunning individual, I genuinely fear that if I'm not careful, I might end up implicating him as if he were the governor of Hong Kong, MacLehos himself. Although MacLehos was British, frontline officers privately referred to him as Old Mac, carrying a hint of respect in their familiarity. Huang Zhiqing turned his face, his gaze lingering on Chen Bangban's face for 2 seconds. They say you risk your life to solve cases. I didn't expect your judgment in choosing people to be so sharp. Prince Hui, this piece on the chessboard, you were the first to detect its pulse. The entire police department was well aware Chen Junhui was a connection personally established by Chen Bangban. If he didn't question it, no one else would have a chance. And which front line of the police doesn't have a few moles? Han Chun was also once a person under Chen Bangban, but compared to Chen Junhui, Han Chun was like a barrel of turbid wine. Strong, easy to spill, and always needing someone to clean up after him. Chen Junhui was different. He was quick-witted, operated cleanly, never forced Chen Bangban to overstep boundaries for him. Yet he firmly held a senior position in Lianxing, and when mobilized he was swift and decisive, like a blade unsheathed with a flash of cold light. Chen Bangban raised the corner of his mouth, letting out a brief light laugh. It was purely coincidental. When Wei Sir insisted on giving me this job, I almost slammed the table at him. Only after truly interacting did I realize that this kid isn't a mere thug. He's a bamboo that grows among thugs, flexible on the outside, straight within, rising higher and higher. Previously, I feared the mess with the fish head marker would drag him down, but what happened? He effortlessly sent the entire fish head marker family into the coffin. At this point, Chen Bangban couldn't help but chuckle, executing the family cleanly without leaving a trace. Now if you investigate him, you wouldn't even find a single hair. Promoting such a person to higher positions from the chief inspector to the beat officers brings peace of mind. Just as the glass door of the tea restaurant swung shut, Jimmy and the others stepped in. Jimmy frowned. Boschin, sir, just came by, and his expression was off. What did you talk about? Shin Bangban's visits never bode well. They're either chasing someone or digging up old debts. Today he even brought a fresh face radiating tension. Shin Junhui shrugged his tone, light, it's none of our business. New record is planting moles in the police force, and it's been exposed. Jimmy gasped dramatically. Has new record gone mad? How dare they plant spies in the police? Usually they might pay a little by a few tips, and everyone turns a blind eye, but this time it's a direct stab into the bone. It's always the police that plant needles into the underworld. One has the underworld bitten back. Now it's guaranteed to turn messy. Shin Junhui nodded. Exactly. Have Gao Laohui and Alai be cautious. This time the police will not be looking at the nameplate, but recognizing the identity. Jimmy immediately responded, I'll run over right now and personally remind them. New record is setting themselves on fire. They better not let the flames reach us and Lianqing. Jimmy slammed his rice bowl down and strode off without a word, heading straight for the lodgings of Kowloon Fai and Alai. At the news, both men's eyelids twitched in unison, exactly as Jimmy had done. The new Justice Triad wasn't merely courting death, it was hurling itself gasoline, can in hand straight into the police force's gunpowder magazine. Which major triad on Hong Kong Island didn't have at least a few undercover officers embedded within the police? Once exposed, they'd be politely escorted out, offered a cigarette, thanked with a quiet, you've earned your rest. Undercover officers understood the code. The moment suspicion stirred, they withdrew instantly to their own ranks. Still wearing uniform, still drawing salary. Soldier is soldier, criminal is criminal. It was natural law for soldiers to drive wedges into criminal dens, but for criminals to attempt planting nails inside the barracks. No one had ever dared, and those who tried never lived to tell of it. Now the new Justice Triad had kicked that door wide open, not only shattering the police's dignity, but also poisoning the very foundation of mutual trust. Who could guarantee that the deferential officer nodding beside them wasn't a shadow dispatched by the new Justice Triad? On the spot, the two summoned their most trusted lieutenants and issued a stern order, lie low for the next few days. Don't even brush against anything. When the police truly unleashed their fury, they struck with the raw force of a typhoon. Caring not whether your surname was Lin or Sheng, so long as you bore a triad's name, you became a target. The rumor spread like ink dropped into clear water. By dawn it had stained every nightclub, dockyard, and container truck across Hong Kong Island. Triad leaders, upon hearing the news, reacted in perfect unison. Seal the gates, reel in the lines, rein in their men. Hong Kong International Airport. Locked to the de facto leader of the Eastern Star, Triad walked toward the boarding gate with Crow and Laughing Tiger in tow. He'd come intending to seize a few narcotics deals amid the new Justice Triad's internal power struggle. But N.I. Yongshao had quelled the four senior uncles with just 3 swift moves, leaving the situation as solid and unyielding as an iron slab. Now with the new Justice Triad daring to embed spies deep within the police force, the storms I was about to detonate. To avoid being swept up in the maelstrom, Locke decided to depart Hong Kong that very night. Just as he reached the customs channel, several men in black suits blocked his path, shoes gleaming, eyes cold and hard. Locke 2 of the Eastern Star. Apologies, you're temporarily prohibited from leaving Hong Kong. Locke 2's brows lowered sharply. His lawyer stepped forward immediately. Gentlemen, my client holds a Dutch passport, protected under international law. The lead officer scoffed, gestured to a customs officer for several passports, then flicked thumb and forefinger across their spines. Riot. Pages tore apart, and he tossed them contemptuously into the trash bin. Now, does that protection still hold? The lawyer opened his mouth, but Locke 2 raised a hand, pressing firmly on his shoulder. I'll return at once. In his heart, Locke 2 knew with icy clarity this time the police were genuinely enraged. Otherwise they would never have torn passports to shreds before so many witnesses. Watching Locke 2 and his entourage bow their heads and retreat, the officer turned to his subordinates. Keep them under surveillance. No one with Triad ties leaves Hong Kong. Not one. Quaitsing Dockyard. Several Triad chairmen, leaders of a loose alliance, had arranged to board a vessel and depart Hong Kong that night. A few points of light shimmered on the water's surface. The elders' hearts leapt. Surely their rendezvous boat had finally arrived. But the lights drew nearer and the vessel's silhouette sharpened, revealing not a private yacht, but a marine police patrol boat cleaving through the waves. Blinding beams slashed across their faces like blades. Searchlights swept mercilessly over their eyes, forcing them instinctively to raise their hands. Only fractured slivers of ghastly white light seeped through their fingers. Gentlemen, the vessel you've been awaiting will never reach shore. Orders from above are absolute, effective immediately. All Triad chairmen are forbidden from stepping beyond Hong Kong Island's borders, even half a step. Piao Ji's Adam's apple bobbed. Steeling himself, he ventured, we're just going out for some fishing. The sea's calm tonight. Which law have we broken? The Marine Police commander grinned, a sharp, clean laugh laced with unassailable authority. Fishing. Waves are 3 feet high right now. One misstep and you'll be feeding the fish, bones and all. Under that cold, unwavering gaze, the elders bowed their heads, hunched their shoulders, and slunk away from the dock, humiliated and crestfallen. Watch them like hawks. Not even a fly escapes. Inside the police headquarters building, lights burned fiercely. The commanding officers of Hong Kong Island, East Kowloon, West Kowloon New Territories, South New Territories North, and the Marine Police, all 6 regional divisions, sat assembled in the conference room. Ashtrays overflowed with cigarette butts. ET had long gone cold. Not until precisely 10 p.m. did the current Commissioner of Police, Si Lirong, enter, pushing the door open with quiet gravity. Instantly all rose, spines rigid, posture taut as drawn bows. Sir. Si Lirong raised a hand, signaling them to sit. His expression was heavy as lead. I've just reviewed the briefing. The new Justice Triad has driven its nail straight into the heart of the police force. Hoeen, Chief Superintendent of West Kowloon, shot upright, voice taut as wire. Yes, sir. Around 3 a.m. This morning, Senior Inspector Chan of our Serious Crime Unit received confidential intelligence a plot was underway to assassinate Superintendent Wang Chiashing, also of West Kowloon's Serious Crime Unit, overseeing organized crime and triad investigations. Senior Inspector Chan deployed his team immediately. At 7 a.m., they discovered a remote detonated bomb hidden in the trunk of Superintendent Wang's vehicle. Preliminary tracing strongly implicates Ni Yongxiao. Subsequently, Chan and Wang jointly identified the informant and confirmed the bomb originated with Ni Yongxiao. Moreover, they uncovered a second darker stratagem. Ni had infiltrated trusted subordinates into the police academy, planting ears directly beneath the police's own watchful gaze. An emergency audit this afternoon confirmed it Lu Jiaming, Lin Pinghua, and others were indeed Triad-affiliated prior to enrollment. Whether they were among the earliest seeds planted remains undetermined. Silence fell. Si Lirong's brow furrowed sharply, his knuckles tapped the table, slow, deliberate, resonant, as distant war drums. That rhythm, unhurried yet inexorable, sent chills crawling up the commander's napes and sweat beading across their palms. Si Lirong was the hardest iron among all past commissioners, personally appointed by Governor MacLehose, who trusted him as one trusts the edge of a blade. No sooner had he assumed office than he seized the case of Chief Superintendent Peter Godbeer. Who was Godbeer? Second in command of East Kowloon Division, holding the rank of Chief Superintendent, a British national and senior colonial official. Sensing danger, he fled overnight to Britain under the pretext of his wife's grave illness. By old custom, Hong Kong's police could not cross that sea. They could only stare helplessly. But Si Lirong slammed his palm on the desk and dialed London directly. Each word forged of iron: return him, or we sever all ties. In the end, Godbeer was extradited back to Hong Kong for trial. That single case shattered 3 inviolable taboos. First, while foot soldiers often fell, the big fish always swam free. Second, guilt always rested with locals. Britons remained perpetually blameless. Third, once one set foot on British soil, all debts were erased. Godbeer embodied all 3 protections: Chief Superintendent, British nationality, and physical presence in Britain. Yet he still fell. To this day, that case remains the ICAC's most gilded accolade, mounted proudly on its wall. Compared to Godbeer, that thunderous Chief Superintendent, Limping Ho of the Yiquan Triad, was little more than a street-level thug collecting protection money. Si Lirong paused, then let out a low, chilling laugh. Someone's appetite is rather large. Dissatisfied with merely leading a triad, they now covet my chair. 30,000 officers stand in uniform, but triad members across Hong Kong Island exceed 1 million. If half our force were secretly planted by triads, should I vacate this commissioner's seat and invite a triad chairman to take it? Then the police badge and the black flag may well hang side by side at the central government offices. 6 faces simultaneously broke into cold sweat. Si Lirong's tone shifted, slicing like torn silk. Effective: immediately seal every land, sea, and air passage out of Hong Kong Island. Not a single triad cadre made apart. All officers, uniformed and plainclothes alike, must carry firearms on duty. Anyone exhibiting suspicious behavior is to be arrested on the spot. Those resisting arrest are to be shot down. No authorization required. Rapidly establish a temporary detention camp on outlying islands. Arrest 1, lock up 1. Heard that Stanley Prison is full. Fine. I'll make those who whisper open their eyes. Just how many bodies can the police's cages hold? The British forces stationed in Hong Kong will assist in perimeter defense. Anyone attempting escape shall be executed on sight. Conduct a full background review of every officer, from auxiliary constables to top brass. Not one person excluded. 1 round isn't enough. Then 2, 3, 4. Dig until the bedrock is bare. Let the discipline branch begin with me. The Commissioner of Police is first on the list. No detours, no exceptions. All 6 commanders rose as one, back straight as bayonets. Yes, sir. Once the order landed, the entire Hong Kong police force snapped taut, as if drawn to full draw on a bowstring. Docks, airports, border checkpoints. Every soul was screened. The slightest doubt meant immediate detention. Beyond uniformed patrols, plainclothes detectives fanned out across alleys and avenues like fine nets. Anyone bearing even a trace of triad mannerisms speaking in underworld cadences wearing flamboyant shirts or gold chains, was cuffed on sight. A few attempted to flee, only to be dropped by 2 precise shots from officers' sidearms. Though non-lethal, the impact sent shockwaves rippling across all of Hong Kong. This time no one mistook it for an exercise. Wherever the wind blew, Triad members trembled in fear. The police had truly drawn blood. Overnight order collapsed. Markets emptied, streets fell silent. Each day over 1,000 suspects were loaded onto prison vans, straight to the outlying islands' temporary camps. Some were undoubtedly innocent, but in this moment no one had breath left to cry injustice. Those arrested weren't only from the new Justice Triad. Members of Wo Shing Wo 14K, Fuck Yi Hing, anyone with even a hint of Triad roots was taken without exception. The police didn't ask which mountain's tiger you hailed from. They only smelled the scent of the underworld clinging to your skin. If it clung, you were taken. Fortunately, Chen Junhui had issued advance warnings, so his closest men escaped unscathed. That Thursday morning, Chen Junhui met with several trusted lieutenants in a private booth at a cha-chan tung. Yaowen, how's the new shop coming along? Yaowen exhaled heavily, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Boss, the new store will have to be put on hold. Yesterday, Dee and I went to inspect the premises. No sooner had we stepped out of the car than 2 uniformed officers grabbed us and took us away. At the mention of Dee's arrest, Chen Junhui's eyelid twitched, his brows locked instantly. I warned him repeatedly not to surface. Not even his gambling dens are open anymore. Why did he walk straight into the line of fire? Yaowen lit a cigarette with a sharp click of his lighter. Don't get me started. Our cars hadn't even stopped fully. Dee's BMW scraped against a passing private vehicle. Neither car was moving fast. The scratch was barely palm-sized, easily fixed with a coat of paint. But you know Dee's temper. The driver had barely rolled down his window when Dee pointed straight at his face and shouted, his voice booming loud enough for the whole street to hear. 2 patrolling officers rushed over instantly to cuff them. Dee refused to submit, and one officer fired a warning shot, not into the air but inches from Dee's ankle. The bullet hole missed his toes by less than half a meter. Splintered gravel peppered his trouser leg. The gunshot sent Dee crashing to the ground, arms locked tightly over his head. Thankfully, I stayed silent the entire time. Not a single word of defense for him. Otherwise, I'd be hauling cement bags on the outlying islands right now. Yaowen crushed the cigarette, but violently, into the ashtray, ash scattering like falling snow. Today's officers were like powder kegs primed for ignition, ready to strike at the slightest pretext. Beside him, Ali cracked a grim smile, his mouth stretching stiffly, more grotesque than sorrowful. Big D at least got caught in a brawl before he fell. Mine. Pure injustice. You all know Ian right. Discerning, sharp-minded. Were he to cut that long hair, he'd be the very image of a white-collar professional in a high-rise office. Yet just because his hair covered his ears, officers raided his shop 2 days ago and hauled him away on the spot. Right now he's breaking stones on Lantau Island. Fortunately, Ali kept his hair short, otherwise he'd have joined the ranks of those detained last week. Gao Lao Hui sighed deeply, fingers tapping absently on the tabletop. This business is no longer viable. Back then, across Taiwan, protection fees and valet parking alone brought in a steady 2 or 3 million per week. After paying the Triad and the higher-ups, I still pocketed several $100,000, enough to feed my underlings and host banquets without strain. Now, bars and nightclubs have shuttered completely. Valet services are too dangerous even to consider. My own men dare not show their faces. Last week, I barely scraped together 100,000. That's already cause for gratitude. Thankfully, the Triad and the boss granted us a reprieve, waiving payments for now. Otherwise, I'd truly have to sell blood just to buy rice. Chen Junhui gently pushed the financial report aside. We're still relatively dignified. But Number Gang and Sinji, they're utterly besieged. Number Gang has 36 branches, none yielding to another. Not even Brother Min was spared. He's now on vacation on Lantau Island. Sinji fares worse. The storm began with them. Their own turf has been raided repeatedly. 3 police squads arrived within a single hour. Once Tsimsha Sui was their private garden. Drug peddlers openly accosted passers-by, want some goods. Now even coughs are stifled mid-throat lest one be mistaken for a suspect. Chen Junhui had never seen the police force act with such unrelenting severity, not a trace of restraint. Innocence or guilt mattered little, absence of evidence held no weight. Anyone who merely looked like a Triad member was seized on sight. Try to flee. A gunshot followed instantly. Seek legal counsel. Before the lawyer could even produce credentials, handcuffs snapped shut. Across Hong Kong, every Triad affiliate moved like a spineless wraith, cowering indoors, refusing to answer the door, quieter than startled cats. Jimmy frowned and interjected, "Boss, what's the police saying? With Triad operations paralyzed, don't their hidden accounts dry up too? All those payments we've handed over for years, first skimmed by the Triads, then the lion's share funneled straight into officers' pockets. Do you really think the ICAC's establishment made them go clean? They've simply laundered black money into white-labeled income, collecting more quietly than ever." Chen Junhui shrugged, voice calm. "The police. Those now collecting bribes are even more desperate than we are. Rumor has it the commissioner himself ordered a full-force purge, starting with his own inner circle. Accounts showing the slightest anomaly are immediately transferred to the ICAC. Not even internal discipline branch can intervene. OCTB is tough enough, right? Several superintendents from West Kowloon District are currently sipping cooling tea at ICAC headquarters. This typhoon sweeping Hong Kong had been stirred deliberately, yet Chin Junhui remained unruffled. 90% of his enterprises operated under legitimate registration. Only 2, protection rackets and valet parking, bore any triad taint, and together they contributed less than 10% of his revenue, hardly threatening his foundation. Gao Lao Hui slammed the table, cursing, "Bloody hell. Sinji caused this mess. Why should we pay the price? If they don't step forward to resolve this soon tomorrow, I'll lead my men straight to Sinji's headquarters and drag those old bastards to the police station steps." Alai chimed in immediately, "Give me a shout before you move. I've already sharpened my blade." Their operations had collapsed most severely, and thus their hatred for Sinji burned fiercest. It wasn't just them. Across Hong Kong, triad circles echoed the same ultimatum. If the NI family refuses to depart, we'll all overturn the table. NI Yongxiao now swallowed bitter gall in silence. He'd already informed the police Han Chun, the mole embedded within their ranks, was no NI family man. Yet the reply came swift and absolute. All Hong Kong knows Han Chun as an NI loyalist. His deeds are the NI family's deeds. Unless you deliver Han Chun to us personally, this matter remains unresolved. But Han Chun, and his woman Mary, had long since been weighted and sunk into the sea by NI Yongxiao's own men. Was he expected to exhume graves and drag corpses to the police front desk? That would only confirm the worst, that Han Chun was silenced to avoid blame, and that the NI family themselves pulled the trigger. Even the northern connections NI Yongxiao had painstakingly cultivated recently refused his calls outright. They tolerated Sinji's continued existence, but never its infiltration of the police force. Today's Hong Kong belonged to the mainland's stewardship, and the police force stood as its sharpest blade and sturdiest shield upholding order on this land. Who dared plant triad informants within the police? That was dancing on the red line, courting certain ruin. The NI family now found themselves stranded on a solitary island, winds howling and waves crashing from all sides. 2 weeks into the police's lightning crackdown, iron gates clanged shut at the Lantau Temporary Detention Center, locking over 80,000 behind bars. That morning, Uncle Deng instructed his driver to head straight for Tsim Sha Tsui. Tsim Sha Tsui, once a city that never slept, teeming with crowds and ceaseless traffic, now lay eerily hollow, its streets unervingly vacant save for a few drifting silhouettes. Yet outside a corner bar, dozens stood in tight formation, clad in black, motionless, eyes sharp as grappling hooks. As Uncle Deng stepped out of the car, a man rushed forward, bowing deeply and ushering him inside. Inside, dim amber light bathed the room, voices were hushed to near silence. At Uncle Deng's entrance, every triad elder rose as one, fists clasped and heads bowed. 30 years earlier, he had led the Wo Shing Wo triad. His seniority in the underworld carried the weight of decades, even in his breath. He offered only a slight nod before settling into a plush leather sofa at the front, his presence as grounded and immovable as an ancient pine. Beside him sat Xiang Zhongfa of Number Gang, Jiang Tiansheng of Honghing, Luo Tua of Dongxing, and Bun Yazai of Shuifeng, all seated rigidly, expressions grave. Only after all were settled did Ni Yongxiao emerge slowly from the rear chamber. "Respected elders, I Ni Yongxiao greet you today as a humble junior." Bung Yazai spat thick phlegm onto the floor and laughed coldly. "Elders, we're unworthy of being called uncles by you Ni Yongxiao. Do you know how much Macau's casino revenues have plummeted? 50%, half." "Brother," he himself declared, "if the police don't halt their raids within 7 days, Shui Feng will ignite open war." Jiang Tianxing smiled faintly, his voice like ice shards scraping glass. "Bung Yazai, if the day comes, remember to call me. Hung Hing has been swept 3 times by the police lately. Half our brothers are now locked up on Lantau. We can't even muster enough enforcers for a full mahjong table." Hung Hing ruled by fist. Their enforcers answered to no god or emperor. Yet this time, they didn't fall to lack of ferocity, but to sheer numbers. Their arrest tally ranked first across Hong Kong. Xiang Zhongfa spoke next, voice parched. "Last night, all 36 Number Gang branches convened urgently. If this drags on, we'll truly starve." The consensus was unanimous. If the Ni family cannot reign in the police, we will unite and topple them. Number Gang branches had long famed unity while secretly plotting bloodshed, even spilling tea house blood over trivial disputes. Yet now under the police's iron fist, former enemies stood shoulder to shoulder, blades pointed outward. The rest nodded in silent agreement, the message unmistakable. Either the Ni family compelled the police to withdraw, or the entire underworld would tear them apart, first using them as a sacrificial banner. Ni Yongxiao had anticipated this moment, but hearing it confirmed sent a chill crawling up his spine. Sinji, though one of Hong Kong's 3 major triads, could not possibly withstand a united assault from the entire underworld. Worse still, it was itself the police's primary target. Over 3,000 Sinji members languished in Lantau's cells, more than Hung Hing combined. He drew a slow, deep breath, steadying his voice as he spoke. I understand your meaning, respected elders. Rest assured, I shall deliver an answer, an outcome that satisfies you all. He gestured for his lawyer, accepted a stack of documents, and unfurled them one by one. These are 6 gaming parlors owned by the Ni family in Macau, generating millions monthly. These 12 underground gambling dens in Tsim Sha Tsui bring in tens of thousands each month. And these 7 horse betting houses in Kuntong yield steady revenues of over 10,000, rain or shine. He revealed over 40 asset certificates, one lifeline after another, each page a vein of survival. When he finished, Uncle Deng furrowed his brow and asked, Yongxiao, are you planning to disperse your entire fortune? And Yongxiao surveyed the room of warlords, placed his right hand over his heart, and spoke clearly though softly. I offer all these enterprises to you, respected elders, as restitution for losses incurred during this ordeal. I ask but one thing: the safe, unimpeded departure of every Ni family member from Hong Kong, never to return. I swear here and now no one I shall set foot in Hong Kong again, not even a single step. The elders exchanged glances, understanding passed between them wordlessly. Ni Yongxiao was walking the path, once taken by the Li family. Once masters of the Opium Empire, their patriarch slain in the street, the 3rd generation acted decisively, severing every Macau connection and vanishing overseas. Though they abandoned mountains of gold and silver, they preserved their lineage intact. Today the Li's command prime real estate in Causeway Bay, growing richer by the day through rent alone. Uncle Deng paused, then reached out and took the gaming parlor documents, voice low. Ho Sing Wen considers all past debts erased. Should anything happen to the Ni family en route, I myself will investigate, to the very end. Xiang Zhongfa promptly claimed 2 gambling den contracts. Number Gang agrees likewise. If the Ni family suffers treachery, our 36 branches will jointly demand retribution. Then came Jiang Tianxing Luo Tua Beng Yazai, each selecting their share, swearing oaths, pledging absolute loyalty. That very evening at 10 o'clock, the entire Ni family boarded a flight, escorted by uniformed officers. As the aircraft ascended, the police operation ceased abruptly. Public unrest had surged. The government was inundated with complaints, and even the governor stood exposed on the storm's front lines. With the Ni family gone, the tempest lost its anchor, its momentum spent. Huang Zhicheng gazed upon the case closure report and finally exhaled. Chun Juanhui's words had proven true: crushing Triad thugs is easy, but Hong Kong's very sinews tremble when you do. With the Lantau detention center gates sealed, the jailed underworld figures gradually re-emerged onto the streets. This campaign ensured, at minimum, for 3 years no one would dare glare defiantly at a police officer. And it revealed one undeniable truth to all. The true rules do not lie within the underworld, but beneath the badge of the police. Boss, the matter over there has been taken care of. Chen Junhui was focused on sketching a new dock layout for horse feed, not lifting his head. That side referred to the Ni family. 14 days prior, Chen Junhui had already secretly instructed Jimmy to make contact with the cold-blooded mercenaries of Southeast Asia. As soon as the Ni family set foot on Titanium Country's land, shadows had quietly surrounded them. On the very night they arrived in Titanium Country, 3 men in black crashed through the villa's iron gate, and before a shot was fired, the Ni family's 30-odd lives fell in that silent ambush. Chen Junhui was certain the Ni family would flee to Southeast Asia simply because he understood Ni Yongxiao's lifeblood. The flower business was his true lifeline, his ballast. Although Ni Yongxiao claimed to be evacuating from the island, he actually wanted to shed the mess of downstream distribution, rushing straight to the upstream production area to seize the entire chain into his own hands. If Ni Yongxiao had been a bit more cautious, not stuffing his entire family into the same house, if he had been a bit more clear-headed, willing to cut off that piece of fat in Titanium Country and step back, the Ni family need not have bled rivers. Unfortunately, the dead cannot defend themselves, nor can they revise the case. As for those gang leaders who had recently patted their chests and proclaimed, "We will protect the Ni family," they were merely warm words at the table scattered by the wind. Who would truly tear their face apart and take risks for a few cold corpses? As Jimmy just pulled out a chair, the men quickly blinked at him. Uncle Lin had long been sent to the kitchen by Jimmy to simmer soup, leaving just the 3 of them in the tea restaurant. Jimmy nodded, stood up, and went outside to smoke. The men sat down next to Chun Juanhui, lowering his voice. "Boss, the people from the north have arrived. Arrange for them to hide in Yuanlong first. That place is so desolate that even wild dogs hardly go there." The Min scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. This time, even Captain Wang Baomin came personally, specifically requesting to see you. Chun Junhui paused for a moment, then thought for a moment. "Take him to Do Wanggong at night. It's safe there." Do Wanggong was a stronghold personally recommended by Ni Yongxiao during his lifetime. Chun Junhui trusted this dead man more than living ones. 7 days ago in the northeast, Zhao Wei was stepped into the Dinghai Shenzhen Group base, the camp in the northern suburbs of Jiamusi. This border defense elite unit was always on guard, stationed at the northernmost edge of the black soil, just 100 miles from the border outpost. After settling into the regiment's guest house, he immediately dialed the old captain's number. Upon hearing that he had returned alive, Wang Baomin was stunned. When the news first came back, everyone thought they had all died on the docks of the island. What was even more unexpected was that Zhao Weiguo immediately said, "Captain, tonight at Songbin restaurant, it's my treat." As soon as he heard this, Wang Baomin agreed without hesitation. He was drawn not only by the delicious northeastern dishes, but also by the desire to uncover what these young men had done on the island. In the private room on the top floor of Songbin restaurant, as the redwood door closed, Zhao Weiguo called over the waiter, his voice crisp and decisive. "First bring up 2 bowls of shark fin soup, then chop up 10 fist-sized abalones, not a single one smaller. Orchid bear paw, clear stewed flying dragon, milk-braised monkey head, drunken camel hump, and plum deer tendons, 1 of each. The cold dishes should also include 6 varieties specially paired with strong liquor. Only use the right front paw for the bear paw, don't try to fool me with the left claw. The camel hump must be firm and full of tendons, soft and limp ones are out of the question. The flying dragon must be a tender youngling under 3 years, only then will it be fresh enough when stewed." Once the waiter noted everything down and turned to leave, Wang Baomin frowned and growled, "Zhao Weiguo, are you crazy? Just these few dishes cost at least 2,005. That's enough for my allowance for 5 years. Zhao Weiguo grinned casually, pulling out 2 bottles of premium liquor from his canvas bag. "Captain, what's a meal? Just take a look at this." In the circle of rich people on the island, Remy Martin XO is fought over 1 bottle costs 12,000 Hong Kong dollars, and today we're finishing it all. Wang Baomin snatched the bottle from him, inspecting the wax seal on the bottom to confirm it was genuine, his brow furrowed even tighter. "Old Zhao, you need to explain this clearly. What exactly did Damin call you to the island for? I really thought you guys wouldn't come back. And not only did you return alive, but you also brought back a fortune. Just looking at the spread in the liquor, Zhao Weiguo's trip must have started with at least 150,000. He slapped his chest, the sound loud and solid. "Captain, to be honest, when we set off that day, we were all thinking we might not come back. Who hasn't heard the rumors from the Southeast Military District? How many retired soldiers followed their fellow townsmen to the island to get rich, robbing gold shops and smashing pawn shops, claiming it was fair 50-50, 70-30, but once the money was in hand, they were thrown into the sea in burlap sacks by their own men. At that time, I thought Damin was planning to play us like that. In the end, 14 of us landed in Yuan Long, diving straight into a wooden house deep in the mountains, practicing ambushes by day and throat-slitting by night. The method of killing was simple and brutal. 2 people in a group, a motorcycle leading the backseat, armed with a submachine gun sweeping fire, and with a roll of the wheel the person was gone." Wang Baomin narrowed his eyes, fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "This approach is not used in conventional warfare, but in this line of work it is indeed a trump card. Regular battles rely on firepower and maneuvering, but this kind of job depends on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, leaving not even a shadow behind. You have engraved speed and stealth into your bones." Zhao Weiguo responded with a smile. "We also think it's brilliant. Once we got the hang of it, it was effortless. We formed it in just 1 afternoon and spent the rest of the time squatting in the house listening to the rain. Even if we did nothing, the owners on the island still paid 10,000 Hong Kong dollars every week, essentially raising us for free." Wang Baomin gasped. 10,000 a week. This kind of expense is even more extravagant than black market arms dealers. He can't possibly be in the flower business, can he? Zhao Weiguo shook his head decisively. "When we first got off the plane, we genuinely feared Damin would send us after politicians. So even though he strictly ordered us not to go down the mountain, we still chose a passerby with a southern accent to sneak down and ask a few questions. Only then did we learn that the person hiring us was a figure from the underworld named Chun Junhui, a big shot from the Liansheng establishment. This kid Chun Junhui has had a hard life. His parents passed away early, and he was raised by an elder from Liansheng, earning him the respect of the underworld as Prince Hui. Don't be fooled by his underworld background. All his operations are legitimate businesses, running magazines, operating a news station, trading ready-made garments, all contracts signed in black and white. As for the flower business, he wouldn't even touch it." Wang Baomin nodded slightly. If Chun Junhui were really involved in drug trafficking, he could just put down his glass and leave. Before he finished speaking, the waiter had already brought in hot dishes in a continuous stream, with fragrant steam rising, and the 2 chatted while they ate. "I heard that during your trip to the island to work for Prince Hui, you didn't see any blood. How did he manage to release the people so quickly?" Zhao Weiguo picked up a thick bear paw with his chopsticks, chewed slowly for a few moments, then spoke. "We didn't even draw knives or guns. It was just running errands and calming the scene." Seeing Wang Baomin raise his eyebrows slightly in disbelief, Zhao Weiguo began to recount the events of that night in detail. "That night Damin called and said there was a job to do. We immediately suited up in motorcycle gear, tightened our helmets, and set off. No one asked much, but the word on the street was that Prince Hui had caught hold of the enemy who had killed his parents back in the day. Coincidentally, that person was also from Liansheng, a brother who had sat at the same table." Wang Baomin chuckled lightly at this, his chopsticks pausing. It was indeed still the underworld. While proclaiming loyalty and justice first, they could turn around and push their own brothers into the coffin. Zhao Weiguo continued. The first stop was a villa on the mountain slope. We had everyone inside under control, but Prince Hui hesitated to take action. At the second stop, we changed locations. I let a few brothers in and immediately tied up 3 women and 2 children. Later, I brought the people to the cemetery, and Prince Hui stood before his father's grave, personally exterminating that family of 5. Captain, you didn't see. That kid looked to be just over 20. His face still carried a hint of gentleness, but his hands were chillingly ruthless. The 2 children recognized him, crying and calling brother. All the way, he didn't even blink, and with a swift motion, he severed their throats. He didn't think Chen Junhui had done anything wrong. Killing one's father and mother is a deep-seated blood feud. Even 1,000 cuts would not be excessive. If it were his own parents who had been harmed, he would have pursued the culprit to the gates of hell. After cleaning up the bodies, the men gave out money on the spot, 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, each, urging us to withdraw back to the mainland quickly to avoid the heat. He even patted his chest, saying that if we wanted to return to the island to settle down in the future, he would take care of everything. After returning, we immediately exchanged the money in the black market, 140,000 Hong Kong dollars, only converted into 30 to 40,000 soft sister coins. Each of us bought a new apartment of about 100 square meters in Shenzhen, and the rest simply went back to the countryside to build houses. The foundation was almost poured. Wang Baoman casually took out a Marlboro that Zhao Weiguo had brought and lit it. It seemed that although De Min had retired, he still hadn't lost his edge. If it had been without principles, even if Prince Hui didn't order killings, he would have found some excuse to drag Zhao Weiguo and the others into the mess, just to swallow the money clean. But this time they truly struck it rich. 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a week converted into soft sister coins is over 3,000. Right now, a courtyard in the capital only sells for a little over 3,000. Working for 7 days to exchange for a courtyard, this business could be done even with eyes closed. He exhaled a puff of blue smoke, his gaze steady. Weiguo, you didn't come back just to drink with me, did you? Nothing can be hidden from you, Captain. Zhao Weiguo scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Before I left, Min asked me to bring some more people over. Although Prince Hui doesn't do illegal business with such a large operation, there will inevitably be times when a firm hand is needed. I wanted to ask the captain how many in our company are about to retire. Would they be willing to venture into the island? What Prince Hui said, personally, as long as you join this Darkblade team, even if you don't work, you will receive 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. If you do a job, you will be paid on the same day, no delays, just to prevent people from tailing and exposing themselves. Even if you do nothing, you can still pocket 40,000 Hong Kong dollars a month, which can be exchanged for over 10,000 in the black market. The factory skilled workers only earn over 50 yuan a month, and a sum of 10,000. That would last for 15 to 16 years. There's no rush. I plan to discuss this with the team leader first. If the team leader gives the nod, we can send troops directly. Regular soldiers are more reliable than hastily assembled teams. A weekly payment of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, even Wang Baoman felt a surge of excitement. Zhao Weiguo's face instantly lit up upon hearing this. After the meal, Wang Baoman called the waiter to pack the leftovers. Upon returning to the camp, he first made calls to verify the situation one by one, and only after confirming everything was correct did he head straight to the regiment headquarters with the food box. Upon finding the regiment commander and the chief of staff, he got straight to the point. Commander, Chief of Staff, I've been considering something. Besides, Chen Junhui operates in legitimate business, not as a bank robber or kidnapper. How many bloodstained incidents could he possibly have to clean up? What motorcycle squad? To put it plainly, it's just a new type of cavalry, easy to train. Zhao Weiguo used to be in our company, and they were always at the bottom of the ranks during drills. They could easily get started in half a day. Are we worse than them? The regiment has more than 10 motorcycles just sitting there. They'll first gauge interest, see if anyone is willing to go to Hong Kong to make some money. If someone actually signs up, the regiment can grant a marriage leave, family visit leave, or sick leave. Oh, as long as it's a bit longer, it's enough for a round trip. If there's no work, I can still pocket 40,000 Hong Kong dollars each month. That's enough to buy 3 or 4 courtyard houses in the capital. Are we really going to take action? That's even easier. As long as the people safely return to northeast China, even if the King of Heaven investigates, they won't find anything on us. Besides, if we pull off a job, the reward doubles. The commander frowned and downed an entire glass of Erguo too. Is what Zhao Weiguo said reliable? What if it's a trap for you? Wang Baoman slapped his thigh, resolutely declaring, I called ahead and checked with the village committees of a few others from my hometown. Everyone has returned home. New houses are being built with bricks and tiles piled up at the door. Zhao Weiguo might be trying to fool me, but those brick houses built by those dozen soldiers can't deceive anyone. Without this windfall from Hong Kong, their meager demobilization compensation wouldn't even be enough to level the foundation. And look at the abalone and bear paws on our table. If Zhao Weiguo hadn't made this trip to Hong Kong, where would he get the confidence to arrange such a feast? The regiment's chief of staff furrowed his brows tightly. Is that Prince Hui really reliable? What if the soldiers land and he leads them into a trap? A paper cannot cover fire and no one can hide it. If active duty soldiers step into Hong Kong to engage in illegal activities, if this gets out, we won't even need to unpick the seams of our uniforms. They'll be thrown into the furnace to burn. Wang Baomin raised his hand and gestured vaguely southward. I've also looked into Prince Hui through my family. My family says he's a ruthless character newly emerged in Hong Kong, and even the police department is keeping an eye on him, wanting to use his knife to sharpen and clean up He Liansheng's rusty blade. The Guangdong Public Security Bureau has reviewed his file, and the conclusion is quite straightforward. He knows how to act with restraint and speaks with consideration. His reputation is solid. I've heard that the higher-ups are already considering firmly handing over He Liansheng's position to him. For the next decade, it will be his people in charge. Wang Baomin lowered his voice further, as if a feather brushed across the table, only falling into the ears of the commander and chief of staff. There's one more thing my family casually mentioned. About the Li family, do you know them? The Li family has recently been tied on funds, eyeing redwood furniture and antiques. These two items are as cheap as cabbage in the mainland, but once transported to Hong Kong they are marked up 20 times or more. The Li family holds real power, and getting goods is as easy as shopping at a market. The old man is still in power, and even if others are envious, they can only swallow their words. The third son of the Li family personally went to Shenzhen, hoping to partner with Hong Kong businessmen for this quick money business. Since Prince Hui is associated with He Liansheng, the first person he sought out was a helm master under Prince Hui. What happened? Prince Hui had that helm master politely refuse on the spot, not even allowing him to have a sip of tea. In the end, Li Laosan could only leave in disgrace, looking for another partner. Commander-Chief of Staff, you two think about it. If he can't be bothered with such an obvious and easily accessible business, would he still force our people to deal with flour and money laundering messes? At such a young age, Wang Baomin has already become the commander of the Dinghai Shenzhen Regiment, who would believe he lacks a few heavy anchors behind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to glance over and immediately determine whether those 2 bottles of Remy Martin were genuine or just filled with fake liquor. Seeing that the commander and chief of staff were still hesitant, Wang Baomin seemed to pour out his heart, speaking lightly, yet earnestly. Commander, if this is spoken by anyone, it feels like stepping on a landmine. Would you truly bear to watch your brothers live on tightened belts? Last year, the regiment staff officer Yang saved up for 3 months' allowance to buy his son a remote-controlled car. Just for this little wish, he lived on steamed buns and pickled vegetables at every meal. The commander and chief of staff exchanged glances, their eyes landing on the glossy abalone and thick bare paws on the table. The commander let out a long breath, as if he had unloaded a sandbag that had pressed on him for half a year. Baomin, let's do it your way. If Prince Hui dares to play tricks, I'll gladly resign as commander. I'll take a squad over there and settle the accounts with him personally. Wang Baomin grinned, raising his glass, the glass rim glinting under the light. Commander-Chief of Staff, don't worry, it'll be at the forefront of the first group going to Hong Kong. As soon as I land, I'll sit down face-to-face with Chun Junhui and clearly outline what can and cannot be done. With my decision made, Wang Baomin immediately set off. He chose over a dozen men from the company, asking each one who dares to join me for an adventure in Hong Kong. I heard that the relocation fee alone is 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, plus a steady monthly income of 40,000. Many pairs of eyes immediately lit up. Not to mention, this is a long leave abroad. Military status remains unchanged, allowances still issued, and they can return to carry guns afterward. In less than half an hour, 13 robust men were all set. After the commanders signed the leave forms, all 14 grabbed their bags and boarded the plane heading straight south. No one wore military uniforms. They all changed into ordinary clothes, jackets, jeans, canvas, shoes, blending in with the crowd of passengers, leaving no trace of their military background. With leave forms and introduction letters, they faced no obstacles, smoothly passing through. Fortunately, the travel expenses were all covered by Damon. Otherwise, this group wouldn't have been willing to spend $500 each for plane tickets. After landing in Guangzhou, they transferred to a long-distance bus heading straight to Shenzhen. That night, the 14 quietly crossed the border, stepping onto Hong Kong territory. On the other side of the border, the barbed wire loomed high and patrols wandered back and forth with eagle-eyed soldiers scanning sharply. But this show of force might intimidate civilians, yet it couldn't stop them. It was a pure waste of effort. This trip brought the elite scouts from the reconnaissance battalion, and every one of them was a night owl, a rock-climbing champion, and an expert in silent frog leaps. Crossing a checkpoint was as easy for them as stepping over a threshold. Once they arrived in Yuan Long, Wang Baomin took out his phone and called Damon. He arranged to meet Chen Junhui. Initially, Damon couldn't believe it and confirmed 3 times. After all, Wang Baomin was different from Zhao Weigua. Zhao Weigua had long shed his military uniform, whereas Wang Baomin was still a genuine active-duty company commander with gold stars on his epaulets. After confirming his identity, Damon immediately patted his chest. Commander, don't worry, I'll notify Hui right away. 2 days later at night, a black car drove into Yuan Long. As the car door opened, Damon jumped out, arms wide, rushing towards Wang Baomin, embracing him tightly, as if he were clutching half of his life that had been lost and found. Had it not been for Wang Baomin secretly backing him, he would have long been taken to military court. After shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with the others, Damon led Wang Baomin straight to Sai Kung's Clearwater Bay. In the car, Damon gazed out at the rushing neon lights, his voice slightly hoarse. Commander, the last time I saw you, you were still training in the snowy northeast. Who would have thought that we would meet again here on the shores of Hong Kong? Wang Baomin sighed as well, but his heart was filled with doubts. I didn't expect you to be involved in the underworld with a Hong Kong person. Wasn't I the one who recommended the Swan Hotel to you? Good salary, respectable, no mud involved. Damon shook his head, not picking up the topic. Commander, this matter really can't be explained in just a few words. Since he was unwilling to elaborate, Wang Baomin no longer pressed for details. Some feelings do not require every nuance to be fully articulated. His expression grew serious as he asked earnestly, though I've read a lot about Chen Juanhui, I still want to hear you say it in person. What kind of person is he? Damon paused for a moment, his fingers unconsciously stroking the steering wheel. To be honest, I haven't dealt with him deeply. But in my eyes, Chen Junhui is someone whose mind is sharper than a knife and whose heart is more precise than a scale. People from Hong Kong inherently carry a certain timid demeanor. No matter how much money they have, they can't hide their stinginess. But on Chen Junhui, you can't find a trace of a rough underworld character. His breadth of vision and depth of insight even surpasses yours as a company commander. Upon hearing this, Wang Baomin raised an eyebrow slightly. Back when Damon was still in the military, the two often gathered to discuss international affairs and diplomatic negotiations. He had initiated those conversations with Damon to intentionally cultivate him, wanting to bring him firmly into his circle. Now that Damon had directly stated that Chen Juanhui's vision was higher than his own, Wang Baomin's heart surged with excitement, both surprised and intrigued. As they spoke, the car gradually stopped in front of the king's pavilion. Wang Baomin opened the door and immediately spotted Chen Junhui standing with his hands behind his back. Even having seen his file beforehand, Wang Baomin was still taken aback by the other party's overly youthful face. Only 20 years old, already a powerful figure worth over 100 million. He suppressed the slight wave of emotion in his heart and extended his hand in greeting Dinghai Xinjiang Regiment, Wang Baomin. He Lianqing, Chen Junhui. They shook hands and then walked shoulder to shoulder into the pavilion while Damon quietly stood guard outside. Chen Junhui handed over a cigarette, expertly lighting it. Commander Wang, let's not beat around the bush. You are active duty soldiers. There are red lines and boundaries in what you do. I want to clearly know which matters you can take on and which ones you must not even touch. Wang Baomin glanced at the cigarette tip. It was not the Marlboro that wafted through the streets of Hong Kong, but the Little Panda brand only found in the mainland. This detail was indeed quite meticulous. He paused briefly before speaking. We set 3 bottom lines. First, we will never touch the flower trade. Should we discover you involved in such business, we will walk away immediately. No hesitation, no compromise. Chen Junhui nodded. No problem. Damin has already told you every enterprise under my name is clean and above board, never tainted by such dealings. Wang Baomin, however, shook his head gently. Damin speaks of the present, I speak of the future. Flower trading yields staggering profits, and human nature is unpredictable. Who can swear on their honor that 10 years from now you'll still resist its lure? A faint smile flickered across Chen Juanhui's lips. His magazine thrived, his Ready Tower line expanded across Southeast Asia, each venture far more respectable and lucrative than trafficking in powder. Wang Baomin continued, second, killing is permissible, but never target individuals whose identities carry high sensitivity, such as British officials stationed in Hong Kong. Should such a scandal erupt, the Hong Kong government will launch an exhaustive investigation. Once your involvement surfaces, it will instantly escalate into a major diplomatic crisis between two nations. Chen Junhui nodded. That goes without saying. An active duty officer from the mainland assassinating a senior British government official in Hong Kong. Such a scandal would not only overwhelm He Liansheng, it would make even the governor himself tremble before signing off on any response. Third, payments must be made punctually, not a single cent delayed. The risks we shoulder, Captain Wang, are well known to you. When it comes to money, there is no room for negligence. Chen Junhui responded decisively. All 3 conditions. I've memorized them, and I will uphold them without fail. Only then did Wang Baomin truly exhale in relief. Should Chen Junhui ever cross these 3 red lines, the Dinghai Xinjiang unit would not stand beside him in shared consequence. They would ensure he could not even lift his cup steady enough to drink. And behind them stood the Wang family, a power deeply rooted across the strait, rivaling even the Li family in influence. After seeing Wang Baomin off, Chen Junhui stood alone by the seaside, gazing silently at the ink-dark sea. A faint disorienting daze crept over him. He had long harbored quiet suspicion upon first hearing Wang Baomin's name from Damin. Today's meeting confirmed it almost beyond doubt. The man before him was none other than the Wang Baomin who decades later in his memory would command immense authority within the military and sit at the very core of the 7-man council. Securing this connection meant more than just legitimizing He Liansheng's origins. It meant having a shield capable of absorbing even celestial-scale catastrophes. He exhaled slowly, drawing his drifting thoughts firmly back to reality. No matter how lofty the position, it remained ultimately someone else's stage. Chen Juanhui's ambition had never been to serve as another's blade or shadow, but to seize the ledger of the entire world. Far more urgent than courting a future titan was prying open Wang Zongjia's coffers to secure that 100 million HKD loan right now. The next day fell on a weekend. Yao Wen and the others arrived promptly at Jiuan Cafe. a long-standing tradition set by Chun Juanhui. Every weekend his key lieutenants gathered here to report accounts and deliberate strategy. Yao opened the ledger clear and methodical. Our two new stores, Yaxing's Sham Shui Pe and Suanwan branches, opened last week. Though their opening day revenues fell short of the central flagship, they still surpassed 3 million Hong Kong dollars. The Yao Ma Ti branch is already straining capacity. I propose establishing another outlet on Prince Edward Road. Both lingerie brands, Youfu and New York Style, have completed registration. The first shipment of 1 million units has arrived in Hong Kong. Youfu's flagship store will occupy Fa Yuen Street. Its established residential base ensures steady repeat purchases. New York Style will launch on Portland Street, where 13 Sister has already given her blessing. As Chen Junhui listened, his gaze lingered on Yao Wen. This young man was steadily transforming into a leader capable of steering the ship alone. Have the brand ambassadors been selected yet? Yao Wen nodded. Sister Xiaomeng secured the connections. Youfu will debut with Zhao Yaji, recently risen to prominence through 2 critically acclaimed art house films. New York Style has chosen Yi Yuqing, who gained widespread fame through several box office hits. Contracts are underway. Neither has reason to refuse. Xiaomeng had become the true linchpin of Hong Kong's entertainment industry. When she spoke, fledgling stars dared not decline. Yet even as those words left his mouth, Yao Wen's brow furrowed. Boss, I've been thinking, should Zhao Yaji and Yi Yuqing also receive equity stakes like Sister Xiaomeng? And isn't Xiaomeng's 3 stake a bit generous? Today Xiaomeng earned over 1 million Hong Kong dollars monthly from Yaxing, merely by sitting still. No wonder she moved with such tireless energy. Yet Yao Wen sensed something unsettling in this sweetness, too hot to hold comfortably. Chen Junhui shook his head. Since we settled on granting Xiaomeng 3 long ago, that share is irrevocably hers. But if she's to claim such a substantial dividend, merely holding the title of brand ambassador feels too insubstantial. Let us appoint both Xiaomeng and Zhang Guirui as full-fledged marketing directors at Yaxing. Henceforth, all marketing operations shall be led by Xiaomeng, including the selection of future ambassadors which they themselves must fund. Chen Junhui intended to stir a storm across Hong Kong. Whoever claimed the title of Yaxing ambassador would in effect grasp the switch to the printing press itself. Yao Wen gave a quiet affirmative. His eyelids didn't even lift. After all, the money being allocated wasn't coming from his own pocket. Then Chen Junhui's gaze shifted toward Gao Laohui and Alai. These 2 men had undergone remarkable transformations lately. Spectacles perched on their noses, speech deliberately slowed, even their posture now carried a scholarly gravity. Noticing their boss's attention, Gao Laohui immediately picked up the dog-eared copy of Chartering Practice and Maritime Law resting beside him, and pointed to his open notebook. As instructed, I've visited the Hong Kong Island Library several times, devouring the dense field of shipping. I've mastered both Chartering Practice and Maritime Law and International Shipping Economics. Every word chewed thoroughly, every sentence committed to memory. Alai pushed forward 2 thick volumes, their covers dusted lightly with chalk residue. Port Logistics Planning and Port Load Analysis. Not a single character missed. I've devoured them entirely. To master port load analysis, Alai, the man who hadn't even finished junior high, had audited engineering mechanics lectures at the University of Hong Kong. These days he spent more time seated in lecture halls than he once did in the old dockside bars of Tai Wai. As for his former turf, it had quietly passed into the hands of Ahua and Xian. Chen Junhui nodded, then casually plucked up the 2 books and launched into an impromptu examination. How do you calculate tidal range for small vessel berthing? What are the 3 most critical geological hazards to avoid during site surveys for a new port? Beside him, Yao Wen, Jimmy Fat Chicken, and Lean Dog stifled laughter, glancing sideways at Gao Laohui and Alai, the 2 fearsome figures who once ruled Tai Wai, now sitting ramrod straight like students called to answer before the teacher. Had they known joining Prince Hui meant studying textbooks, taking exams, and keeping meticulous notes, even a bribe of 10 million Hong Kong dollars might not have kept them from walking away on the spot. After several questions, Chen Junhui nodded. Answers were crisp, far more grounded than last time. He paused, then posed his final question. For a port, which is more fatal, the fee charged per berth or the smoothness of vessel entry and exit? Alai replied, instantly, voice relaxed. Naturally the berth fee. It stated plainly in the textbook. Chen Junhui shook his head. Wrong. Fluidity is the lifeline. Remember, when what's written in books clashes with what I say, always defer to me. Books can be rewritten, no words cannot be falsified. Gao Laohui and Alai exchanged a glance, then sighed in unison, as though half their tension had dissolved. Chen Junhui then turned to review matters concerning the magazine and the telephone company. When the meeting concluded, the sun had climbed directly overhead. Lunchtime was near. He dismissed them without offering food, simply waving them off to return home. Stepping out of the cafe, Yao Wen lowered his voice. Boss, Wang Zongjia has agreed. He'll see you. If convenient, he proposes tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Zongjia building in Central. Chen Junhui gave the faintest nod. The massive financial weight pressing upon his chest had finally begun to shift. The following morning, Mrs. Wang smoothed the cuffs of Wang Zongjia's shirt while frowning. Lao Wang, could Prince Hui possibly be coming to ask for a loan? Wang Zongjia accepted the shirt with a smile, shaking out the collar. If he truly asks, I'll be delighted. Then I can invest directly in Yaxing. Who in Hong Kong doesn't know it? Yaxing Apparel is a golden phoenix. Within just 1 month, Asher is already clamoring for a Ferrari. She holds only 3 equity. Just calculate how much capital Prince Hui must control. I estimate at least 200 million Hong Kong dollars. The sum may not be astronomical, but for a young entrepreneur just beginning his ascent, it represented scorching genuine gold. This time he's almost certainly seeking access to our retail distribution channels. Mrs. Wang's fingers stilled. Then how do you plan to respond? Will you agree? But he's backed by He Liansheng. What if negotiations collapse? Will the Triad intervene? Wang Zongjia laughed heartily. The Triad. My Zhong-branded numbers gang receives its monthly operating budget directly from me. Whether I accept or decline depends solely on the strength of his terms. Rest assured, Asher stands firmly beside him now. As her father, I won't let her be caught helplessly between them. He need not bow to Chen Junhui, but he would safeguard his daughter Wang Xia's dignity at all costs. Promptly at 2:30 p.m., Chen Junhui entered the central headquarters of Zongjia Department Store with Jimmy. The grandeur of Hong Kong's king of malls was unmistakable. He owned an entire skyscraper built on the prime stretch of Gloucester Road. Crossing the glass doors of Zongjia Tower, a receptionist approached. Her makeup flawless, her smile polished, her bearing rivaling that of a list actresses. Upon hearing Chen Junhui's name from Yaxing, she bowed gracefully. The chairman has instructed us. You're to proceed directly to the 17th floor upon arrival. His office occupies the entire top floor. After thanking her, Chen Junhui and Jimmy rode the elevator straight to the penthouse. At the 17th floor entrance stood another receptionist, more striking in appearance and sharper in movement, already awaiting them. The chairman is still in a meeting, approximately 15 minutes remaining. Please wait in the reception lounge. Would you prefer ice water, black tea, or something else? Chen Junhui glanced toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The entire wall half-glass flooded with blinding sunlight. That single pane alone was worth an entire waterfront apartment in Wan Chai. Just ice water. Jimmy echoed, same for me. Once the receptionist withdrew, Jimmy slumped slightly, exhaling deeply. Boss, I've never stepped foot in a building this opulent before. When will we build one like this? Chen Junhui scoffed softly. What's so extraordinary about a building? At Jiyuan Cafe on Jifu Street, a bowl of wonton noodles with hot tea carries rich, earthy warmth and deep, abiding humanity. That is true mastery. Let's set aside the rent for now and talk about this office building. Its greatest flaw is that it raises people 3 feet off the ground, keeping their feet from touching the soil. Currently, I am working in a tea restaurant on Jifu Street, helping out with neighborhood issues. Whether it's a leaky roof, a child's school enrollment, or an elder's birthday banquet, just a shout, and I'm there to lend a hand. But if I move my office into this glass box, do you think those uncles with pipes and slippers would dare to push the door open? Moreover, why does Wang Zongjia insist on building such a glimmering tower? Isn't it just to impress the banks and funds, to show them, look, we have a solid foundation, a grand display, and we're very stable? But what is our background? In the gang, we value leaving no trace, making no sound with the wind. Jimmy listened, nodding in agreement. Just then the receptionist walked in lightly and smiled at Chen Junhui. Mr. Chen, the meeting just ended with Boss Wang. She led the way, and Chen Junhui and Jimmy walked through the corridor into Wang Zongjia's office. The room was astonishingly spacious, measuring at least 100 square meters, bright and lofty, yet devoid of any ostentation. Wang Zongjia was sitting behind a heavy walnut desk, and upon seeing them enter, he immediately stood up to greet them. You must be Taiza Hui, Wang Zongjia said. Ashi has mentioned you at home countless times. My ears are almost worn out from hearing it. She said your vision is sharp and your hand generous, allowing a girl who just shed her school uniform to take the position of sales director at Yaxing Apparel. Chen Junhui smiled and extended his hand. They shook hands firmly. Boss Wang, you flatter me too much. Asha's ability to shoulder the sales burden at Yaxing relies entirely on her own competence. At that time, I had no idea she was your precious daughter. Upon hearing this, Wang Zongjia's eyes softened instantly, more comfortable than being praised for himself. After inviting Chen Junhui to take a seat, he casually asked, is Uncle Deng still in good health? Chen Junhui smiled and nodded, very healthy. Just the other day I delivered new tea, and Uncle Deng was tying his dog's leash, preparing to go for a walk. He sticks to his routine, out twice a day, rain or shine, covering at least 5 to 6 kilometers daily. Wang Zongjia recalled Uncle Deng's upright posture and couldn't help but chuckle. He should get moving. If he doesn't, he might leave imprints on the floor. After some small talk, Wang Zongjia leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed on Chen Junhui. I take it you are here today regarding Yaxing entering the market, right? Chen Junhui gently waved his hand. Yaxing is currently under the full management of Yaowen. If we were talking about Yaxing, he should be the one here, not me. Wang Zongjia raised his eyebrows, showing more interest. Oh, then your visit must not be just to ask for a red envelope, right? Everyone in Hong Kong knows that the current Taiza Hui is a rising figure worth 10 billion. Chen Junhui laughed heartily. You are indeed correct, Boss Wang. I am here to borrow some money. I wish to borrow 100 million for a short term. Within 3 months, I will repay 120 million principal and interest without a cent missing. Before he finished speaking, Wang Zongjia's brows were already furrowed. It's not that he couldn't come up with this amount of money. The cash flow for the market has always been robust. What truly puzzled him was what Chen Junhui was intending to do. After pondering for a while without coming to a conclusion, he decided to ask directly. I have the money, but I want to hear the truth. Why the rush for it? I calculated Asha's salary. Yaxing has earned you at least 150 million during this period, plus the profits from the magazine and telecommunications companies. You must have at least 200 million lying in your account. Expanding channels, building factories, stocking goods. What isn't sufficient? Even if you are really short on cash, the banks are open for business. Don't they love lending a hand in times of need? No, they prefer to offer umbrellas on sunny days. With Yaxing under your control, which bank would dare not support you? Why bypass them and come to me? Why? Chen Junhui glanced at Jimmy. Jimmy understood, stood up with a smile. Sorry, I need to step out for a moment to the restroom. Once the door quietly closed, Chen Junhui straightened his posture, his voice lowered a few degrees, yet every word was weighty. I want to take a big risk. Wang Zongjia's brows tightened even more. A big risk. How big? If it's substantial enough, Wang Zongjia wouldn't shy away from placing a bet. Chen Junhui stood up and walked straight to the large world shipping map on the wall, pointing at the Pacific shipping route. Boss Wang, have you checked the financial news lately? Right now, the hottest trend globally is the plummeting shipping prices. Since 3 months ago, the freight for a ton of goods has dropped by a third and is continuing to decline. Even old-school economists are betting that this downturn is likely to have before it stabilizes. Wang Zongjia nodded. Such a significant trend, how could he not be aware? Yet he still didn't understand how this related to a loan of 100 million. Chen Junhui continued to elaborate. With freight rates crashing, the first to suffer are the shipping companies. Especially here on our island where the land is shockingly expensive, that Mr. Bao, who relies on the sea for his livelihood, is likely already calculating. Should he move his fleet to shore? Wang Zongjia's pupils contracted, then he slapped the table and laughed, pointing at Chen Junhui while joking. You little rascal, your courage surpasses even the dock cranes. But with just 200 million in assets, you dare to target a tycoon like Bao Yu, who is worth hundreds of billions, hoping to tear off a piece of his flesh. No wonder you didn't approach the banks. Given Sir Bao's weight in the banking sector, if you truly caught his eye, those banks would probably call you demanding repayment that very night. Bao Yu, the richest man on the island. He was knighted by the Queen of England for his contributions and is known as Sir Bao. The Asia Weekly referred to him as the first true businessman from the island to go global. Greek shipping magnate Onassis once joked to him, in terms of running ships, I've been in the game 30 years longer than you, but in terms of vision, I'm just a peanut compared to you. You're the whole bowl of sesame paste. Former Governor MacLeho's political advisor Wei Yisin also stated directly he is the first person on the island whose name appears in international mainstream media without the addition of from the island. His company Global Shipping operates a fleet of over 100 vessels with a total capacity exceeding 21 million tons. Additionally, he holds positions on the boards of Standard Chartered and HSBC, making him a true capital operator. It's true that Chen Junhui has money, but compared to the towering financial mountain that Bao Yu represents after decades, he is still too young and too weak. Hearing that Chen Junhui had set his sights on the Kowloon warehouse owned by Bao Yu, even Wang Zongjia couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This kid's audacity is extraordinary. Wang Zongjia chuckled and shook his head in jest while Chen Junhui simply nodded slightly, his tone steady. Then I'll shamelessly accept your praise, Boss Wang. He traced his finger on the island map to a deep brown dock area, his voice solidifying. If the shipping king wishes to go ashore, the only place that can truly stand firm and command attention is Kowloon Warehouse. Its book value has long surpassed 100 billion, but the Kaiserk family has been operating weakly in recent years, causing the stock price to plummet to $13, nearly forgotten by the market. As long as Boss Wang is willing to lend me 100 million combined with the 200 million I have, it will be enough to leverage at least 20% of the circulating shares. Once the shipping king and the Kaiserk family formally clash, it's a sure thing that Kowloon Warehouse's stock price will soar 7 to 8 times. My 20% will easily convert to over 2 billion. Wang Zongjia's eyes lit up, a glimmer reflecting within his pupils. He had to admit Chen Junhui's moves in this game were both precise and ruthless. He was all too aware of Bao Yu's temperament. This shipping king never understood the meaning of low-key. To go ashore, one must create a thunderous impact. In our island, land is as precious as gold. High-quality plots available for trade are incredibly rare, and Kowloon Warehouse happens to be the hardest, brightest, and hottest potato. He remained silent for a moment, then looked up at Chen Junhui, his tone carrying a hint of caution. Taizahui, this idea of yours is quite ingenious. But why should I help you? I play golf with old Bao every week, and we're both old friends of the racecourse and yacht club. If I call him and say someone is eyeing Kowloon Warehouse, he could start buying it up tomorrow. Chun Junhui's lips curled slightly as he pulled out a thin booklet from his briefcase and handed it over. Of course, Boss Wang can call immediately, but please take a look at this first. Wang Zongjie took it and flipped through the pages quickly. It did not discuss real estate or stocks, but rather a new business model, a membership-based supermarket. It doesn't rely on selling goods at markup for profit, but instead charges customers an annual fee. It operates only for paying members, with all products priced at cost and profits derived entirely from the scale effect of the membership pool. More importantly, the end of the proposal clearly states this model is not suited for our island, and the real fertile ground lies in the beautiful country. Once it takes off, its scale could rival Walmart, with a valuation shooting straight to $100 billion. Closing the booklet, Wang Zongjie took a deep breath, his chest slightly heaving. He was genuinely astonished. This path was something he had never heard of. Yet he also understood very well, if it truly took off, this supermarket would outperform the market he currently controlled by a significant margin. When he looked up again, the sharpness in his eyes had faded, replaced by a hint of fatigue. He had initially thought that Qin Junhui was merely an expert in cutting fabric and threads, but unexpectedly, even his best business insights were effortlessly dismantled by this young man. Such a person is like an unrefined piece of jade. Had he encountered him 10 years ago, he might have already taken his hand and rushed off to the beautiful country. He placed the proposal gently on the table, his voice lowering a few notches. Taizihui, you are the most perceptive young person I have ever met. If I had met you 10 years earlier, I would have followed you without hesitation. If I had met you a year earlier, I would have instantly agreed to Asha's marriage. Zongjie market would be entrusted to you, and I would have felt at ease. I've checked on Aiding, he is reliable and well-bred. Yet standing next to Qin Junhui is like comparing a kerosene lamp to a searchlight. There's light, but it just isn't bright enough. What a pity, now my bones have stiffened, and my heart has grown weary. At his age, he understood that money can be earned again, but time, like the retreating tide, moves forward without looking back. His greatest wish now was simple: for Ashur and a Ting to marry soon, smoothly inherit Zongjie Mall, and bless him with several grandchildren who would leap and dash about at his feet. Fly across the Pacific to gamble again. That flame had long since died within him. You may go. I will not lend you money, but I will never utter a word to Pao Yukong. That was the last shred of dignity he could offer. Qin Junhui said nothing, only lowered his gaze and nodded silently. He understood clearly Wang Zongjie was not unmoved, his body simply refused to follow his heart. Fortunately, he had already laid down a contingency plan. If he had staked everything on this one man, he would now be trapped between advance and retreat. He cleared his throat softly, then slowly spread his palm flat over an entire map of Hong Kong Island. The mountains, seas, and alleyways all held beneath his hand. Since Mr. Wang has no appetite for this proposal, let me speak plainly on something else. You've always loathed real estate, haven't you? Once land prices surge, rent skyrocket, and Zongjie Mall leases every single storefront from others. You say nothing aloud, yet in your heart you've cursed property tycoons 800 times. Not only you, every industrialist in Hong Kong winces at the sight of land speculators. Now that Mr. Pao has plunged headlong into this market, land prices will spiral even more wildly. The dirty, grueling work he refuses to touch, I, Qin Junhui, am willing to do. Rather than watch global shipping sink slowly into oblivion, I would rather give it a mighty shove and see if I can lift it back onto its feet. Wang Zongjie's gaze lingered for a moment on Qin Junhui's face, then drifted slowly down to the silhouette of Hong Kong Island beneath his palm. After a long silence, he sighed deeply, and finally reached out, gripping Qin Junhui's wrist firmly. Crown Prince Hui, don't let my old face lose its honor in your hands. I'll lend you the money, not just 100 million. If you can acquire 2% of Wharf Holdings shares, go ahead and spend freely. If it's not enough, come to me. I'll dig deeper. If even that runs dry, go gather others. My name, Wang Zongjie, is still weight enough to prop you up. You need not shoulder the storm brewing around Pao Yukong. I'll stand before you and bear it myself. In sheer wealth, he could not rival the shipping magnate, but in clout, reputation, and decades of hard-earned credibility, across Hong Kong Island his spine stood straighter than any others. When Qin Junhui left Wang Zongjie's office, the door closed quietly behind him. Jimmy rushed forward, eyes blazing with anticipation. Boss, did it go through? A faint smile flickered across Qin Junhui's lips as he withdrew a check from his inner jacket pocket and snapped it lightly, its surface vibrating with a crisp, resonant hum. Who do you think you're following? Could you possibly fail? The stone that had weighed on Jimmy's chest for 3 days dropped with a muffled thud. He knew well that Pao Yukong was a bone too hard, even for the sharpest old sharks to gnaw. But without that 100 million HKD foundation, Qin Junhui wouldn't even cross the casino threshold, let alone claim a seat at the main table. Handing over the check with casual ease, Qin Junhui spoke lightly. Head to the bank today, cash it in full, and deposit every cent into the Citibank account. He paused, then asked, how is Zhambua doing with his studies? Jimmy received the check reverently, like freshly minted gold, tucking it carefully into the innermost pocket of his shirt and fastening the button before replying. Spoke with Master Yi the day before yesterday. Zhambua now commands 80% of his master's skill. As for the covert stock acquisitions you specifically requested, Zhambua proves even sharper and more precise than Master Yi himself. Truly a disciple who surpasses his teacher, radiant with untempered brilliance. Hearing that Fang Zhambua could now stand entirely on his own, Chun Juanhui's brows relaxed, and half his anxiety dissolved. This young man was indeed a dragon of the stock market. Within barely 30 days he had devoured whole and undigested the wisdom others took a decade to forge. With him aboard, the entire game could finally begin. Have Master Yi and Zhambua meet me at the Cha-Chan Tung tomorrow morning. I have serious matters to entrust to them. Jimmy nodded in acknowledgement and followed Chun Junhui out of Zongjia Tower. But the moment they stepped past the revolving doors, Chun Junhui did not head toward the car waiting by the curb. Instead, he halted, raised a finger, and pointed directly at the towering glass and steel monolith looming before them. Jimmy, in 3 years I want a new building here on this island, grander and bolder than this one. Jimmy blinked, startled. Boss, you once swore you'd never set foot in an office tower. Just moments ago he complained inside the elevator that this building was ostentatious, stifling, and airless. How could he now be plotting to erect one of his own? Chun Junhui scoffed, lit a cigarette, and snapped open his lighter with a sharp metallic click. I dislike sitting inside one myself, not forbidding you all from moving in. Yao and Shogo Feiji, they'll all relocate into Hong Kong's most opulent office suites. As for me, I'll stay rooted in my Cha-Chan Tung, sipping iced lemon tea and reading the newspaper. Jimmy glanced up at Chun Juanhui, then back at the soaring Zongjia Tower. His Adam's apple bobbed. Boss, I still want to stay right beside you. These past 6 months under Chun Junhui had forged him like steel in a furnace, his abilities surging upward with each passing day. Yet the more he grew, the more he sensed an unfathomable depth in his boss. A depth like the ocean, serene on the surface, yet churning with powerful undercurrents far beyond reach. Chun Junhui shot him a sidelong glance and flicked ash from his cigarette. You're no infant clinging to my sleeve. When the time comes, I'll carve you a generous slice myself, so you too may stand tall as a true master of Hong Kong. Before the words fully settled, Damon's car glided smoothly to a halt. The 3 men climbed in and headed toward Tai Wai Cha-Chan Tung. The next morning, Yi Tian and Fang Zhambua, breaking their usual routine, skipped the stock exchange entirely and hailed a taxi straight to the Cha-Chan Tung. As they pushed open the door, Chun Junhui sat calmly, stirring his coffee. Lifting his eyes, he nodded in quiet satisfaction. Recalling their first meeting, dusty, disheveled trouser cuffs still streaked with mud like refugees fleeing squatter settlements. In just 1 month, bespoke suits draped their frames with sharp precision. Their gazes had deepened, their shoulders broadened, and even the wind stirred by their steps now carried a palpable, grounded weight. They strode forward swiftly and stood side by side. Boss, boss. Chun Junhui gestured for them to sit, then cast a subtle glance toward Jimmy. The Wharf Holdings deal was a venture danced upon the edge of a blade. No whisper could escape. Jimmy rose, immediately seized Damon's arm and pulled him outside. Let's grab a smoke. He deftly blocked a curious patron peeking in through the curtain. Lin Bo, catching the cue, vanished into the kitchen, where woks clanged with unusually vigorous rhythm. Once the cafe held only the 3 of them, Chun Junhui slid forward a deep blue Citibank passbook. 300 million Hong Kong dollars, down to the last cent. It contains my entire fortune, and an additional 100 million borrowed from Wang Zongjia. For the next 60 days we pursue one objective alone: acquire at least 2% of Wharf Holdings shares, quietly, invisibly. Need more capital? Say the word. I'll break down doors, smash walls, beg from anyone. Even if I must sell every pot and pan, I will seize this prize. Wang Zongjia himself had declared so long as Chun Junhui reached out 10 or 20 billion, he would cover it all. Fang Zhambua reached for the passbook, only for Yi Tian's hand to clamp down on his wrist. Yi Tian's brow furrowed into a tight knot, his voice rasped like sandpaper dragged across iron. Boss, are you truly determined to acquire Wharf Holdings? Do you have your sights set on real estate? Everyone in Hong Kong understood when property prices soar, industry suffocates. Rent doubles, wages balloon, warehouses become prohibitively expensive, factories shutter overnight. If Chun Junhui failed to justify his intent, Yi Tian would walk away, sword at his throat or not. He would never touch this trade. He had witnessed too many bubbles swell and shatter, leaving only jagged shards scattered across the ground. Meeting Yi Tian's piercing gaze, Chun Junhui shook his head slowly. Real estate. I will not enter that field in Hong Kong. Land here is worth its weight in gold. What it earns is fire-burnt, generation-ending profit. My son hasn't even been conceived yet. I refuse to extinguish my lineage. Yi Tian's rigid shoulders eased slightly, his finger tapped the passbook's cover. Then what do you seek? At present, Wharf Holdings' sole valuable asset is that plot of land in Kowloon. Chun Junhui drew a slow, deep breath of smoke, exhaled a sigh wreathed in swirling mist, and slid that morning's copy of Asia Financial News across the table. Yi Tian flipped through it swiftly. Front page: the Sakura Kingdom's central bank cut interest rates. 2 trillion yen of hot money poised to flood the market. Second page: the North Korean crisis ignited by a single tree intensifies. South Korean shipping has ground to a complete halt. Third page, the U.S. presidential election remains deadlocked. Carter's approval rating dwarfs Ford's, a new administration may soon shake Asia's entire financial landscape. Fourth page, global freight rates continue plummeting, now at just 65% of historical averages. Yi Tian's fingertip froze mid-page. He lifted his eyes, locking onto Chen Junhui. The shipping magnate is making his move, eh? Chen Junhui exhaled a perfect smoke ring, its delicate form rising, drifting, dissolving in the morning light. With Hong Kong's property market surging so unnaturally, who wouldn't crave a taste of the broth? Naturally, the venerable shipping magnate could no longer remain idle. I intend to use my 2% stake in Wharf Holdings to negotiate a deal, with Global Shipping becoming a wholly owned subsidiary. Yi Tian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared transfixed at Chen Junhui. Though Global Shipping currently languished under plunging freight rates, its book value remained solidly above $4 billion. Yet Chen Junhui aimed to swallow this $40 billion leviathan with a mere $300 million cash injection, like a sparrow attempting to swallow a Boeing 747 whole. Yi Tian's brow knotted tightly. He fell silent for a long while. Yes, the task seemed impossible, yet not entirely without path. Wharf Holdings possessed formidable fundamentals. Its true valuation had long surpassed $10 billion. 2% thus equated to at least $2 billion. Moreover, should freight rates continue falling, Global Shipping's market cap could dip below the $3 billion threshold. In such a convergence of forces, the transaction might not be so absurd after all. But why would Pow, the shipping magnate, agree? With hundreds of billions at his command, and Global Shipping held firmly in his grip, waiting for the shipping market's recovery would be the safest, most rational course. After prolonged contemplation, Yi Tian tilted his chin toward Fang Zhanhua. Bring me the passbook. He looked squarely at Chen Junhui, voice steady and solemn. Thank you, boss. That gratitude was not for himself alone. It was spoken on behalf of Hong Kong's entire industrial community. Bayou Port is pulling away from the sea and turning towards land infrastructure, and the shipping industry of Port Island is destined to face a cold wave. In this place, surrounded by the sea on three sides, and with narrow inland lacking a competent ocean fleet, the economy is equivalent to having its spine broken. At this moment, Chen Junhui stepped forward, truly grasping the lifeline of the real economy of Port Island. He waved his hand and smiled casually. Master, you don't flatter me. I'm just looking to earn some tangible profits. Turning to Fang Zhanhua, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Zhanhua, are you confident in acquiring those 20% of shares from Kowloon Warehouse? The current stock price is only $13 per share. 20% amounts to a maximum of 260 million, yet I have given you a total of 300 million. Fang Zhanhua couldn't help but roll his eyes. Boss, you can't calculate it like that. Once we show any signs, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse will immediately soar. If it rises back to a reasonable price of $100, you won't even be able to get 300,000 shares from this 300 million. Chen Junhui was certainly aware of the dangers involved, but he only had this 300 million in cash left. The money is already in front of you. How to proceed is up to you. Lacking manpower, channels, and cover, just call me anytime, and I will back you up. Fang Zhanhua stroked his chin in contemplation and blurted out, give me 1,000 retail accounts, the more scattered the better. Chen Junhui laughed heartily. I thought it was a difficult request. Your boss has many brothers under him, each capable of fighting, running, and acting. Tomorrow morning, I will have my younger brothers put on suits and ties, open accounts at the exchange, and hand over the account information to you. After discussing a few details, Yi Tian stood up ready to take Fang Zhanhua to the exchange. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Junhui suddenly called out to Fang Zhanhua, Zhanhua, tonight, at 10, see you at the usual tea restaurant. The matter I promised you is due. Yi Tian glanced at Chen Junhui with suspicion, while Fang Zhanhua clenched his fists, breathing heavily. On the day he became a disciple, Chen Junhui had promised the Ding family would be wiped out upon his graduation. For the first time, there was no smile on Fang Zhanhua's face, only a grim determination. Thank you, boss. Yi Tian saw he wasn't willing to say more and didn't press further. As soon as the two left, Jimmy and Min strolled in from outside. Just as Jimmy pulled out a calculator, Chen Junhui spoke up, call Gao Laohui and a lie to take action. Take down the Zhongqing Society tonight and bind all 4 of Ding's sons to Ma and Shan. Bring Ding Crab, who sneaked back to the port a few days ago, along with you. What about Ding Yixia and Ding Wangxia's illegitimate children? Jimmy asked. Chen Junhui didn't even glance up. Take them all. We must eradicate the roots. The old hag from the nursing home should also join the journey. It's a family affair after all. It needs to be lively on the road to the underworld. Since the day Fang Zhanhua pledged allegiance, Jimmy had been secretly monitoring every move of the Ding family, waiting for this day to completely uproot this malignant tumor. He immediately made the call. After receiving the order, Gao Laohui and Eli swiftly took their men to raid several locations of the Zhongqing Society. The 4 brothers of the Ding family rushed to assist, but were abruptly halted by a speeding heavy truck. The doors burst open, and over 100 men in black poured out swiftly, overwhelming the Zhongqing Society's forces, binding the Ding brothers' hands behind their backs and loading them into several vans, heading straight for the desolate hills of Ma and Shan. Ding Xiaoxia was pinned to the ground, still defiantly shouting, which faction are you from? Number gang. Hongxing, what's your label? The Ding family will pay double. A lie wearing glasses crouched in front of him, smiling elegantly, still tough at the end. Do you see that deep pit over there? Tonight your whole family will reunite buried right there. After distributing the hush money, Gao Laohui waved to dismiss the peripheral personnel, leaving only a Hua and a few trusted aides behind. A lie, stop rambling, the boss is almost here. A Hua cut their tongues, so they won't curse and offend the boss years later. Without a word, a Hua grabbed scissors and approached. Two younger brothers held Ding Xiaoxi's jaw tightly while he seized his tongue and swiftly snipped it off. He then proceeded to deal with the remaining three. Gao Laohui and a lie leaned against a tree, smoking and chatting aimlessly. Have you finished that book on ship load and structural stress analysis? Damn, we're doing something big tonight, and you bring up load. Are you trying to raise my blood pressure? Who knows what the boss is thinking? We don't even have a cargo ship under us, forcing us to read this kind of book. Whatever the boss wants us to learn, so we do as told. After all, we haven't lost anything following him. Isn't that right? Yaowen drives a Mercedes around every day, the epitome of a new real estate tycoon. If it weren't for knowing his background, who would believe he started as a dock porter? The two smoked and chatted until deep into the night, when Qin Junhui finally arrived, walking slowly with Fang Zhanhua. The moment Fang Zhanhua appeared, Ding Xiaoxia and the others let out a guttural cry like cornered beasts. Qin Junhui glanced at Gao Laohui, his gaze cold and heavy. Gao Laohui, however, puffed out his chest proudly, saying, "Boss, I was afraid they would insult you, so I just cut their tongues, clean and neat." Qin Junhui slowly exhaled, his brow furrowing, slightly shaking his head. Gao Laohui, you're still too inexperienced. Being insulted while seeking revenge is actually a blessing. The more venomous the insults, the more it shows you've truly struck at their heart. Fortunately, Jimmy doesn't share the same mindset as you, otherwise tonight Zambo's trip would have been in vain. He nodded at Jimmy. Jimmy immediately dragged Ding Crab and the old hag out from the back of the van. The moment Ding Crab saw his four sons, his eyes lit up, and he grinned widely. "Oh, so you guys are the good ones. I thought you were going to take action against me." This thought was absurd to the point of suffocation. Thankfully, the old hag was still there to hold the scene together. The old hag suddenly knelt at Fang Zambo's feet, her forehead touching the ground, her voice trembling. "Zhanhua, the Ding family owes you a debt that can never be repaid in this lifetime. Whatever punishment you want, I will accept." Fang Zambo's face was filled with confusion, his lips slightly parted, but he couldn't speak. Qin Junhui sighed and said, "Old hag, tonight's burial isn't just for you old bones. Jimmy, bring down those kids." Jimmy lifted the curtain of the car, securely carrying down three sleeping children. Rosy cheeks, steady breaths, even their eyelashes quivered gently. "Do you see?" Qin Junhui stared at the old hag. "These are your grandchildren's flesh and blood. Tonight the family reunites, and we all go together." The old hag stiffened, her facade crumbling instantly. She suddenly sprang up, madly lunging at Qin Junhui, but he kicked her into the pit, sending a cloud of dust flying. "Get to work." Not a single one left. Figures flew about, and the pit was soon filled. Ding Crab, the four brothers, and the three illegitimate children, still and swaddling, were all brutally thrown and stacked together, curled up like a pile of firewood waiting to be burned. Jimmy brought over several barrels of gasoline, pouring it down with a splash. Eli silently handed over a lighter, his fingers not shaking in the slightest. Fang Zhanhua clutched the small metallic casing, his knuckles turning white, his chest heaving like a bellows. After a long while, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and released his grip. The lighter traced an arc of light before falling into the pit with a thud. Boom. Flames erupted into the sky, licking the night, illuminating the horrified and twisted faces. Qin Junhui patted his suit sleeve, brushing off non-existent dust, turned to Fang Zhanhua with a smile. "The matter I promised you has been taken care of. Next, it's up to you how to proceed." The convoy departed silently, a Hua leading the team to shovel dirt over the pit, compacting it firmly. After another rain, even ants wouldn't be able to sniff out what was buried beneath. Fang Zhanhua stepped into his home with unsteady steps. The Fang family had now moved out of the public housing and returned to that seaside villa from years ago, bright and clean, quiet enough to hear the ticking of the clock. Sister Ling had been waiting downstairs. Hearing the sound of keys turning, she suddenly stood up. "Zhanhua, where have you been? Why are you so late?" He did not respond, walking straight to the portrait in the middle of the living room and knelt heavily. Sister Ling approached, her voice tense. "Zhanhua, don't scare me. It wasn't easy for you to get into a big company. I don't turn back now. If anyone hated the Ding family the most apart from Zhanhua, it was her." But just as life had settled down, she hoped Zhanhua would lock away his hatred in a drawer, afraid that the flame would burn through the life they had just built. Fang Zhanhua lit 3 incense sticks, the thin smoke curling upwards. "Sister Ling, there is no Ding family left in Port Island." Sister Ling was taken aback, but he spread his hands, palms up, as if holding something boiling and heavy. "Just now the boss took me to Ma and Shan. The old hag Ding Crab Ding Xiaoxia Ding, Yixia Ding Wangxia Ding Lixia, and the 3 children under 5. All burned clean. The fire was set by me." He had long wished for the Ding family to be exterminated, but when the thick smoke with the smell of burning rose to the sky, he tasted fear for the first time. Not out of fear of retribution, but fear that he had truly done this. Those 3 children were so young, they couldn't even tie their shoelaces. He suddenly saw clearly who Chun Junhui was not the elder brother, but a mountain demon. A leopard killing was as casual to him as wiping sweat. Jimmy and the others were the same, laughing and chatting casually, deciding life and death. He stood on the edge of the cliff, asking himself, was this step for revenge, or was it pushing himself into the abyss? Sister Ling gasped sharply, hugging his shoulders, her voice choked, but firm. Jeanbois, you did nothing wrong. You are avenging Axine. Your dad is watching from above, he's protecting you. He nodded obediently, swallowing hard, but said nothing. After a long time, Sister Ling softly said, don't tell Fong Fong and the others about this. They're too young to bear it. Since their family circumstances had improved, the three sisters had returned to school. Knowing the truth would only add to their nightmares. He nodded again. Some darkness was better swallowed by him alone, as some knives need not be endured by his sisters as well. Sister Ling, you should go to sleep. I want to keep my dad company for a while. When the door closed, the room was left with only the dim light of the incense. He leaned on the mat, his voice barely audible. Dad, the Ding family is gone, and I burned them with my own hands. I'm really a coward. I used to vow every day that if I had the chance I would definitely kill them with my own hands. The moment the lighter was handed to me, I trembled with fear, afraid they would turn into ghosts and crouch by my bedside in the night. The flame ignited their cries so loud that sound still burns in my ears. Dad, please, spare my life. That night he knelt before the portrait until dawn's pale light. The next morning he donned a crisp suit and stepped into the exchange. Yi Tian had long been waiting by the trading desk. Without asking about last night, he spoke in a low voice. Jeanbo, from today on you place your own orders. He'll watch from the side but won't intervene. The path is yours alone. Jeanbo nodded and entered the exchange alongside Yi Tian. Inside the Gunt restaurant, Chen Junhui leaned casually in the booth, fingers tapping lightly on the table, his gaze quietly fixed on Jimmy. Jimmy, tomorrow scout for a small shipyard. The scale need not be large, but the welders must be seasoned craftsmen and the mold masters skilled. Jimmy nodded in response, then turned to the door to beckon his men, instructing them to immediately check the island for any shipyards listed for sale. Once Jimmy stepped aside, Chen Junhui lowered his gaze again to sift through the pile of documents on the table. The Kowloon warehouse files had been cleared, replaced by stacks of shipping industry dossiers. Europe's three giants, Maersk, Hapag-Lloyd, CMA CGM, the twin titans of Sakura Nation, Mitsui O.S.K. Lines, Kawasaki Kisen, Kaisha Sakura's cruise lines had quietly withdrawn from frontline. Asian powerhouses, Costco Shipping, Evergreen Marine, Yongming, even movements of Singapore's Neptune Group were among them. As he flipped through, a sudden screech of brakes outside shattered the quiet tires, scraping the ground like a knife on steel. Jimmy and Damin simultaneously looked up, exchanging a knowing glance. Such reckless force could only belong to a desperate man or Chun Bangban himself. Sure enough, a shadow burst through the glass door, striding directly to the booth. Without ceremony, he sat opposite Chen Junhui and snapped his fingers toward the bar. Linbo 1 Yangji, Ganlu less sugar with ice. Put it on Prince Huey's tab. The autumn chill was deepening, drinking iced lemon water now would surely upset the stomach. Linbo smiled and nodded, wiping his hands as he brought over a translucent golden dessert, the mango cubes, plump grapefruit, slightly tart coconut milk, smooth and fragrant. Chen Bangban scooped a spoonful and tasted it, eyes narrowing in approval. Quite the standard. The place was chosen with precision. Linbo had never made a mark in the underworld, but his skill in mixing drinks was no sham. Chen Junhui rubbed his brow, sighing. Sir Chen, my cash flow is on the brink. Does this dessert count as the police department's saved investigation expenses? Chen Bangban scoffed, crossing his legs. Prince Hui short on money. The digits in your account look better than our entire police department's annual budget. Chen Junhui shook his head with a wry smile. The police received billions yearly. If he had that kind of money, why would he be stuck here in a tea restaurant burning the midnight oil over shipping contracts? So tell me, who's the target this time? Chen Bangban raised his eyelids, scanning Jimmy and Damin. Did you guys go on duty again last night? Just got a report this morning. The four Ding brothers from the Loyal Youth Society have been missing all night. Someone even saw you entering the Manshan industrial zone yesterday evening. Chen Junhui remained unmoved, sipping his tea slowly. Search and drinks are unlimited, but words should be measured. Last night was purely a barbecue gathering. The coals are still warm. The Ding family's troubles have nothing to do with us. Chen Bangban stared at him, a smile tugging at his lips, but not reaching his eyes. Keep denying if you want. The Ding family came from a syndicate. No one will defend them anyway. He lowered his voice. By the way, any news from Yi Guohuan's side? Yi Guohuan, the island's most wanted fugitive, the title king thief, burned red in police files. Chen Junhui nodded slightly. Someone in Futian Shenzhen saw him dealing in old electronics, reportedly linking up with several cross-border logistics lines. Finally clearing his mind. Robbery is quick money, but it burns out fast. Smuggling at least stacks up a solid first pot of gains. So, is the police really planning to cross the Shenzhen border to make arrests? Chen Bangban spat droplets, hitting the table edge. Cross the river to arrest. Mainland cops recognize our uniforms. As long as his feet don't step back onto the island, we can't even file a case. He rose, patting his suit jacket. Drink up and leave. If there's news, I'll knock on your door again. As the door curtain fell, Jimmy lowered his voice to ask, "Boss, can the police really find nothing about last night?" Chun Junhui didn't look up, his finger tracing a Costco shipping equity structure chart, voice soft. "Didn't you hear, Sir Chun, just now? The case is classified as missing, not a homicide." When Fang Jinxin took charge of the Chinese Association, it wasn't just to stir up trouble. His original intention was to earn face for Chinese enterprises. If foreigners could rely on IPO financing, why shouldn't the Chinese? Every giant like New World Sun Hung Kai, when first listing, had the Chinese Association pushing behind the scenes. Would those tycoons in the original story truly believe Fang Zhanhua's mystical borrowing fortune rhetoric? It was merely because they owed Fang Jinxin a favor and didn't want to lose face. Previously, it was inconvenient to speak openly. Now passing a message is just a small gesture. Then there's Long Qingbong, who fled to the provinces. Though pushed overseas by the ICAC, he bore all the blame alone. Others could lightly say it was under Long Sir's orders at the time and immediately walk free. Even with police wanted posters plastered across the streets, many veteran officers secretly remembered the favors he once granted. But Ding Xie on the provincial island had thoroughly offended Long Qingbang. When news of the Ding family massacre spread, Long Qingbang's call was enough for his old subordinates to understand. With multiple forces cooperating, the bloodshed was quietly converted into a collective disappearance of the Ding family. A missing persons case. A cold case. Once filed, it was set aside and archived. Inside the exchange, Fang Zhanhua held his breath, manipulating the Kowloon warehouse stock price. 13.15 by 10,000. 13.13 sell 7,000. 13.1 sell 2,000. 13.11 sweep 20,000. The client on the screen trembled slightly, price clinging stubbornly around 13 yuan. Fang Zhanhua's Adam's apple moved as he urged his assistant to continue pressing the price down. His target was below 13 yuan. The tactic was not novel: first accumulate at high price, then gradually dump at lower prices. But he knew he was treading on a razor's edge. Countless eyes were fixed on Kowloon Warehouse's chart. Any unusual move would expose the acquisition intent. So each order was broken down, finely, trades spaced out loosely, disguised as retail investors' scattered picks. Only in this way could others dismiss it as normal market pulsations. 12.96. Below 13. The assistant's voice suddenly rose, brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Yet Fang Zhanhua did not relax. Instead, his back stiffened. The string taut in his heart buzzed, sharply stretched to its limit. He spoke resolutely. "Immediately sweep in 50,000 shares of Kowloon Warehouse. Place orders at 13.05, not a cent less." The assistant hesitated. Wasn't the plan to buy quietly? Now that the price had dropped below 13, it was the perfect time to press and accumulate. But he asked no questions and quickly complied, gritting his teeth to execute at a high price. With 50,000 shares settled, ripples appeared on the board. Kowloon Warehouse's price immediately rebounded above 13. Yi Tian, watching nearby, slightly raised the corner of his eye and nodded gently. Fang Zhanhua had finally found the right rhythm. The prior suppression was not a bad move. The price was indeed forced below 13 yuan. But the problem was timing. The market had been open just over 40 minutes. Such aggressive and sharp moves were like drumming under the noses of the Kaishek family and Bao Yugong. A morning sell-off sets the tone for the day. Afternoon dumping is but a passing breeze. If the other side sensed anything odd, they could expose it within moments. This was no random retail frenzy, but a preparatory move for a large-scale takeover. Though Fang Zhanhua wielded 300 million in real funds compared to those two giants, it was like pouring a cup of salt water into the Pacific. If they struck first and secured positions, the entire game wouldn't even get past the opening move. Once the stock stabilized, the tension in Fang Zhanhua's shoulders eased slightly. In the following days, he frequently tested the waters, pushing Kowloon Warehouse below 13 yuan repeatedly, only for it to be swiftly supported within 180 seconds, like a dragonfly skimming water. This was a smokescreen. The drops were sporadic trades by small investors incapable of shifting the larger picture. Near 3 in the afternoon, he quietly placed a buy order at 12.9, smoothly acquiring 10,000 shares. At the moment of transaction, he immediately reversed course, pulling the price back to around 13.1. When the closing bell rang, the opponents remained as still as a deep pool. After a day of strained nerves, 20,000 shares spent yielded only 10,000 in return, an exorbitant cost, but fortunately no one noticed this string of transactions. All 20 accounts used today have been frozen. Tomorrow at opening, switch to new accounts. The assistants nodded in unison. Chen Junhui had long buried over 1,000 accounts in the exchange reserved exclusively for Fang Zhanhua's rotation. According to his rules, each account could appear no more than 3 times before permanent closure. Frequent entries and exits were like handing over a knife. The Kaishek family controlled Jardine Matheson. Bao Yugong had influence over HSBC. The exchange's client information confidentiality was but a thin veil to them. After the assistants left, Fang Zhanhua stayed alone at the desk till dawn, reviewing each operation of the day. Only after confirming every trace was clean and neat did he close his laptop and leave the exchange. He did not return home, but went back to the public housing where his old residence was located. He sat briefly on a bench in the small park downstairs waiting for Ruan Mei to return from work. She had just finished at Yaxing Apparel and was arranged by Fang Zhanhua and Tao Yaowen to work at a nearby clothing store. From afar, he called out Little Ju. Ruan Mei pouted and leisurely walked over. Zhanbo, if you call me that nickname again, I'll really be angry. He tilted his body, grinning lazily. I won't change it, I just love calling you Little Ju. Little Ju. Little Ju. Little Ju. Ruan Mei, infuriated, lifted her foot to give a light kick. Fang Zhanhua exaggeratedly clutched his leg and stepped back 2 paces, exclaiming, ouch, my leg is broken. Just a useless person. Ruan Mei hurriedly leaned in to check, but his hand seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Her face flushed as she realized his intentions, and she pinched his arm firmly, saying, let go. There are people coming and going. Fang Zhanhua buried his nose in her hair, taking a deep breath. So what if they see? You are my girlfriend, oh, what's wrong with a hug? Not just a hug, I will marry you in the future. Ruan Mei did not laugh, instead her eyes turned damp. But I have a heart condition. The doctor said that one day, I might collapse without warning. He suddenly tightened his embrace, his voice low and heavy. Trust me, you will be cured. My boss is sworn brothers with the chief surgeon at St. Mary's Hospital. Once this matter is settled, I will personally ask him to intervene. I'm also saving money bit by bit, every penny all for you. He understood Junhua's temperament. Merciless towards the Ding family, sparing no one, including illegitimate children, but for his own people, he was always willing to tread through fire and water. As long as he secured a 20% stake in Kowloon warehouse, this matter was nearly guaranteed. Throughout the following month, Fang Zhanhua remained tense, secretly maneuvering to gain leverage over Kowloon warehouse. Just as he was plotting, the new candidate for the leader of Liansheng quietly emerged. In the Dangbo mansion, the 10 elders gathered around. Chuanbao spoke first, his voice coarse. In this term I support Di. With the strongest influence and the most subordinates, only he has managed to make Sunwan monochrome in the 9th district. When Huizi first went to Sha Tin, he had only 2 followers brought in by Di's subordinate Cheng Mao to support him, which allowed him to establish that parking street. Now Huizi gives me $1 million in pocket money every month. Whoever he tells me to support, I will certainly support. A few people nearby scoffed, but did not respond. Who wouldn't envy Chuanbao for having a capable aide? Not to mention the elders of Liansheng. Even among the old hands on the entire Hong Kong island, anyone in a decision-making position would secretly shake their heads at the mention of Chuanbao. Long Jin leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke. A few days ago, Prince Hui had Jimmy send a message, asking me to firmly support Di. You all know, relying on Prince Hui's special line, I can earn millions a month, more profitable than dozens of other stalls combined. Though 3% goes to the phone company, 20% is for Prince Hui and 20% for entertaining the ladies, the remaining 30% is still a solid 3 million. For this vote, I will support Di. Chuanbao and Long Jin, one ranked second among the elders, the other consistently in the top 3. Once they finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room changed. The others no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. However, Huan Yo furrowed his brow. What about Alo? His territory only covers Jordan and Motive Street, but that is the heart of Yao Ma, T-prime real estate. How can that compare with the newly developed areas of Tsuanwan? Furthermore, Di is now a big target. If he truly sits on the throne, whether he will listen to our commands is still a question mark. Huan Yo's de Jiaoju is right next to Jordan, clearly fiercely protective of his territory. Chuanbao scoffed, rapping his fingers on the table. Alu. He thinks he can hide his flirtation with the Eagle Country folk so well. He had heard the hard facts from Chen Junhui. Alu was in constant contact with the Eagle background detectives in the police force more frequently than relatives. Although Chuanbao loved making money, when it came to such foundational matters, he was tougher than anyone. In the original work, Di conspired to establish a new regime against Liansheng, and he was the first to stand up. As soon as those words were spoken, several elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Apparently the rumors had all been true. Dengbo suddenly raised his hand and slammed it on the table. Since Alu has unclear ties with the Eagle Country's forces, the position of leader cannot be handed to him. I vote for Di. As soon as Dengbo finished speaking, the situation was settled. At this moment, Di was accompanied by Dasa and Cheng Mao, renting out an entire floor of a restaurant for a celebratory banquet. Tisk, all vegetables and tofu. If outsiders saw this, they might think my Di is so poor he can't even afford a meal. Change the menu. Bring out shark fins and abalone, and add 2 roasted suckling pigs. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. The caller was Deng Bo, who opened with, congratulations, the leader has been decided, it's you. After hanging up, Di raised his chin towards Dasa and Cheng Mao, who were looking stern. Deng Bo just called it this term, the leader is my Di. The two relaxed their shoulders, smiles creeping into their eyes. Di tightly embraced Dasa, turning to Cheng Mao and instructing, call Prince Hui and tell him that tonight I am hosting a banquet he must attend. Also notify Blackheart Snake he must eat, and the dragon head stick must be handed over to me personally. The next evening, the restaurant was brightly lit and bustling with voices. The leaders from all the Liansheng factions arrived with their subordinates, the hall filled with black suits and shiny shoes. Naturally, the police were not idle either, and the white minibus outside clicked away as cameras snapped. Dede was generous, immediately sealing dozens of red envelopes and distributing them one by one to the officers. Several Mercedes-Benz cars slowly came to a stop, and Chun Junhui stepped out with a few subordinates. As soon as Dede spotted him, he rushed forward and clasped his fists together. Prince Hui, with you backing me, I can firmly secure this seat. Tonight we won't leave until we're drunk. Chun Junhui glanced at Dede's bright red suit and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Dede, fortunately, I know you're celebrating your rise to power. Otherwise, I would have thought you were getting married tonight. Dede and Dasa burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Dede put a hand on Chun Junhui's shoulder and lowered his voice. I haven't forgotten what I promised you before. Yao Wen's position is confirmed. I have already shortlisted 2 for next year's positions, Yao Wen and Cheng Mao. Do you have anyone in mind for the remaining slot? If you do, decide quickly so I can report it. Yao Wen stood quietly beside them, a smile playing on his lips, his gaze calm as water. At present, he was in charge of 3 major clothing brands, Yaxing Yofu and New York Style, earning millions daily, no longer the naive boy clutching an application form. Position. He had long since lost interest in that copper plaque. Chun Junhui turned to look at Gao Lao Hui and Alai. You two, do you want to take this opportunity to join? They both shook their heads in unison. Boss, we've only been with you for a few months. If our qualifications are too shallow, we'll observe this year and compete next year. It was true their strength was sufficient, but the timing was not right. As for Yao Wen, his qualifications were even shallower, but he had money, goods, and connections. The rules had always been flexible. Seeing the two insist on declining, Chun Junhui simply gave the slot to Dede. At this moment, another wave of guests poured in from outside. Chun Junhui patted Yao Wen's shoulder, leading a few people inside. Just as they stepped into the lobby, Chuan Bao waved at them from afar, pulling them to sit at the front table. When most people had arrived, Dede took the microphone and stood on stage. Being able to sit in this chair is entirely thanks to the support of my brothers. I, Dede, cannot claim to have much skill, but let me say this. You follow me, and together we will earn big money. He had not even finished elementary school and could not articulate grand principles. Fortunately, no one below took it seriously, and applause thundered lively and warm. Afterward, Blackheart Snake slowly took the stage, holding the heavy dragon head stick and solemnly handing it to Dede. Chuan Bao stared at the ebony dragon head, clicked his tongue, and nudged Chun Junhui with his elbow. See that? Dede's current aura is imposing, a sight to behold. Are you really not envious? Don't you want a day like this under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, hearing the applause of the crowd? Chuan Bao was currently troubled by 2 things that revolved around Chun Junhui. The first was that he remained single with no one to care for him. The second was that despite him having laid out the ladder and rolled out the carpet, Chun Junhui was unwilling to climb up. The position of leader was offered to him, but he refused. Chun Junhui flicked off the ash from his cigarette and chuckled softly. Big brother, spare me please. When I walked in, I deliberately glanced, and I saw Officer Huang from the West Kowloon O department squatting by that minibus, smoking half a pack. He didn't rush in to arrest anyone, he was just saving face for Lian Sheng. In the future, whenever there's a stir in Hong Kong, Dede will have to go to the police station for tea. If Lian Sheng gets into trouble, he'll probably spend the night in the detention room regularly. Let alone how many triads in Hong Kong are waiting to take a shot at him, to step on him, to rise up. In the past, Dede only needed Cheng Mao to follow him. In the future, he'll probably have to bring 5 or 6 people along to feel safe showing his face. Outside the restaurant, a police minibus was parked by the street. 2 newly hired officers squatted beside the car door, chewing on pineapple buns while whispering complaints. It's really damn frustrating. Those triads inside are feasting on abalone and shark fin while we're out here gnawing on cold pineapple buns. Not long ago, they were so scared they didn't even dare show their faces, and now as soon as the wind has passed, they all bounce out of the sewer without even wiping their faces. In the front passenger seat, Huang Zhiqing was squinting at the sky with a cigarette in his mouth. Hearing this, he slowly turned his head, letting the ash fall. What are you complaining that the police job is too hot for you? Those sitting inside are all the decision makers of the triads. If you go in now and ask one by one who would be willing to take you as their underling. The 2 immediately fell silent, lowering their heads to rapidly press the shutter, capturing the silhouettes moving in and out of the restaurant. When Huang Zhiqing turned back, the old officer beside him frowned and murmured, the new leader of Lian Sheng is actually Dede. Given his notorious arrogance, we may have to work overtime for the next 2 years. Dede was notorious even back in Sin Wan, causing headaches for the police. Now that he has taken the dragonhead seat, it is uncertain what kind of storm he will stir up. Huang Zhiqing scoffed, flicking off ash, and asked, after all these years in the police, haven't you figured out? People cannot be judged by their appearance. After a moment's pause, he replied without hesitation, of course it's Alak. He's always level-headed, never provokes trouble, and keeps the Jordan area running like clockwork. Wang Chaixing shook his head with a wry smile, his tone laced with weary resignation. If only you had half the shrewdness of Tai Zfai, I wouldn't have to burn the midnight oil, drafting reports every night. Alak has a gentle temper. If he were truly so pliant, why would Tai Zfai never elevate him? Tai Zfai is the adopted son of Chen Bo, and Lung Gan relies on him for capital. Together they wield immense influence within the Wo Shing Wo Elders Council. Anyone granted Tai Z face, not instantly becomes the new Zhuguan head of the Triad. He operates strictly within legitimate business. His greatest fear is Triad scandals erupting into public view. So by choosing to D, he's made his judgment clear in his eyes. To D's capacity to stir trouble carries less weight than Alok's. Wang Chaixing sighed inwardly. If all Underworld figures possessed Qin Junhua's clarity of judgment and unwavering moral boundaries, would his team still need to shadow one suspect after another perpetually on high alert? A nearby officer furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, yet remained perplexed. But the file states it plainly. D has the most brawls on record, while Alok maintains Jordan with flawless discipline. If I were choosing, I'd cast my vote for Alok without hesitation. Wang Chaixing lit another cigarette. The flame illuminated half his face. Yes, D loves to throw punches, but even at his fiercest fights leave only black eyes and swollen faces. No one's ever ended up in a coffin. What about Alok? How did Hung Zi Ming die? Have you forgotten? His body vanished without a trace. Only a black pot was left placed squarely on someone else's head. Moreover, D has already swept Sun Wan clean. Once installed as Zhuguan, who would he even fight? Spar with lampposts. Yet Alok's territory lies in Yao Ma Ti, the stronghold of the Number Gang. Once he seizes power, he'll inevitably push Wo Shing Wo's banner into Tsim Sha Sui. Do you truly wish to spend your days shuttling there collecting corpses from the streets? The officer blinked. Then his eyes suddenly brightened, and he nodded emphatically. Indeed, D now faces no rivals in Xinhuan. Even if he sought chaos, there's nowhere left to unleash it. Whereas Alok's domain, Yao Tsim Mong, teems with hidden serpents and dragons, its surface calm, concealing undercurrents of lethal tension. Alok appears placid and affable like a glass of lukewarm water. Yet beneath that quiet warmth simmers molten lava. No matter how convincingly he plays the gentleman, he remains irrevocably at the eye of the storm. Wang Chaixing saw through this. Thanks to Qin Junhua's early warning, never trust the opposition party. Having been deceived once by Han Chan, he would never again fall prey to the same face, or the same rhetoric. At that moment, the banquet at the restaurant concluded. Qin Junhui led the way, and rising to take his leave, guests filed out in orderly succession. D and his wife stood at the entrance, shaking hands with each departing guest. Uncle Lungan, please visit Xinhuan more often. The two new recruits there are quick-witted and nimble-fingered. Your guidance would mean everything. Uncle Liang Lao, henceforth the society's accounts rest entirely in your hands. Every figure must be crystal clear. Uncle Chen Bo, I've just opened an auto repair shop. Bring over your Mercedes next time. I'll let my apprentice test his skills. Tai Zfai, you must remember me first whenever fortune smiles. While the D continued exchanging pleasantries, Wang Chaixing and his team stood silently across the street waiting. Only after the final guest drove away did he adjust his tie and stride toward the restaurant entrance. The police suspect your involvement in organized crime activities. Please accompany us to the station for investigation. As the DS wife stepped forward, he raised a hand to gently halt her. Slightly unsteady from drink, he slung an arm around Wang Chaixing's shoulders, his voice hoarse. Superintendent Wang, thank you. I saw it clearly. You could have cuffed me the instant I crossed the threshold, but you waited until every guest had departed. Who grants to D face to D remembers forever. Where are the cuffs? Lock them on me now. Without a word, Wang Chaixing snapped the silver restraints shut and escorted him into the rear compartment. Halfway to the station, D had already fallen into deep slumber in the back seat. Wang Chaixing ordered his officers to carry him into the detention cell and quietly draped a light blanket over him. The next morning, as Wang Chaixing pushed open his office door, D stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. In the interrogation room, a steaming cup of coffee slid across the table. D lifted it, took a sip, and immediately grimaced, spitting it out. Damn. Your station's coffee still tastes like burnt rubber. Wang Chaixing merely smiled, unruffled. Glad you find it bitter. That means fewer interruptions, fewer visits to this very room to swallow gall. Do you know why you're here? D was no novice. He understood protocol instinctively. Besides, Blackheart Snake had drilled every rhetorical tactic into him flawlessly. He paused, then met Wang's gaze with a knowing smile. I know. It's a reminder. Who truly holds authority in Hong Kong? Don't mistake our Triads' outward swagger for real power. When it comes to true weight, Hong Kong's balance tilts squarely upon your police force's shoulders. During last month's anti-prostitution and anti-triad crackdown, I was personally escorted by 2 uniformed officers to an outlying island to haul stones. 3 full days without rest. All because I dared speak back. Right then, that officer drew his pistol and aimed straight at my head. My palms turned icy, though I nearly wet myself. Should the police force so much as frown, even the humble job of parking guests' cars would vanish from our grasp. Wang Chaixing listened and offered only a quiet, thoughtful nod. The DS words lacked the ironclad precision of Chun Junhua's earlier interrogation, but they sufficed just barely. After all, the transcript Qin Junhui left behind at the police station had long been canonized by the New Territories South Regional Command, copied, circulated, studied by every officer. Even Shi Lirong, upon reading it, slammed his palm on the desk in admiration. For Didi, the Zhuaguan appointment was a coronation, the pinnacle of underworld ascendancy. For Chen Junhui, however, it was little more than a perfunctory social obligation. Far more urgent than Wo Shing Wo's ceremonial courtesies was the silent, scorching heat of a single-stock wharf holdings. Inside the stock exchange, Fong Zambo's fingers flew across the keyboard, verifying his position details. Over a month of covert accumulation had secured him 22 million shares of wharf holdings, over 20% of total issued capital. And the 300 million Hong Kong dollars Qin Junhui had allocated. Every cent had vanished into the market. Fong Zhambua immediately dialed his boss. "Boss, it's done. We hold 22 million shares, solidly, unquestionably." Over the line, Qin Junhui laughed aloud, his brow unknotted with relief. "Zhambua, I'm betting everything on you. With these 20%, I can finally negotiate terms and demand respect from the shipping tycoon. Hold the 20 million shares steady, but release 2 million in staggered batches. I want the battle between the shipping tycoon and Keswick over wharf holdings settled tonight once and for all." Fong Zhambua hung up, turned to his assistants, and declared, "Our mission has changed. From now on, we stoke the fire. Push wharf holdings' share price skyward relentlessly. The boss said the proceeds from selling those 2 million shares are our fee. The more wildly the price soars, the heavier our pockets grow." The assistants exchanged triumphant high fives, their faces alight with exhilaration. On-screen, wharf holdings traded at 13 Hong Kong dollars. 17. Fong Zhambua studied the figure, then gave his command. "Place an order at 13 Hong Kong dollars. 50 for 30,000 shares." The moment it appeared, retail investors snatched it up. 13 Hong Kong dollars. 87, sell 10,000. 14 Hong Kong dollars. 16, sell 20,000 more. 15 Hong Kong dollars. 60, final 8,000. Within 60 minutes, wharf holdings rocketed from 13 Hong Kong dollars to precisely 15 Hong Kong dollars. 00. 15 Hong Kong dollars became a psychological threshold for retail investors. All new wharf holdings was fundamentally sound, yet its price had languished near 13 Hong Kong dollars for years, imprinting that range as the reasonable zone in every mind. Now, with that barrier shattered, many clutched their cash, paralyzed, staring at screens, breath held in awe. In Wharf Holdings' trading room, several stock managers gathered before a whiteboard, faces grim. Logically, this surge makes no sense. Someone's manipulating the market, brazenly inflating the price. But aside from ourselves, who'd expend such effort? We are Wharf Holdings' principal market makers. No matter how frenzied the rally, ultimately Jardine Matheson bears both the risk and the reward. Stranger still, the broader Hang Seng Index remains utterly still, while Wharf Holdings alone surges violently. Their target is unmistakable: us, and only us. After brief deliberation, they unanimously decided alert the Keswick family immediately. The situation had slipped beyond control. In the chairman's office, Wei Kadao tapped his fingers on the desk, his brows knotted into a deep mountain character. Someone was leveraging selling pressure to drive prices upward, a tactic both cunning and perilous. Only two possibilities existed: either a syndicate testing the waters, preparing to harvest profits from retail panic, or an unknown faction long lying in wait, now drawing its swords solely to cash out at peak valuation. He paused, then picked up the phone. "HSBC. This is Wei Kadao of Jardine Matheson. I request to speak with Mr. Shinbai, the helmsman of HSBC, widely regarded as Hong Kong's key to the treasury." Rumors long held that Li Ka-shing's grip on the title of richest man rested on Shun Bis' unseen support. As twin pillars of British capital, Jardine Matheson and HSBC maintained decades of close ties. "Mr. Shin, please investigate discreetly. Who's been monitoring Wharf Holdings so intently? Whether Wharf Holdings prospers or falters, Jardine Matheson may yield ground, but that waterfront land must remain Jardine's." The call ended. Wei Kadao sank back into his chair, his expression darkening further. For Jardine Matheson, Wharf Holdings' profitability was never the point. The true prize was that prime coastal real estate, which could never pass into alien hands. This wasn't commerce, it was dignity. It was the unassailable red line of British capital's century-old prestige. Should anyone dare cross it, he would not hesitate to meet the governor face-to-face and speak plainly. Before the final syllable faded, the telephone on his desk rang sharply. It was Shunbai returning the call. "Mr. Wei, the information is confirmed." Those four words struck Wei Kadao like ice water. Shunbai had always addressed him as Mr. Wei, but now the deliberate shift to Mr. Wei manager signaled quiet, unmistakable distance. Sir John Powell's global group is pivoting toward real estate, pressured by the global shipping freight collapse. Manager Wei, you know well that HSBC and Global Group have cross-held shares for years. HSBC is Global's second largest shareholder, and Global ranks fourth among HSBC shareholders. Supporting Global Group's entry into property development aligns with our long-standing strategic policy. Thus the impending contest between Wheelock and Swire over Wharf Holdings. HSBC will likely refrain from further intervention. Yet should Swire secure Wharf Holdings, it could revive itself through real estate, thereby restoring the value of HSBC's assets. Wei Kadao exhaled slowly, his chest rising and falling with quiet intensity. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for illuminating the perilous stakes. He hung up and immediately dialed his CFO's direct line. How much liquid capital remains in Wheelock's accounts? Just over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Far too little to sustain this battle. Contact Standard Chartered at once. Pledge the land titles for Golden Gate Tai Koo and Prince's Building, and extract no less than 3 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash. Execute immediately. The full sum must clear within 7 days. No delay, no shortfall. Wei Kadao knew well, without hard cash on the table, one cannot even claim a seat at the table, let alone wrest Wharf Holdings from Y.K. Pow's grasp. Yet this 5 billion Hong Kong dollars represented Wheelock's entire deployable war chest. All they could hope was that this decisive strike would compel their rival to weigh its gravity and withdraw. He seized the desk phone and rang the trading floor directly, his voice low, deliberate, unyielding. Buy, acquire every single share of Wharf Holdings now trading on the open market. Yes, every last one. If the price stays below 100 Hong Kong dollars, execute without authorization. Wheelock currently holds only 10%. We must raise our stake to 50% within 3 days. Only with majority control does Wharf Holdings truly belong to us. After hanging up, he rose and strode to the floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond the glass stood Wharf Holdings itself, 12 square kilometers anchored deep in Yau Ma Ti. That single parcel of land alone had already surpassed 10 billion Hong Kong dollars in market valuation. At Hong Kong International Airport's departure lounge, Y.K. Pow reclined in a VIP sofa perusing a newspaper while senior executives gathered nearby. Mr. Pow, here is your itinerary for Argentina. Upon arrival, you'll attend a welcome luncheon hosted by the president himself. You're scheduled to deliver opening remarks. Subsequently, you'll hold closed-door negotiations with the Argentine Mining Association to finalize next year's freight rates for iron, ore, and copper concentrate. The Agricultural Association has also extended an invitation for dinner. Argentina supplies 30% of global beef exports, and 30% of that volume is carried by Swire's fleet. They too intend to press for lower freight rates next year. Y.K. Pow did not lift his eyes from the paper, only nodded faintly. Freight rates had softened this year. Exporters were sharpening their knives, eager to slash costs. This trip was precisely about setting the tone. Before the sentence had fully settled, his eldest son-in-law's phone vibrated. He listened briefly, his expression shifting subtly, and stepped close to Y.K. Pow, lowering his voice. Mr. Shin of HSBC just called. Wheelock has detected our move. He's learned they've pledged Golden Gate Tai Koo and Prince's Building to Standard Chartered to raise 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Combined with existing liquidity, their total war chest stands at 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. To most, such a figure would leave them speechless. Y.K. Pow scoffed lightly, tapping the newspaper's edge with a fingertip. These old British aristocrats think too narrowly. Wharf Holdings is worth 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, and yet they dare challenge me with only half that sum. Call my second son-in-law. Escalate the bid. 13 billion Hong Kong dollars, a down to the last cent. Secure majority control, no compromise. His second son-in-law was in fact his second daughter's husband. Y.K. Pow had no sons, only 4 exceptionally capable daughters. His 4 sons-in-law were his hand-picked lieutenants, each rigorously trained to command vital domains. The eldest oversaw shipping, the second capital warfare. The battle for Wharf Holdings had long been entrusted to him. The eldest son-in-law nodded and placed the call instantly. As soon as the order landed, Swire's capital surged into the market like a tidal wave. The Wharf Holdings acquisition war had officially begun. Fang Zhang's first batch, 15 Hong Kong dollars per share, vanished in an instant. Then retail investors cautiously offered 1800 shares at 18 Hong Kong dollars, swallowed whole without hesitation. 2 trades sealed. Fang Zhang's brows lifted. Finally, the big fish had taken the bait. He issued the order without pause. Place a buy order, 20 Hong Kong dollars. 51 million shares. Execute now. Order confirmed. Buy-side liquidity has arrived. Even the slowest observer could now sense that this perennial penny stock, long dormant on the floor, was about to soar. Retail investors flooded in, a fund's rush to establish positions. Sell orders met relentless buying pressure. Prices surged uncontrollably. 23 Hong Kong dollars. 20. 31 Hong Kong dollars. 61. 37 Hong Kong dollars. 96. 45 Hong Kong dollars. 30. 51 Hong Kong dollars. 75. When the closing bell rang that evening, Wharf Holdings closed at 51 Hong Kong dollars. 00, nearly tripling from its opening price. Applause erupted across the trading floor. Cheers nearly shook the ceiling loose. Every trader's eyes burned with feverish light. Fang Zhangbo had declared it plainly, those 2 million shares were their year-end bonus. At today's 50 Hong Kong dollars market price, each would receive 100 million Hong Kong dollars. 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Even 1% of that meant 1 million Hong Kong dollars, a fortune. Yet Fang Zhanbo remained unsatisfied. He uncorked a bottle of champagne. Pop. Bubbles leapt golden liquid shimmered. Don't celebrate yet. The price climbs again tomorrow. We'll begin selling in tranches once it hits 80 Hong Kong dollars. I guarantee, each of you receives at least 5%. Glasses raised high reflecting the dancing candlestick charts across the room. Faces flushed with exhilaration and anticipation. 1 month. Over 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Only the stock market can transmute paper wealth into scorching tangible reality. After a brief celebration, Fang Zhanbo grabbed his briefcase and walked straight to a corner Dai Pai Dong. Chen Junhui was already seated by the window, a glass of iced lemon tea sweating coolly before him. Smiling, Fang Zhanbo slid several stock certificates onto the center of the table. Boss, 2 million shares of Wharf Holdings, all accounted for. At today's 50 Hong Kong dollars price, that's exactly 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, down to the last cent. Jimmy and Damon stared silently at those thin sheets of paper, their throats bobbing, words failing them entirely. Could mere A4 documents truly exchange for 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in hard cash? No wonder men risked ancestral homes, wedding properties, even their families' very lives, for one chance. This speed outpaced grinding flour tenfold, this intensity dwarfed opening a shop 100-fold. While the two remained stunned, Chen Junhui simply lifted his teacup, took a measured sip, and gazed steadily. Have the dividends been prepared? Not a single cent short. After all these months, every brother deserves his due. Fang Zhanbo thumped his chest, voice ringing. Done. Rest assured, boss, you can count on it. Each gets exactly 5% of those 2 million shares. I plan to sell once the price hits 80 Hong Kong dollars, netting roughly 160 million Hong Kong dollars. Divided among 7 of us, that's 8 million Hong Kong dollars, each totaling 56 million Hong Kong dollars. The remaining 100 million Hong Kong dollars, I'll return it intact to you. Of the 300 million Hong Kong dollars you advanced me, 100 million Hong Kong dollars was borrowed. I've never forgotten that. Fang Zhanbo had never forgotten. Of the 300 million Hong Kong dollars Chen Junhui entrusted him with, 100 million Hong Kong dollars came from third-party loans. Chen Junhui waved a hand gently, a warm smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Zhanbo, I appreciate your sincerity deeply, but Chen Junhui always keeps his word. What belongs to you, you shall receive in full without discount. I'll cover that 100 million Hong Kong dollars myself. Just split the 2 million shares evenly among you. That gives each of you 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Fair recompense for everything you've endured and achieved. Seeing Fang Zhanbo open his mouth to protest, Chen Junhui raised a hand, palm down. Calm, final. That's settled. I am no miser. How could I offer only 5 million Hong Kong dollars when you've shouldered a mountain for me? I couldn't live with myself, not even for a moment. With that, Fang Zhanbo had no choice but to nod in agreement. Once he departed, Chen Junhui casually tossed the pages onto Jimmy's lap. Jimmy, guard these papers with your life. At most 1 week, Mr. Pow will come knocking in person to claim them. I need time to devise how best to make him bite deep and pay dearly. Call Mr. Wong right away. Tell him it's done. We now hold 2% of Wharf Holdings. And when negotiating with Y.K., Pow will need him present to lend weight to amplify our voice. Chen Junhui held leverage, but lacked standing to negotiate face-to-face with Y.K. Pow. Wang Zongjia, however, was different, a retail titan whose word alone commanded the market's full attention. Jimmy held his breath, carefully accepted the fragile sheets, tucked them securely inside his jacket, and dialed immediately. Hearing the news, Mr. Wang laughed heartily and pledged on the spot. He would attend the negotiation in person, ensuring Chen Junhui's stature was unquestioned. Within 2 days, Wharf Holdings surged to 80 Hong Kong dollars. Fang Zhanbo ordered immediate liquidation. As the 2 million shares sold off in sequence, 170 million Hong Kong dollars flowed swiftly into his account. A rough calculation confirmed 20 million Hong Kong dollars had already flashed into each trader's account. The moment the funds cleared, the team stormed luxury boutiques and auto showrooms, watches, supercars, limited editions, grabbing whatever caught their eye. 80 Hong Kong dollars was far from Wharf Holdings' ceiling. In just 7 days, the share price rocketed to 98 Hong Kong dollars, hovering precariously near the psychological threshold. The entire market understood this marked a definitive peak. Retail investors dumped shares en masse, small operators fled overnight. After nearly a week of aggressive accumulation, the Wheelock Group held 35% of Wharf Holdings, the Swire Group a quiet but firm 40%. When virtually no sell orders remained on the market, the Wheelock Group hastily convened a press conference. Under the blinding glare of spotlights, Wei Kadao spoke with unwavering authority. We hereby launch a full tender offer for all remaining publicly traded shares of Wharf Holdings at 105 Hong Kong dollars per share. This offer expires in 2 days, cash and delivery final and binding. News spread instantly. Retail investors raced to Wheelock's trading counter, stock certificates clutched tightly in hand. Meanwhile, the Swire side urgently hunted for the final 2% of shares. 2 days later, Y.K. Pow's private jet touched down smoothly at Kai Tak Airport. The Argentina trip had been a string of setbacks. After days of negotiation, the other side had slashed next year's freight rates by over 50%. Swire shipping next year promised not profit, but merely survival. Stepping off the aircraft, Y.K. Pow turned to his second son-in-law and asked, voice low and grave, "What is the status of Wharf Holdings? How many shares do we hold?" This trip only solidified his resolve to pivot from sea to land. Although Argentina occupies only a small part of the global shipping market, its price-cutting leadership could potentially trigger a chain reaction. If other shipping companies follow suit, global shipping will face significant challenges next year. To stabilize the stock price of the global group, it is essential to release a sufficiently heavyweight announcement to boost confidence. What could be more shocking to the market than global officially taking over Kowloon warehouse? The second son-in-law presented a document speaking steadily. In the past week, we have secured over 40% of Kowloon warehouse's shares. The Jardine Matheson side holds less than 40%. Currently, our shareholding ratio has surpassed theirs. As long as we lead in shareholding, we will have an advantage in the board seats. With the board in hand, acquiring Kowloon warehouse is only a matter of time. Unfortunately, this answer did not ease Bao Yugang's furrowed brow. He frowned slightly. Only 40%. The $13 billion I allocated to you was meant for you to acquire Kowloon warehouse at any cost. $13 billion had far exceeded the total market value of Kowloon warehouse at that time. In Bao Yugang's view, only by obtaining 60% of the shares could they truly secure their footing, enough to completely squeeze Jardine Matheson out of Kowloon warehouse. The second son-in-law smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jardine has also made serious moves, mortgaging 2 key pieces of land in Wanchai and Eastern District to Standard Chartered Bank, cashing out over $50 billion. Furthermore, their seasoned operators are much quicker at acquiring shares than we are. Jardine Matheson has been rooted in Hong Kong Island for over 100 years, holding precious pieces of land. This time, in order to stubbornly resist global, they even mortgaged their bottom-line assets. Bao Yugang fell silent for a moment, his gaze sharp as a knife. Since we and Jardine each hold 40%, who holds the remaining 20%? If it is scattered among retail investors, then a premium buyout is feasible. However, if it is concentrated in one person's hands, this battle may cost him dearly. After all, whoever holds that crucial 20% holds the decisive power. The second son-in-law replied softly, "We have already found out. It's Fang Jingxin's son, Fang Zhanhua. He quietly started buying shares of Kowloon warehouse about a month ago, over 300 million, successfully acquiring 22 million shares. When the stock price surged to $80, he decisively sold 2 million shares as a test, still holding on to a full 20 million shares. These 20 million shares combined with our 41 million and Jardine's 37 million totals 98 million shares. Only 200,000 shares are left available for trading in the entire market. I have already sent someone to check. Fang Zambo's 3 sisters are all studying on campus, never stepping out of the school gates." Upon hearing the name Fang Jinxin, Bao Yugang's eyelids twitched sharply. Fang Jinxin. The same Fang Jinxin who secured the presidency of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce 10 years ago. The second son-in-law nodded silently. When the global group went public, it was Fang Jinxin who secretly lent a hand, helping to smoothly push through several hurdles. If it were someone else holding 20% of Kowloon Warehouse, Global would have quietly cleaned up the scene long ago. How many silent shadows have sunk beneath the waves of Victoria Harbor? Global has always had its eyes on matters, and they have never missed out. But Fang Zhanhua is different. His father helped Global, and to take action against him, Bao Yugang must give his explicit consent. Bao Yugang remained silent for a moment, tapping gently on the mahogany table's edge. Arrange a meeting with him. Tell him 30 billion to buy out all the shares in his hands. 300 million multiplied by 10 is quite generous. If he is sensible, he should understand that this battle is not a stage for him to stand on. If he still refuses to let go, then he will have to experience what it means to be out of control. The second son-in-law nodded in agreement, fully aware of the weight behind those words. If Fang Zhanhua remained obstinate, his 3 sisters would likely be invited for tea on the way home from school tomorrow. By that time, the 2% of shares would not be worth 30 billion, but rather 300 million, or even less. This could be considered leaving Fang Jinxin with a final bit of face. No one should expect to block Global's entry into Kowloon Warehouse. As the closing bell rang that day, Fang Zhanhua remained alone in the trading room, staring at the market replay. The tasks assigned by Qin Junhui had long been completed, but he didn't take a break, instead diving deeper into the stock market like a starving person pouncing on hot food. After confirming that every transaction today was clean and smooth, he finally stood up, walked downstairs, and headed towards the underground parking lot. While his subordinates immediately cashed out their bonuses to buy Ferraris and Maseratis, Fang Zhanhua still drove that old model Mercedes that had been running for 10 years. It was the same model his father Fang Jinxin had driven back then. He had never considered changing it. Just as he reached for the car door, 7 or 8 dark figures surrounded him, impeccably dressed in suits, ties perfectly in place. "Mr. Fang, the boss requests your presence." Fang Zhanhua exhaled lightly, having anticipated that the Kowloon warehouse matter would not conclude so easily. He directly opened the driver's side door and glanced at the few men. Is your boss from Jardine or from Global? The group exchanged glances, and the leader paused before speaking. Once you meet, you will naturally know. Then it's most likely Global. Jardine doesn't like to beat around the bush. When working in the future, it's best to weigh who your opponent is. Otherwise, one day you might find yourself baited and not even realize how you got hooked. Before he finished speaking, a dozen figures leaped down from the back door of a minibus, each wielding a gleaming machete, the blades pressed firmly against the waists of the men in black suits. The leader was about to reach for his waist when Fang Zhanhua's voice came again. Do not draw your guns. This is the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. If a shot is fired, the police forensic team can trace your fingerprints in 3 days. At that time, your boss will have to personally hand you over. The man froze, sweat beading at his temples. He had forgotten that in this place firearms were absolutely prohibited. Go back and tell your boss if he wants to buy those 20% shares, he should directly contact Liansheng's Prince Hui. He is my immediate superior. Fang Zhanhua started the car and slowly drove away. The 10 or so men did not make things difficult for the men in black, waving their hands to let them leave. The minibus followed closely, neither too far nor too near, like a moving shadow, escorting him safely. The men in black engraved the words Liansheng Prince Hui into their minds, quickly reporting back to the second son-in-law Wo Shing Wo. Wo Shing Wo furrowed his brows, pondering. Liansheng is the largest gang in Hong Kong Island. I am aware of that. But this Prince Hui, what is his background? The leader immediately responded, Boss, Prince Hui is the toughest bone in the younger generation of Liansheng. His boss is Chuan Bao, an old veteran of the gang. His biological father was the top horse under Chuan Bao. Before the full moon party was over, his parents were slain by the new G gang at the street corner. After that, he was raised by Chuan Bao. Last month, he was involved in the bloodbath of the entire Yu-Tu Biao family. It is said that Yu-Tu Biao sold out his parents back then. Since his debut, he has run the Hong Kong Island Men's Magazine, started a payphone company, and established a chain of Asia Star clothing. Monthly revenue in the tens of millions, recognized as the top moneymaker in Hong Kong's underworld. Wo Shing Wo scoffed. No matter how good he is at making money, he is still just a thug. What does a gangster dare to meddle in Global's affairs? Who is currently in charge of Liansheng? The man in black hesitated for a moment. It's the Big D from Tsuen Wan. However, Big D and Prince Hui are of the same generation, both having sworn allegiance at the same dock. Neither can suppress the other. If we truly need to force him to let go, we might have to invite Uncle Deng, the oldest and most senior elder in the gang. Wo Shing Wo nodded. Arrange a meeting with Uncle Deng. Just say Wo Shing Wo is here to seek advice and discuss Prince Hui. The man in black turned to handle it, while Wo Shing Wo leaned back in his chair, reevaluating the chess game concerning Kowloon Warehouse. Currently, both Global and Jardine each held 40%, evenly matched. Neither could bite off the other. Whoever can secure those 20% shares from Chun Junhui will have a tight grip on the voting rights in the boardroom. With just a bit of pressure, the side with fewer shares will naturally have to retreat. At this moment, the man in black returned quickly. Uncle Deng agreed. He is free tomorrow. However, due to his age, the meeting place will have to be set at his location. Wo Shing Wo nodded, not saying anything further. He was not worried about what Liansheng might do to him. After all, he was Bao Yugong's second son-in-law. If anyone truly dared to lay a finger on him, it would be like slapping Bao Yugong in the face. With Bao Yugong's deeply rooted prestige in Hong Kong Island, no one would dare to cross this red line. Early the next morning, 3 black sedans steadily stopped outside Uncle Deng's building, and Wo Shing Wo was escorted upstairs. Upon entering, Uncle Deng was already seated in a rattan chair, warmly greeting him with a smile. Mr. Wu has arrived. Please take a seat. Prince Hui will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. Wo Shing Wo furrowed his brow. Chun Junhui seems rather arrogant. Although he said this, he showed no hesitation in taking a seat. He casually picked up a Celadon teacup from the table, took a shallow sip, and immediately remarked, this tea has age. Even the top-grade De Hong Pao that the Bao family often stocked lacked some richness and lingering sweetness compared to this. Bao Yugong has been in Hong Kong for many years and has never been fond of tea, but the tea leaves stored in the Bao family's warehouse have always been the most precious and hardest to find on the market. This cup, however, was clearly not something that could simply be bought with money. It required connections, weight, and relationships to be worthy of being served at the table. Just from this one cup of tea, it was evident that Uncle Deng was not merely a nominal elder within Liansheng. Uncle Deng simply smiled lightly, just a small thing not worth mentioning. Prince Hui is filial. Every time he comes he brings a few ounces of good tea, saying it's to toast me on behalf of his grandfather. There was no hint of superficiality in that smile. It was more like a stone thrown into a deep well, with a calm surface concealing turbulent currents below. The elders often say the depth of tea soup reveals its quality. Truly top-tier tea never circulates on the market, it silently flows within the circle. The one who possesses tea that is rarer, older, and harder to find is stronger and has wilder connections. Even though the Bao family is wealthy when it comes to the tea world, they may not necessarily surpass Chun Junhui's expertise. Wo Shing Wo nodded silently, taking another sip, feeling warmth in his throat, but his heart sank. trying to pressure He Lianxing to force Prince Hui to relinquish shares of Kowloon warehouse. This path seems impractical. Uncle Deng's words had made it clear He Lianxing is definitely standing behind Qin Junhui. And how could someone who can produce such tea be swayed by just a few harsh words? Just as he was pondering, footsteps came from the staircase. Qin Junhui entered carrying 2 live wriggling East Star Group fish, their tails still dripping water. Uncle Deng, look, just caught this morning. Just borrowed these from Uncle Chuanbao. He went deep-sea fishing yesterday and hauled up 4 in a single cast. I picked the 2 stoutest to offer you as a token of respect. Uncle Deng chuckled as he accepted the fish, his fingertips instantly gauging their weight. Casually he asked, is Uncle Chuanbao still in fine fettle? Qin Junhui sank comfortably into the sofa, utterly at ease. He's brimming with vigor, though his mouth runs non-stop. The moment I stepped through his door, he launched straight into matchmaking, insisting he'd introduce me to a young lady perfectly suited to my taste. You know me, Uncle Deng. I'm only 20, haven't even had a serious romance yet. How could I possibly think of marriage? So I fled here for some peace and quiet. With that, he casually reached for a banana on the table, peeled it, and began eating while flipping open the Oriental Daily News spread across his lap. Wo Shing Wo watched his every move, his brow tightening further with each passing second. From the moment he entered, Qin Junhui hadn't once looked Wo Shing Wo directly in the eye, as if the man were merely an extra chair placed in the room. Had he not known full well that this young man held a full 2% stake in Wharf Holdings, he would have left in indignation long ago. After securing the fish, Uncle Deng turned and sat opposite Wo Shing Wo, then gestured warmly. Wheezy meet Mr. Wo Shing Wo, owner of Wu Enterprises. Only then did Qin Junhui lift his gaze, clear-eyed, faintly amused, and effortlessly detached. Mr. Wu, does this tea suit your palate? Wo Shing Wo nodded slightly. Indeed, it is exceptional, though it falls just short of the famed rock rhyme No. 1 treasured by the Bao family. A subtle smile flickered at the corner of Qin Junhui's mouth, yet failed to reach his eyes. This was a century-old vintage smuggled from the secret cabinet of the Li family's Beijing ancestral residence, the sole such batch in all of Hong Kong. Instantly, he marked Wo Shing Wo with an internal cross, narrow vision, outsized arrogance. Yet outwardly his demeanor remained as gentle and affable as spring breeze. Since you enjoy it so, please drink your fill. Before you leave, I'll have my driver place 2 tins in your car's trunk. Seeing that Qin Junhui kept circling the issue, Wo Shing Wo abandoned pretense and cleared his throat softly. I understand, Mr. Qin, that you hold a 2% equity stake in Wharf Holdings. Should you wish to divest, I am prepared to acquire it outright, for 30 billion in cash. Uncle Deng's eyelids twitched. He glanced sideways at Qin Junhui. He had long known the youth dabbled in stocks, but never imagined he'd gone Allen to this staggering sum, 30 billion, exceeding even Ho Sing Lung's liquid assets by a considerable margin. Qin Junhui merely shook his head, lightly yet with unshakable finality. Wo Shing Wo's expression instantly chilled. Too low a price. No, it's quite fair. Qin Junhui's voice remained low, each word precise and resonant, but matters concerning Wharf Holdings are not yours to negotiate. I recognize only one person, the Honorable Sir Y.K. Pao, the maritime tycoon. As for everyone else, I'm afraid I cannot oblige. Wo Shing Wo's temples throbbed visibly. Mr. Qin, surely you grasp the magnitude of 30 billion. Should I make a single call, I could summon several Triad factions to surround Ho Sing Lung's wharves. Tell me, how many weeks do you imagine they'd last? Qin Junhui snapped the newspaper shut, its pages whipping sharply through the air. Mr. Wu, following your logic, might I not also hire 2 sharpshooters to escort Sir Pao straight to the Dragon King? You. Wo Shing Wo slammed his palm onto the table, sending tea splashing 3 inches into the air. Qin Junhui sighed softly, his gaze candid yet weary. Naturally, I wouldn't dare lay a finger on Sir Pao. But neither should you habitually overturn tables or shatter decorum. Business remains business. Burning bridges benefits no one. I've always held Sir Pao in the highest esteem. He is the very backbone of our Chinese business community, proving we need no foreign patronage to stand tall and claim the world's wealthiest mantle. If I truly intended to oppose him, I'd have sold those shares to Jardine Matheson's Keswick family long ago. Their offer, I assure you, would be far hotter and far more dangerous than your 30 billion. I've already extended my olive branch. Does Sir Pao truly lack the courage to grant me even a single audience? He no longer spared a glance for the frozen Wo Shing Wo, instead turning to Uncle Deng with a quiet, knowing smile. Uncle Deng, I'll take my leave now. Please pass along a message to Uncle Chuanbao. I'm only 20 and intend to run wild for 2 more years. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qin Junhui rose abruptly and strode resolutely toward the door. Not even a flicker of peripheral vision grazed Wo Shing Wo. Only after the glass door clicked shut behind him did Wo Shing Wo slowly exhale, his Adam's apple bobbing, his palms faintly damp. He knew this matter ran far deeper than appearances suggested. Qin Junhui sought not mere profit but the complete dismantling and reordering of the entire game. He turned his gaze to Uncle Deng's face. Uncle Deng, Prince Hui hasn't accorded you even the slightest regard this time. At present, the sharpest move would be to ignite a spark, to force Qin Junhui and Ho Sing Lung into direct confrontation. But who was Uncle Deng? A veteran of the underworld for decades, no easy prey for such crude provocation. Slowly he lifted his teacup, blew gently across its surface, and let a faint, enigmatic smile play upon his lips. When Prince Wei speaks, Ho Sing Lung nods. Wu Jingguang bowed his head in silent acknowledgement. The path of pressuring Qin Junhui into selling cheaply through Ho Sing Lung's intervention was now irrevocably closed. To remain seated any longer would serve only to waste time. He smoothed the hem of his suit jacket and stood to depart. Uncle Deng rose as well, his smile warm and paternal, personally escorting him to the threshold. The instant the door clicked shut, the warmth vanished from his face, replaced by a deep furrowed crease between his brows. Qin Junhui was fiercer, sharper, and calmer than he had anticipated. Lately he'd been preoccupied with consolidating authority for the new record faction and establishing the new leadership's tone, believing stability firmly secured. Yet Qin Junhui, without fanfare or flourish, had churned the waters into utter chaos, even driving Sir Pao's second son-in-law to seek help in person. For the upcoming leadership election, it seemed inevitable that Qin Junhui would assume stewardship of Ho Sing Lung's treasury seal and oversee its finances. Ho Sing Lung had labored for 2 decades, its coffers holding a mere 19 billion. Within half a year, Qin Junhui had amassed over 30 billion in hard cash. In sheer financial acumen, none within Ho Sing Lung could rival him. In fiscal mastery and capital audacity, no one else was more deserving of that seat. Wu Jingguang returned to the global headquarters and headed straight for Sir Y.K. Pao's office. The moment the door opened, before Wu Jingguang could utter a word, Sir Pao raised a hand signaling patience. After hearing the full account, the elder tapped lightly once on the edge of his rosewood desk and murmured softly. Never imagined, within Hong Kong's ancient placid waters, a creature like Qin Junhui would surge forth raw, fierce, and scaled in brilliant, untamed green. His covert accumulation of shares, and his bold bypassing of intermediaries to approach me directly, reveal a voracious appetite and ambitions that long since transcended mere stock prices. Wu Jingguang frowned slightly, his tone sobering. Father, he's merely leveraging his position to drive up the price. Who else in Hong Kong would part with 30 billion for his 2% stake? Jardine Matheson. They've mortgaged every last plot of land. They're utterly drained of liquidity. Global and Jardine had sparred for years, every parcel of land, every credit line, every iota of creditworthiness. Global knew them all intimately. Jardine's balance sheet barely stretched to 120 billion. Its strength spent, its reserves exhausted. 30 billion. Utterly impossible to mobilize in the short term. Yet Sir Pao shook his head with a quiet smile, his eyes, however, sharp as honed steel. Jingguang, you're still viewing this too narrowly. Ever since the press conference at Waiko Road, this has ceased to be merely about buying shares. Who controls Wharf Holdings now determines the dignity of Hong Kong's entire Chinese business elite. Our acquisition signals to all Chinese entrepreneurs can plant firm roots and carve out our share of the richest prize in real estate. Should Jardine refuse to yield, then we concede. Foreign firms hold dominion over this territory, and we dare not even brush its borders. He paused, lowering his voice further. Have you forgotten how HSBC survived back then? Wu Jingguang's expression tightened. HSBC and Standard Chartered were nominally both British banks, but their origins diverged vastly. Standard Chartered stood backed by Britain's treasury and the Hong Kong government, legitimate firstborn heir. HSBC. It was born from pooled capital contributed by Jardine Swire Inchcape and Sassoon, a bastard child of colonial commerce scorned and distrusted by all. Standard Chartered's chairman had even mocked publicly HSBC. Third rate. It could shutter tomorrow without surprise. Depositors panicked, a bank run loomed imminent. Yet HSBC's founder Thomas Sutherland chose not to confront Hedon. Instead, he spent heavily to win over the aristocratic mistress of Standard Chartered's general manager and commissioned photographs of her most cherished racehorse. When Sutherland appeared at Standard Chartered's headquarters arm in arm with that woman leading that very horse, every onlooker understood. Your most treasured woman, I embrace her. Your proudest steed, I let it. With what then do you presume to stand tall before me? That same day, depositors flooded in. HSBC clawed its way back from the brink of annihilation, later rising to become one of Hong Kong's twin titans. Today's Wharf Holdings is that very mistress. Whoever grasps it holds the entry ticket to Hong Kong's real estate underworld. Forget 30 billion, 45, 50 billion. Global must acquire those 2% from Qin Junhui. Only with those 2% secured can we deliver the decisive vote in the boardroom and permanently expel the Jardine faction. Waiko Road understands this logic perfectly, so they'll scramble to borrow from every foreign house they can, paying exorbitant interest just to seize those shares before we do. Qin Junhui's so-called goodwill is nothing less than a blade pressed to both our throats, forcing us to raise our bids, forcing Jardine to bleed dry. Sir Pao lifted his gaze, voice unwavering. Call him. I wish to meet this young man who's lately stirred Hong Kong's waters into such tempestuous life. Wu Jingwang stiffened, nodded sharply, and immediately turned to dial. In a corner booth beside the window of a cha-chan, Tung Chin Junhui was bent over a document, only lifting his eyes upon hearing approaching footsteps. Jimmy slid a stack of papers across the table and lowered his voice. The shipyard secured. In the alley behind Sunwon Wharf. Over 30 veteran craftsmen, exceptionally skilled, specializing in modifying smuggling vessels. Several of Big D's speedboats were refitted by them. Who was Big D? A Sunwon rat, able to sniff out profit even in the darkest crevices. If he wasn't running contraband, what else could he possibly do? Chen Junhui scanned the pages, his fingertip pausing lightly over the 5 characters, Sin, Won Shipyard. He said nothing, only gave a quiet nod. Clean up that shipyard thoroughly. I plan to relocate operations to Ma Lu Shui. Jimmy's brow furrowed, confusion edging his tone. Boss, Ma Lu Shui does have a wharf, but for black market goods it's never been as active as Sai Kung or as spacious as Kwai Chang. In his eyes, Chen Junhui had bought the shipyard solely to secure a discreet, efficient smuggling conduit. Chen Junhui, however, merely waved a hand, his eyes bright and clear. Who told you I'm dealing in smuggling? This shipyard is central to a much grander design, not petty trafficking in televisions or pocket change profits. Reselling color TVs. At best 2 or 3 million per month, barely pocket change. To ordinary thugs this figure would seem like a windfall, yet for Chen Junhui, it was barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Hearing his determined tone, Jimmy refrained from probing further and gestured to his subordinates to handle it immediately. In truth, Chen Junhui had never entertained the notion of smuggling. That line of work indeed offered quick cash, but the ceiling was too low and the prospects too weak. He distinctly remembered that in his past life, none of the top 50 billionaires in the world had risen through trafficking goods. During the industrial age, those selling tissues could become giants and soap manufacturers could reach the pinnacle of wealth. Yet arms dealers and drug traffickers would eternally remain ensnared in the shadows. Although Hong Kong had long been labeled as a smuggling lowland and a money-laundering haven, Chen Junhui had marked these 2 paths as off-limits from the very beginning. After briefing Jimmy, he leaned back at the table, continuing to peruse the densely packed shipping industry report. Currently, global freight rates were plummeting, and the impact extended far beyond just global shipping. Maersk Mediterranean Shipping Company, CMA, CGM Mitsui O.S.K. Lines, Yangming Marine Transport, Kawasaki Kisen, Kaisha, Evergreen, and Costco, almost all leading shipping companies were dragged into the mire. However, their foundations were solid, and their chains were complete. Having operated as conglomerates for many years, they could still hold their ground, unlike global shipping, which was in a dire situation. But the longer it dragged on, the deeper the crisis became. Eventually, a bloody path had to be forged. And where would that blood path lead? It could only be 2 things: cutting costs and improving efficiency. Whoever could break the deadlock first would seize the power to dictate the next decade. Coincidentally, Chen Junhui held that key in his hands. Just as he was leaning over the world map to outline points, the landline in the tea restaurant suddenly rang. Lin Bo answered the call and immediately shouted, "Hui Zai, it's for you." The caller's surname is Wu. Chen Junhui put down the red pen, his brow slightly furrowed. Wu Jingwang would call sooner or later, he just hadn't expected it to happen at such a critical moment. "Hello. Get to the point, no need for pleasantries." On the other end of the line, Wu Jingwang paused, surprised. No one had dared to speak to him like this for years. After a couple of seconds to collect himself, he finally replied, "Sir Bao wants to see you. Time and place. Tomorrow at the Bao family's old residence on Victoria Peak." "Got it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Junhui abruptly hung up the phone. On the other end, only the busy tone remained. Wu Jingwang stared at the phone, shaking his head helplessly. This was the first time he had been hung up on so decisively. Putting down the phone, he muttered to himself, if it weren't for Chen Junhui holding 20% of the shares in Kowloon warehouse based solely on his and Lian Sheng's status in the underworld, they wouldn't even know which way the Bao family's door opens. After reporting to Bao Yugong, Wu Jingwang tentatively asked, "Dad, may I sit in on the negotiation tomorrow?" Bao Yugong smiled, gently, his gaze warm. "Of course. Tomorrow you and Haiwen will accompany me to meet this rising star from Hong Kong Island." Su Haiwen, the eldest son-in-law of the Bao family, is Austrian, stable in temperament, and comes from a clean background. He is neither burdened by a prominent family nor ignorant of international rules, truly Bao Yugong's most reliable right-hand man. After hanging up, Chen Junhui's fingers traced the map anew. After a moment, he marked 2 locations, Honolulu and Djibouti. Honolulu needs no further explanation. It is the capital of Hawaii and a golden anchor point on the Pacific shipping route. Djibouti, on the other hand, is an obscure little African country that controls the throat of the Red Sea, facing Yemen across the water. Few know its value today, but Chen Junhui had quietly noted in his heart that he had to visit this place personally. "Jimmy, run to the Central Library of Hong Kong Island tomorrow. Gather all the public information on Djibouti in North Africa for me." Jimmy nodded, understanding. His boss was setting up a new scheme. Then Chen Junhui called Wang Zongjia. The secretary answered, her voice tinged with impatience. "President Wang is in a meeting. Please tell him that I have an urgent matter tomorrow and would like President Wang's assistance. The secretary frowned. President Wang has an appointment with Mr. Ida from Mitsubishi Electric tomorrow and cannot make it. Chun Junhui chuckled lightly. Just tell him. Prince Hui will be going to Victoria Peak tomorrow for a significant matter, and President Wang will surely be willing to reschedule. The secretary hung up and spat in disdain. Prince Hui. It sounded like a thug collecting protection money unworthy of stepping into Victoria Peak. Moreover, Wang Zongjia was one of the top 10 wealthiest individuals in Hong Kong. How could he cancel on Mr. Ida, the president of Mitsubishi Electric, for a gangster? He managed the largest color TV factory globally, and Zongji's market depended heavily on this relationship. Full of doubt, she waited until Wang Zongjia finished the meeting to relay the message truthfully. Boss, someone just called saying Prince Hui will visit Victoria Peak tomorrow and also mentioned you would definitely be willing to reschedule. Should I help you refuse? Wang Zongjia suddenly laughed aloud upon hearing this. Don't refuse. Whatever you do, don't refuse. Push all my appointments for tomorrow. I want to personally accompany Prince Hui on this trip. He had been eyeing this matter for a while, eager to see how Qin Junhui would leverage a mere 300 million to pry loose a company valued at 4 billion global shipping. The secretary's heart raced, yet she couldn't help but advise, but boss, Mr. Ida. Wang Zongjia pondered for a moment. Let old Qin accompany Mr. Ida, he's familiar with the way. Compared to a business deal, he was more interested in witnessing a genuine grand game unfold. Mishu could only comply, quickly adjusting the schedule for the next day and dialing Qin Junhui's number. The following morning, Chun Junhui, accompanied by Jimmy, ascended Victoria Peak. He did not head straight to the Bao family's villa, but instead took a detour to the Wang residence. Assure went to Yaxing for work as usual today, leaving only Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, and a few servants at the Wang residence. Upon seeing Chun Junhui arrive, Mr. Wang laughed heartily and introduced him to his wife. This is the Prince Hui that Assure mentioned just a couple of days ago. Speaking of which, both Assure and Boss Ting have to address him as their superior. If Assure hadn't made up her mind, I would have genuinely hoped she could partner with Xiao Hui for life. Mrs. Wang smiled warmly, extending her hand to shake Qin Junhui's. Hello, Mr. Qin A sure has relied on your support these days. Oh, no need for such formalities, Aunt Wang. Just call me Xiao Hui. Qin Junhui said, waving his hand gently. Yaxing has been thriving lately, and Assure has played a significant role in that. We had no idea back then that she was the apple of the Wang family's eye. Had we known, we wouldn't have dared to let her settle for just the position of sales director. Wang Zongjia waved his hand with a smile. Prince Hui, you shouldn't cover for Assure like that. Though he spoke lightly, his face could not hide his pride. There was an unmistakable appreciation shining in his eyes. He and his wife knew best about Assure's capabilities before joining Yaxing. She struggled to understand contract terms, yet now she could independently negotiate million-level collaborations. If she were to return to Zongji's market, now managing a key store would be more than sufficient. After they finished a pot of tea, Qin Junhui followed Mr. Wang on foot to the Bao family villa nearby. The two families were merely 100 steps apart. Not needing a car, they walked along the bluestone path for 3 to 4 minutes to arrive. Jimmy stepped forward and rang the doorbell, and a servant opened the iron gate to peek out. Who are you looking for? Qin Junhui nodded slightly, his voice steady. I am Chun Junhui, here to discuss business with Sir Bao. The servant frowned. Qin Junhui. I haven't heard of him. Qin Junhui remained calm, casting a gentle glance at Mr. Wang beside him. Wang Zongjia smiled faintly. No matter how much Bao Yugong put on airs, he wouldn't resort to such petty tricks in front of the younger generation. He stepped forward half a step, his tone firm yet light. If you don't recognize Chun Junhui, you must recognize me, right? I brought 2 youngsters to accompany old Bao for tea. Open the door a bit. The servant hesitated, glancing at Wang Zongjia and then at Chun Junhui, ultimately sighing and stepping aside to let them in. In the upstairs study, Wo Shing Wo was fixated on the surveillance monitor at the door, his brows furrowing tighter. Dad, Prince Hui has arrived. Wang Zongjia is here too. Bao Yugong was momentarily taken aback, then his brow furrowed. Wang Zongjia was his longtime friend. When he had managed to secure the position of president of the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce decades ago, Wang Zongjia had played a significant role in making connections. Although Zongji's market was smaller than global shipping, he had extensive connections, quick turnover, and considerable liquidity, surpassing many large banks. Now he was personally accompanying Qin Junhui. Could it be that his financial backer was this old friend? The thought crossed his mind, and he immediately instructed, please invite Prince Hui upstairs. He had intended to make Qin Junhui wait a bit longer to temper the young man's sharpness. However, the other party had raised his hand to invite Wang Zongjia, rendering that strategy null and void. Under the guidance of a servant, the 3 of them crossed the corridor and stopped in front of the study door. Qin Junhui paused briefly, took a deep breath, and then followed Wang Zongjia into the room. Upon seeing Wang Zongjia, Bao Yugong immediately stood up to greet him. Old Wang, what a rare guest. Why didn't you give me advance notice? I would have prepared some really good tea. As they shook hands, both of the son-in-law also smiled and called out Uncle Wang. Bao Yugong turned to the servant and called out loudly, Old Wang loves high mountain mist tea. Please retrieve that batch of preaching Longjing I got from across the river. Use water from Lion Rock's spring boiled fresh. Once the servant left, he turned his gaze to the tall young man behind Wang. Zongjia, his expression calm. So you are Prince Hui. Let's get straight to the point. How much do you intend to sell those 20% shares of Kowloon warehouse? Wang Zongjia sat down easily, a smile on his lips, quietly observing Qin Junhui. Yet Qin Junhui did not beat around the bush, his lips curled slightly, his voice clear and crisp. I will gift those 20% shares of Kowloon warehouse to Sir Bao. But I only want one thing in return. The entire fleet of 210 cargo ships from Global Shipping. Bao Yugang's pupils constricted, and both Sansanla's expressions darkened suddenly. Wu Jingguang swallowed hard, suppressing his anger. You must be dreaming. Do you know how much this fleet costs? 4,769 million. Not a cent less, not a cent more. You think you can swallow the entire global fleet for just 20% of Kowloon Warehouse's shares? This deal seems too good to be true. Qin Junhui's expression remained unchanged, his speech steady, each word resonating. Mr. Wu is correct, the cost is indeed close to 5 billion. But that is the price for new ships. The ships of Global Shipping, the youngest, have already run for 3 years, and the oldest have long surpassed 5 years in service. If valued at original prices, the calculations might even be skewed. Over the years, they have been cutting through the waves day and night, earning no less than 1 billion annually. Costs. They have long recouped that multiple times. Not to mention the international freight rates are plummeting every day, and shipping companies on the island are shutting down every month. Globally, the foundation is solid and can withstand temporary setbacks, but those iron ships are no longer assets. They have become a burden. Considering depreciation, operational losses, and market conditions, this fleet is now worth no more than 20 billion. At most 21 or 22. I'm offering 30 billion worth of Kowloon warehouse shares in exchange for your 21 billion liabilities, Sir Bao. No matter how you look at it, this deal has considerable upside. Wu Jingguang was momentarily speechless. He never expected that the other party would be so well informed about the internal valuation of Global. This figure was something even the Bao family kept tightly under wraps. If it weren't for the turbulent shipping industry, how could the Bao family be so eagerly focused on Kowloon warehouse? At this moment, Bao Yugang suddenly spoke up. Indeed, the current market value of Global Shipping is less than 2% of Kowloon warehouse. But market value is ultimately just a number on paper. Recently, freight rates have dropped, which is merely a result of the Sakura Nation's reckless oil hoarding in previous years, now drastically cutting imports. However, the Sakura Nation is a resource-deficient country. No matter how substantial their strategic reserves, they will eventually run dry. Once the oil tanks are empty, shipping costs will immediately rise. As soon as freight rates increase, Global Shipping will instantly revert to being a money-printing machine, and its valuation will certainly exceed 20 billion. Qin Junhui nodded, accepting Bao Yugang's statement. Sir Bao is right, freight rates will rebound eventually. But the question is, can Global's fleet hold out until that day? Don't forget the Sakura Nation's central bank just hit the brakes on interest rates last month, clearly indicating that they plan to leverage the current window of oil surplus to aggressively push for industrial upgrades. This isn't just a routine interest rate cut. This is revealing their hand. Their oil reserves are far more substantial than anyone anticipated. The more critical point is the Sakura Nation is putting in considerable effort to repair relations with the opposite shore. Once both sides restart oil trading, the Sakura Nation will have an additional convenient, cheap, and stable oil supply channel. The ocean tankers from the Middle East will likely remain idle for 3 to 5 years. 3 years. 5 years. Will the cash on Global's books be enough to last through this round of hardship? The 3 members of the Bao family fell silent. They were of course aware of the news about the Sakura Nation getting closer to the opposite shore. For the 2 countries, it is a joyous occasion, but for the island, especially for those oil tankers of Global floating on the sea day and night, it is a heavy blow. Wang Zongjia, however, maintained a smile. Qin Junhui indeed did not disappoint him. At the negotiation table, he had managed to corner Bao Yugang into a tight spot. It should be noted that Bao Yugang had always been a formidable wall in business dealings on the island. Today, however, he was being pressed inch by inch by a young man. Qin Junhui shifted his tone. Compared to the turbulent shipping industry, real estate is a fertile land flowing with golden juice. There are 450,000 people on the island, crammed into 3 types of housing: hillside villas, traditional walk-up buildings, and public housing. There is a gap large enough to swallow the entire Victoria Harbor. If you dive into real estate, Sir Bao could sit atop the throne of the richest for another 30 years, and no one would dare to say a word against it. It would be different from decades later. By then, the opposite shore would have become the world's largest oil buyer. However, at this moment, the opposite shore was a bona fide oil giant. Daqing, Shengli, and Chongqing oil fields ranked among the top 3 in the Far East. In the past, due to historical barriers, oil from the opposite shore could not enter the Sakura Nation's ports. However, now, with the winds of reform blowing, Sino-Japanese relations have quietly thawed, and although the oil pipelines have not yet been laid, the tankers have begun trial voyages. If this coastal oil route is truly open, the Sakura Nation will save not just on freight, bypassing the Malacca Strait, and avoiding the Suez Canal will have the journey and reduce costs by 30%. Moreover, with the low labor costs and refining expenses on the opposite shore, once this batch of crude oil arrives, it would signal the countdown for global shipping's tankers. Bao Yugong lightly tapped the table, pondering for a moment, then shook his head. Real estate cannot just be entered on a whim. Currently selling properties relies entirely on completing the entire building before putting it on the market. One building typically costs several million. How many wage earners on the island can afford this amount? This is the hardest barrier facing real estate. Before he could finish speaking, we suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha. Sir Bao, we are both reasonable people. Why beat around the bush in front of the younger generation? I'm sure you've already planned how to enable ordinary families to afford a home. Let ordinary people buy houses. The two sons-in-law of the Bao family turned to look at Bao Yugong in unison, their faces filled with astonishment. They had truly never heard him mention this before. Wang Zongjia, however, smiled even more deeply, silently expressing his trust. Chen Junhui spread his hands, his tone firm. The most reliable method is to sell pre-sold properties. Pre-sold properties are not houses. They are blueprints, promises, and futures. First, sell the blueprints to buyers. Collect deposits before starting construction. Not enough money. No problem. Banks are willing to lend, with the collateral being the building that is still on the drawing board. With this approach, the funding for real estate development would drop from several billion to several million, and banks would gain a batch of stable repayment, lowest quality assets. I remember clearly. HSBC and Standard Chartered shareholder lists both have your name, Sir Bao. The money the banks earn is ultimately your money, isn't it? Wu Xingguang and Su Haiwen gasped, their eyes fixed on Bao Yugong. If what Qin Junhui said were true, Kowloon warehouse was worth far more than 100 billion. It was clearly a gold mine just uncovered. No wonder he was willing to go to great lengths to acquire Kowloon warehouse. Turns out the blueprint had long been drawn, waiting for the right wind to blow. Bao Yugong furrowed his brow slightly. Since you have seen through the trick of pre-sold properties, why not hold on to those 2% shares? All I want is that veto power in the Kowloon warehouse boardroom. Dividends. I don't mind giving you some. He initially thought Chen Junhui was still in the dark, but unexpectedly the other party revealed the secret in one breath. Since he understood the overall situation, he should know that 2% equity could potentially multiply by hundreds in the future. However, Chen Junhui insisted on exchanging it for global shipping, which didn't seem like a wise choice at all. Chen Junhui smiled lightly. Sir Bao, the island is too small. Making a fortune here by flipping properties would make the entire neighborhood point fingers at me. Giving birth without an anus. I, Chen Junhui, do not wish to earn such a reputation. After some thought, he looked up and nodded seriously. Tomorrow morning, bring a lawyer to the global shipping headquarters. I will be waiting for you there. Once the agreement is signed, global shipping will be yours. Chen Junhui stood up and extended his hand for a handshake. Sir Bao, I look forward to a pleasant cooperation. Chen Junhui glanced at Wang Zongjia, who only nodded slightly, his gaze calm, yet carrying an undeniable signal. Let's go. Chen Junhui nodded at Jimmy, and the two exited the study one after the other. Wang Zongjia remained still, delicately sipping his hot tea from a blue and white porcelain cup. Once the door was closed, Bao Yugong heavily leaned back into the sofa, letting out a long sigh, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Today's young people are truly getting more and more aggressive. Old Wang, you really struck gold this time. This person is sharp, daring, and even bold enough to quietly acquire Kowloon warehouse. You must have been counting money behind the scenes already, right? Wang Zongjia shrugged, placing the empty cup back on the small table, his voice calm and measured. If I say I didn't gain a single cent, would you believe me? I lent that 100 million Hong Kong dollars to Prince Hui, and all he needs to do is return the original amount. Not a dime more, not a dime less. Bao Yugong furrowed his brow, silent for 3 seconds, then suddenly raised his voice. Haiwen Jingguang, you two can leave first. Su Haiwen had just opened his mouth when Wu Jingguang grabbed his wrist and dragged him forcefully out the door. Once the study door was locked with a click, Bao Yugong slammed his palm down on the mahogany table, causing the pen holder to jump half an inch. Damn it, Wang Zongjia. You betrayed me. You clearly knew I wanted to acquire Kowloon warehouse, yet you secretly lent money to Chen Junhui, allowing him to buy stocks and corner the market. If you had called me in advance, why would I have to trade global shipping for those 2% shares? If you hadn't accompanied him today, would I need to negotiate terms with him? Last week on the court, I even intentionally let you in a shot, yet you turned around and stabbed me in the back. Bao Yugong was the king of shipping on the island. With a stomp, the docks would tremble. If it weren't for Wang Zongjia personally backing him, Chen Junhui wouldn't even have been able to touch the Bao family's doorstep. Hearing the word betrayal, Wang Zongjia suddenly stood up, flipping the teacup over with a loud smack. The white porcelain shattered into several pieces with a clear ringing sound. Betrayal. I, Wang Zongjia, betray you, Bao Yugong. Bao Yugong, do you really think of yourself as someone from Buckingham Palace? When you sat in the chairman's seat of the island's business association, why did I drop everything to run around for you? Drinking with foreigners until they vomit, stuffing red envelopes into your hands until they were sore. What did I gain? A simple thank you from you. A photo together. It was all because you held the global fleet. 80% of the imported goods in my market relied on the containers on your ships. Not just me. Who among the manufacturers on the island isn't relying on your ships to survive? That's why everyone supports you. With the shipping industry in deep losses, you turned around and pounced on real estate, wanting to cut up the land and speculate on properties. Have you ever considered that as land prices and housing prices rise, rent will also soar, and I'll have to spend half my profits just on rent? If this continues, I'll have to close down. Not just me. How many real estate bosses on the island hope the real estate market crashes? The one who truly threw the first punch is Bao Yugong. This statement struck Bao Yugong like a needle, making him speechless. He opened his mouth, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. He understood very well. The skyrocketing real estate prices and soaring rents were rolling up the costs of real industries. Yet with the fleet burning cash daily and employees waiting for their salaries, he could only grit his teeth and jump into the fire pit. Before Wang Zongjia finished speaking, he had already strode towards the door, pointing at Chen Junhui, standing in the corridor. Do you know what Chen Junhui gave me to borrow that 100 million? A complete proposal for a membership-based supermarket. Follow this, and in 3 years you'll earn back 10 Zongjia marketplaces. I didn't nod, fearing it would make you uncomfortable. What was the result? One sentence from him made me change my mind. Which sentence? Wang Zongjia stared at him, enunciating every word. The money that you Bao Yuang are unwilling to earn in the sea, I Chun Junhui will earn it. The waves you dare not touch, I will cut through them. Bao Yuang closed his eyes, his shoulders slumping as he sighed heavily. He admitted it. In this game, he lost completely. Chen Junhui not only saw through his fixation on Jiulong Warehouse, but also pried away his most steadfast ally. Even the old buddy he swung clubs with every week stood against him. What else could he say? As he watched Wang Zongjia turn to leave, Bao Yuang instinctively spoke up. Zongjia, are you coming for golf the day after tomorrow? The last syllable lingered, almost carrying a hint of pleading. Of course, why wouldn't I come? Just so you can see, winning against you in the past was not because of my skills, it was because I let you. Jimmy followed closely behind Chen Junhui as they stepped out of the Bao family door, feeling as if he were walking on cotton. Boss, am I not dreaming? Global shipping, it's really yours now. Global shipping, the pillar of the shipping industry in Hong Kong Island, catapulted Bao Yuang to the position of the richest man. Whoever holds its helm is the true captain of the foreign trade circle in Hong Kong Island. In the past, no matter how domineering Chen Junhui was, he was merely stirring up trouble on Liansheng's turf. Now, having grasped global shipping, he essentially held the lifeblood of the entire Hong Kong Island's maritime trade in his hands. Chen Junhui pulled a cigarette from the pack, the flame flickering, illuminating half of his face. Well, I suppose so. Jimmy saw his expression as calm as an ancient well and couldn't help but exclaim, boss, this is global shipping. Chen Junhui scoffed lightly, the smoke slowly dispersing, excited. What a joke. Do you think Sir Bao is foolish? The current global shipping is like a sick whale gasping for breath. Outwardly respectable, but riddled with holes inside. If I don't find a way to get it swimming again, I won't even need anyone else to act, I will have to drag it into bankruptcy court myself. Had it not been for Global's mountains of debt, Bao Yuang would never have willingly traded it for a mere 20% of Jiulong Warehouse. Jimmy's forehead broke out in fine sweat. Yaxing Electronics Magazine publishing telephone companies. Every month a steady income of 50 million, but this trickle could not fill the bottomless pit that was Global. Just then Wang Zongjia also pushed the door open. Chen Junhui immediately straightened his clothes, standing at attention, bowing deeply. Boss, Wang, thank you for your strong support. Without your oversight, I wouldn't even be able to touch the edges of Global. I will clear that 100 million within 30 days, not a penny owed. Wang Zongjia silently observed him for a long time, then suddenly raised his hand, pressing down hard on his shoulder. Prince, we Global will be entrusted to you from now on. Remember one thing, the goods of Hong Kong Island must be transported by the ships of Hong Kong Island. Whether importing raw materials or exporting goods, without the sea, Hong Kong Island would lose its backbone. Without a fleet of its own, the real estate sector of Hong Kong Island would be grasped by the throat, unable to speak up. This passive state is especially deadly when the shipping market plummets. Chen Junhui nodded slightly. Boss Wang, rest assured, every word of yours is etched in my heart. I swear in front of you, global shipping will soon sit at the top of the global shipping industry. Wang Zongjia finally nodded slowly. The fires to be lit, the paths to be paved, and the words to be delivered were all in place. Next, it was just a matter of seeing how Chen Junhui would turn that fire into a raging inferno. After descending the mountain, Chen Junhui did not head straight to the tea restaurant as usual, but instead turned into an old-style nightclub in Dewan. This was the unshakable base of Gao Laohui for many years. Just as he lifted his foot to enter, two thugs in black suits immediately reached out to stop him. Sorry, this place is closed during the day and opens at 8 in the evening. Being called a nightclub, it naturally only truly awakens during the neon-lit hours. Jimmy frowned. How long have you been with Ahua? You don't even know who his superior is. This is Prince Hui, and I am Jimmy, bringing him to meet Gao Laohui. The thug's pupils constricted suddenly, and he blurted out, You really are Prince Hui. He wasn't even a trusted aide of Ahua himself, but just a small leader under Ahua. Now the territory of Dewan village had long been managed by the top horse Ahua, while Gao Laohui retreated behind the scenes, focusing solely on shipping documents. Ahua couldn't manage the entire area, so he had to delegate. Thugs listened to small leaders listened to Ahua listened to Gao Laohui, and Gao Laohui listened to Qin Junhui. In simple terms, there were 3 barriers between this kid and Qin Junhui. Though he hadn't seen the real person, he had heard the bloody legends. Prince Hui had once washed Dawan in blood, and several officers from the police station had fallen under his blade. Rumors, after all, become more intense and exaggerated as they are passed on. Qin Junhui merely nodded slightly. In this territory, who would dare to use my name to swindle? The thug straightened his back, hurriedly stepping aside to let them pass, with a look of shock on his face that would likely be etched in his memory for a long time. At this moment, Gao Laohui was sitting in a booth checking the accounts with Ahua. Boss, the most stable income right now comes from the fake liquor business in various bars and nightclubs. This trick from the old top is brilliant. We provide security for them for free, but in return we get exclusive supply rights for their liquor, making more than we did from collecting protection fees before. A bottle of fake liquor costs less than 50 cents and sells for $3 in the bar, a 6-fold markup, much more efficient than flipping flour. Gao Laohui glanced at the account page, scoffing. You missed a point. When the bar sells it, which bottle is not marked at $5 or $10? We only make $3, the bulk goes to them. Ahua nodded in agreement, and then reported other income sources besides liquor. There's also gambling commissions from horse racing and valet parking. Before he finished speaking, a close thug suddenly lowered his voice. Boss, Prince Hui has arrived. Gao Laohui immediately raised his head, and indeed saw Qin Junhui and Jimmy entering side by side. He quickly stood up, his smile quick and stable. Boss, Brother Jimmy, what a rare guest. Did someone below act recklessly and secretly open a drug den? Prince Hui had long issued a strict order in Dawan territory. Drugs were strictly prohibited. This decision directly cut off the thickest revenue stream for the organization. Countless grumbles arose below, and many secretly cursed him for cutting off their lifeline. Other organizations relied on drug dens to support hundreds of people, while they in Dawan had to tighten their belts to survive. Fortunately, Qin Junhui timely pushed the new scheme of fake liquor, or else someone might have really flipped the table. Gao Laohui knew very well that Prince Hu's eyes and ears were as dense as a spider's web, so his first reaction was to conduct a self-check. Ahua beside him also tightened his jaw, his palms slightly sweating. If a drug den was truly discovered in his jurisdiction, the hat of the top horse would likely be hard to wear. Qin Junhui waved his hand and walked straight to the booth beside Gao Laohui, plopping down. Ahua, bring 2 beers. Make it real. Ahua turned around and soon brought 2 packs of chilled beer. Qin Junhui tore open a bottle and took a swig, his gaze heavy on Gao Laohui's face. I've been studying shipping for a while now. Today I specially came to test you. What's the key to reducing costs and increasing efficiency in the shipping industry? Gao Laohui pondered slightly and answered steadily. The top priority is to modify the unloading process. Currently, when 100,000 in freighter docks at Hong Kong Island, it takes a minimum of 7 days to load. Even reducing it by a day is solid profit. Secondly, the ships need to carry less fuel. Most ships currently sail directly, filling their tanks to the brim. Not only does it weigh down the tonnage, but they also consume fuel greedily on the way. Jimmy smiled sideways, his eyes full of approval. In the past, Gao Laohui would probably not even be able to fluently say loading and unloading. Qin Junhui nodded, casually tossing a beer bottle. You passed. Tomorrow morning, dig out your best clothes and run with me to Central. Gao Laohui reached out to catch it, but frowned. Boss, Central? That's not a place I can step into. That's the heart of Hong Kong Island's capital. Just one company in any office building is valued enough to buy half of Dawan Village. As a streetwise person who runs nightclubs, how could he dare to wander into such places? Qin Junhui suddenly chuckled. Gao Laohui, why do you think I'm having you study shipping? Gao Laohui opened the bottle cap and blurted out, of course, it's to pave the way for smuggling. I'm studying shipping and Allah is studying port construction. What isn't laying the groundwork for moving goods? In his eyes, smuggling had never been a blemish, but rather the survival instinct of the old-school organizations in Hong Kong Island. Qin Junhui hadn't engaged in it in his early years. He merely thought the timing hadn't been right. Qin Junhui chuckled upon hearing this, exchanging a knowing glance with Jimmy. Smuggling? Your boss doesn't even look down on such trifling profits. Jimmy, tell Gao Laohui, who we just want to see. Jimmy's gaze towards Gao Laohui clearly expressed 3 parts envy and 7 parts seriousness. I just accompanied the boss to Victoria Peak, met the king of chartering, and settled a major deal in his villa on the mountain. The boss and the king of chartering have agreed. Take a 20% stake in Kowloon warehouse in exchange for the entire global shipping. Gao Laohui froze in place, his eyes nearly popping out, first staring at Jimmy, then abruptly turning to Qin Junhui. Not just him, but Ahua and several brothers standing nearby also froze, mouths agape, forgetting to breathe for several seconds. After a while, Gao Laohui finally seemed struck by lightning, stammering, global shipping. That's the global shipping held by the richest man in Hong Kong, the king of chartering. Qin Junhui and Jimmy exchanged smiles, nodding in unison. Yes, that's the #1 shipping company in Hong Kong Island, holding 210 ocean-going giants with a total tonnage of 21 million tons. It's the global shipping with over 20,000 employees valued at over $2 billion, which the newspapers have dubbed Hong Kong's top commercial enterprise. Chun Junhui let out a soft sigh, his voice as steady as a massive vessel anchoring against a storm. Gao Laohui, tell me, among all the shipping companies in Hong Kong Island, which one dares to brand itself global? Tomorrow I'll bring my legal team to sign the transfer agreement with Bao Yugong. As the newly appointed general manager, you must be present to witness it. Gao Laohui's finger trembled violently as he pointed at his own nose, his voice quavering. Mie, the general manager of global shipping. Chun Junhui nodded. Had he not already resolved to place him at the helm of global shipping, he would never have forced him to pore over English customs declarations at Maritime College or memorize container codes dockside. Gao Laohui immediately waved his hands in protest, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Boss, I'm a street fighter. I can draw a blade and charge without blinking, but negotiation. All I know are vulgar curses. If you seat me in that glass-walled executive office, I won't even dare press the elevator button. I sidestep uniformed patrol officers on site. How could you possibly entrust me with Hong Kong Island's largest shipping empire? I'm afraid I'll scare off half the board on day one. Chun Junhui's brow furrowed, his voice dropped lower, and carried greater weight. Whether you're capable or not isn't for you to decide. Yaowen was just like you once, extorting protection money on street corners, selling t-shirts at night markets. And now, he commands the entire garment supply chain across Causeway Bay. Gao Laohui jutted out his chin defiantly. Boss, if you need me to lead a charge, blockade a door, or dismantle a rival's operation, I won't blink an eye. But now you want me sitting in boardrooms, parsing maritime trade data, scrutinizing financial statements, negotiating charter contracts with foreign shipowners. I can't even recite the full definition of laytime. Ahua nodded vigorously beside him, his Adam's apple bobbing. Yesterday he'd been collecting protection fees at Tai Wai Street Corner. Today, he was signing global shipping manifests. The leap was more absurd than leaping from Mongkok to Chengchao. Chun Junhui gazed at him in silence, then suddenly smiled. Gao Laohui, I trust you. You'll serve as general manager, not owner. The true captain of global shipping remains me, Chun Junhui. Don't understand something? Come ask anytime. Every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Same booth at our usual Cha Chan Tung. We'll review progress over iced lemon tea. Your compensation mirrors Yao Wen's. You'll receive 10% of net profits. If global shipping sails smoothly, earning several billion annually, you'll pocket a clean 100 million. Do the math. How many years would it take you to amass that sum collecting stall rents or guarding venues? Gao Laohui stared down at his shoe tips, silent for a long while, then exhaled deeply, a slow, heavy release of breath. Boss, if I sink global shipping, promise you won't toss me into the sea to feed the fish. Chun Junhui threw his head back and laughed, setting the empty beer bottle down on the table's edge with a crisp, ringing clink. With me holding the rudder behind you, you won't even find a wave strong enough to capsize you. He rose, shrugged his coat onto his shoulders, and strode away. Go get a haircut. Trim that wild mane into something sharp and presentable. Then head to Central and pick out a proper wardrobe. The pricier the better. Gold watch, leather shoes. No one must mistake Chun Junhui's right-hand man for someone freshly sprung from Yao Ma Ti. Gao Laohui hurried them to the door, then ventured cautiously, tonight, free. Chun Junhui understood instantly, and smiled in quiet affirmation. A celebration banquet was indeed in order. The moment the car door clicked shut, Damon smoothly glided the Mercedes up to the curb. Watching the sleek black sedan vanish around the street corner, Gao Laohui turned and walked slowly back into the nightclub. Ahua stepped forward, lowering his voice. Boss, is it true? Are we really taking over global shipping? Gao Laohui shook his head, but a faint knowing smile tugged at his lips. The owner remains Chun Junhui. I'm merely the operator. There's an iron gate between manager and owner. It must never be blurred. Ahua clicked his tongue, eyes wide with envy. Doesn't it amount to the same thing? From now on, cargo owners at Hong Kong dock, ship owners in Europe, agents in Singapore. Who among them won't bow low before you? He'd never been one for stillness. Back in his Triad days, he dreamed only of one day ruling half of Tai Wai Street. Yet now Gao Laohui had vaulted, not onto a street, but across the entire Pacific shipping route. Too weary to explain further, he simply reached for the telephone on the table. Hello, Alai, Gao Laohui. Tonight's Suiwa restaurant. I've reserved the whole place. Bring plenty of men and be punctual. What wedding? You'll understand when you arrive. Bring only those you truly trust. Yaowen, it's me. Suiwa 8 p.m. Bring Ah Ting and the rest. There's a major event unfolding. Fat Chicken, clear your schedule tonight. Slim Dog, Suiwa, don't be late. I'll be home shortly. Wait for me. Lon Gue Dong, Suiwa is fully booked tonight, so seal that mouth tight. No leaks. Dad, I'll send the address to your phone. Please come with Mom. After finishing the last call, Gao Laohui turned to Ahua. Ahua, weigh your choice carefully, cling to those few aging streets of Tai Wai, or board the ship with me and sail into uncharted blue waters. He knew well that to steer global shipping, a vessel of such magnitude, he needed a loyal, resilient, battle-hardened team at his side. And the sharpest blade had always stood beside him. Ahua pressed his lips together, fingers tapping absently on the tabletop, silent for a long stretch. Staying in Tai Wai, he reigned over half a street, Joining global shipping, he'd become Gao Lao Hui's chief lieutenant. Far grander in prestige, yet bound to obey. To be the rooster's head, or the phoenix's tail. This dilemma proved far thornier than choosing between a cleaver and a watermelon knife back in the day. Gao Lao Hui didn't press him, only tilted his chin towards several younger underlings nearby. Think it over yourselves. Sail with me, or stay rooted in Taiwan, and ask every one of your own men what they truly wish. A name like Global Shipping, a golden brand, normally doesn't even reveal which way its front door opens. This is the greatest stroke of fortune any of them will ever encounter in their lifetimes. Miss tonight, and there truly will be no turning back. Suiwa Restaurant. Ahua arrived at noon and secured the entire floor. Scarcely had the manager nodded in agreement when he'd already finalized the menu: steamed sea cucumbers from Liaoning, braised shark fin, abalone stewed with fish maw. All signature dishes rich and resplendent. Gao Lao Hui first stopped by a barber shop for a sharp clean-cut hairstyle, then headed home to fetch Ayu. Ayu had been his since high school graduation, once a cocktail server at the nightclub, later following him to join Chun Juanhui, eventually relocating together to Shatin. Thankfully, after aligning with Chun Juanhui, Gao Lao Hui's wealth swelled dramatically, and Ayu finally shed the identity of a hostess for good. The moment she saw him enter with a suitcase, she lunged forward and seized the handle. Hui, are we running? If you dare leave me behind this time, I'll never forgive you, even in death. In Triad circles, a sudden daytime return home almost always meant trouble was brewing. Last time he'd fled in the dead of night, you overslept and missed the bus. The hollow silence of that empty platform still lodged like a splinter in her heart. Gao Lao Hui kicked the suitcase hard against the wall. Run. I'm here to tell you. We've booked Suiwa Restaurant for tonight entirely. Go pick out something respectable to wear, now. Ayu's brows nodded. Suiwa. That ultra-expensive one in Shatin. At least 15,000 per night. Gao Lao Hui was already rummaging through the wardrobe. 15,000. A mere drizzle. Do you know Prince Hui himself came to the club this morning, to see me? Her voice tightened. Prince Hui. Isn't he the one who never leaves his territory, while you're the one who pays homage? Could he possibly be sending you to slash someone? Gao Lao Hui held up a suit jacket, tried it on, then dismissed it, too lacking in presence, and tossed it aside. Slash people. If that were all I were fit for, life would be simpler. Boss just sealed the deal with Bao Ship King, exchanging his shares outright for the entire global shipping banner. From now on, global shipping belongs to Boss, and I'll sit firmly in the general manager's chair. Ayu drew in a sharp, stunned breath. Global shipping. Bao Ship King's global shipping. The one flying the largest flag at Hong Kong docks, with freighters lining up beyond Victoria Harbor. She'd never dared dream, even in sleep, of linking Gao Lao Hui's name with that legendary title. Gao Lao Hui scoffed. Who else in Hong Kong Island dares flaunt global so boldly, except him? Enough talk. Choose your outfit. Boss and Yao Wen are both coming tonight. Don't make me lose face in front of my brothers. Ayu straightened her spine, fingertips gliding confidently along the hangers. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After all, I'm the future official wife of Global Shipping's general manager. She paused, then winked. Oh, and you'd better scout 2 mistresses soon. So I hear. It's expected among the wealthy. Otherwise people might mistake you for a crude nouveau-riche upstart. Once she'd loathed even the slightest glance Gao Lao Hui cast toward another woman. Now she was actively arranging his dignity. Gao Lao Hui threw his head back and sighed. The world truly had turned upside down. After trying on 6 suits, they settled on a navy blue ensemble from Asia Star. Though part of their affordable line, it fit, impeccably projected gravitas, and radiated the quiet confidence of kinship. Ayu promptly called her parents, insisting they attend that evening's family reunion dinner. Precisely at 6 p.m., Gao Lao Hui and Ayu stood side by side at Suiwa's entrance. Ali being closest arrived first, with Xin and several unfamiliar faces. The moment they met, Ali grinned and shouted, "Bloody hell. Has boss handed you another massive contract? Soon you'll be like Yao Wen. Black suits, white gloves, Mercedes rides, gold-plated tie clips. Spill it. What's the angle? Smuggling on the high seas?" Gao Lao Hui shook his head. Boss will arrive shortly. He'll speak for himself. Where did these brothers come from? Though Ali should have recognized every new face beside him, he knew only Xin. They're all from my old triad, now formally sworn into boss's ranks. Gao Lao Hui shook each hand in turn, then entrusted them to Ahua to escort inside the restaurant. Next came Yao Wen and Ting's trio, old comrades, none missing. Yao Wen, you the busiest man alive, gracing us with your presence. Our Asia Stars branches already spreading across all 18 districts of Hong Kong. Ting, your name has spread like wildfire in Shenzhen, even I've heard how thunderous it rings. Dong Xiang, this generation of Hisheng needs you to uphold its honor. After brief pleasantries, Ahua smiled and invited them to their seats. Yao Wen and Ali shared a table while Ting's group was ushered to the adjacent room by Xin. As soon as Yao Wen sat down, Ali teased him with a grin. Well, look who's graced us with his presence. The big boss himself condescending to join us at last. Yao Wen feigned outrage and slammed his palm on the table. Bloody hell. You don't even pour tea for your boss. Do you expect me to serve you myself? After a round of easy laughter, Yao Wen spoke slowly. Gao Lao Hui has committed serious capital to Li Zuo. Clearly the elder brother has entrusted him with the heaviest responsibility. Ali lit a cigarette with a sharp click of his lighter. Naturally, the elder brother trained him in maritime logistics, not yacht handling. My guess. He set his sights on long-haul smuggling routes. Yao Wen only smiled faintly, offering no reply. With Yaxing's monthly turnover running into tens of millions, he knew Qin Junhui had long since turned his nose up at such petty gains. Seeing his silence, Ali instantly shifted to a woebegone expression. Look at you. Overseeing apparel, Jimmy charging ahead with the elder brother Gao Laohui already promoted. And here I am stuck managing those few shops near Che Kung Temple. Baking in the sun, drenched by rain, scraping by on hard-earned sweat. Yao Wen casually plucked a cigarette from Ali's pack and lit it. Gao Lao Hui's just stepped into his new role. You'll have a few days reprieve at least. We all swore loyalty together before the incense burner back when we first pledged ourselves to the elder brother. He remembers that well enough. Ali nodded. This he trusted without question. While the two senior figures conversed, their underlings were far from idle. Xian, who had served alongside Ali the longest and was also close with Ting, and the others naturally took charge, introducing guests, passing cigarettes, pulling out chairs. This is Ting. He oversees Yaxing Apparel's entire production line. In Shenzhen's business circles, his name carries real weight. This is Dong. He personally scouted hundreds of streets and compared dozens of maps to finalize every single Yaxing branch location. This is Xiang. He alone decides Yaxing's store aesthetics, spatial layout, visual tone, interior design philosophy. This is Gui, a veteran elder from the old association. Lai Gu invested hundreds of thousands to settle his family and bring him aboard our vessel from the old docks. This is Mai, once a messenger and stable hand in the association, now summoned by a single phone call from Lai Gu to shoulder critical responsibilities. This is Fei, an expert in firearm disassembly maintenance and precision calibration. When real firepower is needed, he's the one you turn to. Though each had once served different bosses, they all acknowledged Qin Junhui as their ultimate superior and treated one another like blood brothers. Ting and the other two were huddled around a small table discussing store rollout timelines, inventory turnover, and overseas expansion strategies, while Fei leaned against the wall murmuring softly to Gui. TCH, these three don't look like Triad men at all. They're businessmen who've barely finished buttoning their suits. Gui didn't even lift his eyelids, only gave the faintest nod, his voice as light as a falling leaf. Why did we abandon our old ships and board this one? Precisely for ambition, to reach higher ground. Don't dismiss them as greenhorns. The numbers in their ledgers have already outstripped our combined earnings over the past several years. Indeed, their conversation bore little resemblance to the concerns of traditional street enforcers. Dong, heard the elder brothers making you learn Japanese. Yes, after the Lunar New Year, I may travel to Tokyo to scout Ginza and Omotesando firsthand, assessing suitability for flagship stores. Hong Kong has only 18 districts and 4.5 million people. Even if every resident bought from Yaxing, the ceiling is obvious. Tokyo has 28 special wards. Shinjuku alone is denser than all of Hong Kong with over 20 million residents. If we truly take root, their profits won't merely double or triple, they'll explode. I've barely begun Japanese, and now English classes are already scheduled. The elder brother says once Tokyo is secured, London, Paris, and New York follow. Spring collection stock, how's the progress? 5 million units are already warehoused. The first batch ships next week. But winter lines remain crippled. Relying on just a few down jacket models to carry us through the entire season means losing countless orders. Xiang, have you considered taking over your father's construction team? He earned his first fortune through Yaxing. You stepping in would keep that wealth firmly within the family. We'll see how things unfold. If overseas expansion accelerates, storefront design and renovation will be indispensable, and no one else can do it like me. Before he'd even finished speaking, Fei Ji and Shogo pushed open the door. Trailing behind Fei Ji were Fei Quan and Wei Jixiang, now overseeing telephone company infrastructure maintenance and customer service dispatch, spending their days either scaling utility poles or enduring furious client tirades. By seniority, they were the earliest initiates among this group, having run errands for Chun Junhui back when he still hawked goods from a stall on Temple Street. Everyone without exception addressed them respectfully as senior brothers. Just as spirits ran high, Gao Lao Hui's elders arrived. Ayu's parents froze mid-step upon entering the private room. Her father quietly tugged his wife's sleeve. Didn't you say Gao Lao Hui invited only Triad members? Then why do they seem more polished than directors from Central's office towers? Ayu's mother, however, looked utterly assured. Have you forgotten? She told us long ago. Gao Lao Hui now serves Tai Zihui. Tai Zihui did rise through the Triads, but he abandoned gambling, prostitution, and narcotics long ago. Naturally, the people he employs aren't thugs brandishing cleavers. Besides, Ayu's second uncle works at Sha Tin police station. I asked him to discreetly inquire. He confirmed Tai Zihui's crew operates methodically, calculates shrewdly, and abides scrupulously by rules. For Ayu to align herself with this path is pure fortune. From now on, stop interfering with her relationship with Gao Laohui. Her father said nothing, merely nodded silently. At the height of the merriment, Lan Gui Dong kicked the door open, his glossy leather shoes crossing the threshold first. He wasn't a Triad member. He was an undercover inspector from the West Kowloon District Crime Unit. Yet he dared overturn tables, glare down superiors, and confront adversaries he'd in more brazenly than any street thug. Spotting Gao Laohui, he grinned broadly. Whoa, Gao Laohui, you've transformed from sparrow to eagle. Used to guard just one nightclub and a basement gambling den. Now you control the entire Do Wei village territory. Gao Laohui's brow flickered with mild tension before softening into a smile. Brother Dong flatters me. I'm merely someone who shows up, does his job, and eats his rice. Most here hail from Triad backgrounds, yes, but in skill, vision, and discipline they've long transcended their origins. Please, don't stir up trouble for me. Lan Gui Dong waved dismissively, utterly unconcerned. No matter how lofty the rhetoric deep down, they're still Triad men, aren't they? Gao Laohui offered no further rebuttal. Instead, he guided Lan Gui Dong directly to Yao Wen's table and introduced him with a smile. This is Lan Gui Dong, Chief Inspector of the West Kowloon branch. 2 years ago, when I was in that car accident, he maneuvered tirelessly behind the scenes, preventing it from escalating. As an honored benefactor, Yao Wen and the others immediately rose to offer respectful nods. Yao Wen spoke first. West Kowloon branch. Inspector Huang and I are close friends. We met just yesterday at a tea house in Central. Fei Ji chimed in. Our telecom company is negotiating a contract with the police force for the emergency call system. West Kowloon is the pilot district. I even shared coffee with your commissioner 2 days ago. Shogo added, our magazine recently secured a commission from the police public relations division. Assistant Commissioners Chun and Huang Jiqing from West Kowloon personally arranged interviews and editorial planning with us. Lan Gui Dong's casual demeanor froze instantly. Inspector Huang, Assistant Commissioner Chun, Inspector Huang Jiqing, the District Commissioner, the PR Division. None of these names were accessible to rank-and-file officers through ordinary channels. His Adam's apple bobbed. Unconsciously, he straightened his spine and obediently retreated to the family seating area. Gao Laohui winked slyly at Yao Wen's group, then turned again toward the entrance to greet the next guest. It wasn't until 7:30 p.m. that Chen Junwei finally arrived, accompanied by Jimmy. The moment the door opened, Yao Wen and the others rose in unison. Boss. Old top. This was the first time Gue Jianchou and the others laid eyes on Chen Junwei, who hadn't heard rumors of his youth. Yet upon seeing him in person, everyone drew a sharp breath. This wasn't just youthful, he looked like a fresh university graduate who'd just stepped off campus. Chen Junwei raised a hand, gesturing for all to be seated, then calmly settled into the chair vacated by Yao Wen's group. The moment the principal guest arrived, Gao Laohui signaled the kitchen with a subtle tilt of his chin. Immediately, chefs sprang into action, sending hot dishes and cold appetizers cascading onto the table in seamless succession. After 3 rounds of toasts, and just as the final course was being served, Gao Laohui slapped his chopsticks down, seized his wine cup, and stood. Tonight, each of you honoring Tsuehua with your presence grants me immeasurable prestige. I'll drink first, to show my sincerity. Before the words left his mouth, he tipped his head back and downed the entire glass of baijiu in one fluid motion. His throat rippled, its heat searing across the room like a shockwave. Not a single guest dared hesitate. All lifted their cups and sipped, wine droplets still clinging to the rims. I know what's churning in your minds. Why has Gao Laohui suddenly hosted this banquet? What's his true motive? Now, please allow the boss himself to unveil the answer. Gao Laohui cast a weighty glance toward Chen Junhui, who nodded, rose, and, sleeves slightly raised, spoke in a voice quiet yet commanding enough to still the entire room's clamor. This morning I visited the private residence of the cargo ship King atop Victoria Peak. We reached agreement 2% equity in Wharf Holdings in exchange for full ownership of global shipping. Tomorrow morning I'll accompany lawyers to sign the documents, and Gao Laohui will attend as Global Shipping's newly appointed general manager. Those words struck the dining hall like a white-hot iron ingot, clang, instantly silencing every voice, halting even the clink of porcelain and cutlery. Global Shipping, the cornerstone of Hong Kong's maritime industry, its freighters crisscrossing half the globe, its container yards lining both shores of Victoria Harbor. Beginning tomorrow, it would bear the surname Chun, and its helmsman would be Gao Laohui, a man who'd once worked docks, been detained at police stations, and carried the word Triad in his very nickname. Ali instinctively pinched his own thigh, wincing sharply, just to confirm this wasn't a dream. Yao Wen held his wine cup suspended midair. Though Yaxing Apparel thrived beside Global Shipping, it resembled a rowboat confronting a Tenta-Santon freighter. His subordinates were even more stunned, their eyes bulging, mouths agape wide enough to swallow quail eggs. Ayu's mother gripped her husband's arm tightly, whispering urgently, "Hurry, finalize Ayu's engagement with Gao Laohui." If he truly secures global shipping's general manager seat, women vying for his attention will queue all the way to Central Pier. Deep inside a clandestine gambling den in Sinwan Di, slumped in a leather chair loosening his tie while cursing under his breath, fresh from a tea session at the police station. Damn it, has Alu lost his mind? I warned him face-to-face just last week. Stay far away from XING's turf. And what happened? Yesterday, he hurled a Molotov cocktail into XING's noodle shop. 2 dead bodies. Now I'm stuck cooling my heels at the station again. When the NI family still stood strong, would Alu dare lift a finger? Now that Prince Hui has erased the NI family down to the last trace, he's suddenly grown bold. So bold he's forgotten even his own ancestral surname. Dee's sister seized his arm, her fingertips tightening. Have you lost your mind? This room is full of ears. Let one of the police force's planted men hear this, and Prince Hui will dismantle your entire operation without hesitation. A chill ran down Big D's spine. He hurriedly slapped his own mouth 3 times. Pa. 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 In Hong Kong's underworld, it was an unspoken truth the NI family had been personally eradicated by Chun Junhui. Yet no one dared pierce that veil. Once torn, one's life ceased to belong to oneself. But having just finished slapping his lips, Big D regained his composure and let out a cold, mirthless laugh. What is there to fear? The police force is all but Prince Huey's private courtyard now. Last month, he donated 10 million to the police force, and they didn't even bother auditing the sum. The NI family perished in Southeast Asia, not on Hong Kong soil. Besides, their trade was narcotics. The entire force loathed them and would gladly let the matter rot forever overseas. Tomorrow I'll go straight to Uncle Deng and have him keep Alu under tight surveillance. If he dares step out of line again, I'll send Chong Mao to strip the skin from his bones. Having vented his fury at Alu, Big D casually asked whether anyone from the police station had contacted him that day. D's sister opened her notebook and read aloud. Chue Ji called this morning begging for a 3-month extension on his 3 million gambling debt. Big D slammed the table with a sharp crack. Bastard. Who does Chue Ji think he is? He runs only 2 strip clubs, yet dares bargain with me. Had Uncle Deng not held me back years ago from assuming the position of Zhuoguan, would Chue Ji ever have walked so freely through those gambling dens? Tell him there is no negotiation. This syndicate is no charity. It demands repayment even if he must sell his children. Otherwise, I'll send Chong Mao to deliver his head to me on a silver platter. D's sister nodded in acknowledgement, then turned the page. Master Su, the strategist for Huanyo, wishes to bring you north to run underground Mark 6 lotteries. He claims Channel's capital and manpower are all secured across the border. Only your nod is needed to begin splitting profits. Big D narrowed his eyes, tapping twice on the edge of the table. Just 2 days ago, Prince Hui told me both Ho Shung Lai and its inner circles are riddled with moles. Alu answers to British handlers. And Master Su. Guangzhou Public Security Bureau. Don't believe me. This morning I tested the waters with Inspector Huang of the O Division at the police station. Asked outright whether Alu was a British puppet. He neither confirmed nor denied. Only told me to mind my own business. Doesn't that make it clear enough? Prince Hui didn't lie. I'm certain Master Su is backed without question by Guangzhou's blade. This invitation to make fortune across the border may well be a path to the gallows. If I fall there, it won't be a simple cup of tea at the station that sets me free. Reply to him, I am currently overwhelmed with syndicate affairs and cannot spare the time. As for business, please seek more capable hands. D's sister furrowed her brow. If we know both Alu and Master Su are traitors, why haven't we eliminated them sooner? Big D shrugged, offering a wry smile. Because we dare not provoke the British nor withstand the power across the border. The British. Hong Kong is their playground now. Who dares bare their teeth? As for the mainland, grandfather seized the entire continent. What is this tiny territory but a fruit waiting to be plucked at will? Even if they carved traitor onto their foreheads, bystanders might still raise a thumb and praise them brave indeed. Big D, after all, was the undisputed master of Tsunwan and the current Zhuoguan of Ho Shung Lai. He understood these realities perfectly. Though Ho Shung Lai boasted 10,000 brothers to true powers, it was no more than dust scraped from the sole of a shoe. D's sister quietly closed her notebook and sighed deeply. She now felt Big D's title of Zhuoguan was nothing but a scorching hot potato, bringing no tangible benefit, only relentless responsibility and constant peril, where one misstep could land him trapped in a carefully laid ambush. As the two spoke, 3 sharp, decisive knocks sounded upon the office door. A slightly breathless voice came from outside. Boss, there's movement from Prince Huey's side. Big D immediately called him in. At that moment, every move Prince Hui made weighed heavier on his mind than his own ledgers. Brother to D, sister D. A junior of Gao Lao Hui just visited our gambling den. After winning a round, he blurted, my boss is about to rise. I stopped him on the spot and asked. He didn't conceal it. He said Prince Hui exchanged shares in his possession for global shipping with the Ship King and installed Gao Lao Hui as its new chief executive. Big D and D's sister froze, instantly locking eyes. Their shared gaze brimmed with shock. TCH, what a ruthless maneuver. He's barely drawn breath. and already sees the ship King's crown jewel fleet. A flicker of burning intensity lit up Chang Mao's eyes. Gao Lao Hui had only joined Prince Hui's ranks this year, and within weeks became the sovereign of global shipping. And yet after decades of loyalty to Big D Chang, Mao commanded no major corporation, only 2 streets of turf. Though he held firm ground among Ho Shung Lai's younger generation, next to Gao Lao Hui, he was like a porcelain bowl clinking against a golden rice bowl. Big D suddenly flung his arms wide, his face alight with exhilaration. With Prince Hui holding global shipping, how can our smuggling operations fail to expand? Before we relied on 100-ton vessels to slip contraband. Now any single ship in his fleet displaces over 100,000 tons. D's sister, however, knitted her brows, her tone turning grave. Others may be persuaded, but Prince Hui, he's unlikely to yield. You know full well, he's always kept his distance from syndicate affairs. Big D's elation froze on his face. After a pause, he smacked his thigh. First thing tomorrow, I'll take a gift box and pay a visit to Chuan Bao. If I can't sway him, Chuan Bao surely can. Chang Mao, you'll head to a goldsmith tomorrow and pick out a heavy ornate gold plaque for Chuan Bao. That's exactly what he treasures most. Having exhausted his own influence, Big D placed his hopes squarely on Chuan Bao. Who didn't know? It was Chuan Bao who raised Chen Junhui from boyhood, and Chen Junhui in turn honored him with filial piety so profound he wouldn't even let him smoke 2 cigarettes. With Chuan Bao speaking in person, even Prince Hui's hardest bone would soften by a third. Chuan Bao's favored gambling den teamed with Ho Shung Lai's veteran members. That very night the news traveled along mahjong tables and tea-stained countertops, straight into Uncle Deng's ears. Upon hearing it, Uncle Deng whistled in disbelief. He hadn't imagined Chen Junhui would truly leverage shares to seize control of global shipping. Yet before astonishment faded, unease rose. How could the ship King, a man of such seasoned cunning, surrender so easily? The deeper Uncle Deng pondered, the more suspicious he grew beneath global shipping's glittering facade. Its vital organs were likely hollowed out, leaving only a gilded shell. Uncle Deng resolved then and there at Chen Junhui's next appearance he would speak plainly. Hui, you're still green. Don't let the old fox, the ship King, deceive you with an empty shell. West Kowloon Police Station. Tonight's duty roster assigned Senior Inspector Chan to the Major Crime Unit. Old Huang, got anything edible lying around? Huang Jiqing looked up from his files, rolling his eyes. Hey, I run the O division, not the cafe downstairs. Yet even as he grumbled, his hand moved swiftly, pulling a pineapple bun from his drawer and tossing it toward Chan's face. Word had long circulated Senior Inspector Wei would retire next year, and Chan was his recommended successor. Once he assumed command, the seal of the West Kowloon Major Crime Unit would pass into new hands. Senior Inspector Chan enjoyed an impeccable reputation. No one contested his merit. Naturally, Huang Jiqing welcomed the chance to build rapport early. After all, jurisdictional overlaps between the O Division and the Major Crime Unit were frequent, and collaboration would be inevitable. Chan tore open the paper bag and took a bite, his peripheral vision catching several photographs spread across Huang's desk. Oh, aren't these from yesterday's arson case on Paling Street? Still chewing over it. Wasn't the case already concluded? Alu of Ho Shung Lai set the fire. You know he's an informant for the investigation division. Surely you wouldn't dare challenge them, Heaton. To seasoned Triad veterans, the UK's MI5 Hong Kong Counterintelligence Office was simply known as the Investigation Division. Its authority eclipsed the police force itself, especially for ordinary officers at the West Kowloon District Station. To arrest someone under the Investigation Division's watch, only a direct order from Commissioner Shi Lirong himself would suffice. Otherwise, even if handcuffs clicked shut, the release telegram would land on the Commissioner's desk within 2 hours. Huang Jiqing exhaled a slow smoke ring. Me. Challenged the Investigation Division. I'm relieved. Relieved Alu never ascended to Zhuguan. Otherwise this whole mess would boil over into chaos. For now, with Big D holding firm, Alu dared only strut through Paling Street, picking fights with the dwindling Xing gang. But should he truly assume the Zhuguan seal, the entire Tsim Sha Sui district would tremble, and the rivals lining up would be fearsome outfits like the Number Gang. Senior Inspector Chan nodded, deeply in agreement. Should Alu truly grasp Ho Shung Lai seal, every officer at West Kowloon Station would likely pull double night shifts for 2 years straight. As they spoke, a sudden clamor erupted outside. Huang Jiqing's ear caught the names Gao Lao Hui and the Ship King. He pushed the door open, just in time to see Lan Gue Dong striding and holding several bulging paper bags he was distributing one by one. The bags gaped open, revealing abalone glistening with oil shark fin curling at the edges. Clearly no ordinary fare. Lan Gue Dong, weren't you off duty today? What brings you to the O Division? Lan Gue Dong snapped upright and saluted sharply. Inspector Huang, I just attended a banquet and saw Prince Hui. At the name Prince Hui, Senior Inspector Chan poked his head out, intrigued. You saw him? Was he the host? He knew Lan Gue Dong, a veteran officer of the O Division, unorthodox, but sharp-witted and resourceful. Lan Gue Dong waved a hand dismissively. Not Prince Hui. He was hosted by his subordinate Gao Lao Hui. Gao Lao Hui once operated in Mong Kok under my jurisdiction. I smoothed over 2 messy incidents for him back then. This time Gao Lao Hui threw the feast, and even invited me. So I dropped by for a look. Huang Ziqing's eyebrows drew together, his voice dropping low. Gao Lao Hui throwing a banquet. Could it be he's drawn blood for Prince Hui? Triad youths shouted loyalty from the rooftops, but in truth each calculated his moves with razor-sharp precision. Who would foot the bill for a lavish feast unless something monumental had occurred? And in their world, something monumental meant only one thing: cutting down a rival to cement a boss's supremacy. Lan Gui Dong slowly shook his head. Attack someone. From now on, even if Cao Laohui wields a blade and storms the streets to slash people down, no one would dare intervene. Just now Prince Hui himself declared it plainly. Using shares in Wharf Holdings, he wrested control of global shipping from the shipowner pack, right there in front of witnesses, and immediately appointed Cao Laohui as its new captain at the helm. Henceforth Cao Laohui shall steer global shipping. Should trouble ever arise, the moment police officers snap open their handcuffs, the entire fleet will halt operations. Half the docks will grind to a standstill, of freighters will be stranded at anchorages, unable to enter or depart. Even if the matter escalates all the way to the governor's desk, it is the police force, not Cao Laohui, who will bear the reprimand. Assistant Inspector Chan sat stunned, blurting out, global shipping. The conglomerate that commands 30% of Hong Kong's entire maritime freight industry. I met Prince Hui just last week at a tea house in Central. He didn't breathe a single word about it. Compared to Assistant Inspector Chan's bewilderment, Huang Ziqing remained calm, turning slightly toward him with a wry, faintly exasperated smile in his voice. Prince Hui is your informant, yet you're the one left entirely in the dark. What he chooses not to reveal he won't divulge, even with a gun pressed to his temple. Only a quiet smile, not a syllable escaping his lips. Had shipowner Pak known Prince Hui had set his sights on global shipping, he'd have sent his henchmen to ambush Prince Hui in a Wan Chai alleyway long ago, beating him senseless before he could even rise. How could Prince Hui possibly tip you off? Yet for the Narcotics Bureau, this is undeniably welcome news. At least they'll no longer need to fret over Cao Laohui leading gangs to smash up shops, block street intersections, and throw Yao Mati into chaos. Take you man today, he commands 3 chain fashion brands, attends board meetings in bespoke suits, signs contracts with polished confidence. A bona fide rising tycoon, utterly unrecognizable as the street thug he once was. Once Cao Laohui solidifies his position as general manager of global shipping, will he still roll up his sleeves and lead his underlings on citywide brawls? Absolutely not. Even if he wished to, no one would pay the appearance fee anymore. After escorting the officers out, Huang Ziqing and Assistant Inspector Chan turned back toward their office. Huang Ziqing chuckled and shook his head, clapping Chan on the shoulder. Damn, it seems your informant keeps ascending higher and higher. Launching a magazine or acquiring Asia Star Apparel was tolerable, but now he swallowed global shipping right from under shipowner Pak's nose. Believe me, when headquarters approved your succession to Senior Inspector Wei's post, Prince Hui surely lent more than a gentle nudge behind the scenes. Assistant Inspector Chan took a bite of pineapple bun, sugar glaze clinging to his lip, his expression deeply skeptical. A nudge? Can he even influence personnel decisions within the police force? Huang Ziqing sighed, deeply lifting his teacup and gently blowing across its steaming surface. Prince Hui certainly cannot dictate internal police affairs, but he is your protected informant. The higher he climbs, the greater the leverage the force gains through him. Oh, and you, the indispensable conduit, must naturally rise to match that weight. Last month he donated 10 million Hong Kong dollars to the police force. Do you truly believe that money was a gift without strings? Assistant Inspector Chan nodded slowly, half comprehending. He had always cared only for cases, not titles, solving crimes and apprehending suspects cleanly and decisively, while dismissing everything else as unworthy of contemplation. Huang Ziqing knew this temperament all too well, and struck by an instinctive thought couldn't help but quietly calculate inwardly. Should Prince Hui ever ascend to become Hong Kong Island's wealthiest magnate, Assistant Inspector Chan might well find himself seated in the very chair of the police commissioner. The commissioner. He shook his head and murmured softly. Cao Laohui and Prince Hui only formally aligned themselves at the beginning of the year, didn't they? Before the Lunar New Year celebrations had even concluded, Prince Hui handed him outright control of an Asian-tier shipping giant. And consider you man, Asia Star Apparel's outlets now span all 18 districts of Hong Kong Island, and preparations are already underway for its 3rd flagship store in Yau Ma Tei. If it goes public, its market capitalization is projected to start at no less than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Right now I half wish I could shed this uniform and follow Prince Hui straight into the harbor. Cao Laohui slowly opened his eyes upon the bed. His head throbbed dully, the hangover's heavy ache pulsed rhythmically at his temples. Last night's drinking had been brutal. Yu Man and his crew had toasted him relentlessly, while Ah Lai had gone Alan pouring drink after drink down his throat. He understood perfectly. Ah Lai was seething with envy. They had both defected to Chun Junhui's organization in the same year, both sent together for shipping management training and dockside accounting. Yet now Cao Laohui occupied the general manager's chair at Global Shipping, while Alai still waited uncertain for some vague reassignment. After all, Global Shipping wasn't merely Hong Kong Island's premier shipping company. It was a name no major Asian maritime network could afford to ignore. Whatever prestigious business Alai might inherit later would still weigh less than a single mooring line aboard this Leviathan vessel. That was why Alai had poured so fiercely. Fortunately, Yao intervened, grabbing his arm and dragging him bodily from the private room. Otherwise, he might truly have perished drunk at that table. After a moment's pause, Cao Laohui pushed himself upright and slipped into the deep gray suit already crisply ironed by Yao. Ever since learning of his appointment to Global Shipping, Yao's demeanor had transformed completely. Formerly quick to scold him as impetuous and unfocused, he now bowed lower upon meeting him than he did before his own boss's gaze filled with reverent awe. Dressed impeccably and having finished breakfast, he climbed into his chauffeured car bound directly for the Cha-Chan Tung. Chun Junhui was already seated at his customary window-side booth, fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop. His eyes lifted the moment Cao Laohui entered, scanning him carefully. Sallow complexion, dark circles beneath weary eyes. Uncle Lin. Chun Junhui snapped his fingers sharply. Bring Cao Laohui his hangover soup. Last night's drinking was no joke. One bowl of warm, rich broth later, the ashen pallor finally began to recede from Cao Laohui's face. Chun Junhui remarked casually, the lawyer arriving shortly is a trusted veteran from our circle. He'll be here in 10 minutes. Review these blueprints first. Ask anything unclear, while you still can. Cao Laohui accepted the drawings and studied them closely, a design for an entirely new class of vessel. It bore no resemblance to conventional bulk carriers, a single vast, nearly empty deck, cargo hatches of astonishing size, heavy-duty lashing sockets, and grid-style guide rails densely arrayed around the perimeter. He frowned at the blueprint for nearly half a minute before finally looking up. Boss, this doesn't resemble a bulk carrier. Bulk carriers don't require such fixtures, and their decks are always double-layered. Chun Junhui watched his finger trace the marked area, a subtle smile playing at his lips as he gave a slight, approving nod. Cao Laohui, it seems those past few months haven't been wasted on thin air. Earlier I asked you how to make cargo ships faster and more profitable. You replied, then that sailing itself isn't difficult. The real bottleneck lies in the agonizingly long loading and unloading times after docking. Now what I present to you is the antidote to that very bottleneck. Chun Junhui drew from his briefcase a sheet of paper gleaming faintly with metallic luster, its corner curled from repeated handling. This is the shipping container. Not merely a box, but the fulcrum capable of shifting the entire logistics chain. As early as the 19th century, Britain and France experimented with standardized wooden crates on rail lines, attempting to consolidate scattered goods into unified transport units. But would prove too brittle, cracking and warping after just 2 rough hulls, collapsing entirely after 3. It simply couldn't endure long-distance rigors, and the effort was ultimately abandoned. Later attempts employed steel sheet boxes, concrete containers, aluminum variants, each more inventive than the last, yet all stumbled fatally on cost, structural integrity, or compatibility. Some were too heavy, crushing railcars, the others mismatched dimensions, refusing to fit standard port cranes. None succeeded in establishing a viable system. Then in 1956, American entrepreneur Malcolm McLean, backed covertly by Pennsylvania Railroad, welded the world's first true standardized shipping container from a single slab of steel, cold, rigid, and sharply angular. Its inaugural iteration was pitifully crude, stacking even one layer atop another, risked toppling. It lacked locking mechanisms, seals, or moisture barriers. Rain leaked and salt-laden winds corroded its hull, and not even a sack of flour dared enter its interior. Yet even this primitive prototype tripled loading Gandon loading efficiency overnight. Its first true test came on the battlefields of Vietnam. Without it, America could never have shipped 8 million tons of military supplies overseas. Yet precisely because of its many flaws, post-war shipping companies relegated it to the status of useful but expendable, shelving it indefinitely, reluctant to grant it legitimacy. What you hold now is my personally refined second-generation container. High-strength locking sockets embedded at all 4 corners allow stable stacking of 10 layers or more on deck. Dual rubber gaskets seal the doorframe against salty sea winds, maintaining internal humidity permanently below safety thresholds. The dimensions are meticulously calibrated to match global standard railway flat cars and high-speed trucks, ensuring seamless intermodal transitions between land and sea. Calculations confirm at upgraded dedicated terminals a fully laden 1,000-ton container ship can complete departure procedures in just 12 hours, 14 times faster than conventional methods. 14 times. Cao Laohui's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes widened as if straining to burst from their sockets. Though he'd studied shipping for only months, his mind held an internal scale, and this figure didn't signify mere acceleration. It signified revolution. Overnight, the rules governing every global port, shipping line, and freight forwarder would need rewriting. He drew a deep breath, his chest rising and falling heavily. Boss, name your terms. I'll carry them out. Chun Junhui's fingertip tapped the locking socket structure on the blueprint. Once you assume command at global shipping, don't dismiss a single person. First, lock down 2 imperatives: retrofitting existing vessels' lifting systems and launching mass trial production of the new containers. Remember, silence is paramount. Absolute discretion. I've leased an aging shipyard in Ma Lu Shui. Outdated equipment, minimal staff, low visibility. Perfect for quietly laying eggs. Once both initiatives are operational, I'll host an invitation-only summit on Hong Kong Island, summoning the CEOs of the world's top 10 shipping lines to witness live demonstrations. Lifting 1 container, stacking 10 layers, enduring torrential rain, submerging in seawater. Letting them see with their own eyes what full-throttle execution truly means. No one can resist such efficiency. By then, retrofitting contracts for cargo fleets and the first order of 10,000 containers will fall exclusively to us. A single deal would buy half of Central outright. When you step onto the stage bearing this tangible achievement, any subsequent personnel cuts, reassignments, or organizational overhauls will meet only silent assent. No objections will dare rise. Kowloon straightened his spine and gave a firm, solemn nod. Understood, boss. Chun Junhui nodded in return, then withdrew several more blueprints, dense with intricate blue lines, from his briefcase. These are my designs for offshore refueling vessels, also ready to launch concurrently. Kowloon accepted them reverently with both hands, placing them gently into the Oxford canvas tote bag prepared earlier by A Yao, the zipper closing with a soft, deliberate whisper. The two chatted for a few more moments about the details of the dock scheduling when the lawyer from the organization stepped in right on time. This lawyer may not be well known, but he is nicknamed Iron Calculator in the Underworld. Clear accounts, concise speech, and unyielding, someone to be trusted. Once everyone had gathered, the convoy headed towards Central. As the silver-gray glass facade of the global shipping building came into view, Kowloon was momentarily taken aback. The building stood over 10 stories high, reflecting the light of Victoria Harbor along with his own slightly trembling shadow. From today onwards, every window, every access control point, and every contract of this building would bear his name. Chun Junhui turned his head and smiled. How about it? This building is impressive, right? It's a pity that the Charter King is quite stingy. He'd rather collect a few million in rent than hand over the building along with the company to me. Thanks, boss. Kowloon turned his head, his voice a bit hoarse. Chun Junhui waved his hand. What are you thanking me for? If you handle the matter smoothly, that's the greatest thanks to me. From now on, this place is not an office. It's your launching port, Kowloon. He nodded towards the men who immediately got out of the car to look for a parking space. Chun Junhui led Jimmy Kowloon and the lawyer through the revolving door into the lobby. As they stepped inside, they saw Wo Shing Wo standing at the elevator entrance, impeccably dressed in a suit, smiling broadly as he approached. Boss Chun, you finally come. Chun Junhui raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, Wu, boss, your smile today is 2 degrees more sincere than when I last saw you. Are you really planning to invite me to a wedding? Wo Shing Wo scratched the back of his head, smiling shyly. Boss Chun, last time I was just doing a favor for Sir Bao. You made me lose face in front of Sir Bao, but in Hong Kong there are only a handful of people who can make me uncomfortable. If there are any profitable jobs in the future, you must leave me a crack in the door. His attitude warmed up, but it was already foreshadowed. Sir Bao had already appointed him to oversee the Kowloon warehouse project. And with the Kowloon warehouse landing, it was inevitable to deal with Lien Sheng. Now that Lien Sheng was on the rise, Chun Junhui was also the sharpest knife in Hong Kong, praised by Sir Bao himself. More crucially, the Bao family had already shifted its focus to real estate, while Chun Junhui had sworn in front of Sir Bao he would never touch real estate. With no interests clashing, why bare one's teeth? Getting on this line with Chun Junhui was bound to be profitable. Seeing Wo Shing Wo lowering his posture, Chun Junhui smiled in response. Wu, boss, you're being too polite. I, Chun Junhui, am just a man rushing to the morning market. When I stumble upon a gold mine, I still need seasoned experts like you to lead the way. Wo Shing Wo smiled, not responding. On his desk was a spread of information: magazine, offices, the telecommunications company restructuring, the acquisition of Yaxing Clothing, and the transfer of Kowloon warehouse. 4 projects, each one a clean and swift deal made by Chun Junhui himself. Ordinary people might spend their entire lives achieving a single significant accomplishment, which would be enough for a life of luxury. Yet Chun Junhui completed 4 deals in one breath, all rooted and solidified in just half a year. This was no mere business. It was like turning stone into gold and generating wealth with a wave of the hand. Under Wu Xingwang's guidance, the group took the elevator straight to the top floor of the building. During the ascent, Wo Shing Wo discreetly glanced at the entourage that Chun Junhui brought along. They were all impeccably dressed in suits, ties neatly arranged, and even their cufflinks shimmered with a steady luster. He nodded slightly as a form of silent approval. The old man has invited reporters from Ming Pao. They will be filming the signing process in its entirety. Tomorrow morning, the headlines of the 7 major newspapers in Hong Kong will carry this news, and the name Chun Junhui will resonate throughout Central. Fortunately, you all are dressed properly, otherwise showing any timidity in front of the camera would ruin the momentum. Gao Laohui and others exchanged glances, suddenly realizing no wonder Chen Junhui was personally overseeing their ties and pressed pants this morning. Pushing open the door to the conference room on the top floor, the Charter King was already seated at the main position, a cigar in hand, with a wisp of smoke curling up. Sir Bao, I apologize for my previous indiscretions. I hope you can forgive me. The Charter King did not respond, but flicked a cigar from the box and tossed it towards Chen Junhui. Apologies are unnecessary. The business world is like a stage. How many times have I fallen? I can't even count them all. He paused, squinting his eyes, his tone growing serious. But Taizi Hui, I have to remind you sincerely. Currently, global shipping rates have plummeted to 60% of their peak. The more ships run, the heavier the losses. If you keep holding on, global may very well be dragged into a quagmire and drown. I see you have potential, which is why I'm saying this. If you withdraw now, it's still not too late. If you push forward, you would be risking your entire fortune. Chen Junhui smiled as he placed the cigar beside the ashtray and took out a pack of Hongtishan cigarettes, lighting one with a snap. Sir Bao, different strokes for different folks. Cigars are too strong. Ooh, I can't get accustomed to them. This smoke is more down to earth. The Charter King let out a chuckle through his nose, making his meaning clear. You smoke your cigars, and don't worry about what I smoke. He exhaled a puff of thick white smoke and casually remarked, I believe you won't falsify anything to deceive me, but those equity certificates still need to be reviewed by the lawyer. Jimmy quickly took out a brown paper bag from his briefcase and handed it to Chen Junhui. Chen Junhui then passed it to the organization's lawyer. Both lawyers immediately spread out the documents, comparing them page by page, stamping and verifying. The Charter King glanced over and scoffed again. What did Chen Junhui take him for? Did he think he could hire a literary sparrow to break open a safe and switch documents in the dead of night? While the lawyers were flipping through the pages, he suddenly turned to Chen Junhui, speaking leisurely. I heard you intend to hand over global shipping to your subordinate for management. Is this kid reliable? That's a child I raised with my own hands, closer than a biological son. Wang Zongjia is willing to help you because he sees that it has a successor, that the flag won't fall and the fire won't go out. Chen Junhui stepped aside and gestured towards Gao Laohui beside him. If Sir Bao doesn't trust him, why not just ask him directly? Gao Laohui stepped forward half a step, straightening his back, his voice clear. Rest assured, Sir Bao, within 3 years I will ensure that global shipping's fleet becomes the #1 in Asia. The Charter King did not even lift his eyelids, just tapped his fingertips on the table. Pretty words can be spoken by anyone at the dock. There hasn't been a single person capable of handling 100 tons of cargo in 10 years. Gao Laohui's ears instantly turned red. As his junior was humiliated, how could the boss stand by? Chen Junhui smiled slightly, speaking calmly, Sir Bao, why don't we make a bet? The Charter King became interested, leaning forward. Oh, what shall we bet on? Chen Junhui lightly tapped the marble floor with the tip of his shoe. Let's bet on this building beneath our feet. If Gao Laohui doubles the total deadweight tonnage of Global's fleet within 3 years, you only need to symbolically collect $1 and the building will belong to me. If I fail to do so, I'll pay $500 million in cash to buy it at the original price 3 years later. The market price of this building is only $200 to $300 million. If I lose, you gain a double profit. If I win, you only lose an empty shell. The Charter King laughed heartily, his laughter shaking the crystal chandelier. Well, Taizi Hui, so you've had your eye on this building all along. He pondered for a moment, extinguished the cigar, and knocked twice on the table's edge. All right, I'll take your bet. But let's not bet on the number of ships, but on the tonnage. Global currently has a carrying capacity of 120,000 tons, doubling, that means 240,000 tons. The number of ships can be manipulated, but tonnage can't be deceived. Gao Laohui and Wo Shing Wo both tensed their jaws. One thought to himself, with freight rates halved and orders dried up, expanding tonnage by double in 3 years. This was like building a ladder up a cliff. The other felt a heavy heart. This was the first building the Bao family built on their own, laid the foundation by Bao Yugong himself, inscribed with 30 years of family glory. The Charter King waved his hand, his expression confident. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lawyer, draft 2 agreements. One detailing the 20% equity of Kowloon warehouse in exchange for global shipping, the other specifically discussing the bet on this building. If the target is met in 3 years, the transfer will be $1. If not met, $500 million cash will be due. Half an hour later, 2 agreements, still wet with ink, were placed side by side in front of Chen Junhui. As he signed, the sound of the pen scratching across the paper resonated. Global shipping was now officially under new ownership. Arriving at the elevator, Wo Shing Wo could no longer suppress his curiosity and blurted out. Chen Junhui, we've looked into your background. The information is clear. You don't gamble, don't mess with drugs. Even the old man marvels, saying there's a clean government figure in the organization, and even suggested matching you with his youngest daughter. Who would have thought that deep down you're a gambling fanatic ready to wager an entire building? Chen Junhui waved his hands repeatedly, looking astonished. Oh dear Sir Bao, this is not a bet. It's clearly a trap to eliminate a lone heir. I'm the only heir of the Chen family. He's trying to make me extinct. Wu Xingwang's temples throbbed, forcing back the impulse to kick him. It was merely a strong alliance. How did it turn into extinction? Besides, what's a building to gamble on? In a few days I'll show you something even more solid. As Wo Shing Wo pressed for more Chun Jun-hui merely smiled and did not answer, turning to step into the elevator as the doors slowly closed. As the Mint's car approached, Wo Shing Wo took the opportunity to speak, his tone casual yet weighty. By the way, regarding Kowloon warehouse, I'm afraid we'll need the organization to come forward and support the scene. If you have acquaintances, it would be good to send a few capable ones over to help, though in terms of remuneration, you won't suffer any loss. Chun Jun-hui furrowed his brow, slightly pondering. His subordinates were indeed stretched thin. Fei Ji and Shogo were barely managing the magazine and telephone companies and were already at their limits. Yaowen was entrenched in the ready tower business. Gao Laohui was firmly holding the shipping territory. Ali had long been inserted into dock scheduling, while Jimmy remained closely by his side. As for Fei Quan and his group of youngsters, it was still too early for them to stand alone. But the Kowloon warehouse is a chess game with too much to gain. He couldn't swallow it alone, nor could he let outsiders profit easily. If he ate meat with Lian Sheng, he must at least have a sip of hot soup. After a moment, he lifted his eyes and replied, "Don't worry, I'll relay this matter to the organization and they will send someone over." Wo Shing Wo nodded lightly, his smile fading slightly. What he truly sought to leverage was Chun Jun-hui himself, not Ho Sing Wen, who stood one step removed. Yet this single promise had already cemented a tangible debt of gratitude. Leaving the global shipping building, Chun Jun-hui immediately instructed Gao Laohui to begin the handover process, then drove straight to Chuanbao's villa. As his car came to a halt before the Iron Gate, a gleaming Mercedes-Benz S-Class surged into view, Didi's personal vehicle. He shook his head silently, a wry smile flickering at the corner of his lips. Now he himself had become a glistening slab of prime meat. Any passerby would instinctively reach out for a bite. Didi rarely troubled himself with visits to Chuanbao's residence. Today's exception spoke volumes. His intentions were written plainly across his brow. Though he chuckled inwardly, he still extended a hand and pressed the doorbell. Shangu pulled open the Iron Gate almost instantly, his face draped in polite deference, yet his gaze far more restrained than before. The incident that night had left an indelible mark upon his spirit. Fei-Zai Didi has arrived, and brought an armful of gift boxes. Chun Jun-hui nodded. Already boisterous laughter from within the house drowned out the wind. Pushing the door open, Chang Mao stood leaning against the entranceway. Chun Jun-hui gave him a slight nod. This man had once taken a blade for him. Their bond needed no words. Inside, Didi's voice boomed, even louder, that Alok doesn't even acknowledge me as the sitting chairman. Forced me to take tea at the police station yesterday, for a full 3 hours. Uncle Chuanbao, you must back me up this time. The Society's General Assembly is day after tomorrow. You've got to mention it to Uncle Deng. Chun Jun-hui strolled in with a light, confident stride. Didi, you are the pillar of Ho Sing Wen, whose audacity dares disrespect you. To slight you is to insult me directly. With our two factions united, can we not subdue Amir Alok? Didi and his wife rose at once to exchange pleasantries while Chuanbao raised a hand toward the sofa, inviting him to sit. Once finished venting about Alok, Didi lowered his voice cautiously. Prince Fei, rumor has it you've just acquired Pack Ship King's global shipping. Is it true? Even Didi, normally reckless and blunt, now softened his tone by a third. After all, he was asking a favor. Chun Jun-hui nodded candidly. Just signed the contract in Central. Pack Ship King even invited journalists to witness it. Tomorrow's front page headline is guaranteed. So, do you have interest? Didi nodded, glancing sideways at his wife. Instantly, she lifted the purple clay teapot and poured Chun Jun-hui a full cup, steady, precise, unwavering. Last night, Didi and I discussed it thoroughly. Could we possibly charter one of global shipping's massive vessels to move some cargo? We've long run small-scale smuggling operations out of Tsuan, mostly using 100-ton sampans. But beside your Tintasantan Leviathans, those boats are little more than bamboo rafts colliding with aircraft carriers. Didi feared you just cleaned your slate and wouldn't want to be dragged back into murky waters. But I believe this venture would benefit the society without risk, so I insisted he come today to seek your counsel. Though the idea originated with Didi, his wife claimed credit for it, and cast him as the dignified, considerate leader who hesitated to burden others. Should Chun Jun-hui decline, Didi's prestige would remain utterly unscathed. Chun Jun-hui's brows snapped together the moment he heard it. Didi and his wife held their breath, fingers unconsciously digging into their palms. Chuanbao, sipping tea with unhurried composure, allowed the faintest upward curve at the corner of his lips. What did it matter whether one held the title of chairman or not? Wasn't this very chairman now forced to look up, literally and figuratively, awaiting Chun Jun-hui's assent? After a long silence, Chun Jun-hui slowly shook his head. Sister-in-law, it's not that I refuse to help. It's simply too perilous. One misstep and the entire ship sinks. Who among Hong Kong smugglers, from street-side stallholders to peak-dwelling tycoons, hasn't dipped a finger into this trade? The Chung family's New World Group sells jewels on the surface, but its first fortune was built on clandestine gold purchases and covert cross-border shipments. As for the Ho family, during the Korean War, Mr. Ho smuggled Western medicine and fuel into the mainland, thus prying open the gates of wealth and power. In the 1950s, which vessel sailing Victoria Harbor hadn't carried contraband? Which pair of hands hadn't skimmed a share of the spoils? Today enforcement may be stricter, but smuggling remains the lifeblood sustaining every Triad faction. Small boats slip through cracks, tinta-santan freighters, trafficking contraband. That's nothing short of walking straight into the jaws of the law. Sampans are nimble. Coast Guard patrol boats can't even catch them. But those colossal behemoths. A single radar sweep exposes them instantly. No hiding place exists. Worse still, if contraband is discovered aboard, the entire vessel is seized on the spot. Investigations drag on for months. Merely the contractual penalties alone could bankrupt any shipowner. Dede exhaled deeply, shoulders slumping. Of course he understood. Everyone knew fishermen used sampans to haul goods, but who had ever heard of a cargo liner moonlighting as a smuggler? Seeing his dejection, Chen Junhui shifted his tone. However, there is a foolproof opportunity. I'd be happy to introduce it to you. Previously, Global Shipping managed its own fleet and handled all logistics. Shipowner and operator rolled into one, resulting in abysmal efficiency. Going forward, I plan to refit the entire fleet and lease it out in block for an annual fee of 10 million Hong Kong dollars with no further involvement. Did do the math? A single voyage for a tinta-santan freighter from Securewood Nation to beautiful country earns over $1 million US, roughly 10 million Hong Kong dollars. One trip recoups the investment to yield 10 million Hong Kong dollars net profit, 3 net 20 million Hong Kong dollars, and each round trip takes no more than 2 months. Is maritime shipping truly so lucrative? Then why would Pack Ship King surrender it so readily? Crew wages, fuel consumption, vessel depreciation, port fees. None of these costs passed Chen Junhui's lips. Even voyage frequency was skewed. Dede assumed 6 trips per year, yet realistically, pushing limits, he could manage only 3. The gap between assumption and reality stretched wider than mountain and sea. Yet that single sentence was enough to ignite a fierce gleam in Dede's eyes. His mind raced. Within 3 seconds, he concluded this deal surpassed flower trafficking and arms smuggling in both stability and profitability. He slammed his palm onto the rosewood table, making the teacups jump. Agreed. I knew Prince Fei kept his word and commanded real weight. Such a scorching golden opportunity. If I let it slip, I'd carry the regret to my grave. Others be damned. I'll take it all, 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, locking down 10 of Global Shipping's flagship freighters. Chen Junhui gave a slight nod. Global Shipping hadn't even hoisted its new flag, yet its first genuine influx of capital had already landed in the ledger. In truth, Dede's liquid assets fell far short of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. But as the society's top leader, he commanded access to several deep, unfathomable waterways, powerful elders who controlled resources and could mobilize vast sums on demand. Given such extraordinary profit potential, these waterway elders eagerly funneled money into his hands, desperate to board this high-speed vessel. Then he turned to Chen Junhui for precise details. When would Global Shipping truly set sail? He needed to act swiftly, to raise funds and grease the necessary gears. The fundraising isn't urgent. We won't launch before next March. I intend to use this interim to fully refurbish the aging fleet, upgrading crane systems to boost loading-unloading efficiency by 30%. Additionally, Hong Kong will host a global shipping summit at year-end. I'll spearhead it, convening major shipowners to establish industry-wide standards. No more predatory rate cutting that collapses the entire sector. Dede grew steadily more assured, finally punching his own chest with a resonant thud. Prince Fei, I trust you. You honor loyalty, keep your promises, and wield authority with precision. To follow you is to walk the right path. No misstep possible. As the sun began its westward descent, Chuan Bao called out to Hui Jia in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Dede's wife rolled up her sleeves and stepped into the kitchen herself to help Hui Jia trim green beans and rinse sea urchins. At the dinner table, Chen Junhui suddenly recalled Wu Xingguang's morning request, and lifting a glossy, tender piece of Dongxing grouper, spoke slowly. By the way, Pack's second son-in-law Wu Xingguang wishes the society's involvement in the Kowloon Wharf development project. It's another prime opportunity. If Dede is interested, ask Chang Mao to quietly sound out the terrain first. Chang Mao stiffened where he stood, fingers instinctively clenching the seam of his trousers. Who in Hong Kong didn't know the Kowloon Wharf land parcel was worth over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars? Even a sliver of the Pack family's surplus would sustain him for a decade. More remarkably, it was above-board business, free from police scrutiny or black market accounting. Dede and Chuan Bao each took a sip of baijiu, brows furrowing. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Aren't your men Ali and Jimmy idle right now? Why not assign them instead? Dede knew full well having just secured 10 freighters reaching for Kowloon Wharf would invite envy and suspicion. Especially Ali and Jimmy. They'd surely assumed Dede had forcibly wrested the job from Prince Fei's grasp. Chang Mao's eyes dimmed. He lowered his lashes. More than anyone, he knew he remained forever one step removed in Prince Fei's estimation. Chen Junhui waved a hand. Ali and Jimmy already have assignments. Neither will be slighted. Kowloon Wharf amounts to merely 11 Hong Kong dollars. 5 billion, a trivial affair. I won't waste their talents on such shallow waters. Several major contracts loom next year, enough to occupy them well into the following year. This modest morsel. They wouldn't even glance at it. Didi laughed heartily, poking Chen Junhui playfully in the shoulder. A true tycoon speaks with grandeur. Even a 10 billion Hong Kong dollars deal sounds like grocery shopping. Then it's settled. Chong Mao call Mr. Wu right after dinner and seal the arrangement. Chong Mao's throat tightened. He nodded vigorously. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, brother Fei. Prince Fei waved dismissively, his tone light, yet unshakably certain. That brawl on Jifu Street last month, you led your men to stand firm for me. I remember. Didi and his wife exchanged a swift, knowing glance, their eyes brimming with unmistakable triumph. If even Chong Mao's minor past service remained etched in his memory, how much more so for Didi himself? Without Didi's explicit approval, would Chong Mao dare deploy men to assist? And those IOUs seized from the gambling dens, collectively worth over 10 times the 3 million owed by Chueji. Why did Didi chase Chueji relentlessly across the city for repayment, yet say nothing when Prince Fei walked away with those promissory notes? Because Chueji was destitute, 3 million represented the absolute limit of his skeletal reserves. Whereas Prince Fei, he could casually withdraw dozens of 3 million sums, effortlessly like withdrawing cash from a bank. Gambling dens abide by one immutable rule: lend umbrellas in fair weather, reclaim them in rain. Chen Junhui tossed Wo Shing Wo's business card to Chong Mao, then turned to Didi. By the way, you'll need to travel to London soon. Before the words fully settled, Chuan Bao, Didi and his wife all lifted their heads in unison, faces blank with bewilderment. Didi frowned outright. What on earth am I doing in London? That's Eagle Country territory. I'm already at odds with Alak, and I despise those men in suits and wigs even more. Eagle Country, of course, was Alak's patron. Chen Junhui replied matter-of-factly to order bespoke suits. Hong Kong tailors are skilled, but for true haute couture, Seville Row remains the undisputed master. This time don't skimp, order several sets. If they're insufficient, I'll cover the difference.